In the 40th year of Konoha, at a ninja tool shop located within the Uchiha compound, a young man named Uchiha Lin Yi sighed softly, observing his identical shadow clone beside him. I can now perform the shadow clone technique within just 2 seconds, he mused. In a previous life, Lin Yi had spent countless nights engrossed in Jaja's bizarre adventure, completing his third viewing to satisfaction before drifting into slumber, only to awaken as a newborn of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, although it felt peculiar that his former name had transformed into one for this life. He surmised that his mother must have derived it from the rustling leaves of the southern forest, hence naming him after them. As time passed, he gradually realized he had traversed into the world of Naruto. However, the awkward truth remained he had never watched Naruto. This anime, which had concluded during his middle school years, appeared both antiquated and interminable to him. And each time he contemplated diving in, the daunting number of episodes dissuaded him. The only source of information he possessed stemmed from 2 college roommates who indulged in a Naruto mobile game. As a transmigrator lacking a system or an elderly mentor, and with no knowledge of the overarching narrative, he found himself in a rather precarious situation. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him in this life. Not only was he not an orphan, but he was also a scion of one of the most powerful families in this era, the Uchiha clan. Although not of direct lineage, as his father was merely a commoner running a ninja tool shop, his mother had been a Chunin, once tasked with caring for the clan's ninja cats. Nevertheless, he bore the Uchiha surname, and there were advantages to being a non-direct heirless responsibility and diminished pressure. Despite the outdated system, there were movies and television shows available, even fast food like hamburgers and cola. Why then should he toil excessively? With the backing of his family, he could eventually take over his father's shop, where the Uchiha clan's penchant for showcasing techniques matched the rapid depletion of ninja tools akin to their Sharingan. He could also spend leisure time playing with the ninja cats his mother cared for. Was this not a more comfortable existence than that of a corporate drudge? At least, this was his sentiment 3 years prior. Shaking his head, Lin Yi retrieved 2 candies from his pocket, placing them in his mouth as he began to channel his chakra anew. Today's tasks were no trivial matter. He still had 2 sets of physical training to complete, and he had yet to commence practicing the shadow clone technique. According to teacher Tanla's guidance, the initial seals can be spaced out to facilitate chakra guidance, he murmured, forming the necessary hand seals. Gathering chakra to summon the prepared wooden stake. Then came the moment of truth shadow clone technique. The gathered chakra began to dissipate. Did I succeed? Chakra serves as the essence for performing ninjutsu. Typically, if chakra flows smoothly without turbulence or failure, it signifies that the technique has been successfully executed. Much like a program, if it runs without errors, it indicates the code is sound. 1 second elapsed, and Lin Yi blinked. 2 seconds passed, and he leaped on the spot. Yet, the anticipated white smoke that would obscure his vision failed to materialize, and he remained stationary, not having switched places with the wooden stake. Had he failed? No, something seemed amiss. Lin Yi felt an instinctual awareness. Slowly turning his body, his previously indifferent gaze transformed, narrowing sharply. Behind him loomed a massive, violet figure, nearly twice his height, with arms crossed, silently hovering in the air. Its knife-like visage exuded an air of disdain. This is not right, Lin Yi muttered, his mouth slightly agape. Where did this star platinum come from? Unlike the unknown world of Naruto, he was all too familiar with the implications of star platinum, being a dedicated fan of JoJo. With extraordinary speed and strength, time manipulation, bullet-catching abilities, and nanoscopic precision, it was in essence an invincible stand. Suppressing the rapid thumping of his heart, Lin Yi bolted from the ninja tool shop. His father, Uchiha Lin Yi, merely sensed a fleeting movement in front of him as he read the newspaper. This kid, since 3 years prior, his son had suddenly become obsessed, spending all his time either training or sequestered in his mother's former study. A stark contrast from the boy who had once declared his intent to inherit the family tool shop. Few at last, he halted in a secluded clearing within the forest, a location he had chosen for training, as there was no space at home to practice. And public training grounds were hardly safe in such a harsh world. Before him lay a gray stone, marked with the scars of shuriken and kunai, serving as his testing ground for concealed weaponry. Recalling his earlier memories, he accelerated slightly, formed the hand seals, and concentrated stand-in. Once again, there was no appearance of the expected white smoke or wooden stake. He turned to find a familiar figure floating behind him, confirming it was no mere illusion. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi pointed at the stone. Naruto. The stone remained unchanged, though a nearby crow took flight, startled by his shout. Raising an eyebrow, he turned to see Star Platinum silently fixated on the stone. TSK, I forgot your range was C. He stepped closer, maintaining a meter's distance from the stone. Once more, he pointed in an instant. Star Platinum lunged forward, its massive fist crashing down upon the stone. Ora. With a thunderous boom, the stone shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Naturally, Lin Yi fell along with the debris. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath before laboriously sitting up, quickly retrieving several candies from his pocket to consume. That single punch had not only consumed the chakra he had meticulously gathered for the stand technique, but had also depleted 60% of the chakra he had previously stored. Powerful indeed, but this level of consumption is beyond my current limits. Glancing back, he noted that Star Platinum had vanished without a trace. Yet, I wonder if my Star Platinum possesses any world-altering abilities and whether others can perceive it. Lin Yi rose once more. Of course, he dared not attempt again after all. Should his chakra be fully expended, he would likely meet his demise. In the past, he would have mourned the waste of chakra, but now, exhilaration filled his heart. In comparison to an illustrious family name, Star Platinum provided him with the confidence to navigate this perilous world. The course of my training shall require some adjustments. Seated amidst the rubble, Lin Yi propped his head on his hand, pondering his strategy. Originally, his plan had been to prioritize ninjutsu training, with physical techniques and concealed weaponry as secondary focuses, while chakra cultivation and control would serve as support. After all, in the 3 years preceding his enrollment in the Ninja Academy, he had devoted himself to mastering chakra control and extraction. Chakra is a composite of physical stamina and mental energy. Should one extract it entirely, depletion would lead to dire consequences. For a child, even excessive extraction could hinder physical and mental development, which had deterred him from pursuing ninjutsu in the past. Even the simplest iranked jutsu consumed chakra at a rate that would have once caused him distress, rendering it impossible to practice frivolously. Yet now, having entered the Ninja Academy, the Uchiha clan's inherently robust physique and exceptional mental fortitude began to manifest, coupled with his innate strength as a transmigrator, leading him to shift his focus towards ninjutsu training. Yet, as he gazed upon the scattered debris at his feet, he mused, this technique proves far more effective than ninjutsu. Chapter 2. Euler and Muda in a small grove. Lin Yi sat cross-legged upon a stone, absent-mindedly twirling a shuriken in his hand. After 2 days of relentless practice, he had come to grasp the fundamentals of his stand technique. Firstly, he discovered that there was no need to form all the hand seals to summon his stand. A mere symbolic gesture, coupled with a thought of Platinum Star, was sufficient for activation. Secondly, all actions of Platinum Star were predicated upon chakra. The expenditure was substantial. 1 punch consumed over half of his chakra reserves. After 2 punches, he was uncertain about the enemy's fate, but he would certainly be left drained. Conversely, the chakra required for simple summoning was negligible, akin to climbing trees or wading through water. As for defense, Lin Yi conducted a test using wooden shurikens. Discovering a noteworthy distinction from JoJo's universe, damage inflicted upon his stand did not transfer to him. However, when the stand absorbed damage, it consumed chakra in proportion to the intensity of the assault. In essence, it was akin to using chakra to mitigate harm. Thus, whether in offense, defense, or even merely summoning his stand to observe like a large figurine, chakra would invariably be expended. Presently, the duration of his stand's presence was primarily dictated by its cooldown period. A sustained Platinum Star indicated an almost negligible cooldown. As long as he could supply chakra, his stand could remain active indefinitely. Yet, he faced a dilemma. His chakra reserves were insufficient. It was as if he were a jungler with depleted mana. Even with infinite skills at his disposal, he would ultimately be constrained by his dwindling resources. This realization prompted Lin Yi to refocus his training from ninjutsu to chakra cultivation. Chakra was the synthesis of mental and physical prowess. The Uchiha clan boasted robust physical capabilities and exceptional mental acuity. As a transmigrator, Lin Yi's chakra reserves would naturally increase with age. However, time was of the essence. He was unwilling to entrust his foundation to mere temporal passage. He needed to seize every moment. He decided to amplify his training regimen by 1.5 times and bolster his physical conditioning. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the shuriken, striking the target affixed to a nearby tree. As for honing his mental prowess, he was uncertain how to cultivate it. The clan's teachings suggested that increased experience would naturally enhance one's mental faculties. Thus, he could only rely on his physical growth, perhaps indulging in barbecued meat until he could eat no more. Regarding finances, the daily income from the ninja tool shop, coupled with the modest fortune earned from the Second Ninja War, provided ample resources for his needs in the coming years. After sufficiently recovering from his previous exertions, Lin Yi resumed his chakra refinement. He had now clarified the basic applications of Platinum Star and identified his future direction. Next, he intended to test 3 critical aspects. The cafeteria's spicy sauce materialized as a robust purple figure. With arms crossed and a face carved like stone, it radiated an air of superiority. In the next moment, Platinum Star began to move its hands with such speed that it seemed to produce afterimages. In less than an instant, the process concluded. Indeed, Platinum Star was not engaged in anything else. It was forming seals for the shadow clone technique. Chakra began to dissipate. Bang! Lin Yi turned to observe the outcome of his ninjutsu. It was a success, albeit not entirely so. The shadow clone technique had activated, yet the figure that emerged was not a second Platinum Star, but rather a clone of Lin Yi himself. However, this clone appeared more solid and robust compared to the ones he typically conjured. Dismissing the muscular clone, Lin Yi retracted Platinum Star. While refining his chakra anew, he pondered the results. Although he had not achieved the optimal outcome of having Platinum Star perform ninjutsu, he was nonetheless satisfied. Since his father, Uchiha Lin Yi, could not see Platinum Star, it was likely that most others would be oblivious to it as well. This implied that his ninjutsu would possess no delay. One moment he could be exchanging blows with an opponent, and the next, he could unleash a fireball without any forewarning. Not to mention, the speed and accuracy of Platinum Star surpassed his own. Once his chakra had coalesced once more, Lin Yi summoned Platinum Star again. This time, he refrained from rushing into action and instead placed 2 soldier pills in his mouth. These pills could swiftly replenish chakra and stamina, although they should not be consumed excessively. They were typically reserved for combat situations where rest was unattainable. Next, he needed to ascertain whether Platinum Star could achieve the most crucial aspect, time stop. Lin Yi swallowed both soldier pills, mindful of his chakra levels, as a precaution. After all, one punch could deplete a significant portion of his reserves. Taking a deep breath, he produced a shuriken and hurled it forward. Standing upright, he pointed towards the shuriken soaring through the air. Naruto. The shuriken continued its flight, ultimately embedding itself beside the shuriken he had previously thrown. The chakra expended matched the normal consumption required to summon Platinum Star. Returning Platinum Star to his side, Lin Yi resumed his meditative position. To claim he felt no disappointment would be disingenuous. The ability to stop time was exceedingly formidable, especially in a world where physical prowess was greatly exaggerated. Even a mere second of time stop could grant a powerful ninja the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks. In the original narrative, Jotaro Kujo awakened his time-stopping ability only after confronting Dio. Here, he had no Dio to prompt such an awakening and remained uncertain of his own potential. Nevertheless, Lin Yi refused to succumb to despair. Jotaro had similarly lacked the time stop at first, yet that did not hinder his invincibility. Platinum Star was already incredibly powerful in its own right. Furthermore, given that he struggled to sustain even 2 punches, the necessity for time stop was moot. The final aspect he deemed essential to explore, one he believed might even surpass the question of whether Platinum Star could stop time, was whether he could summon other stands. If he could indeed summon different stands, then his prior concerns would be rendered trivial. If Platinum Star could not awaken, he could simply summon a stand from another world, one that inherently possessed time-stopping abilities, or even those that toyed with time, such as Killer Queen or Red Hot Chili Pepper. Without further ado, he began the process. Seals formed, chakra coalesced, and he summoned. Unlike before, this time Lin Yi envisioned not Platinum Star, but a figure gleaming with golden radiance. Chakra began to flow away as Lin Yi turned to behold the result with eager anticipation. Indeed, it was not Platinum Star. It appeared that the issue lay not with the summoning technique itself, but but rather with his bond to Platinum Star. However, Muda. It was undoubtedly golden and indeed invoked the name Muda. Lin Yi gazed at the tall, elegant figure before him, his lips twitching slightly. Yet it was not Dio's stand, the world, but rather his son's gold experience. Dismissing the summoning of gold experience, Lin Yi once more formed seals. Aura. He cancelled and reformed the seals. Muda. Until Lin Yi had expended a substantial portion of the chakra he had just gathered, he finally conceded defeat. The good news was that there was indeed more than one option. The bad news was that he could only alternate between gold experience and Platinum Star. If one envisions the Platinum Star, then the Platinum Star shall manifest. Likewise, if one imagines the golden experience, it too will come to fruition. Should one contemplate other stand abilities, a random selection shall emerge from the two aforementioned. Chapter 3. The Art of Swordsmanship. There remained only one final lap. Lin Yi's face was contorted in a grimace, drenched in sweat, his small shirt thoroughly soaked. His chest heaved with every breath, gasping heavily, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of his footsteps. His lungs strained to extract oxygen for his heart. To Lin Yi, running represented the optimal solution derived from a synthesis of all physical activities. It not only exercised his entire body and enhanced his lung capacity, but, more importantly, forged his willpower. Additionally, with the correct running posture, it would not overly strain his knees, especially since he had ointment at home. After completing his final 2-kilometer set, Lin Yi finally collapsed onto the grass, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Having resolved to shift his focus, he needed to increase the emphasis on physical training. He had grown disinterested in the classes at the ninja school, his thoughts consumed by weightlifting. He had also tested the golden experience. Like the Platinum Star, it was merely the most basic version. The Requiem could only be a dream. The ability to transform inanimate objects into animals, with his chakra, limited him to the size of cats or dogs. Even Giorno's subsequent ability to convert inanimate objects into usable body parts was uncertain. He could transform a stone into an eyeball, but he lacked the courage to replace his own for testing. This was a matter best left for future experimentation with volunteers. In recent days, he had persistently attempted the stand technique over 10 times, yet the results remained unchanged. He had not acquired any new stands. However, Lin Yi felt certain that he could summon more than 2. He simply had yet to discover a means to increase their numbers. Nevertheless, he was content for now, having one for offense and another for support. As long as his battery capacity kept pace, his self-preservation would not be a significant concern. He would not be a mere pawn on the battlefield, left to fate. Holding a piece of candy in his mouth, 10 minutes later, Lin Yi sprang to his feet, drawing a pair of shuriken as he approached the wooden post adorned with targets. Whoosh, 2 shuriken, one deep and one shallow, embedded into the bullseye. Beside him, the Platinum Star mirrored Lin Yi's movements. Indeed, the deeper shuriken had been thrown by the Platinum Star. This was the direction Lin Yi contemplated for developing techniques after having the stand release ninjutsu. If ninjutsu could not be unleashed, could physical techniques and weaponry be viable alternatives? Absolutely. The precision and power of the golden experience were rated only C, rendering it insufficient for significant output. However, the Platinum Star, a numerical marvel with a ratings in strength, speed, and precision, was evidently born for physical techniques and weaponry. Moreover, Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised to discover that if the Platinum Star's fists did not directly strike the target, but instead employed a medium to throw or slash, the chakra consumed would far exceed that required for maintaining the summon, yet it remained well within his limits. At the very least, it could sustain a battle rather than leaving him incapacitated by a single punch. Though the Uchiha's throwing techniques were indeed exceptional, their swordsmanship was quite ordinary. Thus, he needed to seek a more formidable sword style to fully unleash the Platinum Star's potential. Lin Yi retracted the shuriken and kunai. One should not presume that opening a ninja tool shop would allow for indiscriminate creation. Riding a bicycle to the bar, one must save where possible and spend where necessary. The physical training was no trivial endeavor. The pressing matter remained to secure an excellent sword technique for the Platinum Star. Tidying up his ninja tools, Lin Yi trudged toward the village. For him, the certainties in his life were his family and his village. The renown of the second Hokage, the Thunder Goddess sword, was clearly recorded in the Uchiha clan history. The swordsmanship was undoubtedly formidable as well. Yet, as a newcomer to the academy, what right did he have to claim the second Hokage's techniques? It was evidently beyond his reach, at least for now. As a top clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha undoubtedly possessed superior sword techniques, but he simply had no access to them. Although the Uchiha's throwing techniques were unparalleled within the ninja realm, acquiring them within the clan was not particularly difficult. They could be found in his mother's study. However, the awkward truth was that the difficulty of obtaining sword techniques from his family was no less than that from the village. In terms of status, he was merely a distant relative. In terms of strength, he was not even a genin. Lacking power and background, his family would not squander resources on him for ninjutsu or sword techniques. Furthermore, the Uchiha placed significant emphasis on the Sharingan, and Lin Yi himself doubted he would ever awaken it. After all, his ancestors over 3 generations were either commoners within the clan or merely dabbling in shuriken crafting. The strongest among them was undoubtedly his mother. Yet, given her own capabilities, if she could awaken the Sharingan, she would not merely be a chunin. If he did not expose his stand, he would be seen as a dispensable member of the clan. The family should be more reliable than the village. If all else failed, he would have to confront them directly. If he sought investment, he must first prove his worth. It was not Lin Yi's impatience. Rather, it was the harsh reality of a world that thrust children onto the battlefield immediately after graduation that compelled him to act swiftly. At over 6 years old, Lin Yi was of an age that, in his past life, had yet to enter elementary school. Yet in the ninja world, many from his clan, merely a year or two his senior, had already applied for early graduation to head to war. Even if he stubbornly clung to his status as a lingering student, he could only delay for 6 more years. However, he was no prodigy. He could not create ninjutsu or sword techniques in isolation, nor could he conjure extraordinary abilities. Conversely, each day he delayed was akin to wasting his precious time. Lord White Fang has returned. Lord White Fang, here are our family's eggs. As he stepped onto the street, Lin Yi noticed many villagers hastily rushing toward the entrance. His stride toward the clan's territory faltered momentarily, and he quickly leaped onto a nearby railing. Squinting his eyes, he barely made out a tuft of white hair amid the throng of people. The White Fang of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake. Lin Yi realized he might have stumbled upon a better option. Why must he be torn between the Uchiha clan and the village? What constituted the strongest swordsmanship in the ninja world? The samurai techniques of the Land of Iron? The Leaf Village's own sword styles? In the past, there may have been no definitive answer, until a man appeared, wielding a short blade, instilling fear throughout the entire ninja realm. Of course, one must not equate a person with their swordsmanship. Kakashi Hatake was powerful, but that did not necessarily imply that the Hatake sword techniques were the greatest in the ninja world. However, the existence of such a formidable figure surely implied that the Hatake sword techniques were not lacking. The crucial point was that Lin Yi had a connection with this Konoha White Fang. Of course, he was not an illegitimate child. The Uchiha insignia had not been tarnished. Rather, 3 years prior, Lin Yi's mother, Uchiha Naomi, had saved Kakashi Hatake's life. It was merely that Lin Yi had become fixated, momentarily forgetting this connection. Had he not seen Kakashi now, he would have likely already been seeking an audience with the clan leader. Chapter 4. White Fang, can you resist the temptation? To say that she saved Hatake Tsukumo would be somewhat inaccurate. Rather, it was her mother, Uchiha Naomi, who executed the mission alongside him and made the correct choice. Logically speaking, the likelihood of Naomi encountering danger was quite low. After all, her role was merely to care for the clan's ninja cats, devoid of any duties in the guard team or high-stakes missions, spending her days collecting data on the cats and occasionally petting them. However, reality seldom adheres to reason. 3 years ago, shortly after the onset of the Second Shinobi World War, 2 elite puppet masters from Sunagakure led a formidable squad to raid the vulnerable rear of Konoha, taking advantage of the absence of most of its elite forces. With the village's defenses thin and only a handful of J-nin present, Naomi, a ch-nin of the Uchiha clan, was urgently summoned. Ultimately, it was Tsukumo who intervened, assuming the roles of both commander and main force, managing to turn the tide in Konoha's precarious situation. He succeeded in slaying the 2 elite puppet masters along with 4 elite J-nin from Sunagakure, earning the moniker White Fang of Konoha. Tragically, Naomi fell victim to one of the puppet master's poison needles. The needle was intended for Tsukumo, who was preoccupied with multiple formidable foes and unable to evade the attack in time. Naomi, positioned closest to the needle, was the only one who could act swiftly enough. She leaped forward and intercepted it. It was a simple choice: take the hit herself and allow Tsukumo a chance at survival. or do nothing and condemn them all to death at the hands of Sunagakure. Any ninja present could have made the right choice. The only difference was who bore the misfortune of being the one to choose. On that fateful day, Uchiha Lin, Naomi's husband, rushed to Konoha Hospital, carrying all their possessions and the dying Naomi, only to be met with the grim pronouncement, "We're sorry, Lady Tsunade is unavailable, and we are powerless to assist." It was then that Lin Yi first grasped the stark reality and cruelty of the world. A chaotic world produces heroes while extinguishing the timid. There was no escaping or shirking responsibility. Later, Tsukumo attended the funeral as one of the few outsiders and expressed that should assistance be required in the future, he could be sought at the Hitaki household. Yet, as one of Konoha's foremost warriors, his time was consumed by the ceaseless demands of battle. And both he and Uchiha understood that such words were more a formality than a promise. Furthermore, Tsukumo had indeed avenged the tragedy by annihilating the invading forces of Sunagakure. As time passed, Lin Yi naturally forgot this connection, recognizing that directly seeking aid was unfeasible. On the basis of this prior bond, there might be a chance to request the Hitaki clan's assistance, but to demand their swordsmanship outright was another matter. Why should they comply? Merely because he was a student? As if he were a mere novice. The Hitaki's swordsmanship was the cornerstone of their identity. Could they simply bestow it upon Uchiha? It was akin to asking for the secret techniques of the Sharingan, which, of course, required certain prerequisites. Swordsmanship, however, was fundamentally accessible to anyone with hands. Thus, it was even less likely to be shared. Yet, it was equally impossible for Lin Yi to resign himself to defeat. Previously, he had no choice but to trade his service for resources. Now, with a glimmer of hope, he could obtain the best. It would be foolish not to strive for it. Most importantly, if successful, he would secure an immense backing within Konoha, becoming a disciple of White Fang. If it was not to be shared with outsiders, then becoming an insider was the solution. This was not mere daydreaming on Lin Yi's part. A master takes on disciples based on opportunity, talent, perseverance, lineage, and personal desire for mentorship. He possessed the opportunity. Not only had he saved a life, but he also held a valuable favor. In terms of lineage, although he was an Uchiha, his father was merely a commoner, and his mother had passed, leaving him a minor figure within the clan, which posed some obstacles, but not insurmountable ones. His talent and perseverance were unquestionable. Lin Yi believed he met the criteria. The only gamble lay in whether Tsukumo was inclined to accept a disciple. If he bore no such intention, then no amount of brilliance would suffice. After all, potential alone did not equate to success, for Tsukumo had already reached the pinnacle of the shinobi world. To bluntly request mentorship would yield results akin to demanding sword techniques. The optimal strategy was, in fact, to reverse the situation and allow Tsukumo to recognize him as a worthy disciple. Konoha, Hitaki clan grounds. Raise your hands higher, increase your speed. Speed must be accompanied by strength. It's not merely about hastily swinging your arms. Power must originate from your core. Tsukumo held a teacup in one hand and a willow stick in the other, gently tapping it against the shoulder of a white-haired boy wearing a mask. "Kakashi, I did mention you could wait 2 more years to commence training, but since you have chosen to begin now, you must not falter halfway." Kakashi remained silent, gritting his teeth as he lifted his arm. He was determined to become a superior shinobi, even greater than his father. Tsukumo, seated on a stone, set down his teacup and raised an eyebrow. He gestured, and an immediate shadow clone appeared, lazily accepting the willow stick and teacup from the original, nodding before settling down. Tsukumo then vanished from the courtyard in a flash. Ha, ha, ha. I've completed my run. Next, 1,000 frog leaps. 1, 2. Is he calling? Uchiha. Lin Yi. Tsukumo squinted from his perch on a high branch, observing the child on the grass, drenched in sweat as he continued to train. Only when Lin Yi's figure slowly faded from view did Tsukumo retract his gaze. In the distance, Lin Yi collapsed in the woods after finishing a set of training exercises. This was his first step in the plan, to capture Tsukumo's attention. He certainly could not train directly at Tsukumo's doorstep. The man was no fool. Lin Yi had deliberately chosen a location as a starting point, running 10 kilometers around the outskirts of Konoha, with the trees perfectly aligned against the back door of the Hitaki clan. Consequently, it seamlessly transitioned into the second phase of his training, neither appearing suspicious nor failing to attract Tsukumo's notice. Fortunately, the Hitaki clan was sparsely populated, and any disturbance would not escape Tsukumo's keen senses. especially given his stature as White Fang. Otherwise, Lin Yi's efforts would be futile. From there, the next step was simple: repetition. Of course, Lin Yi set a deadline for himself: 1 month, after which he would initiate the second phase of his plan. If successful, then it would be achieved. If not, he would face the clan directly. As for why 1 month, it coincided with the anniversary of his mother, Uchiha Naomi's, passing. Similarly, Tsukumo's wife had perished during that ambush. Konoha honored the fallen shinobi by interring them in the Konoha cemetery. Thus, a month later, Lin Yi would arrive early to pay his respects. Even if he merely lingered there, it would naturally lead to an encounter with Tsukumo. This tactic, an act of self-sacrifice combined with patient waiting, would yield a gifted disciple. White Fang, could you truly resist such a lure? Chapter 5. I have always believed that swordsmanship is truly captivating. This young man possesses a rather intriguing sword. Hidden from Lin Yi's sight, an elderly man with white hair crouched on a tree branch, stroking his chin while observing Lin Yi, who was diligently striking at a large tree not far away. To avoid arousing Susumu's suspicion, Lin Yi would occasionally come to this spot to practice his frog jumps. At times, he would arrive just after finishing a session of frog jumps, seamlessly transitioning into his training with concealed weapons. There were even days when he did not come near at all. In essence, his actions were entirely spontaneous. With a sharp sound, the sword's edge sliced through the air, piercing directly into the center of the target hanging from the tree. The motions of sheathing and unsheathing the sword, followed by the thrust, were repeated with unwavering simplicity. Lin Yi had not mastered any particular sword technique. His movements were merely the most fundamental thrusts, yet even Susumu could recognize the significance of Lin Yi's precision. He could ascertain that Lin Yi was not a seasoned swordsman. The calluses on his hands and his posture indicated a distinct difference from those who had long practiced with blades. It was indeed rare for a novice to exhibit such remarkable accuracy. Typically, most individuals would struggle for several seconds just to insert a sword steadily into its sheath, let alone perform the action fluidly and strike the center. Even the slightest deviation could lead to a misalignment of the blade's tip. Furthermore, wielding a sword differs from throwing shuriken. Accuracy in one does not guarantee proficiency in the other. Susumu was unaware that Lin Yi's Platinum Star possessed nanoscopic precision. Once the Platinum Star had made a thrust, Lin Yi merely needed to remember its angle and replicate the motion, swiftly adjusting for any minor discrepancies. Lacking knowledge of the Platinum Star, Susumu could only conclude that this young man had a touch of innate talent. After 1,000 thrusts, he transitioned to 1,000 slashes. Lin Yi recalled the trajectory of the Platinum Star's cuts, aiming for the red dot as he swung down. Ever since acquiring the Platinum Star, he had realized that his rate of improvement was nothing short of remarkable. It was not solely the accuracy provided by the Platinum Star that assisted him. More importantly, with each increase in chakra capacity, the summoning duration of the Platinum Star extended, allowing for prolonged utilization. This palpable positive reinforcement was immensely motivating, even if ultimately White Fang did not take him on as a disciple. Lin Yi would not reduce or alter his training regimen. Rather, he would intensify it. As long as he did not overexert himself to the point of injury, he would train relentlessly. In the early morning, the streets of Konohagakure were still relatively quiet. Lin Yi carried a bouquet of white lilies as he slowly made his way to the Konoha cemetery. Uchiha had not accompanied him for the memorial. He was likely planning to come separately. As his father would say, he cherished the rare opportunity to spend time alone with Nami and preferred not to be disturbed by a child. This also spared Lin Yi the trouble of figuring out how to separate from Uchiha for the memorial. Arriving at Nami's grave, Lin Yi gently placed the bouquet down. In his previous life, he had grown up in an orphanage, devoid of parents, but in this life, he truly felt the warmth of family. Initially, he thought there was nothing wrong with living a simple life, relying on a taller individual to weather the storms. He envisioned a life of selling ninja tools, caring for cats, and leaning against the sturdy Uchiha family tree, content to exist without ambition. As he brushed away the dust from the gravestone, he gazed at the towering stones that loomed over him, suffocating in their presence. In this world, a mundane existence for the weak was a luxury, entrusting their lives to fate and the strong. Especially in these times of war, with the legendary Sannin, White Fang, and demigods of the ninja world. One day, when heroes arise, it would only bring about suffering for the masses. The renowned masters of the ninja realm were all backed by countless corpses. Lin Yi had no desire to become a hero, Yet he was even less inclined to become the lifeless remains that forged heroes, particularly after acquiring his extraordinary abilities. Your mother was an exceptional ninja. While Lin Yi remained in silence, a handful of flowers was gently placed beside Nami's gravestone, shortly after his white lilies. White Fang. Turning around, Lin Yi spotted a silvery figure approaching. A sense of relief washed over him. Finally, the bait had been taken. White Fang had also come. Lin Yi raised his gaze to meet the eyes of Susumu, who was similarly holding flowers, and softly spoke. However, the elder was carrying far more than Lin Yi. Even the white-haired boy, Kakashi, was cradling a substantial bouquet. Indeed, bringing Kakashi along to pay respects to his mother and his comrades was a heartwarming gesture. A smile graced Susumu's gentle face. From this visage, Lin Yi could only perceive a kind uncle, entirely at odds with the fearsome reputation of the Konoha White Fang. Lin Yi, there is no need for such formality between us. Nodding, Lin Yi felt a glimmer of hope. Susumu. Senpai. He knew it was not yet time to reveal his intentions. He needed to nurture this connection. I apologize. At that time, my blade was not swift enough. A pair of calloused hands gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder. This sentiment was not new. It had been shared before. You need not blame yourself. It was not your fault. Rather, I should express my gratitude for your assistance in avenging my mother. This statement was genuine. Truth be told, had White Fang not been present, could Nami have refrained from rushing to help? The answer was no. The cruel reality remained unchanged. Without White Fang, those puppet masters would have unleashed their poison unchecked. Lin Yi might not only have lost his chance for vengeance, but could have faced death anew. If Lin Yi were merely a 6-year-old child, he might have harbored resentment towards Susumu. Yet he was not, and he understood that it was futile to blame him. There was no reason to do so. If he were to assign blame, it could only be directed at this unending cycle of war. Susumu raised an eyebrow, taken aback. He could discern the seriousness in Lin Yi's demeanor. He had expected Lin Yi to harbor resentment toward himself, Sunagakure, or even Konoha. He slowly crouched down to Lin Yi's level, speaking with a tone of wistfulness. The war will soon come to an end. We shall emerge victorious. After all, if the front lines were still tense, he would not be here. No, senpai. Lin Yi lifted his gaze, meeting Susumu's eyes directly. Pointing to the gravestones that stood at a height comparable to his own, he asserted, in war, there are no victors, only the vanquished. Lin Yi understood that, outwardly. He showed no signs of wanting to become a disciple, yet he was subtly raising his own worth. A talented, determined youth with vision stood before Susumu. Susumu was momentarily speechless, scrutinizing the youthful face of Lin Yi, whose expression was tender yet resolute. Suddenly, he smiled and reached out, ruffling Lin Yi's hair. You are quite young, yet you seem to grasp profound truths better than many adults. Are you currently enrolled in school? I just started. Lin Yi struggled to free himself from Susumu's playful grasp, replying softly. Susumu bore no offense, feigning ignorance of Lin Yi's practice, and gently pulled Lin Yi's shoulder closer. Quietly inquiring, I see. While ninjas are not confined to weapons, the power of tools is certainly superior to bare hands. Do you have a preferred weapon, Lin Yi? Lin Yi blinked and looked at Susumu's smiling face. Upon hearing this question, he realized he had secured his position. He was no fool. He could perceive the underlying implications in Susumu's words. In truth, I have always believed that swordsmanship is truly captivating. Chapter 6. The Substitute's Swordsmanship, Unstoppable. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the residence of the Hitaki clan, Hitaki Tsukumo tossed a short blade to Lin. Give it a try, see how it feels. He instructed. Lin caught the blade and swung it expertly. Thank you, sensei. It feels quite comfortable. After a moment's hesitation, Lin added, however, I might need a larger one. Tsukumo raised an eyebrow in curiosity. How much larger? Lin pointed to the white-toothed short blade hanging behind Tsukumo. Just a bit bigger than that one. Nodding, Tsukumo returned indoors and emerged with a larger short blade, nearly resembling a standard sword in length. Is this size suitable? Indeed. It should suffice. Thank you, sensei, Lin affirmed with a nod. After a brief pause, he ventured, aren't you curious as to why I need it? I suspected you would be unable to contain your impatience, Tsukumo replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile. So what is the reason? What a mischievous teacher you are, Lin pondered briefly. He felt a twinge of hesitation regarding the revelation of his substitute, as it was indeed his trump card. However, having become a disciple of White Tooth, it was inevitable that he would be discovered unless he refrained from using it altogether. It would be better to be forthright. allowing his teacher to tailor an optimal training regimen. Furthermore, White Tooth was distinct from the Uchiha and the village. He was now Lin's mentor in a manner that transcended the traditional teacher-student dynamic of the ninja academy. He was akin to a second father, one who could pass on the Hitaki's swordsmanship legacy. Suddenly, the robust figure of the Platinum Star materialized, causing the larger blade in Lin's grasp to levitate mysteriously. "Sensei, can you sense it?" Tsukumo squinted and focused intently on the direction of the Platinum Star. "I cannot see it, but I can sense its presence. This must stem from your mental prowess, a unique bloodline limit," he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "The Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan, a bloodline that leans toward mental power. You've manifested one." He paused, seemingly recalling something. "You call it the Platinum Star, correct?" Lin nodded affirmatively. "That is quite normal, albeit with a low probability." Tsukumo replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. He then produced a scroll and handed it to Lin. "This is the essence of the Hitaki swordsmanship. You should study it in the hall while I prepare to teach you the techniques." "Understood, sensei." Once he confirmed Lin had departed, Tsukumo leaped with elation. "What a treasure I've discovered. Truly a treasure." Tsukumo's excitement was palpable. Previously, he had valued Lin's perseverance and character. But now he recognized that Lin's innate talent was destined to inherit his legacy. If Lin's Platinum Star could also unleash jutsu, it would be an extraordinary bloodline. However, Lin had mentioned it could not release jutsu, yet its speed, precision, and strength were formidable. What did this signify? A natural-born sword saint. In essence, all swordsmanship techniques boil down to speed, power, and precision. Imagine if two embodiments of White Tooth merged not merely in collaboration, but in a profound connection, executing simultaneously without interference. A terrifying prospect indeed. Lin would undoubtedly surpass me. 6 months later, at the Hitaki clan training ground, Lin gritted his teeth as he swung the short blade. Strangely, alongside his strikes, a significantly larger blade moved in synchrony. "Now, your Platinum Star is accommodating your speed, faster." The core tenets of the Hitaki swordsmanship are speed and precision. Tsukumo wielded a flexible willow branch, lightly tapping Lin's arm. "You're applying your strength incorrectly. Your movements lack cohesion. Start over." Speeding up does not equate to mindlessly applying more force. It is about achieving a more fluid delivery of power, originating from your waist. Striking with brute force will expose vulnerabilities and exhaust your body. Again, as Lin inhaled deeply, tasting the metallic tang in his throat, he resumed swinging the short blade. However, the surrounding blades had already returned to their sheaths. "All right, take a break." Tsukumo nodded, signaling the end of the training. He then fetched a wooden tub, preparing the Hitaki clan's medicinal bath for Lin to absorb its benefits. The Hitaki clan may lack distinctive physical traits or bloodlines, yet their mastery of superior ninjutsu and sword techniques owes much to their ancestral medicinal baths. After all, it is improbable that the Hitaki clan has nothing of merit. Considering Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, it is established that they possess secret ancestral potions. Lin half-submerged in the tub, inhaling deeply. It is undeniable that having a teacher is vastly superior to being without one, especially a powerful mentor. The efficiency of training, the wealth of experience, and the Hitaki clan's hidden medicines have propelled Lin's rapid growth. In just 6 months, he has advanced far beyond the cumulative progress of the previous 3 years spent in solitary practice. His chakra has also doubled through rigorous training and development. Now, Lin can maintain synchronization with the Platinum Star while wielding his sword for half an hour. Throughout these 6 months, Lin's most significant improvement has been in swordsmanship, specifically the Hitaki sword technique. His growth rate has even exceeded Tsukumo's highest expectations. Your Platinum Star is the most coveted bloodline for all who wield close-range weaponry. Tsukumo has expressed this sentiment numerous times. Initially, he perceived this bloodline as having limitless potential, but he never anticipated its high utility during the learning phase. This is all due to the unparalleled precision of the Platinum Star. Those who study swordsmanship know that in the beginning, even sheathing the sword can take an eternity to master. Others must painstakingly refine their trajectory and gradually enhance their accuracy. Yet, Lin does not require such effort, for the trajectory of the Platinum Star is invariably flawless. If he intends to stab an eye, it penetrates an eye. If he aims for the heart, it strikes true. No wonder during Lin's practice, whether thrusting or slashing, his precision was remarkable. The core principles of the Hataki swordsmanship are speed and precision, and Lin has innately accomplished the latter half of the training. How could his growth rate not surpass Tsukumo's expectations? After absorbing the medicinal essence and sufficiently recovering his strength, Lin emerged from the medicinal bath. He swiftly donned his attire and reattached his dual blades to his back. The larger blade was named Sunblade, while the smaller was dubbed Moonblade, titles given by White Tooth. Initially, Lin had considered naming them First Slash and Second Slash. Sensei, I shall take my leave now. As he stepped outside, a small knife appeared before Lin. He effortlessly sidestepped, then delivered a swift kick, sending Kakashi tumbling across the lawn. Kakashi, your attack was far too obvious, Lin remarked, shaking his head. Yet, in an instant, the fallen Kakashi transformed into a wooden log, thudding to the ground. A substitution technique? Behind him, a flash of white light surged forth. The sharp clash of blades echoed as the sun blades soared into the air, autonomously parrying Kakashi's assault. Then I shall respond in kind with a substitution technique. With that, the golden experience returned the sun blade to its sheath before vanishing from sight. Lin dared not let the Platinum Star engage in sparring with Kakashi. Considering he was the son of his teacher, a single strike gone awry would lead to insurmountable complications. Immediately, Lin Yi swiftly turned around and unleashed a powerful kick towards the gaping goal of Kakashi. Ah! A scream echoed through the air. It seems this time it is indeed serious. Chapter 7. My goodness, Minato Namikaze Lin, your bloodline trait is excessively formidable. Kakashi massaged his posterior, gradually rising from the ground. Thump, that smarts. Lin retracted his fist, shaking it slightly. Address me as senior apprentice. Kakashi was so well-behaved when he initially became an apprentice. Rubbing his backside with one hand and covering his head with the other, Kakashi trailed behind. Will you train with me today? Sorry, Kakashi. Lin and I already arranged it previously. Before Lin could respond, a clear, youthful voice chimed in. Ugh, that blondie again. Kakashi's expression immediately soured. Normally, after senior apprentice concluded his training, he would spar with him for a while. Compared to his occupied father and peers who only knew ninja games, Lin became a mentor and friend to Kakashi. It seemed 3 or 4 months ago, Jiraiya returned to the village to report something and happened to encounter his father. As they conversed, they began discussing disciples. Then, this blonde-haired kid appeared out of nowhere, proclaiming mutual improvement and humility, and commenced battling senior apprentice. Unsurprisingly, Lin was defeated. But this blondie was several years older than Lin, and Kakashi knew Lin hadn't used his superior bloodline trait at the time, so he was even more unconvinced than Lin. However, something even more astonishing occurred. Despite being on senior apprentice's side, the blondie would frequently seek out Lin for sparring matches. Now, as soon as the training with Tsukumo Hataki concluded, they would vanish to continue honing their skills. Bring him along, Minato. But what if he gets hurt? The youth scratched his head, whispering to Lin. It's all right. He's about to enter the academy. Training with us will benefit him. Minato didn't fully understand, but Lin knew Kakashi, despite being only 3 or 4 years old, already surpassed most ninja academy students in strength. Kakashi, how about you? Want to train with us? Well, I don't have anything else to do. Lin smirked. Being aloof is outdated, junior apprentice. Kakashi hastened his pace, following the two as they swiftly traversed the forest. Now that the war is over, Kushina is a genin. She should have returned to the village, right? Huh, I haven't checked. Maybe haha. Minato chuckled while stepping on branches. There aren't any trash cans near the Hataki residence. Next time you finish your tricolor dango, you can dispose of the skewer in the village instead of keeping it in your pocket. I ate it myself. I wasn't planning to give it to anyone. I didn't say you were. On the outskirts of the hidden leaf forest, in an open area. So fast. Kakashi sat cross-legged nearby, intently watching the two figures constantly intertwining. Lin's moon blades and the surrounding sun blades relentlessly assailed Minato. Kakashi doubted he could withstand even 2 seconds of such a torrential assault, yet Minato reacted to each attack, either parrying or evading. Lin, brace yourself, I'm about to counterattack. Is this still just passively defending? From Kakashi's perspective, the blondie lightly tapped aside Lin's moon blade with his kunai, then sidestepped the sun blade's pursuit, and then vanished. Clang, Minato Namikaze, who had disappeared from Kakashi's sight, abruptly appeared behind Lin, but the kunai in his hand didn't strike Lin. Instead, it emitted a metallic clatter before halting eerily in midair. From Lin's perspective, Star Platinum had naturally blocked the attack with its fist. Phew, Minato, you're getting faster. Lin panted, retracting his stand. Even with the enhancement of his stand, close-quarters combat was practically a cheat. Yet Minato could react to all his attacks, and even counter them. You are as constant as the Northern Star. I can't compare to your growth, Lin, but I'd prefer to be surpassed by you later rather than sooner. Minato sheathed his kunai, sitting cross-legged beside Lin. You'll have to work hard then. Lin jested. And he and Minato became friends not only because they both favored speed and close combat, but also because Minato's personality was difficult to find fault with. Let's go, Kakashi. Lin glanced at the sky. The sun had mostly set. He brushed the dust off his clothes, as he had to wake up early the next day. As the last rays of sunlight faded, moonlight gradually cascaded into the forest. Lin, can I join you again tomorrow? Huh. Senior apprentice. Well, we'll see how you do tomorrow. Lin casually replied, resting his hands behind his head. Lin. Opening his partially closed eyes, Lin immediately turned to Minato. He would never use such a tone unless it was urgent. Look at this. Minato extended his hand, palm open, revealing 2 strands of crimson hair. That color is familiar. Kushina, it must be her. Minato clenched his fist. Lin saw tension on his face for the first time. Kakashi, go back first and notify the teacher. I'll leave markers along the way. Lin patted Kakashi's shoulder, then nodded to Minato, and the two vanished. Towards the border, was it done by someone from another village? But Kushina is just a genin, why target her? Logically, the war has ended. The priority is to find Kushina. Minato advanced with all his might. Following the red hair markers on the ground, Lin kept pace, leaving marks with his moon blades. If it was the work of outsiders. While the motive for kidnapping a genin was unknown, caution was paramount. It would be foolish not to use a backer. The sky grew darker, and Minato gradually fell silent. Almost at the border. Finally, Lin could barely see several figures in the distance. Minato, I see them. Where? His previously tense face relaxed slightly. 3 in total. Judging by their attire, they are indeed ninja from another village. I'll take the one on the left. Perhaps due to the Uchiha bloodline. Lin's vision wasn't greatly affected even at night. Combined with star platinum, his eyesight was exceptionally keen. In the darkness, Kushina Uzumaki was bound by ropes, walking forward numbly. Compared to the mental anguish and despair, the pain of having her hair pulled was insignificant. I'm just an outsider after all. Will anyone truly care about me? Perhaps even my team and instructor didn't initially realize I was kidnapped, right? Thump the wind. The ropes behind her seemed lighter. Kushina continued to walk forward numbly. The clouds gradually parted, and moonlight slowly illuminated the girl's weary face. A gentle voice echoed, I've come to save you. Chapter 8, Early Graduation. The CH Nin team from Yun Hidden Village. 2 individuals with white hair, one tall and one small, crouched alongside Lin Yi. Shua Imo casually glanced at the unconscious ninja on the ground and quickly reached a conclusion. Senior brother? It seemed that Kakashi had noticed the absence of the blonde boy beside Lin Yi and adjusted the mask on his face. Watergate is. Lin Yi blinked and turned to look at the blonde boy leaping in the distance while carrying his sister. Children should refrain from prying into societal matters. However, if Kakashi, with his mask and white hair, were to grow up, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a beloved figure in the eyes of many in his past life. Perhaps a beloved wife? Teacher, is it because Yun Hidden Village did not partake in this war that they desired to take advantage of the situation? Lin Yi had never been on the battlefield, but his teacher was the White Fang of Konoha and a member of the Uchiha clan. So he had at least some understanding of the warring nations. Konoha had engaged in battles with Sunagakure and Amagakure, and their current state was far from prosperous. It was not impossible for Yun Hidden Village to seek an opportunity to strike. That is unlikely, Shuoimo shook his head. The individuals in Yun Hidden Village, whose heads are filled with muscle, would have rushed to battle long ago if they wished to engage in war. Their absence from this conflict was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because, after losing both the second Raikage and the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Yun Hidden Village is currently in a state of disarray. It might be due to their desire for Kushina's unique constitution. Constitution? Kakashi and Lin Yi echoed in unison. Yes, akin to Lin Yi's special bloodline and your Uchiha clan Sharingan. Although the Uzumaki clan lacks a distinct bloodline limit, they naturally possess an enormous chakra reserve and formidable vitality, qualities that most others can hardly aspire to. Coupled with the Uzumaki clan's renowned sealing techniques, it is plausible that Yun Hidden Village seeks to capture Kushina. Now that Konoha has just concluded its war, to use her as a Jinchuriki. As Shuoimo secured the 3 individuals together, he explained to Lin Yi, Lord Shuaimo. At this moment, Watergate, having finished carrying his sister, finally joined the conversation, albeit with an air of exhaustion surrounding Kushina, truly deserving of being Jiraiya's disciple. Initially, when Kakashi had rushed to find him, Shuaimo had been quite worried. Although he trusted Lin Yi's capabilities to handle even AJ Nin in a pinch, he was still a newly minted disciple, and any misfortune would leave him at a loss for whom to seek redress. You needn't worry about this matter. I shall report to the third Hokage. Lin Yi, I entrust you to Kakashi. Gently patting Lin Yi's shoulder, Shuaimo vanished in a flash, taking the unconscious Yin ninja with him. Watergate, Kakashi, and I shall take our leave. Glancing at the two still nestled together, Lin Yi wisely refrained from suggesting they return together. Kakashi, are you tired? Not tired. Well, if you were tired, senior brother could carry you back. I distinctly said I was not tired, right? However, being carried by senior brother might not be so bad. Kakashi adjusted his mask, the image of himself sitting atop Lin Yi's shoulder surfacing in his mind. Perhaps that wouldn't be too terrible. Now that you mention it, I suppose I am a tad fatigued. In the next moment, Kakashi suddenly felt a lifting sensation, his body being hoisted into the air. Is this truly senior brother's shoulder? It's rather broad. Glancing down instinctively, he noticed a considerable space between himself and Lin Yi. In a place unseen by Kakashi, a resolute purple visage observed the small figure on the shoulder. Oh dear, early graduation? Having just concluded his medicinal bath and intending to seek out Watergate, Lin Yi paused. But, teacher, I have only just completed 1 year. Although there was no explicit graduation year at the Ninja Academy, the maximum duration was 6 years, meaning that one could remain for as long as 6 years. If one spent 6 years without even mastering a basic E-rank ninjutsu, perhaps it was time to return to farming. Yet Lin Yi's original aspiration was to become the sword god of Shirley Po. After all, with both an offensive and a supportive double, as long as he patiently awaited his development and growth, becoming AJ Nin would merely be the starting point for him. Indeed, Lin Yi, your prowess has advanced to the point where you can effortlessly defeat CH Nin from major ninja villages. Remaining at the academy would only serve to squander your time. Shuaimo wiped his short blade while calmly speaking. Had this been during the war, I would not have consented to your early graduation. Just yesterday, Shuaimo had accompanied the 3 Yun ninjas to the interrogation department with the 3rd Hokage and learned that Yun Hidden Village was struggling to find a suitable host for the 8 Tails. Thus, they dispatched a team to the ninja world in search of candidates, of which they were merely one contingent. While Shuaimo had breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was not a signal for attack, he could not ignore the reality that the current peace within the ninja world was not the same as the peace once enforced by Senju Hashirama. As the head of the Umbu, Shuaimo could easily envision that once several ninja villages emerged from the shadows of war, the next conflict would be even more brutal. Now that the war had ended, various ninja villages were recuperating, providing Lin Yi with a prime opportunity for rapid growth. Lin Yi pondered as he caressed the blade in his hand, closing his eyes for a moment. Upon reopening them, he solemnly regarded Shuaimo teacher. But if I graduate now, there aren't many J-Nin available to lead teams, are there? Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. Shuaimo chided with a smile. Lin Yi scratched his head, grinning as he replied, Heh, if after graduation I end up doing menial tasks like weeding or catching cats, I might as well stay at the Ninja Academy. Your teacher is correct. It takes self-awareness to hide one's strength during wartime. After all, on the battlefield, even a J-Nin is merely a larger piece of cannon fodder. With a barrage of ninjutsu coming at one, even the strongest could perish. However, with the war effectively concluded, as long as he refrained from recklessly provoking trouble in enemy territory, his survival was guaranteed. After graduation, he could directly join the Umbu. And I shall arrange it for you. What a comforting assurance. Then let us proceed at once. What? Shuaimo's hand, which was polishing the blade, momentarily stilled. The graduation assessment. Teacher, let us undertake it now. Once completed, I can seek out Watergate for training. Lin Yi reattached the blade to his back. On the training grounds of Konoha, 2 figures, one large and one small, stood in opposition. A member of the Uchiha clan, is it? Humph. Thinking to graduate after just 1 year, I shall personally see to it. With the sound of a blade being unsheathed echoing alongside his footsteps. How swift. Yamashiro Zobu furrowed his brow, fixating intently on the approaching Lin Yi. Do not underestimate me. His hands swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball the size of a human head erupted from Yamashiro Zobu's mouth, hurtling towards Lin Yi's trajectory. Boom! The fireball struck the ground of the training field, leaving a scorched mark, with smoke gradually enveloping the remnants of the flames. TCH, what is this? You told me to hold back. I am a nin who survived the war. Yet those around did not call for a halt, and Yamashiro Zobu dared not lower his guard completely. As the smoke dissipated, the anticipated sight of the small figure collapsed on the ground did not materialize. Substitution. Drawing upon his wealth of experience, Yamashiro Zobu quickly executed the substitution technique. In the next moment, a flash of white light streaked by. The wooden post split in two, falling to the ground. To be able to perform such a swift substitution technique after just 1 year? Impressive. In the stands surrounding the training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes, exhaling a plume of smoke. Indeed, Lin Yi is remarkably talented. Third Hokage, I shall take my leave. Is there an urgent matter, Shuoimo? Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat perplexed. His apprentice had only just begun to fight, yet he was already preparing to depart. He needed to provide Lin Yi with a dark faction uniform, as there had not been one in such a small size before. Oh, Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. The assessment had not yet concluded. No, Hataki Sakumo merely smiled gently, casting a glance at Lin Yi on the stage. The blade behind him had already begun to unsheath slightly. It has already concluded, Hokage-sama. Chapter 9. Into the shadows with a swift motion, the searing airflow was cleaved apart by the crescent moon blade. In the next instant, a silver ribbon surged towards the newly emerged left division of the mountain city, who appeared momentarily stunned, maintaining his hand seals. You've fallen for it, little brat. Earth release, underworld fish technique. From behind Lin Yi, the figure of the left division suddenly emerged from the earth. This was the confidence that allowed the left division to survive in the tumult of war. As the substitution technique concluded, he swiftly created a shadow clone with half of his chakra, unleashing a fireball technique to divert Lin Yi's attention. Meanwhile, the original, with but a trace of chakra remaining, burrowed underground to launch a surprise attack from behind. Just enough chakra for one more release. The left division rapidly formed hand seals, and the fireball took shape, launching forth. Rest assured, even though you have lost, I shall inform Lord Hokage that you have passed your graduation assessment. Thank you for your kind words. On the platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted, casting his gaze towards Lin Yi's back. Is this the reason White Fang esteemed him? With a sharp sound, the blade grated against its sheath. The dagger of the sun, which had been slightly loose behind Lin Yi, suddenly shot forth like a dragon emerging from the sea. Ora! The platinum star instantly positioned itself before the fireball, its robust arm cleaving downward towards the left division of the mountain city. To the left division, it seemed as though Lin Yi's sword had abruptly leapt into the air and, in the blink of an eye, crossed a distance of about 2 meters, effortlessly shattering his last jutsu and his confidence as if slicing through butter. The sword's energy sliced through the air, reaching the left division before he had a chance to evade. He merely felt a chill at the tip of his nose, raising his hand gently to wipe it. He noticed droplets of blood trickling down to his fingertips. Is this what it means to be a genius? Please, both parties seal the reconciliation seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose and began to speak. Watching Lin Yi and the dazed left division perform the seal, Hiruzen set his pipe down and exhaled a ring of smoke. Graduating from the Ninja Academy after just 1 year. Moreover, Lin Yi exhibited a bloodline that starkly contrasted with that of the Uchiha clan. It is a pity that he is already a disciple of White Fang. Here is your uniform. Please select a mask and codename that you prefer. At the Umbu base, Shikaku had already donned his uniform and gestured towards a row of masks hanging in a small room. Lin Yi scanned the options and ultimately settled on a plain fox mask. After all, compared to other options like pigs or monkeys, a fox was quite acceptable. I shall go by the codename, Envoy. The Umbu member beside him, donning a monkey mask, nodded and swiftly recorded it on paper. Jinin Uchiha Lin Yi, age 7. Codename, Envoy. I shall now take you to meet your teammates. After signaling the recorder, Shikaku led Lin Yi outside. Your squad consists of 4 members, including you, and has just been formed. The leader is a jonin known as Badger Dog, skilled in taijutsu, while the other 2 are a reconnaissance ninja and a medical ninja. Lin Yi paused momentarily before quickly catching up. Initially, he felt that his teacher's efforts to place him, a 7-year-old graduate, into the Umbu were quite generous. He never anticipated a tailored one-on-one arrangement. No, It should be 3-on-1. With a newly formed team consisting of one taijutsu expert, one healer, and one support. It was evident to anyone that they were missing a crucial piece, himself. Thank you, sensei. Kigashi Shikaku seemed not to comprehend, blinking at Lin Yi. Let's celebrate your graduation with a barbecue dinner tonight. Upon arriving at the designated gathering place for the squad, the other 3 members were already present. Lin Yi quickly adjusted his mask and stepped forward. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at the main gate. Since this is a newly formed team, I need to assess your actual abilities. Badger Dog, contrary to his code name, was not particularly tall and had a somewhat slender build. Wearing a canine mask, his voice was deep. Understood. The 3 replied in unison. The other 2 were Lin Yi's teammates, Shadow Sparrow and Flower Butterfly. Although they had not engaged in combat, their code names suggested that Shadow Sparrow was adept at reconnaissance, while Flower Butterfly specialized in medical ninjutsu. After celebrating with his teacher and Kakashi, Lin Yi informed Minato of his early graduation. Due to his appointment the next morning, he engaged in a brief spar before bidding farewell and returning home. Grandma, it's quite late. Allow me to assist you. As he approached the clan's territory, Lin Yi heard a youthful voice. Curiously, he leaped into a tree and observed. A small boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle was supporting an elderly woman's cane as they slowly made their way into the clan grounds. Although it seemed he might be hindering her, it was the first time Lin Yi had witnessed a member of the Uchiha clan engaging in such an act. Quite intriguing. Ora, do you feel the same? Ora, the Platinum Star agreed. After leaping a few steps, Lin Yi gently opened his front door. I'm back. Did training run late today? Uchiha Lin was sprawled on the couch, cleaning his ninja tools, not bothering to turn around. I had a test today. It was rather quick. But I spent some time celebrating with the teachers after passing. A test? Uchiha Lin raised his head in confusion. It's not midterms or finals, is it? Well, it was a rather simple assessment. A simple assessment? Uchiha Lin nodded, which seemed reasonable. Wait, why celebrate for a simple test? Perhaps because of this. He produced the forehead protector from his arms and twirled it in his hand. Uchiha Lin's eyes widened, then closed, then opened again. His eyes had not turned red, yet the rims appeared somewhat reddened. You graduated early? Yes. In less than a year? Yes. You call that a simple test? Well, it was quite straightforward. It concluded in just 3 minutes. The next day, at the agreed-upon meeting point. Before we begin our introductions, let's have a brief self-introduction. Badger Dog's voice remained raspy. He had previously felt some discontent, as the war had just ended, and he had hoped for a moment of relaxation, only to be assigned to tutor the prince. He was named Badger Dog for his tenacity and determination, having earned his position as the Umbu squad leader through sheer perseverance. He despised those who relied on connections. Envoy, you have just graduated. Simply give your all during the upcoming assessment. Badger Dog specifically advised Lin Yi once more. There was no choice. Progress was necessary. Previously disdainful, he now understood. The descendant of Uchiha and the direct disciple of the department head, his status was formidable. Badger Dog was unaware whether Lin Yi was a direct or collateral descendant. To break the record at the Ninja Academy, his talent must surely be remarkable. With talent, background, and if he possessed strength as well, what need would there be for Badger Dog? If he could not guide well, what was he thinking? As for the other 2, what were their code names again? Stealing a glance at the manual. Ahem, Shadow Butterfly, Flower Sparrow, you all should give your utmost effort as well. Shadow Sparrow, Flower Butterfly. Chapter 10, Squad Evaluation Codename, Badger. Proficient in physical techniques, swordsmanship, and possesses a fair understanding of wind-based ninjutsu. As the leader, Badger begins by introducing his strengths. Shadow Sparrow, adept at reconnaissance and perception, excels in physical techniques, but shows average skills in ninjutsu. After glancing at Badger, Shadow Sparrow speaks slowly. Skilled in reconnaissance and physical techniques. A ninja from the Hyuga clan, I presume. Badger absent-mindedly brushes his hand along the blade strapped to his back. Butterfly. Skilled in trap setting and medical ninjutsu, shows a notable proficiency in water and earth techniques, though her physical prowess is rather average. From her voice, it is evident she is a girl. Now that the Second Great Ninja War has concluded, the training of medical ninjas proposed by Tsunade during the war is gradually being implemented. As the gazes of the 3 settle upon him, Lin Yi finally speaks. Messenger. Proficient in physical techniques and swordsmanship. The others nod, waiting for more, but Lin Yi falls silent. Is that all? He feels a bit awkward. He knows he possesses the chakra of wind, lightning, and fire. Fire is almost a requisite for the Uchiha clan. Wind likely comes from his mother's lineage, while lightning is perhaps a product of his own awakening. Yet, he hasn't learned any ninjutsu related to these elemental transformations. Surely, he cannot simply claim to be adept at body techniques, especially the substitution technique. Given Lin Yi's current strength, if he expended all his available chakra, he could barely match the full power of Star Platinum before Jotaro encountered Dio, albeit only with a single punch. But what does that imply? One hand can casually lift a heavy off-road vehicle carrying 4 people, and a single punch can halt a 10-ton truck without speed restrictions. What ninjutsu could rival that? In close combat, nothing can surpass a punch or a sword strike. From a distance, none can compete with the tools Star Platinum can hurl or the Sunblade. Rather than spending time learning ninjutsu, it would be wiser to hone his chakra reserves and proficiency with the substitution technique. Clearing his throat, Badger breaks the tense silence. Well then, let us use the forest outside as our boundary. I will outline my movement route. He slowly addresses the trio, producing a scroll from his pocket. Now, let us assume I am an enemy ninja, and your objective is to gather intelligence from me. As soon as he finishes speaking, Badger vanishes from sight. The 3 exchange glances. One is a novice, the other a healer. Shadow Sparrow feels a bit drained. She had hoped this messenger would possess some skill, but it seems he lacks even ninjutsu. How did he pass the preliminary assessments? A ninja who cannot perform ninjutsu, can he truly be called a ninja? Reluctantly, Shadow Sparrow decides to take the initiative, picking up a stick and sketching Badger's movement route on the ground, marking a point approximately 1/3 of the way along. Let us proceed with our arrangements quickly. We will designate this location and adapt as necessary for reconnaissance. Both Lin Yi and Butterfly nod in agreement, following Shadow Sparrow. Lin Yi feels no objection to Shadow Sparrow taking the lead. It is reminiscent of his previous life playing MOBA games, where the commander is often the support or jungler. Those with vision can better control the situation. Lin Yi is quite pleased to take a more relaxed role. Moreover, he is not devoid of exceptional intellect. He simply chooses not to utilize it at the moment. The 3 lie in wait on a branch of a massive tree. After a brief silence, Shadow Sparrow suddenly appears to lose focus, her eyes turning completely white. Byakugan, Lin Yi raises an eyebrow. As one of the 2 clans in Konoha known for their ocular abilities, he is well aware of the Byakugan. While the Uchiha may regard it as inferior to the Sharingan, one must acknowledge that the Hyuga clan surpasses the Uchiha in both quantity and baseline proficiency. After all, the Byakugan can be awakened through consistent training and grants the user a combination of X-ray vision, long-range sight, and targeting capabilities. Gamers rejoice. Once activated, it is fully operational. In contrast, while the Sharingan offers more profound abilities, allowing one to become a master of illusions and perceive an opponent's movements as if in bullet time, it is far more challenging to awaken. It requires innate talent and intense mental stimulation, with each subsequent evolution demanding further provocation, making fully developed Sharingan exceedingly rare. I see them. Shadow Sparrow's voice cuts through Lin Yi's thoughts. Meanwhile, Butterfly has completed her trap setup. Due east, 8,150 meters. At Badger's current speed, he should arrive in about half a minute. This pace approximates that of elite ninjas. As someone skilled in physical techniques, Badger could likely move faster. But exceeding this speed would generate noise, compromising his position. Suddenly, a shadow darts past, narrowly avoiding Butterfly's trap of shuriken. Earth Release, Earth Wall Technique. Butterfly swiftly performs hand seals, raising a wall of earth to block Badger's right flank, while on the opposite side, a kunai adorned with an explosive tag is poised. Badger's speed shows no signs of abating. Instead, he accelerates, ready to break through the dual assault. 8 trigrams, air palm. Shadow Sparrow descends from the tree, veins bulging around her eyes, as a gust of air rushes toward Badger. Indeed, he is a ninja of the Hyuga clan. Badger finally reacts. Even Shadow Sparrow's Byakugan cannot keep pace, and in an instant, he lunges directly at her. First, I shall eliminate the scout. In a flash, the gleam of a blade appears, enhanced by Badger's wind chakra, moving even more swiftly. A sharp metallic clash resonates. Badger looks up to find a knife, seemingly uncontrolled, hovering steadily in midair, effectively blocking his sword. No, it is not ungoverned. It is merely invisible. Badger senses a force gripping the knife, resisting him, albeit without visual confirmation. At the same time, Lin Yi feels his chakra rapidly deplete as he rushes to Shadow Sparrow's side. I'll take the left, you take the right, Shadow Sparrow urges, attempting to steady her racing heart. Is this what you call swordsmanship? Sword manipulation is also a form of swordsmanship, is it not? She nods quickly, utilizing the 8 trigrams. She strikes at Badger's right chakra point, while Lin Yi wields the Moonblade, aiming a swift slash at Badger. Observing this, Badger instinctively attempts to parry Lin Yi's attack, but fails to break free. Damn it! He retreats in an instant. Earth Release, Heart-Severing Technique. Butterfly, who had been lingering at the edges, returns to the fray. Despite it being their first collaboration, her experience allows her to instantly recognize what must be done. Captain, it seems we have succeeded. After confirming that the Badger before them is not a shadow clone with her Byakugan, Shadow Sparrow gradually relaxes, closing her eyes. Heh, I underestimated you, but I am not the only one with invisibility. In the next moment, Badger's head vanishes, leaving only an empty void. Chapter 11. A combo that would terrify a Kaga-level ninja with a surge of chakra. Shadow Sparrow re-engaged his Byakugan, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. 15 degrees southwest. Clang. Daybreak barely managed to parry the aerial blade. While the Byakugan detected chakra, the vanishing body technique only rendered one invisible, not imperceptible. This was why Badger had initially prioritized incapacitating Shadow Sparrow rather than relying solely on stealth. Lin Yi felt his dwindling chakra reserves. Only half remained. Badger, realizing he couldn't outmaneuver his elusive opponent, vanished in a burst of speed. Poof! A sudden gust of wind erupted, hurtling towards Shadow Sparrow. Wind style, great breakthrough. The area of effect was too vast to evade. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Shadow Sparrow managed a hasty counterattack, but the windstorm only faltered momentarily before continuing its assault. At the critical moment, a powerful force yanked Shadow Sparrow to safety, narrowly avoiding the blast. Flower Butterfly, unleash all the concealed Simban. Shadow Sparrow, without pausing to express gratitude, shouted the command. He could track Badger's movements, but couldn't keep pace with them. The enemy might be detectable one moment, then vanish the next. With a widespread Simban barrage, he only needed to focus on the gaps or areas where the needles were abruptly deflected. Flower Butterfly, still no response. Badger gently placed the unconscious Flower Butterfly behind a large tree. Shadow Sparrow, let's gamble, Lin Yi murmured, back to back with his comrade. You'll be the bait. Flower Butterfly was outmatched against a ninja of Badger's caliber. Of the remaining 2, Lin Yi could withstand the attacks, but couldn't see the enemy, while Shadow Sparrow could see but couldn't defeat him. To Badger, it made more sense to eliminate Shadow Sparrow, leaving Lin Yi as a less significant threat. Got it. Shadow Sparrow immediately distanced himself from Lin Yi, stepping more than 6 feet away. From the branches above and behind Shadow Sparrow, Badger narrowed his eyes. Even from this brief test, he discerned that Lin Yi's intangible power couldn't extend beyond that range. Whoosh! Instantly traversing hundreds of feet, Badger was propelled by currents of air. Secret Sword Art, Style 1. Behind. Shadow Sparrow managed to utter a single word before being knocked unconscious by the flat of the blade. But the warning and the trampled grass had revealed Badger's location. As Badger prepared to vanish again, Lin Yi lunged forward. Daybreak arcing through the air in a swift downward strike. Badger was forced to channel chakra, bracing for the impact before making a hasty retreat. Shink. The force was off. Useless. Golden experience merely grazed Badger's blade before disappearing. Daybreak clattered to the ground, easily deflected by Badger, who was still committed to his strike, having poured all his strength and chakra into it. In other words, he was left vulnerable. You've entered my 6-foot radius, haven't you? My superior intellect tells me it's time to unleash my superior power. All available chakra, activate. Spicy chili sauce from the cafeteria. Aura. Platinum star materialized behind Badger in an instant. Bang. With a single punch, Badger felt as if he'd been struck by a divine force, spitting out blood as he was launched into the air. Gently catching the scroll that fell from the sky, Lin Yi grinned at the now visible Badger, his body wavering. Captain, are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? The 4 were now at a kimchi barbecue. Badger, maskless, was surprisingly handsome. Flower Butterfly and Shadow Sparrow were both teenagers. I'm fine. It was just a test. You didn't think you could actually hurt me, did you? Badger waved it off. Taking a swig of sake, Lin Yi could only awkwardly eat his rice. You said to attack with the intent to kill. We went all out, and now you're upset. But, Captain, you're bleeding, Flower Butterfly pointed out, having been carefully placed behind a tree after being eliminated. She was quite fond of her captain. Shadow Sparrow nodded. indicating Badger's nose, where two streams of blood trickled down. Haha, just a bit congested, Badger chuckled, wiping away the blood. But, is this barbecue undercooked? It smells like blood. That's because you're bleeding, Captain, Flower Butterfly whispered. Really? The three nodded in unison. Oh. Thud. He collapsed onto his plate. So much for being handsome. Flower Butterfly administered first aid, and they rushed their captain to Konoha Hospital. The injuries weren't severe. He was just stubborn, suppressing the damage with chakra, which led to his collapse. Relieved that Badger was okay, they returned home. Umbu missions were rare during peacetime, and ordinary tasks didn't require their involvement, especially with their captain hospitalized. At the ninja tool shop, Lin Yi maintained his twin blades while reviewing the fight. On the surface, Lin Yi had traded Shadow Sparrow for a chance to get close, then faked a recoil to switch with a substitute, ending with a devastating punch, a combo that would terrify a Kaga-level ninja. He'd secured the scroll, surprising even Badger. It might seem like Lin Yi could now contend with Umbu squad leaders, but this was only because Badger had given them preparation time, revealed the route, and casually stashed the scroll in his pocket without properly concealing it. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated. Harsh, but realistic. Even with the scroll, Badger only sustained minor injuries. They had traveled back, eaten barbecue, and Lin Yi was already at his limit. If Badger had wanted, he could have easily taken back the scroll and eliminated Lin Yi. Speed, endurance, Lin Yi tapped his polished blades, recognizing his weaknesses. His strengths were clear, the unknown substitution ability and Platinum Star's overwhelming power. Even Badger, an Umbu squad leader, was hospitalized after a single punch that drained half his chakra. Had that punch been a blade strike from Platinum Star, Badger would be dining with Gojo Satoru. But he was hindered by his speed and stamina. Platinum Star's range was limited, and he couldn't throw ninja tools indefinitely. If he couldn't catch up, his strength was useless. Stamina had always plagued Lin Yi. One Punch Man didn't need a second punch because the first was fatal. Lin Yi couldn't afford a second punch, or he'd be the one dying. Sigh. Guess I'll start training. Chapter 12. 3 years later. Not again. Minato, this is too sinister. Lin Yi helplessly turned to block the kunai thrown by Minato. Unlike traditional kunai, Minato's kunai resembled a trident. The characters inscribed on the handle of the Sword of Endurance flickered momentarily, and the next instant, Minato appeared beside the kunai he had just thrown. Sinister? It means quite disgusting. Wood. The golden experience struck down several other kunai with his sunblade. No more fighting. I'm done. Lin Yi lay down on the spot, giving up. Since becoming part of the Umbu, Lin Yi's growth had accelerated, with his chakra increasing abundantly due to his age and the support of the Konoha secret medicine. Although Minato was also progressing, his growth in chakra was no longer as noticeable. 2 years ago, nearly 10-year-old Lin Yi finally saw hope in defeating Minato, but after Kushina became the Jinchuriki, it was as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to teleport. Each time a flurry of kunai flew towards him, it was a guessing game. Dodge. He teleports to strike you, knocking away the kunai. He teleports again to hit you. Come on, buddy, that's just declaring your victory. If it weren't for the precision of the Platinum Star, capable of instantly knocking away all the marked kunai, Lin Yi would have had no means to fight back. Just wait until I acquire Time Stop and Flash Dog, then you'll see. Senior brother. A youthful voice interrupted Lin Yi's contemplation from a distance. He sprang to his feet like a fish leaping from water. I successfully passed the Chunin exam. Kakashi, now 6 years old, was indeed Lin Yi's junior. Minato approached, ready to offer his daily praise. Minato, that is not true. Previously, Kakashi had felt that Minato took up his time with Lin Yi, but now, having interacted more with Minato, he realized that indeed, it was the case. Shall we celebrate together today? Is the teacher still on a mission? Yes, my father hasn't returned yet. Kakashi nodded, a hint of disappointment on his face. Minato, scratching his head, looked apologetic. I still need to practice sealing jutsu with Kushina. We have a weekly appointment. Then it will just be Kakashi and me. Lin Yi knew that while Minato appeared to be a sunny and handsome guy, he was merely infatuated with love. He felt no envy. What about your friends? Friends? Kakashi displayed a puzzled expression. One has a green pot lid for a hairstyle, and another is a girl from my clan. Lin Yi recounted. After Lin Yi enrolled at 6 and graduated at 7, Kakashi, eager to catch up to his senior, enrolled at 4 and graduated at 5. Given his proud personality, it was surprising that he managed to make 3 friends in such a short time. They're just... Kakashi hesitated. Wow. Kakashi, You've already become a Chunin? Exclaimed a whirlwind of green hair as it approached Lin Yi. For some reason, seeing the young boy's toothy grin made Lin Yi feel a strange urge to dig his toes into the ground. Although he claimed they weren't friends, Kakashi ended up having lunch with Lin Yi and the others. Once everyone departed, Lin Yi took out a short knife from his pocket. A gift from your senior brother. Kakashi immediately drew the short knife, its sharp glimmer sending a chill through him. This is incredible. Despite his young age, Kakashi was quite the expert on short knives and recognized the superb craftsmanship at a glance. How could it not be exquisite? It was forged piece by piece by the Platinum Star. Thank you, senior brother. I won't let you down. Kakashi carefully sheathed the knife. Just be happy with it. Lin Yi waved his hand. Observing Kakashi occasionally drawing the knife to admire it, Lin Yi smiled faintly. Every day was filled with training, sparring, and sometimes enjoying barbecues with badgers and their teacher. With friends to engage in playful banter and cherished family by his side, Lin Yi was already quite content with his life. The next day, just as Lin Yi was about to seek out Minato for training, a familiar masked Umbu member intercepted him. Messenger, there's a new mission. Understood. Lin Yi sighed softly as he accepted the mission scroll tossed by the badger. It feels like the holiday has barely begun, and now it's ending. Investigating the movements of a Wagakure, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. It seemed like this mission would not conclude quickly. After the Second Great Ninja War, the only two major powers that had not participated were the recently stabilized Kimogakure, which was preoccupied with its own troubles, and a Wagakure, which was quietly amassing wealth, having not suffered the ravages of the war, making it quite normal for them to stir up trouble now. After notifying Minato, Lin Yi left a note at the Hitaki household and his own ninja tool shop before swiftly making his way to the Konoha gates. Are we all prepared? This time we're heading to the land of Earth. It's best to bring ample supplies. The badger cleared his throat gently, and only after the other three nodded in affirmation did they all vanish from Konoha. Is a Wagakure plotting something? On the road, the Shadow Crow inquired. Uncertain, but since there's an order, we shall go investigate. The badger shook his head. Let us hope there won't be another war. Flower Butterfly bit her lip. Her parents had perished in the Second Great Ninja War, which led her to choose the path of a medical ninja. The badger remained silent. He too wished for peace. However, such matters were beyond his control. For months later, outside a Wagakure in the land of Earth. Quick move, the Shadow Crow shouted, and immediately, the badger and Lin Yi turned to flee. It seemed Flower Butterfly was struggling to keep up. Platinum Star. Here. The Platinum Star emerged from behind Lin Yi, swiftly grabbing Flower Butterfly and keeping pace with Lin Yi. What is happening, Shadow Crow? There was a powerful surge of chakra just now. It might be a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki. The hearts of the four sank slightly. If ninjas were machines of death, then the Umbu were the elite among the elite. A Jinchuriki could truly be deemed a weapon of war. Lin Yi had once thought that upon learning the true size of the tailed beasts, he had stumbled into the world of Ultraman. The temperature is rising. The badger felt the air around them and spoke solemnly. He closing in. In the forest, Shikako looked at the fallen teammate, hesitating beneath his mask. Captain, let him go. We must continue. The rain mingled with darkness, transforming into ink. As the fallen comrade bled from his mouth and nose. I'll undertake the next task alone. You take him back for treatment. Kakashi's voice shattered the silence. There's no time. My speed. I can't keep up. Then I will take over. But the mission? I shall bear the burden. Chapter 13. Confronting the Jinchuriki. The steam-propelled waves of heat relentlessly battered the backs of Lin Yi's team. Captain, messenger, you go on without me. Shadow Sparrow gritted his teeth, aware of his own limitations and physical techniques, unable to match the speed of Badger Hound and Lin Yi. At that moment, he realized they were accommodating him. Boiler. Neither Lin Yi nor Badger Hound spoke. Shadow Sparrow felt himself being suddenly lifted and found himself sitting side by side with Flower Butterfly. Fortunately, the Platinum Star possessed two arms. Flower Butterfly. Retrieve the remaining explosive tags from the scroll. Badger Hound spoke as he and Lin Yi hastened their retreat, addressing Flower Butterfly, who floated beside Lin Yi. Understood. Flower Butterfly nodded, pulling the scroll from her bosom, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Some will be thrown behind, and some to the left. We will proceed to the right. Badger Hound continued. Flower Butterfly signaled her understanding, and the Platinum Star slightly adjusted its grip to ensure it would not affect the trajectory of her throws. First, she tossed a portion to the left, then hurled the remainder backward. Badger Hound exchanged a glance with Lin Yi. Great fireball. Though he had previously dismissed ninjutsu, 3 years had passed, and Lin Yi had mastered several basic C-rank techniques. Much like Gandalf, who wielded both staff and sword, he had also acquired light magic, had he not? The great fireball swiftly ignited the explosive tags on the left, and the unique rocks of the Earth country buried that area, simulating a scene of destruction to impede their pursuers. The residual flames gradually spread towards the explosive tags behind them. Go! Just seconds after Lin Yi and his team departed, 2 heat-fueled ninjas arrived. The waves of heat intensified the remaining flames, instantly igniting the scattered explosive tags. Boom! Amidst the smoke and debris, the 2 Jinchuriki emerged unscathed, gradually releasing their tailed beast chakra cloaks. To the left? Not necessarily. Just a few mice. You go left, I'll take right. They 1T escaped the Earth country. The waves of heat and steam surged outward. The chakra seemed to diminish. No, it was not that. Previously there were 2, now there was but 1. As Shadow Sparrow was hoisted by the Platinum Star, he spoke steadily, facing backward for reconnaissance. During his previous hasty observations, he had only glimpsed an exaggerated chakra source, mistaking the combined presence of the 2 Jinchuriki for a singular entity. Can one fight? Lin Yi inquired solemnly. Having faced tailed beasts during the Second War, Badger Hound shook his head, recalling nightmarish memories. What are you thinking? No, we cannot fight. Only shadow-level experts can contend with Jinchuriki. Even if we could, victory in such a short time is impossible. If they hold us back, we are doomed. The peril of infiltrating enemy territory lay in being discovered. One could either flee quickly or kill swiftly, but once ensnared, there would always be a means to dispose of you. Damn it, he is accelerating. Shadow Sparrow's expression shifted. Behind them, Han observed the traces that could not be concealed, a smirk slowly forming beneath his mask. If it were that old fellow, you might have truly escaped. Steam mode activate. The pipes behind him erupted with white steam, and in an instant, Han's speed rivaled that of a meteor. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous sonic booms echoed behind them. 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Shadow Sparrow's veins bulged as he spoke. I'll hold him off, you all go. Lin Yi and Badger Hound echoed in unison. Messenger, I trust in your strength, but you are still too young, lacking experience. Yet Lin Yi merely halted, allowing the Platinum Star to gently set down Shadow Sparrow and Flower Butterfly. Captain, how long can you hold him? Badger Hound did not refute. He belonged to a fast attack assassination type. For such ninjas, once one fell below their killing threshold, they would be slaughtered like livestock. However, encountering one they could not pierce through would render even evasion a luxury. Badger Hound remained behind. His attacks would merely tickle the Jinchuriki, and as for intangibility, they could simply disregard him and continue their pursuit. In other words, they excelled at crushing weaker foes but struggled against formidable opponents. Trust me. Lin Yi left only those words before turning to sprint backward. Let us go? Badger Hound hesitated not a moment, immediately pulling along Shadow Sparrow and Flower Butterfly towards the land of fire. Were you abandoned by them? A deep voice resonated from beneath a red hat. Lin Yi, now standing at 1.60 meters, found himself dwarfed by the figure before him. No, I merely have a restless hand. Boom. Dust and sand erupted as Lin Yi charged at Han. Interesting. The steam propelled his fist, the terrifying speed and temperature warping the air around Han. Screech. The blade of the day blade emitted a sound akin to glass being cut as it struck Han's gauntlet. Han gazed at the floating blade before him. Bloodline limit? Oiler. The Platinum Star thrust forward, forcing Han to retreat. Lin Yi instantly closed the distance. The moon blade pressed against Han's neck. Clang. Han tilted his head to evade, raising a hand to block Lin Yi's blade, the air currents of steam from the pipes pushing Lin Yi back. Then, a chakra membrane enveloped Han, merging with the steam around him. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Spicy sauce. Han merely sidestepped, evading the incoming day blade. But immediately after, another blade, nearly the same size as the day blade, struck Han's torso, tearing a large gash in his tailed beast cloak. Double blades? Han fixed his gaze on the 2 floating swords before him. I told you, the Platinum Star has 2 arms. Lin Yi drew forth a slightly larger short blade from behind, chakra surging, and together with the Platinum Star, he launched a frenzied assault on Han. 4-sword style. The Platinum Star wielded overwhelming force, attacking with precision, while Lin Yi danced with agility, targeting vital points. Oiler, 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 oiler. The clash echoed as Han was violently propelled backward, his chakra cloak riddled with countless cuts, slowly writhing to recover, while the armor beneath lay in tatters. King Mu, it seems we have been underestimated. Lin Yi hastily swallowed a soldier food pill. Ahead, the ragged Han began to swell, the chaotic chakra behind him gradually coalescing into 5 tails. Then, his face, replaced by the monstrous visage of the beast, opened a gaping maw. A small dark orb beginning to form. Tailed beast ball. There was no escaping this. Lin Yi advanced rather than retreating, thrusting both short blades directly at the 5 tails, only to be effortlessly blocked by the chakra cloak now transformed into claws. Such a powerful chakra response. Shadow Sparrow, while consuming a soldier food pill, anxiously glanced towards Lin Yi. Oiler, 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 oiler. The dual blades of the platinum star continued to whirl, yet the chakra of the 5 tails appeared boundless, tearing apart only to swiftly mend. The pitch-black eyes glinted with a savage glint, and Han let out a tearing roar. Die! The tailed beast ball, the size of a human head, rapidly expanded, then shot forth towards Lin Yi. The world seemed to fall silent for several seconds. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Chapter 14. Returning to the village and the rumors of Shuo Mao as the smoke gradually dissipated, the once verdant landscape transformed into a desolate wasteland. Han, panting heavily, relinquished his transformation into a tailed beast, shedding his tattered armor and inhaling a breath of cool air. His forearms were riddled with deep wounds, exposing bone beneath. Such prowess. Could it truly belong to a ninja from Konoha? Was it the swordplay of the Iron Country? This caliber of ninja was entirely unfamiliar to him. Had the Earth Country truly remained secluded for too long? Although the tailed beast bomb he unleashed did not match the destructive capacity of a complete tailed beast transformation, it was nonetheless the pinnacle of a half-transformation. Any further escalation would pose a risk to his own life, given the close proximity. If not for the adversary's intent to buy time for his comrades, Han doubted he could have contained him completely. Remaining vigilant, he sealed his blood flow with chakra and continued to search meticulously. Aside from a distant, dark short blade, the surroundings were merely soil exuding black smoke. Had he truly resolved this encounter? The voice of Mu Wang echoed in his mind. There are no signs of life. It seems there are no remains. Han, will you continue the pursuit? No, he replied. Given the commotion, old Z has yet to arrive. He must be far away. We are already on the brink of the national border, and in my current state, it would be unwise. Han shook his head. Although his battle with Lin Yi lasted only a few minutes, it was sufficient for elite ninjas to traverse nearly 100 miles at full speed. Such high-caliber ninjas were rare indeed, regardless of their faction. Capturing even one was considerable success. With that, Han donned his half-damaged straw hat and staggered away. At the border between the grass and earth countries. Captain, it's already dark. The badger dog remained silent, perched on a tree. An Umbu squad differed greatly from ordinary teams. Missions involving danger were their norm. For over 3 years, they had faced numerous crises together. Initially intending to invest in Lin Yi as a connection, now, the badger dog truly regarded him as a partner one could trust with their back. Live. You must see the living. Die. You must see the corpse. You all go back. I will return. The badger dog handed the scroll containing the intelligence they had gathered over the months to in Quebec. Not a chance. They exclaimed in unison. The pursuers should have already retreated. Besides, I possess the ability to slip away unseen. If I merely seek the messenger, I will not be detected. In-K paused before speaking again. It's too dark, but with Byakugan, I could see more clearly. If we find the messenger, I can offer him treatment. Huadai quickly chimed in. The badger dog hesitated, eyes closed for a moment. After a brief pause, he opened his eyes, concealed the scroll in a secret location, and inscribed it with Umbu's secret code. Umbu Team 7, set out. Received. Several hours passed, yet the acrid scent of burning still assaulted the trio's nostrils. Captain In-K picked up the charred crescent blade that had fallen to the ground and gently handed it to the badger dog. The badger dog's fingers trembled slightly as he accepted the slightly twisted crescent blade, maintaining his composure. Despite being mentally prepared, the absence of Lin Yi allowed him to continue deceiving himself. Lin Yi, Uchiha Lin Yi Huadai knelt on the ground, her calloused hands pounding the earth repeatedly. He has lost his moniker. Let us go. Huadai, we must deliver the intelligence to the village. The badger dog carefully wrapped the crescent blade and tucked it close, then gently patted Huadai's shoulder. Thud, Thud, thud. The trio straightened instantly, their gazes sharp. In Quebec received, Byakugan, activate. Swallowing a soldier's pill, In K activated Byakugan and scanned the surroundings. It seems there's nothing. Thud. The sound echoed again. In K suddenly lowered his head. And within the pure world of Byakugan, a faint chakra flickered beneath the ground. Underground. Earth-style? Huadai quickly formed hand seals, erecting the surface rocks. Yes, yes. Be gentle. Don't let the Jinchuriki kill him. Dying at the hands of our own would be foolish. A familiar voice emerged. The badger dog paused, a smile breaking through his dog mask. You rascal. At the moment he released the tailed beast bomb, I withdrew and frantically dug down. While being supported, Lin Yi reflected on the events. When he witnessed the platinum star cleave through multiple strikes, disregarding the 5 tails, he sensed impending doom. As Han raised his mouth to obscure his vision, Lin Yi immediately summoned the platinum star and began digging downwards. Ore, 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 ore. He stuffed the soldier's pills into his mouth without restraint. Within seconds, they had burrowed over 10 meters down. All right, primarily, it was the platinum star using the Daybreaker and 1 slash to dig. 1 slash was the name of the second blade of the platinum star, with Shuan Mao absent. The naming rights fell to Lin Yi. Next, he switched to golden experience, transforming the debris above into resilient vines, creating space to avoid being crushed while also mitigating the impact. Finally, he had the platinum star grasp his heart, feigning death. Little did he know, the 5 tails had thoroughly examined him for over 10 minutes. Lin Yi ultimately fainted from chakra depletion and insufficient blood supply. You truly have a remarkable life. Lin Yi did not recount every detail. The badger dog and the others certainly would not pry. Yet, such a sentiment could not help but escape. Still, too weak. Lin Yi clenched his fist. He initially believed that his current chakra reserves would be sufficient to wield the platinum star in a complete battle, not to claim dominance over the ninja world, but to navigate it with ease. Yet, the reality struck swiftly. 5 tails, your tailed beast bomb is indeed formidable. Do you have any other simple yet powerful recommendations? There are, my friend. There are 9 in total, like this one. But how can he possibly grow? Lin Yi inhaled deeply. It appeared he had encountered a bottleneck. Ninja like Kiba would also violate the rules. Such ninjas, can they still be called ninjas? It seemed the village had suffered grave losses due to this incident. Kakashi kept his head low as he dashed through the streets of Konoha. In the silent Hataki residence, Kiba Shuamao crouched beside a tatami mat, his back resembling a weathered tombstone. 7 years prior, when he boldly felled the sand village puppets. Did the village's cheers resonate with such fervor? He could not recall. What he remembered was that after that battle, the flames before the Konoha cemetery gradually produced smoke, which ascended and intertwined with the clouds. He stood amidst the smoke, cradling a child, rubbing his eyes, watching his wife walk into the clouds. Today, the clouds over Konoha were iron gray. It was he who had saved his comrades in Konoha Hospital. The wounds on his comrades' necks resembled grotesque centipedes. It was Kiba Shuanmao's command. I didn't even need him to save me. Completing the mission is what truly matters, isn't it? The centipede emitted a shrill cry, yet the harm it inflicted surpassed that of the strongest ninja from enemy villages. How grotesque and how tragic. A decade of ninja experience could chew youth into pulp, replacing the concept of humanity with that of mere tools. He had become that pulp. Yet he still had Kakashi. He still had his disciple Lin Yi. Lin Yi's teammates were meticulously chosen by him. What of the future Kakashi? Even if he could still protect Kakashi, what of the others? At home, Kiba Shuamao suddenly opened his eyes. The will of the first Hokage was to establish peace in the world, to ensure that children would no longer tread upon the battlefield. He was unable to fulfill this aspiration, nor could he alter the grotesque reality of the present world. Thus, he resolved to serve as a cautionary emblem for all. His gaze fell upon a nearby short blade, and he slowly shed his garments. In the streets of Konoha, Kakashi sprinted with fervor, an inexplicable trepidation gnawing at his heart, as if he were on the verge of losing something precious. Brother, where are you? White Fang breaking the rules. Messenger, have they lost their minds? Just as Lin Yi and his companions, having recently returned to the village, were on their way to the Umbu to relay intelligence, they overheard the murmurs wafting through the streets. Lin Yi merely furrowed his brow, offering no response. Kakashi? Lin Yi noticed the white-haired figure dashing through the streets and turned to Badger, saying, You all go ahead and report the mission. I will return home first. With that, he set off in the direction of Kakashi. Chapter 15. Oh time, please pause. Bang. In his haste, Kakashi misstepped and stumbled forward. He quickly prepared to steady himself when a hand firmly grasped him first. Kakashi lifted his gaze, recognizing the familiar figure, and felt a sudden sense of relief wash over him. Senior brother, father would never. Let's head home, Lin Yi urged, wasting no time. The priority was to find their teacher and clarify the situation. Clenching his fists, Lin Yi swiftly propelled Kakashi toward their home. The wind howled around them, and whispers occasionally drifted by on the road. Almost there, 1,000 meters. The familiar woods came into view. 500 meters. The outline of their residence was now visible. 200 meters. They sprinted forward, with the platinum star protecting Kakashi as they raced on. Boom! There was no time to slow down. The living room door was violently blown open by the force of their entry. The platinum star gently set Kakashi down. In their eyes, the silhouette of the man who had guided them for many years was reflected. The short blade had lightly pierced his body. Shuamao trembled slightly, turning his head to the side as his lips quivered. Yet his hand's actions showed no sign of halting. The surrounding air was thick with tension. Only a few scattered words from the man could be faintly heard. Sorry. No. Kakashi's eyes widened, bloodshot. He could not comprehend why his father would take such actions. He could neither fathom his father's betrayal of the rules nor understand the motive for his suicide. Was it out of guilt? Lin Yi remained silent, accelerating towards Shuamao. Blood had already stained the torso of White Fang, blooming like saffron upon the blade. In less than 5 meters, he could reach. But no matter how swift Lin Yi's feet were, they could never match the speed of Shuamao's strike. A legendary figure in the ninja world. Just 1 second. 1 second. Lin Yi clenched his teeth. The world within his eyes suddenly ignited in crimson. Suddenly, the entire room fell silent, as if a mute play was unfolding. Birds outside froze mid-flight, their wings outstretched. The droplets splashed from a shopkeeper's cup on the street hung in the air, refracting light. The ripples on the water stilled, forming a series of curves. It was as if the world had been pressed on pause. A robust figure appeared beside Lin Yi. A golden figure, with piercing eyes gleaming beneath a cold mask, and 2 oxygen tanks strapped to its back. Zazavoluto. Lin Yi felt a wave of weakness wash over him, nearly exhausting all his chakra. In a single step, he crossed the 5-meter gap and quickly reached for the blade that had yet to complete its lethal arc. After a brief moment of stillness, White Fang felt no sensation of life slipping away, but rather his grip loosened, and the bloodied blade was knocked aside. Turning his head, he saw his panting disciple with scarlet eyes, 2 black tomos slowly swirling within. Sharingan. Though he did not fully grasp what had just transpired, Shuamao couldn't help but smile. You've surpassed me, Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not share the joy. He merely retrieved a soldier pill from his pocket and swallowed it. The robust figure was replaced by the elongated form of Golden Experience. He casually picked up a shard of the door frame that had fallen to the ground. Muda 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 muda. A flesh-colored substance emerged, and Lin Yi unceremoniously shoved it into Shuamao's wound. Hiss! Even for a ninja of White Fang's caliber, being treated by Golden Experience was painful enough to make him grimace. Yet, facing the displeased expressions of the two before him, Shuamao could only laugh awkwardly and scratch his head. That is roughly the sequence of events. Shuamao sighed. Damn it, it was you, father, who saved his life, yet he repays kindness with enmity. Kakashi tightened his grip on the short blade, seething with indignation. But why would you do such a thing? If it weren't for senior brother Lin Yi, you might have. Shuamao simply patted Kakashi's shoulder, offering no further explanation. The current Kakashi could not yet comprehend the deeply rooted shackles of the ninja profession. Teacher wanted to redefine what it means to be a ninja through his own sacrifice, Lin Yi stated calmly as he sat on the floor. It was not that White Fang lacked a strong heart. Rather, it was precisely because of his strong heart that he could make such a resolute decision. It was betrayal from within the ninja ranks that had revealed the grotesque nature of the ninja system to Shuamao. Teacher, Kakashi is only 7. You are being irresponsible. Lin Yi recognized the profound implications of Shuamao's decision, but for those close to White Fang, this choice seemed ill-considered. I believe that Kakashi can be entrusted to you, Lin Yi, Shuamao declared, wiping the blood from his blade with a solemn tone. No, teacher. I can never replace the significance you hold for Kakashi. With that, Lin Yi gently stood and nudged Kakashi toward Shuamao. If you truly wish to bring about change, teacher, become Hokage. He raised his gaze to the man who was now only slightly taller than himself, uttering a phrase that had been worn thin in his past life. There is but one true hero in this world, and that is one who, having seen the essence of life, still chooses to embrace it. Lin Yi paused, turning to stride toward the door. To die in protest is indeed grand, but to live and instigate change is far more magnificent. Become Hokage to bring about change? Shuan Mao mused, glancing at Kakashi, whose face was taut yet flickered with concern. You've schooled me yet again, you little rascal. Having a Hokage as a teacher is undeniably cool. Lin Yi knew that with these words, White Fang would certainly not resort to despair. To be honest, if the teacher were determined to meet his demise, no length of time stopped would suffice to deter him. All he could do was offer counsel. Furthermore, it was not entirely impossible for White Fang to become Hokage. Prior to this incident, should he have sought to succeed the fourth Hokage, it is certain that no one would have opposed him. As the MVP of the Second Great Ninja War, he could single-handedly dominate battles while also commanding defenses at home. Having served as the head of the Umbu, one could say that in terms of qualifications, strength, and honors, he was the prime candidate for succession. It was merely that the teacher had not previously considered this path. However, this incident would have a significant impact on White Fang. After all, as one of the leading figures among Konoha's ninjas, his flagrant disregard for rules would complicate his aspirations for the Hokage position. With that thought, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. It would be best if this incident truly was merely a coincidence. I won't cover the door, teacher. I just completed a mission and am utterly exhausted. I must take my leave now. With that, Lin Yi waved his hand and walked out. Not far from Konoha Hospital, Lin Yi crouched atop a tree, gazing intently at a certain window. It was the hospital room of the individual whom Shuan Mao had saved. Chapter 16. The World and Star Platinum. The world initially, Lin Yi intended to visit the hospital to observe the individual, but with the daytime crowds and recent unrest, approaching proved challenging. Moreover, sensing alterations within himself, Lin Yi opted to return home first. Open, Lin Yi exclaimed, gazing at his reflection. Truthfully, he hadn't anticipated awakening the Sharingan. After all, he believed the trauma of his mother's passing should have been as potent as witnessing his teacher's suicide. Could the absence of chakra at that time be the reason? The two Tomo Sharingan, while lacking the most formidable Jinjutsu and the unparalleled replication ninjutsu, still offered benefits. Night vision and enhanced dynamic vision significantly augmented his swordsmanship. With the Sharingan examined, the next item of significance awaited. Muda, a resplendent golden figure materialized. If Star Platinum exuded reliability and security, its countenance radiating invincibility, the world possessed an added aura of malevolence and dominance, projecting a keen, unreserved sharpness. The emergence of the world as a stand was indeed linked to the Sharingan. Lin Yi surmised that each Sharingan evolution might enable the summoning of an additional stand. Whether he could manifest any stand it will remain uncertain. His ability to possess two stands likely stemmed from his status as a transmigrator. This implied that upon awakening the three Tomo Sharingan in the future, he could potentially acquire a fifth stand. Lin Yi felt a surge of anticipation. Indeed, a fifth stand. His awakening had yielded more than just the world. There was also spicy sauce of the cafeteria, ZA Warudo, Star Platinum, the world, in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Star Platinum and Star Platinum, the world have different stats. Let's just go with that here. While dedicating 2 slots for one stand might seem wasteful, the ability to stop time with Star Platinum made it invaluable. Star Platinum, though powerful, was merely a numerical anomaly. Star Platinum, the world, however, was the brainchild of a planner who, after carelessly filling in the numbers, bestowed upon it the most dominant mechanism. The bottleneck that had previously troubled him had been resolved unexpectedly. The world offered 9 seconds of time stop, while Star Platinum provided 5. Although switching stands didn't refresh their status, meaning he couldn't alternate between the world and Star Platinum, that still amounted to 14 seconds of time stop. What could withstand 14 seconds of his aura or Mudo attacks before transforming into a tailed beast? 666. This guy's cheating. Heh, wake up, buddy. 1 second and you're spent. Lin Yi swiftly snapped out of his reverie. Just as when he had prevented Tsukumo Hataki's suicide, his entire chakra reserve barely sufficed for a single second of time stop. Moreover, within that second, he lacked the surplus chakra to empower his stand's attacks. If he wished for the world or Star Platinum to unleash their fury during the time stop, he could only halt time for half a second. Although this was often sufficient to reverse the situation, he lamented, just when I could unleash a torrent of war attacks, I'm spent again. Lin Yi's chakra levels had long surpassed those of an average Jonin, yet they were still insufficient in the face of these newly acquired, formidable stands. Frustrated, Lin Yi contemplated absorbing a tailed beast, but he worried that his stands might not be compatible with the tailed beast's chakra, potentially causing more harm than good. Besides, it wasn't as simple as just absorbing one. Even if he could defeat one, the method of absorption remained a mystery. Observing the darkening sky, he noticed it wasn't yet night. Sensing his chakra gradually replenishing, he decided to meditate and consume some pills. As night gradually descended, Konoha Hospital became dimly lit, with only a few scattered lights remaining. Dark, Lin Yi muttered, gazing at the room he had memorized during the day, his crimson eyes swirling. Whoosh! With a few swift movements, he arrived at the window. Muda! With a gentle punch from Gold Experience, the glass transformed into vines, allowing Lin Yi to cautiously slip inside. After observing the ninja resting peacefully in the bed, he furtively concealed himself beneath it. The vines reverted to glass, as if nothing had occurred. Beneath the bed, Lin Yi held his breath, using his Sharingan to scrutinize the surroundings. With the aid of his stand and night vision, he could perceive every detail. Fruit baskets, medical supplies, medications, clothing. Nothing seemed suspicious. Was he becoming overly paranoid, influenced by his past life and the intrigues of Nirvana and fire? Knock, 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 knock. A series of knocks, varying in length, echoed, causing Lin Yi to narrow his eyes. A code? Soon, the bed above him shifted slightly. Moments later, the injured ninja approached the door, gently opening it and accepting a fruit basket with a smile. Soft voices exchanged pleasantries. "You're so careless," one said. "Well, it's part of the mission, Yamada. Thank you for thinking of me so late." Lin Yi frowned as he listened. Something was amiss. Remaining cautious, Lin Yi observed as the visitor departed after delivering the fruit basket. The injured ninja casually picked up a banana, preparing to enjoy it. Lin Yi consumed a soldier pill. He was growing tired of them. The world silently emerged from his body. The range of 10 meters is fantastic. Just as the bandaged ninja was about to peel the banana, Lin Yi exclaimed, "Zie Warudo." 1 second passed. All right, that's enough. Although it was only a second, it was sufficient for the world to swap the banana and the newly delivered fruit basket. There was nothing immediately suspicious within the basket, no hidden codes or notes. After quickly swallowing the soldier pill, the outside world returned to normal. Lin Yi remained hidden beneath the bed, waiting to see what would unfold. The ninja, having finished the banana, returned to bed. Outside the room, a masked ninja patiently waited. A minute passed. The bandaged ninja on the bed began to tremble. 2 minutes passed. Why am I not dead yet? The masked ninja frowned. Why isn't he dead yet? Is the poison taking this long to work? I'll have to do it myself, he thought, his eyes narrowing beneath the mask. He reopened the door, a cold blade slowly approaching the injured ninja on the bed. He had initially hoped to disguise the death as natural, using poison to avoid leaving traces. However, for some reason, the man had yet to succumb. To avoid complications, he decided to eliminate him directly. The person in the bed, seemingly aware of his impending doom, slowly closed his eyes. Clang! The blade was halted by an unseen force. As expected, patient people never lose, Lin Yi grinned. Chapter 17. A treacherous scheme to brazenly infiltrate Konoha Hospital and commit such a heinous act. Your audacity knows no bounds. Lin Yi, masked and with deliberately lowered voice, challenged the assailant. He beheld the familiar garb. An ambu operative? Or an imposter? The figure, without uttering a word, as if oblivious to Lin Yi's presence, persisted in their assault. Lin Yi swiftly sidestepped, disarming the imposter with a deft strike. The false ambu retreated, a raspy voice emanating from their throat. Knowing this is an ambu operation, depart immediately or face the same judgment. Oh my, Lin Yi retorted with subtle derision, causing the imposter's temples to throb. They then lunged towards the patient, poised to strike. Lin Yi glanced at the bedridden figure, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Just as Lin Yi was about to intervene, the imposter whirled around, unleashing a swarm of insects directly at Lin Yi. Muda 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 muda. Muda. Muda muda muda. The world's luminous form blurred, leaving afterimages. The adversary remained oblivious, witnessing their insects decimated before even grazing Lin Yi. Bang! A cloud of smoke billowed, accompanied by the fleeting presence of countless insects. Muda. The world, undeterred, cleaved through the smoke. As the smoke dissipated, only a severed arm remained, clutching a barb. Crimson fluid seeped, staining the floor. Lin Yi addressed the seemingly petrified ninja. Spare me the theatrics. You're a jonin, after all. Silence. Who are they? What have you done for them? Still silence. Lin Yi's eyes flashed crimson. Ultimately, they could have ended you. Why didn't they? Wasn't that their objective? He seemed to be conversing with the injured ninja, yet also musing aloud. Lin Yi surmised the false ANBU's intent was to silence the man. But why the change of heart? Concern for their own escape? Lin Yi pondered, tossing a banana. The man on the bed was the only lead. Yet he remained stubbornly uncooperative. I'll return tomorrow. You cannot evade me. With those words, Lin Yi vanished. Time trickled by in the darkness. 15 minutes later, the wounded ninja exhaled and, with great effort, rose to tidy the scene. He returned items to their place, cleansed the bloodstains, and concealed the severed limb within a scroll. It seems they won't return. A chilling voice echoed. Lin Yi had preemptively retrieved the barb. I am utterly perplexed. Lin Yi scrutinized the pallid face before him. You were marked for termination. Why did they spare you? Their final attack was merely a feint, aimed at ambushing me. Furthermore, you are assisting them in concealing the aftermath. You wish to obscure the events of today. The injured man's complexion grew even more ghastly, yet he remained silent. Let us engage in a brief deduction. Lin Yi produced the tampered banana, now peeled. Initially, they sought your demise, but they wished to avoid suspicion. Hence the wound-suppressing medicine, to ensure a natural death. The world had meticulously analyzed the banana, revealing the poison with microscopic precision. But why did they desist after my arrival? The injured man paled further. Because, in my presence, they could not convincingly stage your natural demise. They had to eliminate me first. Even upon realizing they were outmatched, they could not harm you, lest. Lin Yi's voice turned ominous. The plot to frame Tsukumo would risk exposure, wouldn't it? No. Swish. A piercing sound filled the air. The injured man, able to utter only a single syllable, clutched his throat, his gaze fixed upon Lin Yi. Lin Yi nonchalantly dropped the barb, which clattered against the floor. Regrettably, I never inquired about your name, but it is of no consequence. Lin Yi anticipated his final words, ludicrous excuses, perhaps coercion or unspoken hardships. But he cared not. To harm him was to invite retribution. To threaten those close to him was to court death. He could not depart yet. He had to ensure the discovery of a murder, not a natural death. Had he not investigated, the scheme would have succeeded. Tsukumo, for the sake of his comrades, violated protocol, only to be betrayed and left to die of supposed wounds. Tsukumo would fail to complete his mission and save his comrades. A perfect assassination of character, with the sole witness dying a natural death, precluding any chance of vindication. A truly venomous plot. Lin Yi's crimson eyes intensified. He selected a blade, prepared to sever the traitor's head, not out of rage, but to prevent the interrogation unit from gleaning information. After all, he too. No. Lin Yi halted. Quite the contrary. Who would be most alarmed upon discovering his corpse in the ward? Himself? He had concealed his voice, appearance, and weapon. His stand was imperceptible, and his mind contained no such information. Only a righteous individual, incensed by the attempt to frame Tsukumo, would act. What was his involvement? His dialogue and the false ANBU's attack would only bolster the narrative of Tsukumo's framing. Therefore, the most anxious party, the one most eager to seize the body, was the mastermind. A corpse could be useful. Lin Yi chuckled, sheathed his blade, and vanished near the window. Time passed. Believing Lin Yi would not return to kill the sole witness, no further ANBU-like figures appeared. As dawn approached, a nurse entered to record the patient's condition, only to discover. The injured man lay on the floor, clutching his neck, surrounded by the remnants Lin Yi had extracted from his scroll. A shattered bed, a chaotic room, and blood spreading beneath her feet. Ah! The cry echoed like a morning rooster's crow. The drama had begun. He would return to his mentor, to inform him of the conspiracy. Chapter 18. To end killing with killing in the Hitaki residence, Kakashi followed his teacher, Hitaki Tsukumo, closely, worried that he might act recklessly again. Lin Yi, are you training so early today? Just finished a mission, and you should take some time to relax, Tsukumo said casually, sipping milk and waving at Lin Yi as if nothing were amiss. Let us have breakfast together and share your experiences from this mission with the teacher. Lin Yi shook his head in disbelief. How could he remain so carefree after being plotted against? It was perplexing whether this aspect of his teacher's character was a virtue or a flaw. Teacher, you have been wronged. Both the elder and younger white-haired figures lifted their heads in unison. Lin Yi nodded and recounted the events of the previous night. There was nothing he felt the need to conceal from Kakashi and Tsukumo, especially since this matter concerned the latter. Bang! Tsukumo slammed his cup down with force. He was a kind-hearted person, capable of displaying a smile to all his comrades and willing to sacrifice his life for the advancement of ninjas. However, he could not accept being stabbed in the back. Just as the betrayal by his former teammates had left him disheartened, he had not anticipated that someone had orchestrated all of this. Had Lin Yi not saved him prior, even if he had not succeeded in taking his own life, the knowledge would have only deepened his sorrow, leading him to retreat from the world. But now, his resolve to change everything had only strengthened. The title of Konoha's White Fang was not one to be taken lightly. It was built upon countless drops of blood spilled from his blade. This is outrageous, father. We must confront the Hokage. No, came the simultaneous response from both Kakashi and Lin Yi. Tsukumo was momentarily taken aback before turning to Lin Yi. Kakashi, the Hokage is also on my list. What list? The list of suspects, of course. Currently, Orochimaru was a well-regarded candidate for Hokage, alongside the other two Sannin. One being the descendant of the first and second Hokages, and the other at least formidable enough. This implied that if Tsukumo lost his chance at the Hokage position, the likelihood of the fourth Hokage's disciples assuming the role increased significantly. Thus, the third Hokage had ample reason to act in such a manner. Lin Yi, having lived over 20 years in the 21st century, held an affection for Konoha and for those he cared about. This was entirely natural. However, this bore no relevance to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and thus he did not harbor any delusions about the Hokage being infallible. Surely not. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Tsukumo patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi, I understand you are acting for the sake of the teacher, but the Hokage is likely unaware of the situation. Even if there are shadows in the village, we must still retain our sincerity at heart. Tsukumo paused. If it were the Hokage, I would have long been summoned by the Umbu to face the village's punishment. Lin Yi remained silent for a few seconds. In this regard, it seemed the third Hokage was indeed somewhat just. However, yet the Hokage has not spoken a word in defense of you, father. That is correct, Kakashi. Lin Yi interjected gently before Tsukumo could respond. As the village's foremost combatant, the public's scrutiny of the teacher will be even more intense. If the Hokage were to speak on his behalf now, it would only yield counterproductive results, especially given the existence of a hidden hand behind this situation. Furthermore, should the Hokage intervene to absolve the teacher, it would imply that future missions could be abandoned at the behest of a comrade. Kakashi blinked. But isn't a comrade more important than a mission? Certainly, both White Fang and Lin Yi replied in unison. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility of someone exploiting this opportunity to evade responsibility. If the two of them coordinate their testimonies, then in the future, whenever faced with a challenging task, they could use this as an excuse. Human nature is not resilient under scrutiny. The third Hokage could turn a blind eye and even refrained from stripping Tsukumo of his position as Umbu leader, which was already a considerable act of leniency. Teacher, is there a reason you do not wish to inform the Hokage? Tsukumo shook his head. This matter, as you have said, Lin Yi, is a plot against me due to my pursuit of the Hokage position. The candidates are limited. Revealing this to the third Hokage would merely inform him of the situation without prompting any action. Kakashi was left bewildered. Every word was clear, yet the meaning eluded him. What the teacher means is that if we inform the Hokage now, he will not assist us, but rather aid the one who framed him. But why? Kakashi questioned, confused, as it was the other party that sought to harm his father. Lin Yi regarded Kakashi with a deep gaze and slowly articulated. He refrains from punishing the teacher because he is the Hokage. Likewise, he will shield another person from exposure for the same reason. The one who orchestrated this against White Fang must possess a status or strength not inferior to his own. Now that Konoha has only recently emerged from war, such an internal strife scandal is something the Hokage would never allow the public to discover. Otherwise, the next day, the coalition of the three great nations would undoubtedly arrive at your doorstep to mediate your family disputes. Have you heard that your foremost expert is engaged in a feud with his own kin? If Tsukumo were to perish as a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen might indeed rage upon discovering the truth and punish the hidden hand, but ultimately, it would be little more than thunder without rain. After all, a dead expert is no longer an expert. There is no need to upset the village for the sake of one who has already passed. But now that Tsukumo was alive, it was even less likely that the Hokage would take action against him. After all, no matter how one viewed it, you attempted suicide but were wrongfully accused. and yet here you stand unharmed. Meanwhile, that individual in the hospital has bled dry, and one of the key players in the opposing organization has lost an arm. Thus, once this matter reached the Hokage's ears, the outcome was already predetermined. The only option was Lin Yi and White Fang exchanged glances. The logic was indeed the same. If White Fang were to die, the third Hokage would likely only express anger towards the hidden hand. But what if the hidden hand were to perish? The third Hokage would not demand White Fang's life in return. As the saying goes, the dead are no longer a threat. Should you dare demand White Fang's life, the coalition of the three great nations would come knocking on your door the very next day. Who wouldn't want White Fang? This way, please. There were only two members of the Hitaki family. If the father and son were to leave, they could run away from the temple as well as the monk. Moreover, in this situation, White Fang was in the right. The hidden hand framed him, and if he counterattacked, no one could find fault with him. Lord White Fang, the Hokage requests your presence at Konoha Hospital, suddenly announced a ninja clad in umbu attire at the door. Teacher, let us depart. I want to go too. Kakashi declared resolutely. Kakashi, you should stay at home. Lin Yi instinctively urged Kakashi to avoid the murky affairs. That's all right, Kakashi. If you wish to go, then let us go together. Father and my senior brother will protect you, Tsukumo said, not refusing but instead patting Lin Yi, who was nearing his height. It is time for Kakashi to face certain realities. We cannot shield him forever. Even if we could, he would not wish for that. All right. The three quickly gathered their belongings and set out together. Lin Yi slowly caressed the hilt of his secondary blade, still awaiting repair after the damage. This journey would be one of vengeance to end the cycle of killing with killing. Chapter 19. Escalating Pressure. Lin Yi's overt strategy, the Leaf Hospital, early morning. Please. Sonoko, reiterate what you just stated. Standing at the corridor entrance, an area cleared for them. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, addressed the trembling young nurse before Lin Yi's group. Well, White Fang, it's a rare occasion to see you not arriving ahead of schedule. A raspy voice cut through the air. The master and we were having a normal breakfast. We wouldn't have come if the umbu hadn't notified us. Lin Yi retorted before Tsukumo could respond, scrutinizing the somber man shrouded in an enigmatic aura. So this is Orochimaru, he thought, planting seeds of doubt about the master with his words from the very start. Could it be him? All right, Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his pipe, interrupting the displeased Orochimaru. Sonoko, proceed. The nurse, pale and subdued by the gazes upon her, spoke hesitantly. I don't know what happened. I was just making my routine rounds this morning. How early? A deep, weighty voice interjected. Around 7 in the morning. That's when the hospital staff checks on the inpatients, Sonoko replied, choosing her words carefully. Master, who is he? Lin Yi whispered to Tsukumo, just loud enough for him to hear. Shimura Danzo, one of the Hokage's advisors, and an elder. Lin Yi nodded. Having joined the umbu upon graduation, he hadn't had much formal interaction with this figure. Then, I opened the door and found the patient's room in disarray. The patient was stabbed through the throat and killed on the floor. There was also an arm not belonging to the patient and a pointed weapon nearby. Platinum stars subtly emerged, enveloping Lin Yi. Its microscopic vision focused on everyone present. The deceased cannot lie. He must have fought the assailant, sacrificing his life but also severing an arm. A female consultant elder remarked calmly. Lin Yi recognized her as one of the third Hokage's loyal followers. The door creaked open, and medical and interrogation personnel approached the third Hokage. The deceased's brain is undamaged, and the time of death is recent. We should be able to extract memories from at least 3 hours before death. Much appreciated, the third Hokage nodded, exhaling a plume of smoke. Lin Yi slowly retracted Platinum Star. They're all seasoned veterans, exceedingly cunning. At least, I didn't detect any overtly unnatural actions. The most proactive individual was Orochimaru, the third Hokage's disciple. He indeed had the strongest motive, but Lin Yi had a nagging feeling that it wasn't him. Like in detective novels, the most obvious suspect is often not the culprit. He had watched over 700 episodes of Detective Conan for a reason. Well then, leave it to me, master. Perhaps I can extract a more precise and prolonged depiction, Orochimaru proposed with a smile that sent shivers down the spine. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, studying Orochimaru intently. Just as he was about to agree, a voice interrupted him. Boy, stop. Who authorized you to move? Utterly silent until this moment, Uchiha Koharu spoke, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The sickroom door was half opened. Lin Yi was dragging the dead body with one hand and scratching with the other. White Fang. You should discipline your disciple, Danzo stated slowly, his lone eye fixed on Hatake Tsukumo. This elder, or consultant, speaks quite interestingly. Hasn't it been concluded that the deceased was killed by a ninja from another village? Lin Yi stepped back to White Fang's side and asked without a change in expression. If you're not in a hurry, I'll force you to be. When was it said? Uchiha Koharu frowned, instinctively about to retort. But she saw Lin Yi's mocking smile. If it wasn't a ninja from another village, then it could only be one of our own. Internal strife aside, why would anyone kill the ninja who accused White Fang of violating the rules? If you dare to say it was one of our own, White Fang will be exonerated tomorrow. Indeed, it must have been the work of a ninja from another village. The third Hokage's eyes gleamed as he understood the implication and immediately agreed with Lin Yi. Since it was the work of another village, master. What is the full name and responsibility of the Umbu? Hatake Tsukumo also smiled slightly. Assassination Tactics Special Forces, protecting the Hokage, preventing external enemies, while also taking into account all enemy information and assassination missions. Lin Yi spread his hands. These are the rules left by the second Hokage, responsible for all enemy information. Lin Yi then took out a spare mask and tossed it in his hand. Anyway, the people here are either high-ranking or powerful. The secrets of the Umbu are basically non-existent to them, especially with the Hokage present. Umbu 3rd Division, 7th Squad, Jonin Emissary. Isn't it reasonable to receive the relevant corpses according to the rules? Moreover, the corpse is in the Umbu, which doesn't affect Lord Orochimaru's intelligence gathering, does it? Isn't that right, Lord Orochimaru? Lin Yi looked at Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo also suppressed his smile and restored his coldness. Officially, as the minister of the Umbu, I have an obligation to investigate everything related to the enemy village. Personally, he is a companion I brought back with all my strength. And he died inexplicably on the way to recuperate. Lord Hokage, I want the truth. White Fang heavily emphasized the truth, causing the third Hokage's eyes to twitch slightly. Lin Yi secretly praised him for his cleverness. In particular, White Fang's personal remarks transformed Tsukumo's original stain into a reason to thoroughly investigate the matter, blocking others from finding fault with him for violating the rules. Emissary, take orders. Subordinate is here. Lin Yi immediately half knelt down. Take the corpse of the deceased back to the Umbu base, and I will personally seek out interrogation experts to investigate the brain. White Fang paused, of course. If Orochimaru has a better way, he can also come to the Umbu to talk. Yes. With that, Lin Yi slowly walked toward the corpse. One step, one step, one step. It was not only closing the distance with the target, but also tightening the heart of someone present. Do you dare to gamble? Wait. Lin Yi's footsteps did not change, and he continued to walk towards the corpse. I told you to stop. A pressure came down on him horizontally. What a lonely pressure. If this kind of power was useful, Lin Yi might as well not fight the Five Tails. His aura is much stronger than yours. This elder. Could it be that you are dissatisfied with the rules set by the second Hokage? Lin Yi turned his head and slowly said this heartbreaking sentence to Danzo. Of course. I dare not violate the rules. Danzo glanced at White Fang with his one eye, and then said, however, I also belong to a special force under the Umbu. This matter is of great importance. It is better for me to handle it. At this time, Danzo was about half 100 years old, which is considered long-lived in the Naruto world. So there is no problem in calling himself an old man. How come I don't know that there is a squad leader in the Umbu who is an elder? Humph. Boy, don't be too arrogant at a young age. The Hokage will make his own decision on this matter. Then, everyone present turned their attention to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Then, let Elder Danzo handle it. Lin Yi shrugged and simply put down the corpse. At the moment of turning his head, a slightly cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. So it was you. Chapter 20. Master and apprentice join forces to crush the roots within the Hatake household. Kakashi paced back and forth, his frustration mounting as he observed the two individuals before him, seemingly unperturbed. Father, your elder brother is about to be exposed. You must think of something. Yet, Shoma merely shook his head, and Lin Yi wore a bemused smile. What am I exposing? That person was killed by your elder brother. Not some rogue ninja from another village. Who says so? Where's the evidence? Kakashi found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, his elder brother had disguised himself in both physique and voice. There were many skilled in weaponry. Moreover, Lin Yi had consistently operated under the radar. With only the Badger Squad and their teacher Shoma aware of his prowess, someone who could barely contend with a Jinchuriki at such a young age. Lin Yi rose and nodded at Shoma. It is him. Are you certain? Shoma stood slowly, producing a white cloth. Yes, Lin Yi observed as the butterfly returned to his hand, transforming back into a button and fastening it to his collar. Through the abilities granted by Golden Experience, he had glimpsed the adversary's base, and most importantly, he had recognized a familiar face with a severed hand. In truth, even without this step, he could have deduced that the mastermind was indeed Shimura Danzo. After all, as previously mentioned, those conspiring against the White Fang were either of high rank or held significant influence. The Foambu ninja he had battled yesterday was no ordinary foe. Although Lin Yi did not count the time stop, with the advent of his world, his upper limits may not have increased significantly. Yet his lower limits had been greatly elevated. The world allowed for a range of 10 meters, even if there was a slight disparity with the Platinum Star's world. For a ninja with high attack and low defense, it could be a matter of a single strike. The fact that the Foambu could hold him off briefly while managing to retain his name indicated he was of Jonin level. Thus, Danzo satisfied both criteria of high rank and influence, as well as the ability to summon reinforcements, and ultimately had interrupted Lin Yi. It is not in my consume. Oh, but now it aligns. Danzo claimed he possessed a division of Umbu. It seems that was indeed a genuine Umbu. So, does this mean my elder brother is safe? Kakashi appeared bewildered. Of course, I am unharmed, but someone is about to face grave consequences. Lin Yi's final step was a gamble, one that naturally entailed both gains and losses. If Danzo remained silent, the plan would have already failed by half. After all, who could be unaware of the identity of the murderer? He had witnessed the victim's last moments. If he truly sought the corpse, aside from reviewing the scenes he had observed yesterday and admiring his own swordsmanship, what use would it serve? But Danzo dared not proceed. Following Lin Yi's actions, he remained utterly unaware, and he could not gamble on whether the deceased had disclosed any information before his demise. Lin Yi was wagering on Danzo's fear of such a gamble. Kakashi, stay at home. Your elder brother and I will return shortly. Shoma meticulously wiped the blade of the White Fang, carefully storing the cloth. Understood, father. Though Kakashi was young, he was not lacking in awareness. As a freshly minted chunin, his presence would likely do more harm than good. Outside, the weather turned overcast, with fierce winds causing the branches to creak ominously. Teacher, I did not expect you to be so decisive. In truth, Lin Yi was astonished that someone like Hitaki Shoma would so readily join him in confronting Danzo. Lin Yi, do you know why I am called White Fang? Shoma inquired with a chuckle as they sped forth. Because my blade is named White Fang. That is obvious. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. His teacher sometimes had a penchant for theatrics. Yet the next moment, Shoma turned serious. And the number of lives claimed by this blade is substantial. Lin Yi blinked in surprise, a smile breaking across his face. Old man, you're getting dramatic. Most importantly, I understand that you are doing this for me. The Leaf Village has left me disillusioned, but I cannot allow you to feel the same. Shoma silently resolved. Boom. The gates of the root base swung open with a thunderous crash. Who goes there? Swish. The sound of a blade cutting through the air resonated. The White Fang short blade, the day blade, and the moon blade, swapping in a similar one, slashed once, then twice. 5 blades danced like flowing light within the dark confines of the base. With precision, they struck muscle and bone, the back of the head and the forehead. Although Lin Yi felt indifferent to the prospect of slaying them all, Shoma preferred to eliminate only the principal villain, believing that killing Danzo alone would leave the third Hokage in a state of feigned ignorance. If they were to slaughter countless ninjas, any shadow would be compelled to retaliate. An array of umbu-clad ninjas either lay unconscious or convulsing on the ground. For those who could not contain their aggression, all that could be offered was an apology. It seemed that since Lin Yi had gained the world, he had grown somewhat indifferent to life, although he had never placed much value on it to begin with. Yet Lin Yi found no aversion to this feeling. Bug Crush, Bingsaku. Ah, an old acquaintance. Spotting a one-armed ninja in the distance, Lin Yi smiled. Smash Voluto. Of course, this was not a time stop. Against such foes, he had no need for it. The day blade and the one strike in the hands of the Platinum Star were promptly seized by the world, and in the next instant, he was 10 meters away. Wood, 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 wood. Gazing at the countless bugs sliced evenly in half upon the ground, the one-armed ninja rolled his eyes in resignation and fainted. You have truly surpassed your master, Lin Yi. Once the scene was cleared, White Fang regarded Lin Yi with a sense of awe. Although he anticipated that his disciple would likely exceed him, He had not expected it to happen so swiftly. Only because I have an extra pair of hands. It simply allows me to dispatch foes more swiftly, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head with a smile, refusing to indulge in arrogance. To confront a ninja of White Fang's caliber, winning would require a time stop to deliver a first strike. Otherwise, he would be the one fleeing. Lin Yi remained acutely aware of this reality. White Fang, are you planning a rebellion? A deep voice resonated, and in the shadows, Shimura Danzo's visage gradually came into view. Indeed, Hatake Shoma and Lin Yi merely donned masks. Lin Yi's was even slightly loose due to its size, revealing part of his lower face. Salt has lost its flavor. Such swordsmanship, if one could not recognize it was White Fang's, they might as well carve tofu into clay. One may indulge in excrement, but one must not speak recklessly about food. Lin Yi gently shook his head. Lord White Fang is merely recuperating at home. We are but samurai of the Iron Country, righting wrongs we encounter. You little rascal, no wonder you possess such audacity. I underestimated you. Danzo remarked coldly. Do you not fear the Hokage's wrath for your actions? Lin Yi simply shook his head and replied calmly, to assassinate the enemy ninjas of Lord White Fang's companions. To prevent our village's information from being exposed and inciting war, we resorted to forbidden techniques to eliminate the corpse-collecting Lord Danzo. The Leaf's White Fang and his disciple arrived too late. In a fit of righteous indignation, they have obliterated the enemies from the foreign village in revenge for Elder Danzo. Does this explanation please you, Elder Danzo? Ridiculous. Do you truly believe you two can secure your fates so easily? Danzo's expression darkened. Behind him, several masked elite ninjas began to materialize. As he raised his head to say something, he found White Fang had already vanished from sight. In the next instant, one of the elite ninjas collapsed to the ground. Lin Yi slowly advanced, closing the distance. Almost there, 10 meters. You little brat, what do you mean by that? Smash Voluto. The resplendent and ornate figure of the world materialized behind Danzo. Useless. Bang. Danzo's aged visage contorted as he was propelled backward. Undeniably, the world proved exceptionally effective for an initial surprise attack. Regrettably, this blow was not delivered with a bladed weapon, for had it been, a single strike might have proven fatal. Swiftly, Lin Yi pressed his advantage, simultaneously tossing Ikemanji and Nichiren for the world to seize. Earth release, earth flow rampart. An earthen wall instantly rose before Lin Yi. Sakumo, having revealed his position by drawing his blade, was contending with 7 or 8 rude operatives. The swift and decisive victories previously achieved by Lin Yi and Sakumo were primarily due to the element of surprise and the relative weakness of the initial opponents. Clang. With 4 slashes, several earthen walls were cleaved apart as if they were mere tofu. A root member, seemingly spotting Lin Yi's exposed back, turned and prepared to strike with a kunai. Useless. The operative's arm, along with his scapula, was severed, hanging only by shreds of flesh. This was no time for restraint. Focus on that brat's bloodline ability. Danzo barked at the 4 ninjas surrounding him. 2 of them engaged with the intangible world, though they could not see it. Their Jonin-hon senses allowed them to perceive its presence. Lin Yi, heedless of the danger, continued his assault on Danzo. Audacious. Danzo's aged face contorted in fury. He could tolerate Sakumo's insolence, but for a mere child to underestimate him was intolerable. Wind release, vacuum wave. A massive vortex of compressed air hurtled toward Lin Yi. The 2 ninjas nearest Danzo instantly augmented the attack with fire release techniques. Fire borrowed from the wind, and wind amplified the fire's might. In moments, a towering inferno engulfed Lin Yi, illuminating the pitch-black base with its fiery glow. The 2 ninjas battling the world suddenly felt their grip loosen as Ikemanji and Nichiren clattered to the ground. Lin Yi's eyes reflected the dancing flames. Platinum Star. A violet specter unfurled its arms from behind Lin Yi. Enduring the onrushing heat, Lin Yi subtly shifted his body and pointed a finger. Aura. Before Danzo's disbelieving gaze, a void materialized in the heart of the fiery tempest. Then, he glimpsed a flash of crimson. Sharingan. He stared at the 2 rotating black tomo before him. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Danzo felt a chilling sensation in his chest and swiftly retreated. Glancing down, he saw a shallow gash oozing blood. The 2 ninjas beside him immediately intercepted Lin Yi. Lightning release, ground run. The rapid hand seals, though slowed to a crawl in Lin Yi's eyes, were still a threat. Platinum Star shattered the hand seals of one ninja with a single punch. Lin Yi, meanwhile, rapidly infused F-ton chakra into Gitsurin and Niren. Clang. 2 wooden logs fell to the ground. A substitution jutsu? Behind him, the 2 root members who had been battling the world, upon confirming its absence, hastily moved to aid Danzo, only to be intercepted by a short blade. They are hardly a challenge for me. Tsukumo, who had been facing 7 ninjas, now confronted only 3, their faces slick with perspiration. Against Tsukumo, the slightest lapse in reaction to his blade, the briefest opening, the smallest error, could prove fatal. While the 7 had initially offered some resistance, the first casualty triggered an avalanche of losses, rapidly reducing their numbers to a mere trio. Danzo clutched at his chest wound and roared, "Uchiha Lin Yi?" He awakened the Sharingan. As expected, the Uchiha clan are all. Before he could finish, Danzo once again found himself within Lin Yi's 10-meter range. Have you not learned your lesson? Useless. The world instantly appeared on the side of Danzo's face that was not swollen, its sharp eyes filled with coldness. A punch landed. Bang! 2 of Danzo's already loose teeth were dislodged, and another mouthful of blood splattered. TCH, he's surprisingly resilient. All of you return. Danzo shouted, his mouth full. Form the formation. Danzo shakily rose from the ground, wiping away the blood from his lips. The remaining elite, disregarding the ghostly Tsukumo, flocked to Danzo's side. At the cost of another casualty, Danzo retreated behind the 6 remaining ninjas, 4 of whom, in relatively good condition, surrounded him and began weaving hand seals. Lin Yi and Tsukumo, uncertain of their intentions, moved to prevent them from succeeding. The 2 outermost root members, instead of retreating, charged toward the master and student. Lin Yi, fall back. Tsukumo's voice echoed in Lin Yi's ears. Lin Yi, heeding his master's warning, swiftly retreated with Tsukumo. Boom! An explosion of smoke filled the area. A self-detonating explosive tag? Lin Yi turned to his master, whose eyes were filled with coldness. He loathed those who turned ninjas into mere machines. 4 Crimson Ray battle formation. As the smoke cleared, 4 crimson barriers sealed the 4 ninjas and Danzo in the center. Lin Yi and Tsukumo exchanged glances, then simultaneously attacked the barrier with their short blades. Buzz! As Gitsurin made contact, the barrier rippled slightly, deflecting Lin Yi. Tsukumo, too, was repelled. Your assassination techniques are useless against this formation, Danzo said, calmly settling into a seated position, the panic on his face now gone. The Hokage will arrive in 5 minutes. Please, leave now. Tsukumo and his apprentice were formidable assassins, possessing exceptional efficiency. Against an enemy, a single breach in defense could prove fatal. However, they were ill-equipped to deal with opponents like the tailed beasts, those with high defense and regenerative abilities. It was like an assassin facing a tank. The 4 Crimson Ray battle formation could even withstand a tailed beast ball. Under normal circumstances, it was used to trap enemies. But in this situation, Danzo had unhesitatingly used it on himself, transforming what was originally a prison into a defensive barrier by having the 4 casters operate from within. Swallowing a soldier pill, Lin Yi straightened up. Oreora. Before Danzo's astonished eyes, the surface of the 4 Crimson Ray battle formation rippled continuously. The bodies of the 4 ninjas inside trembled. The entire barrier teetered on the brink of collapse. Casting a reluctant glance at the barrier, which had begun to fade, Lin Yi sat down once more. Give up, brat. Lin Yi, perhaps we should withdraw, Tsukumo said softly. The Hokage will be here soon. There is a difference between doing something in secret, known only to us, and being caught in the act. Lin Yi shook his head. His decision to assassinate Danzo stemmed from his understanding, gained through discussions with his teacher, that Danzo was a manipulative schemer. Even Tsukumo, the head of the Umbu, was unaware of Danzo's movements or the existence of Root, an organization subordinate to the Umbu. If possible, he would have preferred a more gradual approach. However, he could not track Danzo's movements, while Danzo would gradually gather intelligence on him and Tsukumo. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage was aging, and the succession of the 4th Hokage was imminent. Whether to elevate his teacher or to prevent Danzo's people from rising to power, Danzo needed to be eliminated now. Swallowing another soldier pill, he resumed. Oreora. Time passed. Lin Yi, if we don't leave soon, it will be too late. I can't leave, teacher. Even if we can't break through, I can't leave, Lin Yi said softly, shaking his head. Chapter 22. Counterattack. The ultimate game. Do not leave, master. Despite the urging of Kakashi, Lin Yi resolutely shook his head. After swallowing a military ration pill to ensure his condition, He slowly addressed the bewildered Shikamaru. If we leave now, it would mean that Danzo has won this round, and your chances of competing for Hokage will be utterly diminished. Danzo's intricate scheme to undermine you was not devised overnight. It involved meticulous planning with tasks, infiltrators, and public opinion. Even now, the world outside still perceives Kakashi as a rogue ninja. Hence, while it may seem that I have unraveled the mystery, I have merely unveiled the chessboard. My strategies and gambits are aimed at identifying the true player behind this game. However, this approach has its drawbacks. To overturn the board, one must possess sufficient strength. If I can incapacitate Danzo, then the outcome will unfold as I previously articulated. Danzo will be slain by the ninjas of a rival village. And Konoha's Kakashi will once again rise to restore order, bringing the perpetrators of Danzo's demise to justice. The Hokage would be left with no choice but to acquiesce, for he had previously acknowledged the presence of ninjas from other villages. At this moment, with reason and empathy, one could argue that Shikamaru is a warm-hearted ninja. Without Danzo's interference, public sentiment can swiftly be swayed. Yet, Lin Yi lifted his gaze to the four ninjas within, who were half kneeling and spitting blood, desperately holding on. He had not anticipated Danzo having such a contingency. This, however, did not incite any complaints within Lin Yi. After all, reality is not a novel. And this is not the spirited anime of television. Not every antagonist is destined to fail. He too was gambling. What seasoned schemer lacks a trump card? He had merely won the last wager and lost this one. Everyone, cease your actions. A deep voice shattered the silence. Lin Yi and Kakashi turned simultaneously. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in ceremonial robes and a conical hat, appeared, seemingly smoking a pipe. Yet Lin Yi could discern the black armor beneath his white robes. Accompanied by 2 Hokage advisors and several ANBU, Hiruzen signaled, and a few ANBU swiftly extracted Danzo from the barrier, commencing medical aid. What is the situation, Danzo? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, prioritizing his inquiry towards Danzo rather than the others. At this juncture, he and Shikamaru had removed their hoods, as there was no longer a need for concealment. They are about to pin the blame on us, Kakashi murmured softly, devoid of any reproach towards Lin Yi. Instead, he began contemplating how to shoulder the blame himself. Trust me, master. Lin Yi conveyed a reassuring glance to Shikamaru, continuing to focus on recovering his chakra, just in case. He had insisted on their remaining presence, as the outcome of staying would surely be preferable to a hasty retreat. Hokage, I was merely at the base seeking information regarding the bodies when Kakashi and his apprentice suddenly breached in, slashing their way to me, and I was left bewildered. The third Hokage remarked, frowning at the disarray of ninjas and severed limbs. Uchiha Lin Yi, Hatake Shikamaru, how dare you? Hokage-sama, please hold for a moment. Lin Yi declared with a clear voice. What merit is there in waiting when faced with disobedience and fratricide? Seize them at once. Danzo, despite his injuries, struggled to rise. Interrupting Lin Yi, the third Hokage narrowed his eyes and exhaled a puff of smoke. Let us discuss this matter in the interrogation room. Clearly, he intended to solidify the narrative. Lin Yi gently nudged Shikamaru, inching him closer while speaking in a tone only audible to the master. Master, immediately perform a bowing gesture. And remember to display no hint of surprise. Then, say, Hokage-sama, there is no need for haste. Though Shikamaru felt perplexed, he slightly moved his fingers to signal his understanding, then lowered his body. The ninjas present instantly heightened their vigilance. Kakashi, you. Feeling the rapid depletion of chakra, Lin Yi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now within 10 meters of him, the world appeared before the third Hokage, who picked up his pipe and turned to place it in Shikamaru's already raised hand. Lin Yi felt a wave of weakness wash over him, yet he maintained his composure, discreetly swallowing another military ration pill. Thankfully, he had experience in running a ninja tool shop. Shikamaru felt a weight in his hand as Hiruzen simultaneously relaxed his grip on the pipe. He recalled Lin Yi's intervention when he had been on the verge of taking his own life. It was once again a situation that felt insurmountable. Hokage-sama, there is no need for haste, Shikamaru echoed. The third Hokage's gaze shifted to the pipe in Shikamaru's hand, his expression darkening. Apart from him, the others around failed to notice immediately. When did this happen? He quickly raised his hand to halt the ANBU. Kakashi, how has your strength reached this level? Then let Lin Yi speak, Hiruzen allowed. Lin Yi revealed a slight smile. This was his assurance mechanism, performing a duet with Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was renowned for his speed of lethal strikes. If he could take your pipe, he could take your life. Regrettably, there was only a fleeting moment. During his clash with Danzo, he had expended perhaps lethal force, but his own exhaustion would have led to his immediate demise at the hands of Danzo's guards. His master would certainly not arrive in time to save him. When the Hokage intervened, although the four Red Suns formation had been dispelled, he had also had the chance to strike. However, as previously stated, committing murder behind the scenes, even if both parties are aware, holds no consequence. But to murder in plain sight is to declare an open confrontation. Would one dare to slay the Hokage as well? This course of action not only ensured Lin Yi's authority, but also concealed his time-stopping ability. He gestured, and those present instinctively recoiled. Soon, a ninja was yanked from midair and dragged before Lin Yi, unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Upon seeing the fallen ninja, Danzo's expression darkened immediately. How could this brat possibly know? Yes, a master of the blade. Recalling the report from his one-armed subordinate, Danzo's mind began to race, his gaze fixated on Lin Yi. So it was you. Indeed, the ninja on the ground was the familiar one-armed man whom Lin Yi had knocked unconscious. How could he not consider the possibility of his own defeat? Aside from his time-stopping ability, this was his source of confidence. Danzo might deduce that their arrival stemmed from his impatience, but he would never suspect that the one who fought him that night was Lin Yi. At this moment, the corpse Lin Yi had dispatched had long been cleaned up by Danzo, for Danzo would never allow anyone to uncover the memories within the deceased's mind. Thus, the first order of business would be to dispose of the body. This meant Lin Yi could firmly establish that the person on the ground had indeed attacked Kakashi's companions. Hokage-sama, perhaps you might wish to compare? Lin Yi produced a scroll from his robe, unfurling it with a flourish to reveal a severed hand. Danzo, would you care to join us for a closer look? Chapter 23. The Wisdom of Jojo. Danzo, do you have anything to say? The third Hokage's expression darkened. He was plagued by a headache, consumed by an unquenchable fury. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no fool. He was acutely aware of Danzo's true nature. Ever since he received Danzo's urgent missive, he understood the extent of the trouble that the rascal had caused. It was a helpless situation. His strength paled in comparison to that of the first Hokage, and his cunning was far inferior to that of his mentor, Tobirama. Danzo had indeed assisted him in many matters that his position could not address. Yet, now that he had acted, the evidence was laid bare before him. What was he to do? You harbor ambitions for the Hokage position, yet you tarnish the name of Hatake Tsukumo. The man never intended to take the role, and yet you provoke him. Please, Lord Third, do not be angry, Lin Yi interjected, cutting off Danzo's attempt at justification. Hatake Tsukumo, too, subtly shifted his gaze, focusing intently on Danzo. Although he too felt somewhat at a loss, akin to Kakashi, it seemed that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Regardless, he would simply listen. Uchiha Lin Yi spoke. I believe the third may have misunderstood Elder Danzo. Hatake Tsukumo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo were momentarily taken aback, particularly Danzo. Had I fallen under Uchiha's genjutsu? Is he speaking on my behalf? I, alongside my mentor, pursued this individual here, and I suspect his attire implies an intention to frame Elder Danzo. Indeed, Danzo nodded, realizing that Lin Yi had articulated his own thoughts. Given this circumstance, the route must proceed with caution. This individual should be detained by the Umbu for thorough interrogation and rigorous examination. Yes, no, wait. Danzo's eyes widened in alarm as he attempted to protest, only to witness the unconscious root member being pulled back by an unseen force to stand beside Tsukumo and his apprentice. Lord Third, my subordinate's actions were in accordance with protocol. Previously, when the root required a body, you complied. This time, however, they have been framed. And if you were to acquiesce again, it would clearly indicate your intent to shield Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, casting a discerning glance at Lin Yi before nodding in agreement. Lin Yi then turned to Danzo with a sardonic smile. Might it be that Lord Danzo does not wish to clear his name? He emphasized the term clear his name. Humph. Danzo shut his solitary eye, letting out a low grunt. His emotions unclear, whether it was anger or pain was uncertain. Thus, this mission concludes, Lin Yi declared. The minister, White Fang, along with his team, pursued the elite ninjas of the enemy village, successfully thwarting their plot and preventing significant loss to our village. With a leader of such caliber, what worries could Konoha possibly face? As White Fang flushed with embarrassment and confusion, Lin Yi delivered an array of formal platitudes. The Hokage and the three elders bear witness. I trust they are aware that I speak no falsehoods. How dare you? A vein throbbed on Danzo's temple. His eyes still shut. Of course, there may be other interests at play. Should Elder Danzo harbor doubts, we can retain this faux root member for further examination and discussion. Lin Yi stated, then gently addressed Tsukumo, Minister, it is time to return. Indeed. The duo, dragging one individual along, strode confidently before the assembly, heading toward the exit. Hatake Tsukumo followed Lin Yi, realizing he had taken a wrong turn. For ninjas of their caliber, a path traversed once would never be forgotten. Lin Yi ostentatiously activated his Sharingan and looked up. The archives? It seems I have strayed. My apologies for my inexperience in navigating this esteemed base. Behind them, Danzo's head bore an additional mark. The laboratory? It appears I am quite prone to losing my way. Minister, do you recognize this place? It seems we, as master and apprentice, share an unusual consensus on this matter. I too am not well acquainted with the terrain. How can you, a merciless executioner who has taken down dozens of elite and mid-level ninjas in the enemy's stronghold, feel any shame? Is this the modification chamber? Enough. Someone, show them out. In a fluster, he was agitated. Finally, after a wounded root member escorted them out, both breathed a sigh of relief in unison. After their departure from the root base, Danzo reflected, who would have thought that the child who graduated early would grow to such a degree? Such a degree? If it were not for that brat, White Fang. Danzo's thought trailed off as the third Hokage frowned and took a puff of smoke. How old is he? White Fang possesses vision, strength, and spirit. Yet, those ninjas with such attributes would never conspire with someone like me in such treachery. Outside the root base, the two did not linger. Lin Yi glanced at the faintly stirring one-armed root member and summoned forth yet another handblade. Upon their return to the Hatake clan, a worried Kakashi rushed to greet them. Only after confirming that both his brother and father were safe did he exhale in relief. How did it go? Kakashi inquired eagerly. Surely the Black Hand was eliminated? Failed to do so. That old tortoise is quite formidable, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. Tsukumo interjected, in the end, we emerged unscathed. But Lin Yi, why did you choose to exonerate Danzo? Lin Yi poured himself a cup of tea and took a delicate sip. I sought to channel the essence of Jojo. Step back, for I am about to display my brilliance. Teacher, do you think Danzo will attempt to justify himself? Hatake Tsukumo paused for a moment before responding. Undoubtedly, he will try to defend himself, but given the circumstances at that moment, what would be the point? Lin Yi shook his head. It would be useful, yet futile. Continuing, he elaborated, Teacher, let us set aside that thought for now. Even if Danzo refrains from defending himself, do you believe the third would execute him? Perhaps not. Absolutely not. Kakashi raised his head, questioning, why is that, brother? Quite simply, from a practical standpoint. Neither my teacher nor I have suffered any loss. The so-called reputation of my teacher holds little value in their eyes, yet Danzo has sustained a severe blow. Hatake Tsukumo nodded in understanding. That makes sense. After all, it was the two of them who went in and caused a ruckus. Furthermore, if the Hokage were to impose punishment, what would he seek? Tsukumo's brow furrowed, as if enlightenment dawned upon him. Lin Yi gestured toward the one-armed root ninja nearby. He will demand him. The third will certainly detain him. Then, he is likely to fabricate some pretext to confine Danzo while awaiting interrogation. And with Danzo severely weakened, holding incriminating evidence against him, would the third truly be willing to execute him? Hatake Tsukumo suddenly comprehended the situation. He may not have been overly involved, but he was far from foolish. Lin Yi patted the still perplexed Kakashi. Danzo has always been the blade for the Hokage, tasked with the dirty work. This attempt to frame the teacher was undoubtedly unknown to the Hokage, which indicates what? The blade has become uncontrollable. Moreover, it nearly succeeded. What does that signify? The blade has become too sharp. Should I then suppress Danzo, I would not only assist the third in dulling the blade's edge, but also render it obedient, providing him with leverage. The third Hokage would be delighted. How could he possibly wish to lose such a perfectly wielded blade? That is true. But even if he does not execute Danzo, the third would surely impose some form of punishment, would he not? Hatake Tsukumo remained perplexed, noting that Danzo had not yet faced any consequences. No, teacher, our objective has never been to kill Danzo, nor to put him in a difficult position. Chapter 24. Restoring honor. At this moment, Kakashi and Tsukumo Hatake found themselves at the same table, having exerted considerable effort toward a singular goal, to eliminate Danzo. Teacher, our objective is to restore your honor and, moreover, to cultivate an even more illustrious reputation. The purpose of restoring your honor is to enable your subsequent competition for the position of Hokage, allowing your aspirations to flourish, while also granting Kakashi and me the opportunity to become the next generation of Hokage. Tsukumo shook his head and smiled at Lin Yi. Previously, after dealing with Danzo, our narrative could have fulfilled this purpose, which is precisely why we aim to eliminate him. However, now that we cannot kill Danzo, we must seek alternative methods to achieve our goal. A trivial punishment is certainly not what I desire. Lin Yi swallowed a sip of tea to clear his throat before continuing. As I mentioned earlier, if we are to punish Danzo, we must inevitably hand him over. He gestured toward the one-armed ninja beside him. Handing him over would only serve the third Hokage, and it would not fall into Danzo's hands. Indeed, Tsukumo countered. But have you considered that the third Hokage is equally indifferent to your so-called reputation? He will not kick you when you are down. Yet he will not extend a helping hand either. Once Danzo realizes that we have outmaneuvered him, will that not be to our detriment? After all, he will already have faced punishment by then. Moreover, if the third Hokage becomes aware of your intentions to vie for Hokage, he will likely support Danzo. As people are often motivated by their own interests, Lin Yi elucidated slowly. In truth, I have only partially articulated my thoughts. Danzo serves as the blade of the Hokage, and so does White Fang. Should that blade aspire to become the master, the Hokage would relish the opportunity to tarnish Tsukumo's reputation further. However, if we manage to subdue him, we shall hold the leverage, and we can expose him at any moment. Hence, Danzo would not only cease to obstruct us, he may even express gratitude for our assistance to you. Teacher, gratitude? Indeed, Lin Yi affirmed with a nod. Tell me, teacher, does Danzo prefer to have this matter in our hands, or in the third Hokage's? Surely, he would prefer it to be with us? Precisely. When we finally escort him away, did Danzo offer any resistance? White Fang reflected on the encounter, recalling how they had even toured the root organization in front of Danzo. Indeed, there was none, except for eventually ushering us out. But, why is that? Because he opts for the lesser of two evils. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. We must remain cognizant of Danzo's true intentions. His aim is undoubtedly the Hokage position, or perhaps he requires the Hokage's assistance for some endeavor. Yet, the third Hokage is unwilling, which drives him to either become the fourth Hokage or to support a candidate for that role. If we possess the evidence, restoring your honor will merely add another competitor for him. If you, teacher, still harbor no desire to become Hokage as before, you would hardly be a competitor. Conversely, should he hand over the evidence to the third Hokage, he would extinguish any hope of becoming Hokage himself, as the third Hokage would never permit a blade that has served him in the shadows to ascend to such heights. By comparison, he would naturally choose to align with us. Ah, I see now. Tsukumo's eyes widened in understanding, finally grasping the intricate web of relationships. He cast a glance at Lin Yi, filled with both trepidation and relief. How fortunate it was that this was his disciple, gifted, powerful, and young. Moreover, he possessed such remarkable cunning. Meanwhile, Kakashi gazed at Lin Yi with starry eyes, having not comprehended much of the discussion, yet still finding his senior brother undeniably impressive. Teacher, we must now proceed to the next step. If our previous suggestion of you becoming Hokage was a jest, then we can still extricate ourselves from this predicament. However, if you are sincere, we have merely just begun. Tsukumo likewise set down his teacup gently and replied earnestly, I would never jest regarding such matters. Excellent. Look, Lord White Fang has thwarted the enemy's scheme again. I saw it. The enemy had infiltrated deep within the village. If it weren't for Lord White Fang, the consequences would have been dire. It was reported that the enemy killed one of the comrades Lord White Fang risked everything to save. It seems that comrade had a close relationship with Lord White Fang. Amidst the bustling streets of Konoha, villagers animatedly discussed White Fang's recent triumph over enemy spies. Moreover, I must share a secret with you. My cousin's niece's neighbor's husband is an umbu. A villager whispered conspiratorially, pride glowing in his eyes. Really? How impressive. Shoo, keep your voice down. This is classified information. It is said that the comrade saved by Lord White Fang possesses crucial intelligence from the enemy village. That is why he was so determined to bring them back. Otherwise, how could he have been attacked? Ah, so that's it. Have we misunderstood Lord White Fang all along? I must seek him out to apologize. During the war, if it weren't for him, my son would never have returned. I was so harsh in my words. I truly regret it. I will go apologize too. From a distance, Kakashi gazed in admiration at Lin Yi. Senior brother, you are incredible. This is human nature, Lin Yi remarked, patting Kakashi on the head gently. The populace is often blindly obedient. However, their previous unthinking blame towards the teacher will now foster a deeper sense of guilt, which, in turn, will lead them to cherish the teacher even more. Kakashi nodded, somewhat understanding. In truth, this tactic was a common public relations strategy from Lin Yi's previous life. Yet, its prevalence was not indicative of its simplicity. Rather, it was a testament to its efficacy. Preemptive attacks, subsequent reversals, the public's guilt, and the protagonist overcoming adversity. This would elevate their popularity. Moreover, since Tsukumo was indeed wronged, this approach would yield remarkable results. Now that the issue of reputation had been resolved, Lin Yi was determined to assist Tsukumo in attaining the Hokage position. To become Hokage, two things were paramount: the strength to command respect and a sufficient following. Tsukumo's strength was self-evident, yet his supporters were admittedly few. After all, White Fang had only recently been appointed as the head of the Umbu, and the Umbu primarily served as the Hokage's elite guards. Nevertheless, the issue of supporters was not insurmountable. In essence, supporters were simply ninjas, who could be categorized into two types: civilian ninjas from small clans and clan ninjas from prominent families. With the civilian issue resolved, it was now time to address the concerns of the various clans. Lin Yi's Sharingan began to whirl slowly. It was time to meet with the clan leaders. Chapter 25. The devoted son of Uchiha Lin Yi. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the Uchiha clan's patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku, received a visiting shinobi who half-knelt in respect before him. "You may rise," Fugaku stated calmly, then turned to Lin Yi with a smile. "The Uchiha clan is fortunate to have a ninja of your caliber. Regrettably, I failed to recognize your potential before Kakashi did." Lin Yi silently scoffed, thinking to himself that he had no intention of serving them at that time. However, he maintained a facade of courtesy, replying, "Patriarch, I owe my achievements to the clan's exceptional resources and support." Having recently returned home, Lin Yi anticipated being summoned to meet the clan leader. He doubted Fugaku was aware of the commotion he had caused with Kakashi earlier that day. Nonetheless, Fugaku would certainly have heard of his actions in the hospital. Fugaku shook his head, stating, "If the clan had truly supported you, I would not have only just learned that you have become Kakashi's sole apprentice." Lin Yi had graduated early after just over a year of training and had not joined a conventional team or the police force, but rather entered the Umbu directly under Kakashi's guidance. His desire to remain inconspicuous, coupled with the clan's indifference towards a junior member, resulted in Fugaku's late discovery of Lin Yi's status. "Isn't it rather hasty to graduate and join the Umbu? The tasks are demanding and require secrecy, leaving little room for friendships within the clan," Fugaku remarked, suggesting that the clan did not hold Lin Yi in high regard. Thus he had no obligation to seek their approval. After a moment of silence, Fugaku addressed Lin Yi earnestly. "I hope you don't mind my directness, but I wish to know your thoughts on the village and our clan." Lin Yi pondered. "If I were not assisting my teacher in becoming Hokage, I would prefer to sit idly by and observe." He continued, "It is evident that the majority of villagers harbor disdain towards us, and the Hokage's stance remains ambiguous." Disdain? Lin Yi thought. They have no idea what whispers are exchanged behind closed doors. As for the Hokage, I must remain cautious, given the historical context and overwhelming strength. He surmised that the Hokage's interest in him stemmed solely from his teacher's influence, especially now that Kakashi's reputation had not only been restored but elevated. Fugaku, sensing Lin Yi's determination, felt a surge of emotion. "You are indeed an admirable child," he said, instinctively rubbing his fingers together. "As you know, the villagers mostly disfavor the police force, and many in our clan are reluctant to adhere to the traditional small team system. Thus, do you think Kakashi could use more manpower in the Umbu?" Considering the Uchiha clan's self-absorbed nature, Fugaku realized that assigning them menial tasks would be more torturous than combat. If we were to place more in the police force, it would surely sour the faces of the villagers. Fugaku, feeling helpless, acknowledged, "The Umbu is directly under the Hokage's command, and my teacher may be," but his expression darkened at the thought. "Nevertheless, I will do my best to inquire on your behalf. You may provide me with a list of those interested in joining the Umbu, but it must not be too extensive. I hope you understand." "Of course, that will suffice. I will have someone prepare it immediately," Fugaku responded, his countenance brightening. He then produced a token from his robes. Take this, Lin Yi. With it, you may access all the clan's ninjutsu scrolls, including the Sharingan techniques, which will serve as a foundation for when you awaken your eyes. Lin Yi, with a solemn expression, pushed the token back. Patriarch, it is my duty to assist the clan. I seek no reward for this. Moreover, we do not yet know the outcome, so I cannot accept this. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's gaze softened, but he firmly placed the token in Lin Yi's hands. The clan may have overlooked you in the past, but as you pointed out, the Uchiha clan is also your strength. Lin Yi lowered his head, discreetly allowing his golden star to manifest a finger, rubbing his eyes. When he raised his head, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, Patriarch, he said as he took his leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to the clan. Fugaku called after him. Lin Yi nodded earnestly before turning and departing. Once Lin Yi's figure had completely vanished, the previously departed shinobi swiftly returned and half-knelt before Fugaku. Patriarch, can we truly trust him with access to the entire ninjutsu library? Is it not too hasty? Fugaku raised an eyebrow slightly. I would not dare question your judgment. Even if Lin Yi cannot facilitate our entry into the Umbu, I would still be willing to extend this trust. Why is that? The kneeling Uchiha shinobi inquired. To be chosen by Kakashi as his sole apprentice, and to have concealed his identity for so long, should not be underestimated. Regardless of the circumstances, he is one of us. Late investment is still investment. While embellishing a situation cannot compare to providing aid in times of need, it is still better than offering nothing at all. Furthermore, how can one expect assistance without extending a hand? Indeed, the patriarch is wise. As Lin Yi walked home, he contemplated while tossing the token in his hand. Even without Fugaku's sweetened offer, he would have assisted him. It was straightforward. Fugaku sought to secure a path for clan members into the Umbu to quell their discontent towards the village. However, Lin Yi aimed to bind the entire Uchiha clan to his cause. How would he achieve this? The simplest method was to recruit individuals. If 6 out of 10 supported him, would the others dare to oppose? Of course, revealing his intentions now would be premature. Had he suggested to Fugaku that the whole clan follow him, the best outcome would have been a dismissive laugh from Fugaku. Thus, he needed a gradual approach. First, establish a chain of benefits, place members into the Umbu, and then cultivate relationships. After all, those who could enter the Umbu were the elite among elites. And the Uchiha valued emotional bonds deeply. By appealing to both interests and emotions, he was confident in his strategy. I shall wait for the patriarch to provide the list before devising further plans. For now, it is time to return home for dinner. Chapter 26. Lin Yi schemes 3 days later, in the forest outside Konoha. Lin Yi leisurely peeled an orange while observing the distant figure of the world, skillfully wielding dual blades. The sound of steel clashing resonated continuously, accompanied by the crisp sound of countless kunai dropping to the ground. Watergate appeared with a resigned expression. Lin Yi, you seem a bit too relaxed. After returning to the village yesterday and completing his mission, Watergate immediately sought out Lin Yi for training. Having confirmed that he could not meet Kushina, love-struck minds are truly formidable. However, to Watergate's astonishment, he found that Lin Yi's unique bloodline had expanded from 2 meters to an astonishing 10 meters. 10 meters. It was utterly unfathomable. While the world did not pause in time, it was indeed impossible for Watergate to match Lin Yi's speed with Flying Thunder God. Yet, the world could keep pace with Watergate's shuriken throws. As a result, within an 8-meter radius centered on Lin Yi, Watergate couldn't even throw a single kunai. Lin Yi felt utterly exhilarated. Shining Dog still calling out? Oh, Watergate, weren't we supposed to spar? I've waited so long. He picked up a nearby teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. Order a cappuccino for Andy. This is too unfair. How can we train like this? Watergate sighed, having exhausted most of his chakra with continuous body flicker techniques. Then you can train your body techniques with my bloodline, Lin Yi suggested. Watergate wiped the sweat from his forehead, recalling the time he stubbornly faced Lin Yi's bloodline and ended up bedridden for 3 days. Even with Lin Yi claiming to have held back his strength. All right, let us take a break. Lin Yi accepted the dual blades thrown by the world, sheathing them and summoning the Platinum Star while shaking the teapot towards Watergate. Sometimes, I really envy your bloodline. Watergate shook his head, wiping his face and expressing his envy. I envy your ability to teleport. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. He had attempted to learn Flying Thunder God, but having abandoned most ninjutsu since childhood, it felt as incomprehensible as reading ancient scriptures. Even with Watergate's explanations, he struggled to grasp the intricate logic behind it. Never mind. My supreme intellect tells me I don't need such flamboyance. Still unable to bring Kushina out? Watergate asked, sipping his tea, feeling somewhat contemplative. Well, suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, raising his head and asking Lin Yi anxiously, Lin Yi, weren't you once faced with a tailed beast? What do you think would happen if it were me? Hard to say. Lin Yi pondered briefly before shaking his head. Watergate and the Jinchuriki are not of the same type. It's not easy to compare. What do you mean by hard to say? Watergate's face fell. It means, if you were to leave, the tailed beast couldn't stop you. But if you wanted to fight, you wouldn't even be able to break through its defenses. So, it's hard to say, because if you were forced to battle the tailed beast. Lin Yi left his sentence hanging. But Watergate understood, his fists tightening slightly. Lin Yi, continue. I still have the sealing techniques I just learned to try out. Let us continue. We've been training all day. Don't you run out of chakra? Fortunately, thanks to the soldier pills you gave me. Looking at Watergate, who chuckled awkwardly while scratching his head, Lin Yi took a deep breath. What a sin. Smash the Voluto. Are we training this late today? At the Hitaki residence. Lin Yi lay languidly in the bathtub. Love-struck minds are truly formidable. Love-struck minds? Hitaki Tsukumo questioned. It's nothing, sensei. You wouldn't understand as a single middle-aged man. Hitaki Tsukumo lightly tapped Lin Yi's forehead in annoyance. By the way, Lin Yi, I reviewed the list you gave me earlier. The candidates are all fine. Should we bring them all in? Can we bring them all in? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. There are only 4 people in total. If we can't bring them in, what am I even doing? Hitaki Tsukumo rolled his eyes, having spent enough time with Lin Yi to grasp some of his peculiar phrases. That's true. Fugaku might have taken my previous words to heart and carefully selected 4 elites. No, we shouldn't. Huh? Which one? None of them. Hitaki Tsukumo was momentarily taken aback. None. Then what is the purpose of your list, Lin Yi? Of course, to ensure Fugaku pays sufficient attention. Then why are we still? Lin Yi slowly submerged himself deeper into the water. Sensei, if we let them in this time, do you think Fugaku will thank us? Hitaki Tsukumo sat down to ponder. He should, right? He will, but not excessively. After all, he provided me with benefits while painstakingly selecting 4 elite clan jonin. Given all his efforts, if we facilitate this for him, he will feel it is merely expected. Seeing that his teacher was still somewhat unclear, Lin Yi continued. For example, when you take on a mission and after much effort, you receive your reward. Do you feel it's your due? Or do you thank the village for the reward? Both, I suppose, more of the former. Lin Yi nodded, spreading his hands. But if we leave none behind, won't that lead to enmity? Not at all. Not only will there be no enmity, but we will also become closer allies. Why is that? Very simple. I previously mentioned to the clan leader that the Umbu are not yours, but the Hokage's. If we fail at this moment, and he perceives that we had no reason to deny the Uchiha entry, who will he blame? Us, or the 3rd Hokage? Hitaki Tsukumo caught on. It should be the 3rd Hokage. Indeed, because in Fugaku's view, Lin Yi is one of the Uchiha, and White Fang has no grievances against the Uchiha. Moreover, the individuals sent over are the cream of the crop. There is no reason to refuse them. The only reason they can't enter would be that the Hokage is obstructing them. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. At this point, if you forcefully advocate for their inclusion in the Umbu, how grateful do you think Fugaku will feel? Gazing at Lin Yi's smiling face, Hitaki Tsukumo once again felt fortunate to be his teacher. You truly have it all figured out. The longer Uchiha Fugaku deliberated over his carefully selected candidates, the greater his expectations would grow. Upon discovering that his efforts were in vain, his dissatisfaction with the 3rd Hokage would only intensify. And at that moment, if the 4 were allowed into the Umbu, Fugaku would feel as though he had regained what he lost. He would believe that it was Lin Yi and White Fang who utilized their resources or connections to accomplish this for him. From initially holding the majority of the credit, it would shift to Lin Yi and White Fang entirely. The end result would still be that Hitaki Tsukumo allowed the 4 individuals into the Umbu. But with Lin Yi's additional maneuver, this would yield Fugaku's gratitude while further alienating him from the Hokage. Is this truly a child barely in his teens? Very well. Let us proceed as planned. Hitaki Tsukumo nodded, recognizing that since they had embarked on the path of contending for the Hokage position, certain tactics were unavoidable. Chapter 27. New Mission, Teammates Minato. Jiraiya, thank you, Lin Yi. I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Uchiha Fugaku inclined slightly towards Lin Yi. There's no need for such formalities, clan leader. It is my duty. Besides, it was truly Shikaka-sensei who bore the brunt of the pressure. Lin Yi replied modestly. Indeed. Please extend my gratitude to Lord Shikaku as well. Once Lin Yi left, Fugaka's expression turned solemn again, revealing two sharp creases at the corners of his mouth. Clan leader. It seems the Hokage harbors some reservations towards us, he remarked. That was within my expectations. Fugaku waved his hand dismissively. After all, if the Hokage were to allow our Uchiha into the Umbu, the ranks of elite Jonin would swell immediately. It is not that the Hokage does not want this. Rather, it is a matter of fear. He paused, contemplating the swiftness of the recent rejection. In the past, when he submitted requests for clan ninjas, the third Hokage would at least offer some diplomatic rhetoric to delay the process. In due time, he would utter some platitudes about not being in need of personnel, weaving tales of the will of fire and so forth. Yet this time, the request was swiftly denied, with Shikaku insisting on the lack of manpower as the reason for acceptance. Fugaku held no suspicions towards Lin Yi, as he could never fathom that Lin Yi and Kakashi would conspire against the entire Uchiha clan. We must be prepared. The Hokage's attitude towards us is growing increasingly unfriendly. Is he paving the way for the fourth Hokage? As Lin Yi departed from the clan leader's residence, he strolled leisurely along the path home, cradling his head in his hands. The setting sun bathed him in its warm glow. It would be even more delightful if Minato would refrain from seeking him out for sparring sessions. Messenger, a mission has arrived. The familiar figure with the dog-faced mask materialized before him. What should I call you now? Messenger team leader, we have a mission. The badger dog stated after a brief pause. Following the chaos caused by Lin Yi and Kakashi at the root, Kakashi had promoted Lin Yi to the position of team leader of the 3rd Division of the Umbu. The Hokage was aware of Lin Yi's capabilities and thus raised no objections, especially since the individual who frequently contested such matters was now under Lin Yi's thumb and dared not voice dissent. Naturally, Lin Yi had transitioned from addressing Badger Dog, who was technically the squad leader, to being called team leader by him. Let us depart. He pivoted away from his previous path home. Umbu missions were not like the usual tasks that allowed for preparation. They required immediate action. This time, you will not accompany us. Come with me. Badger Dog shook his head. He wished to join Lin Yi, but his abilities did not permit it. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yi followed closely behind Badger Dog as they raced towards the Hokage's building. Moments later, they revealed themselves at the entrance, stepping inside. Lord Hokage, the messenger team leader has arrived. Badger Dog half knelt to report. After receiving a nod from the 3rd Hokage, he vanished in a flash. Lin Yi? At that moment, Lin Yi had yet to don his mask and attire. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned to see a figure clad in yellow and white. Minato? Jiraiya-sensei. He greeted Minato first, and then nodded gently towards Jiraiya standing beside him. In recent years, Jiraiya had remained outside the village following the conclusion of the war. It seemed he had only just returned. Very well, we can catch up later. This is the objective of our mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, placing his pipe down. Lin Yi and Minato straightened, accepting the scroll with solemn expressions. The land of Earth is stirring again, Lin Yi mused. Previously, he had undertaken the longest and most perilous mission, which involved gathering intelligence in Awagakure. Indeed, this mission has been pending for some time, hindered by the lack of suitable candidates. Originally, Shikaku could have taken it, but he was embroiled in a scandal. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage is reluctant to elevate Shikaku's reputation any further. Coincidentally, with Jiraiya's return, we now have our candidate, Hiruzen explained. Jiraiya, I trust in your strength. Minato's flying thunder god ensures our mobility, and Lin Yi has prior experience facing the current target. Therefore, I entrust this mission to you all. Sarutobi's voice, tinged with age, resonated, and the trio nodded in agreement. At the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, Lin Yi chuckled as they traversed the forest. This truly fulfills your wish, he remarked. Minato, with a hint of a wry smile, shook his head. Such wishes should occur less frequently. Oh, speaking of which, Lin Yi, you have faced the 4 tails and 5 tails, haven to you? Quite impressive. Jiraiya, leading the way, turned his head with a slightly exaggerated expression. Indeed, our trio's mission is to investigate the movements of the Jinchuriki from the land of Earth. Typically, Jinchuriki are closely monitored within their respective villages, yet the 2 from the land of Earth seem to roam freely. Isn't that maddening for other nations? Thus, they set forth to investigate, with Jiraiya, Minato, and Lin Yi representing the pinnacle of Konoha's available combat prowess for such a task. Even if they were to encounter 2-tailed beasts simultaneously, while victory was uncertain, retreat would not pose a problem. As long as they discerned that the tailed beast's intentions did not target the land of fire, they could let them wander freely. However, if their aims were indeed malicious, preparations must be made in advance. Lord Jiraiya, you jest, Lin Yi replied with a wry smile. Those familiar with their own affairs understand their circumstances. Our team was once pursued like a pack of strays, and I faced only the Five Tails Jinchuriki in battle. Ultimately, I escaped by feigning death. Lin Yi did not shy away from sharing the truth. In the realm of missions, teammates are those with whom one entrusts their very life and back. Boasting to comrades only leads to one's own suffering. Even so, that encounter was remarkable. Jiraiya did not belittle Lin Yi. Instead, he admired him more. To have two Jinchuriki pursue you, and to remain behind while one engaged the foe to ensure your teammate's safe withdrawal, even if by feigning death, that is a testament to surviving against Jinchuriki. Regarding specific intelligence, Lin Yi continued, I have never witnessed complete tailed beast transformation, but I have observed the Five Tails in its normal and semi-transformed states. The Five Tails can utilize steam. Before Jiraiya could speak, Lin Yi proactively shared all the information he possessed. Steam? Jiraiya and Minato inquired in unison. Yes, Lin Yi affirmed, explaining. The creature is enveloped in armor, using steam to enhance its speed, physical prowess, and damage output. In its semi-transformed state, it is cloaked in a chakra shroud, exhibiting exceptional recovery and defense capabilities, while also capable of unleashing small-scale tailed beast bombs. Tailed beast bomb. Minato's eyes flickered with interest at the mention. As for the Four Tails, we sensed a wave of heat. The steam from the Five Tails did not impart the same intensity, leading me to deduce that the Four Tails is likely adept at fire-based ninjutsu. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. Then, let us proceed at full speed. Chapter 28. The second encounter with the Five Tails within the borders of the land of Earth. Barren rocky peaks rise and fall, with the heat waves distorting the air. Are they ninjas from the Leaf Village? A deep voice erupted before them. Lin Yi and his companions anxiously gazed at the two Jinchuriki before them. As soon as they approached the vicinity of the two Jinchuriki, they were detected. They had intended to explain their presence, but their words fell on deaf ears, leaving them no choice but to engage in battle. Little brat, you're still alive? The Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, recognized Lin Yi, squinting his eyes, his imposing stature radiating pressure. It seems you have grown careless, Han. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Z, stood at half Han's height, but exuded a comparable aura. Han let out a low grunt, tightening the mask over his mouth, his voice gravelly. It's not too late to settle this today. In an instant, over a dozen shuriken were hurled toward Old Z and Han. Lava release. Boiling release. Streams of lava and scalding steam deflected the shuriken that flew toward them. With such meager skills, you dare confront us? Before his words could finish, a flash appeared, and a razor-sharp blade was already poised against Old Z's neck. Oh my Lord Minato! A sticky sensation enveloped Old Z's neck as a dark red chakra circled it. In the next moment, a massive lava bomb, the size of a human head, hurtled toward Minato. As the scorching wind surged, Minato vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Lin Yi and Jiraiya. Fire release, great fireball technique. Jiraiya combined oil with fire in his mouth, unleashing a colossal wave of intense flames toward the two Jinchuriki. Playing with fire in front of us. The two Jinchuriki paid no heed, their chakras surging throughout their bodies, and they charged straight at Jiraiya's wall of fire. Boom! The fire wall was pierced by two large holes, and Jiraiya stepped back slightly, dispelling his technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. A gigantic wall, spanning several meters, blocked the fireballs expelled by Old Z. Then, Jiraiya leaped high into the air. Hair-raising lion technique. His white hair elongated, tightly binding Han's robust form. Meanwhile, Old Z attempted to break free. Mighty, mighty, mighty. Two blades nearly a meter long appeared before Old Z, slashing wildly. Behind him, Lin Yi opened his crimson eyes, wielding dual blades as he attacked Old Z from behind. Slash. Old Z's pupils contracted slightly as he immediately enveloped himself in tailed beast chakra, but under the relentless onslaught, the immense force even cleaved through the tailed beast cloak. On the other side, Han, bound by Jiraiya's hair, struggled fiercely, steam continuously billowing from his trachea. Yet, he couldn't break free from the hair binding. Minato. A shuriken suddenly appeared before Han's eyes. Not good. Han instinctively tilted his head back, narrowly evading the shuriken aimed at his neck. Such swift movement. Still, Han's gaze turned grave as he looked at Minato. In the next moment, His entire body began to swell. Meanwhile, old Z, overwhelmed by Lin Yi and the world around him, furiously unleashed his full power. Black-red chakra spread across his body. And unlike the partial beast transformation Lin Yi had previously faced, two colossal beasts, each several dozen meters tall, glared down at the trio. Roar, roar, roar. The game is over. If you wish to defeat us, bring the 9 tails. As the momentum coalesced, the two-tailed beasts opened their massive jaws. Countless chakra streams converging at their center, gathering, condensing, swirling. In mere moments, the tailed beasts had amassed a tailed beast ball far larger than what Lin Yi had faced previously. Platinum Star. The robust figure of a giant emerged. I am not the same me as before. Lin Yi charged forward instead of retreating, appearing atop the Five Tails head in a few swift movements. Aura, 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 aura. The enormous iron fists of the Platinum Star rained down upon Mu Wang's head. As the punches fell like raindrops, Mu Wang let out a wail, his mouth slowly compressing. Under the pressure of Mu Wang's mouth, the tailed beast ball began to morph from a sphere into an oval shape. Meanwhile, Jiraiya swiftly bit his finger. Summoning technique. As the white smoke dissipated, a gigantic toad, comparable in size to a tailed beast, appeared. Fire release. Toad oil fireball. The immense toad opened its mouth, spewing forth toad oil like a crashing wave. Jiraiya, standing atop the toad's head, ignited the oil with fire, rapidly transforming it into a cascading waterfall of flames. The Four Tails had no choice but to spread its arms wide. Minato, biting his lip, tightened his grip on the shuriken. Lin Yi was right. Indeed, it is impenetrable. Yet his year-long conceived jutsu still bore no progress. Chakra cannot simply be gathered to possess lethal power. Wait, the tailed beast ball. Minato's eyes brightened. In truth, Minato had long envisioned a highly destructive, instantaneous jutsu that required no hand seals. It had merely remained a concept until he gazed at the swirling tailed beast balls within the mouths of the two beasts. Inspiration surged within him. Boom! A massive explosion drew the attention of all. Mu Wang's mouth was finally smashed shut, the tailed beast ball detonating within, causing the enormous figure to crash to the ground. However, Han, his complexion slightly pale, quickly repaired Mu Wang's form with chakra and stood up again. Damn it! Here we go again. Lin Yi's expression changed, and he dashed outward. The tailed beast ball was barely stabilized within Mu Wang's mouth, and before he could launch it, it had already begun to gather at the edge of his lips. If he dared to release it, the aftermath would be devastating. The Four Tails likewise slowly opened its arms, revealing the overflowing tailed beast ball within. Minato, move, Jiraiya urged, slapping Minato's shoulder. Minato nodded immediately, grabbing Jiraiya's hand. They appeared beside Lin Yi, with Minato placing a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, swiftly departing from the scene. Boom, 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 several dozen miles away. The trio gazed at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Is this the power of the tailed beasts? Minato's face turned slightly pale. Within Kushina, the strongest power resides. Teacher, shall we continue? Minato turned to inquire of Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. This is sufficient. They should have no ties to the Leaf Village. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found them here. If we provoke them further, it would be tantamount to us instigating a conflict. The intelligence on the two Jinchuriki had been largely gathered, and the mission could be deemed complete, though the reason behind the two Jinchuriki's reckless behavior outside remained unclear. As long as they did not venture into the Land of Fire, the Leaf Village would prefer they run amok. After all, the investigation was solely into the two Jinchuriki, not a quest for their absolute demise. The return journey was naturally less urgent. Teacher, I have made further progress with that jutsu. Oh, really? Jiraiya responded, while licking an ice pop he had just purchased in the Land of Grass. A jutsu? What kind of jutsu? Lin Yi, licking a strawberry-flavored ice pop, approached Minato, placing a hand on his shoulder and pulling him closer to ask, well, it's an offensive-type jutsu. Once I develop it, you will definitely witness it. From your tone, I suppose I shall be the first to face it. Lin Yi's mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 29. The development of new ninjutsu by the straight man Watergate Old Man. Here is the mission report. Jiraiya nonchalantly dug at his earwax, while tossing a scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even as a teacher, he remained rather unsteady. Sarutobi set aside his pipe, chuckling wryly as he shook his head. Is there truly no immediate threat to Konoha? He unfurled the scroll and quickly noticed Jiraiya's concluding remarks. It feels as if they are merely playing outside. Watergate scratched his shining golden hair, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. In truth, regarding the pursuit, the two Jinchuriki hardly attempted to hide. They were either running this way or frolicking that way every day. With this thought, Watergate covertly glanced at his mentor, Jiraiya. It felt somewhat reminiscent. Watergate, what are you looking at? Jiraiya's feigned calm voice broke the silence. And nothing, Jiraiya-sensei. Good. Then I shall trouble you all for this. The third Hokage smiled as he took out the reward to hand to Jiraiya. Although he harbored a sliver of concern, he was disinclined to interfere as long as there was no threat to Konoha. In a tranquil area of Konoha, a solitary tower stood tall, surrounded by masked Umbu who quietly kept watch. Even under the bright sun, Kushina felt an oppressive weight in her heart. Glancing out the window, she finally spotted the figure she had yearned for. Watergate. She could hardly contain herself as she burst through the door and rushed outside. Calm down, Jinchuriki. Two Umbu, cloaked and masked, instantly blocked Kushina's path. Her red hair danced in the wind, and her immense aura even made the Umbu tremble slightly. Didn't I tell you I would be practicing sealing techniques with Watergate today? With that, she shoved past the two and sprinted outside without a backward glance. She caught hold of the man before her. Ah, as expected of you, Watergate. You timed the mission perfectly. Let us continue our sealing practice. By the way, how did you master it so quickly? Many from the Uzumaki clan take ages to learn, yet you grasped it instantly. Watergate smiled gently at the chattering red-haired girl. However, his expression dimmed slightly when he thought of the beast within her. All right, let us continue our training. I shall be quite strict, you know. Kushina stamped her foot, pointing her finger towards the sky, her spirited demeanor contrasting sharply with the anxious girl she had been moments before. I'm sorry, Kushina, but today, I need to go train new ninjutsu elsewhere. What? Kushina's smile faltered, but she quickly forced a grin. It's fine if you don't want to learn sealing techniques. I can accompany you to learn other ninjutsu. I'm sorry. Then, where are you going to train? Is it with that Uchiha hate again? You promised me. If you dislike me and want to avoid being with me, just say so. Kushina's eyes glistened with unshed tears. How could I think that? Watergate's heart ached, and he nearly voiced his desire to stay. Was it really so wrong to spend a day with Kushina? However, Jiraiya-sensei would be leaving soon, and hate was available today too. If he remained, he wouldn't even be able to breach the beast's defenses. Hayate's words echoed in his mind. I'm sorry, Kushina. I wish to master the strength that can protect you. With a heavy heart, Watergate turned away, waving his hand dismissively. Kushina instinctively chased after him, but just as she crossed the threshold, someone intercepted her shoulder. You've crossed the line, Jinchuriki. Kushina's eyes narrowed, her chakra beginning to surge. She recalled what Mito had told her. Happiness must be fought for, and even as a vessel, one can still accept love. In the next moment, sealing chains ensnared the Umbu before her. At the third training ground, after leveraging some connections, only Jiraiya, Hate, and Watergate remained. Hate observed Watergate as if he were a fool. You had arranged to practice sealing techniques with Kushina today, yet here you are seeking me and old white hair. Jiraiya-sama, are you all right? Hey, Hate, you meant to say old white hair, right? A symbol of annoyance appeared on Jiraiya's forehead. And what about it? Isn't your master also white-haired? But Shikaka-sensei wouldn't peek at girls bathing. Hate muttered, recalling Jiraiya's infamous techniques. He shouldn't be, at least. That was for research. Since they had completed their mission well ahead of time, the trio did not have to endure rough conditions on their way back. While staying at an inn in the land of grass, Hate discovered that this old man had a penchant for peeking at the women's bath. From then on, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya became known as Old White Hair to him. However, now that you're all here, could you provide me some inspiration for this ninjutsu? I wish to develop it as soon as possible. Hate rolled his eyes in exasperation. This hopeless straight man is beyond salvation. Then let us get started. Jiraiya, however, was brimming with enthusiasm. All right. The golden locks glimmered in the breeze, and in the next instant, boom, Enwa. Hate jumped in surprise, instinctively shutting his activated Sharingan as he gazed at the crater left in the ground. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this already quite good? No. Watergate shook his head. I can only barely gather it now, but soon it will spiral out of control and explode, and the damage isn't up to expectations. With that, Watergate began to gather chakra once more. The sounds of explosions echoed through the third training ground. What a war-torn training ground. Hate and Jiraiya stood aside, watching Watergate tirelessly demolish public property. Suddenly, Hate raised an eyebrow, sensing something familiar. Tailed beast bomb. As expected of Hate, Watergate materialized beside them, exhaling heavily as he sat down. It was after battling the tailed beast that I was inspired to further develop this ninjutsu. So you want to handcraft the tailed beast bomb? Watergate scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. The current issue is stability, correct? Indeed. I hope this technique can stabilize in my hand until the moment I need to release it upon others. As for power, it should at least breach the defenses of a tailed beast. Wow, you hold a grudge quite well. Hate blinked. Understood, stability, damage capable of breaching tailed beast defenses. And it should be a ninjutsu without hand seals. And your first opponent is intended to be me. Heh, Watergate, you're something else. You serve as my motivation. I envision gathering chakra through rotational force, but all attempts have failed. Watergate chuckled wryly as he shook his head. I've got it. Jiraiya clapped his hands, capturing both of their attentions. How could I, as the teacher, allow you two juniors to discuss this alone? Allow me to have the sages of Mayaboku Mountain guide you. They shall undoubtedly be in awe of me. Ha ha. Hate looked at the old man lost in his fantasies. Well, do say something then. Chapter 30. The pinwheel popsicle inspires Lin Yi's Rasengan variation. It's the direction of rotation. Jiraiya declared, his eyes closed, an expression grave. Direction? Lin Yi and Minato echoed, taken aback. Yes, because I've always channeled chakra in a clockwise direction. Why is that? Lin Yi and Minato inquired in unison. It's because. Jiraiya gestured towards his head. The whirl on my head spirals clockwise. Minato and Lin Yi were dumbfounded. I knew he wouldn't say anything sensible. Lin Yi sighed in resignation. Who pays attention to the direction their hair whirl goes? Observing Minato's bewildered expression, Lin Yi mused over how remarkable Minato's talent must be. Given such an eccentric mentor, which way does mine swirl? This is superstition. Lin Yi glanced at Minato in disbelief. It's worth a try. I found it easier to refine ninjutsu this way, Jiraiya asserted confidently, then peered at the top of Minato's head. His face fell. Why do you have two whirls? Minato exclaimed, surprised. Yes, one goes left, the other right. Jiraiya scrutinized Minato's head, eyes wide. So, which way should I circulate my chakra? I have no idea. Lin Yi facepalmed. Only Minato would trust Jiraiya this much. Minato, perhaps it's about speed. Speed? Minato repeated, puzzled. Yes, it just occurred to me that instability might stem from speed, like a spinning top. Lin Yi explained, mimicking a whipping motion. When the rotation isn't fast enough, the top wobbles and goes wild, but with sufficient speed, it stabilizes. Minato nodded, seemingly understanding. Regardless, it's more plausible than Jiraiya's theory. He extended his hand, gathering chakra. As it threatened to dissipate, he channeled chakra into his other hand, striking the chakra ball. It's stabilizing, Minato exclaimed, his face lighting up as he watched the chakra energy ball spin steadily in his hand. I did it. Instinctively, he released his other hand, and the chakra ball rapidly expanded. Evacuate. Jiraiya's horrified expression froze on his face. A moment later, Minato and Jiraiya stared at the collapsed Lin Yi and the newly formed crater in the distance. Thanks to you, Lin Yi, Jiraiya said, grateful but also unnerved. What just happened? He hadn't seen it coming. I'm fine, Lin Yi mumbled, popping a soldier pill into his mouth and waving his hand dismissively. It's stable, but I can't release it normally, and I need another hand to maintain it. Despite Jiraiya's eccentricities, his experience as one of the Sannin allowed him to recognize the progress. At least it's stable. Minato, however, seemed unfazed by the setback. Progress is good. The trio sat down again, and Jiraiya unwrapped a popsicle, breaking it in half. He glanced at Minato. Minato, which half do you want? Either is fine. Here you go, Jiraiya said, handing Minato a piece, then eyeing Lin Yi. None for you, kid. Buy your own. How childish, Lin Yi muttered, rolling his eyes. Suddenly, Minato froze, a thought striking him. One hand to accelerate, single direction rotation, is unstable. What if I used both hands simultaneously? He extended his hands, creating a radiant energy ball that spun differently from before. The internal rotation shifted from one direction to two, the two forces striking each other like whips, stabilizing the ball while accelerating it. It's taking shape, Jiraiya exclaimed, delighted. How does that concern you? Lin Yi asked, eyelids drooping as he glanced at Jiraiya. Let's call it, Minato said, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the energy ball, The pinwheel popsicle-inspired Lin Yi Jiraiya Hair World Dual-Style Raisingan. What a long name. Oh. It is rather unwieldy, Jiraiya agreed, nodding in resignation. Well, now that the new technique is mostly complete, I'm off on a new mission. The old man doesn't let me rest. Jiraiya grumbled as he bid them farewell. You two should rest, too. You just finished a mission and developed a new ninjutsu. All right, old white hair. See you, Jiraiya-sensei. Once Jiraiya had left, Lin Yi turned to Minato, who was itching to try out the new technique. Let's not spar today. All right, Minato said, scratching his head, though he seemed disappointed. Lin Yi sighed, seeing the eagerness in Minato's eyes. It's like recruiting a powerful new hero in a game. You can't resist trying them out. Fine, let's go to the forest. The one near the Hitaki clan? Near your house. Lin Yi retorted, not wanting to destroy the Hitaki clan's forest. As they packed up, a rustling sound came from the trees outside the training ground. Then, a flash of vibrant red hair appeared. Kushina! Minato exclaimed, surprised. Why are you here, Kushina? Is everything all right? Lin Yi wisely stepped back, ready to observe. Well, the third Hokage said I could go out for a walk, to clear my head. Kushina stammered, making up a flimsy excuse. I see. That explains why I didn't see any guards. You're hopeless, Minato, truly. Lin Yi face-bombed. That's not important. Kushina said earnestly, then bowed deeply, her hair falling like a red waterfall. I'm sorry for what I said back then. Minato was taken aback, then lowered his head in shame. Don't blame yourself. I'm the one who couldn't keep my promise to train with you. Lin Yi nodded in approval. That's more like it. But the ninjutsu I had to develop, even at the cost of breaking my promise to you, was for your sake. For me? Kushina asked, surprised, pointing to herself. Yes. During the mission, I witnessed the danger of the tailed beasts, and I realized what you endure, Kushina. So I developed this technique. At the very least, it can give you some strength, so I can protect you. The last part was unspoken, but Kushina threw herself into his arms. Lin Yi smiled like a proud father, nodded, and turned to leave. Perfect, I can finally go on that date. But then, a malevolent chakra permeated the air, and the familiar sensation made Lin Yi whirl around. The Nine Tails. Chapter 31. Hakumen, you scoundrel. Suddenly, a magnificent golden figure burst forth from behind Lin Yi. Muda. One punch intercepted the tail that was directed at Minato. Minato, don't just stand there. We cannot allow the tailed beast to run amok. If the Nine Tails rampages through Konoha, the consequences would be unimaginable. Most crucially, Kushina and Minato would face insurmountable difficulties afterward. It was akin to being caught in a high school romance, not only discovered, but also being found on the sofa in the principal's office. Minato quickly regained his composure, evading the tailed beast chakra that surged towards him. He swiftly formed hand seals, pressing his hands against Kushina's abdomen. For symbol seal. Instantly, the Nine Tails within Kushina felt the seal's power intensify, which had previously been lax, enhancing the four-symbol seal with one's own will. Since the first Hokage, I have yet to witness such a phenomenon. The Nine Tails roared incessantly, simultaneously attempting to manipulate Kushina's mind. Release me, with my power. Those who imprison you are nothing but mere pests. In the realm of consciousness, the sealing chains were being severed one by one. Meanwhile, in the external world, the two tails that had extended were being restrained by Lin Yi with great effort. This was the true power of the Nine Tails. Even though it was merely a fraction of its might, it was already comparable to a fully transformed Four Tails or Five Tails. Minato, hurry, Lin Yi urged, unable to contain himself. Subduing was far more crucial than defeating. If it were an enemy, he could attack recklessly, but this was Kushina. He couldn't strike her, nor could he dare to draw his blade. Why does it matter? She is merely a vessel. With your talents, why concern yourself with this human of the Uzumaki clan? The Nine Tails' voice echoed through the sealing technique into Minato's ears. The setting sun cast a crimson hue over his golden hair. Minato gazed deeply into Kushina's eyes. Enveloped in chakra, because she is my beloved. Kushina is a strong person. Her heart is even more resilient than mine. I cherish her, and for that reason, I cannot lose her. In the realm of consciousness, Kushina's eyes glistened with unshed tears. At that moment, her expression shifted, and dozens of chains erupted from behind her, binding towards the Nine Tails. An ant shaking a tree, the Nine Tails bellowed. For reasons unknown, a foul odor invaded its body, igniting a fury in the ancient fox that had remained solitary for centuries. The visage of the girl before it began to merge with that of the loathed woman from its past. You are remarkable, so proud. Yes, your heart is strong. But why must I suffer daily for the troubles I attract? A tailed beast ball rapidly coalesced in its mouth. How to defend against such a swift assault? In the external world, Kushina's chakra began to swell uncontrollably. Soon, a fifth tail emerged beside Lin Yi's head. Then the sixth and the seventh. Damn it, Minato. What have you done? Jiraiya, having arrived at the Hokage's office, paused and swiftly turned back. Lin Yi observed the spiraling chakra tails rushing towards Minato. Reluctantly, he released his grip on the two chakra tails, retreating to shield Minato from the impending attack. Muda 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 muda. The scarlet Sharingan spun ceaselessly in Lin Yi's eyes, locking onto the Nine Tails tail assault. This was bad. Kushina had completely transformed into a half-tailed beast. The half-human, half-fox creature extended its claws towards Minato. Dodge! The Kushina in the mental realm cried out. Naturally, Minato reacted, perceiving the claws before him. Yet, if he withdrew now, the sealing technique he was on the verge of completing would be in vain. His azure eyes shimmered with determination as chakra began to flow more steadily and swiftly. Spin. Refine. The claws loomed larger in his vision. Tear apart the vestments. Tear apart the inner lining. Abruptly, they halted at Minato's chest. Sauce from the cafeteria, Muda? Platinum Star, World. Time. Come to a halt. The world had previously experienced a time stop when Minato developed his jutsu. It was Lin Yi's first time employing the time stop consecutively within a short span, and just as he intended to activate it again, he sensed resistance. No. If I force another time stop, I will surely exhaust myself. In simpler terms, the cooldown was considerable. Using it forcibly would demand even more chakra. Birds in the sky froze mid-flight. Ola! The malevolent claws were deflected by a punch from the Platinum Star. In the next moment, the startled birds resumed their flight, and Minato witnessed the claws that had been in front of him suddenly struck aside. Beside him lay Lin Yi, collapsed on the ground. Thank you, Lin Yi. In the realm of consciousness, Kushina, unable to bear the sight any longer, was in tears. You must go. Minato, just leave. In the next moment, Kushina felt herself being lifted. No, it wasn't merely a feeling. Opening her reddened eyes, she beheld a head of gleaming golden hair. Such a familiar sensation. Reminiscent of that night. I will not leave. The soft voice brought an extraordinary sense of comfort. Subsequently, Minato gently set the weary Kushina down. Opening his hands, a swirling orb rapidly expanded. His sharp gaze fixated on the colossal beast that roared skyward. I will absolutely not allow Kushina. Minato leaped into action. Countless sealing techniques and chains following suit towards the Nine Tails. This is entrusted to you. The orb, accompanied by the sealing techniques, struck the Nine Tails' head, clashing fiercely against the tailed beast ball it unleashed. The surrounding chains swiftly bound the Nine Tails once more. You human. Boom. In Konoha Hospital, Minato gradually opened his eyes. Familiar with the ceiling above. Huh. Jiraiya-sensei, Tsunade-sama? Before he could speak, a splash of vibrant red collided into his embrace. Kushina, are you alright? Minato looked down at the girl clinging to him, not willing to let go. He felt a mix of embarrassment and sweetness, far sweeter than the dango. Oi, a weary voice interrupted. The previously affectionate Kushina leaped back like a startled kitten, her face flushed. Ah, ha 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 ha, Lin Yi, are you alright? Minato then noticed Lin Yi lying on the adjacent hospital bed, scratching his head awkwardly. I'm fine. Lin Yi replied weakly. Just feel drained. Although he had made some progress since that time, exhausting himself with a second time stop in such a short duration was indeed the last straw. Had Jiraiya and Tsunade not arrived in time, Lin Yi might have truly succumbed to chakra depletion. Lin Yi. Lin Yi lazily lifted his eyelids, gazing at Minato, whose expression was serious. I owe you 2 lives. Why 2? Because Kushina is more important to me than my own life. Even when expressing gratitude. He had to showcase their bond, huh? Hakumen, you scoundrel. Chapter 32. The Nine Tails, why didn't you reflect on your own issues after being captured by the first Hokage? By the way, Minato, what was that energy sphere-like ninjutsu you used? Kushina asked while peeling an orange for Minato, casually tossing an unpeeled one to Lin Yi. Tsunade and Jiraiya, after confirming that everyone was fine, took their leave. That ninjutsu was something I had been conceptualizing for a while. During the last mission, I was inspired by the tailed beast bomb, and with the assistance of Master Jiraiya and Lin Yi, I was able to develop it. Minato explained as a small sphere began to spin quietly in his palm. While Lin Yi had Platinum Star peel the orange for him, he teased. Why don't you ask him what the name of the ninjutsu is? Kushina blinked curiously. So what is the name? As Lin Yi enjoyed the orange that Platinum Star had peeled, he couldn't help but chuckle at what Minato was about to say. Minato proudly lifted the corners of his mouth and took a deep breath. It's called the Light Wheel Spiral Ice Pop Technique. What? Kushina's long hair flared up, dancing like tendrils. That's so cheesy. And the name is so long. Didn't T. Jiraiya and Lin Yi try to stop you? It seems they didn't T. Lin Yi, do you have any suggestions? It needs to be concise. Kushina quickly requested. You've come to the right person. Conciseness is my specialty. How about calling it one kick? Lin Yi suggested, pointing his finger skyward, a smile gracing his face. One kick. Why? They both questioned in unison. Because when Minato teleports in front of the enemy with Flying Thunder God, they would find it hard to react, right? They both nodded in agreement. Indeed, at that moment, if Minato shouted one kick, what would happen? Would they look at Minato's foot? Kushina pondered for a moment. Exactly. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. If Minato then struck the enemy with his ninjutsu, wouldn't it be foolproof? And you have to admit, the name is quite succinct. I assent it? It seems to have some merit. Minato stroked his chin, acknowledging that while his name sounded impressive, practical situations often left no time for lengthy titles. Lin Yi's suggestion was not only easy to call out, but also deceptive. What kind of reasoning is that? Kushina punched Minato on the head. It was clearly Lin Yi who came up with the name. Why are you hitting me? Minato rubbed his head. You can't name a ninjutsu with such a despicable name. Hey, what do you mean by despicable? That's called strategy. Lin Yi retorted in his mind. This ninjutsu was created for me, right? Yes, that is correct, Minato nodded. Ugh, this orange is so sour. Lin Yi said as he accepted the orange that Platinum Star handed him. Then let me name it. You wouldn't mind, would you? Kushina looked at Minato gently. Of course not. Kushina walked to the window, gazing at the scenery outside. In her mind, she recalled Grandma Mito's words. The Uzumaki clan, due to their physique, often became fodder in wars. Yet even fodder can possess love. The Uzumaki is plainer, but with love as the driving force, it can ascend to a spiral. And a spiral holds infinite possibilities. Let us call it the spiral sphere, she said softly. The spiral sphere? Minato opened his hands. A blue sphere reflecting colors in his eyes. What a splendid name. But I still think it should be called one kick. Bang. Kushina punched Lin Yi on the head, nearly causing him to bite his own tongue. I think your opinion is incorrect. By the time the three of them had mostly recovered, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Speaking of which, did Kushina cause a commotion this time? Oh. It is somewhat troublesome, Minato nodded. If he hadn't realized that Kushina had snuck out, he might as well not be a ninja. Kushina, like a child, rolled up her clothes and remained silent. Lin Yi, let us talk to the Ninetales first, then we can explain to the third Hokage. With Minato's current sealing techniques. As long as Kushina doesn't act recklessly, the Ninetales won't escape. Kushina not acting recklessly is somewhat possible, but it's unlikely that she won't. What promises are you making? Lin Yi shook his head. Are you crazy? I can't defeat the Ninetales. I'd rather have you face it. Talking to the Ninetales? You might as well resurrect the first Hokage. Of course not in the outside world, but in Kushina's spiritual realm, the Ninetales is sealed. So we should be able to communicate. Minato quickly clarified. You can enter? I should be able to. With that, Minato grabbed Lin Yi's hand and placed his other hand on Kushina's abdomen, chakra surging. In the next moment, Lin Yi found himself alongside Minato in a vast space. In the cage, the Ninetales was tightly bound by countless sealing chains. Upon seeing the two of them, it began to roar. You little brats. Take advantage of my predicament and release me if you can. Ninetales, we're here to negotiate terms. I don't negotiate with you. It was uncooperative. Lin Yi clicked his tongue, looking helplessly at Minato. In that case, this is going to be quite troublesome. What do you want? The Ninetales glared at the increasingly unfriendly duo, shrinking back into its cage. Spiral sphere. Stop. What terms? The fox had to lower its head under the eaves. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the fox when it's down on its luck. Just wait. I'll make you suffer. I hope you can coexist peacefully with Kushina and protect her when she is in danger. Minato smiled at the great fox. In your dreams. The Ninetales howled. You humans have imprisoned me for a century, and you expect me to protect her willingly? Lin Yi and Minato certainly could not empathize with a massive fox. After all, the textbooks stated that the first Hokage believed the tailed beasts posed too great a threat, which is why they were captured. Kushina, too, was displeased with the Nine-Tails' demeanor. After all, if it weren't for the Nine-Tails, she could train with Minato however she wished. Why don't you reflect on your own problems after being captured by the first Hokage? Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails' entire fox face flushed red. It immediately stood up straight, the chains rattling ominously. A massive fox had approached the gaps in the cage, its eyes filled with fury. Why don't I reflect on my own issues after being captured by the first Hokage? You couldn't defeat Hashirama Senju. Why don't you reflect on your own issues? You can't awaken would release. Why don't you reflect on your own issues? Why are you the only one to be a Jinchuriki? Why are you the only one in prison like me every day? Why don't you reflect on your own problems? Why is it always about self-reflection? That wooden man is as big as me, and that giant Buddha is 100 times larger than the wooden man. Yet he still shouts about how much of a threat the Nine-Tails is. Isn't that driving the fox mad? Lin Yi and Minato exchanged glances. Although they didn't quite understand, the Nine-Tails' reaction was quite intense. Hitting a sore spot like this was indeed detrimental to Kushina. Chapter 33, Leading Jonin? Not interested. After a final friendly negotiation, although the Nine-Tails remained reluctant to actively protect Kushina, it at least ensured that it would not deliberately destroy the seal. After all, being confined is still being confined, and with this blonde-haired individual present, the Nine-Tails understood that it was highly unlikely it would escape. Having been imprisoned for decades, and having endured the torment of confinement for the same duration, the Nine-Tails, enamored with admiration, knew which option to choose. Communicating this to the third Hokage should suffice. Perhaps Kushina would gain more freedom. Despite the trouble that Kushina caused by nearly releasing the Nine-Tails, she ultimately did not succeed. Kushina and Minato's sealing techniques had improved, rendering the Nine-Tails seal even more secure. Most importantly, only with Lin Yi and Minato present could they prevent the Nine-Tails from going out of control. Thus, the third Hokage had no reason to be displeased. It was akin to a past life scenario. Skipping class? A fool's errand. What? Your exam scores improved instead of declining? Surely, skipping class must mean there were family matters to attend to. Next time, just come to me for an excuse, and I'll approve it. That would be splendid. Minato, having emerged from the spirit realm, let out a long sigh. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his pipe from his mouth, the furrowed lines of his brow relaxing. Minato and Lin Yi had both matured into capable ninjas. Cough, cough. Kushina, sitting nearby, suddenly cleared her throat. And Kushina as well. As expected, the third Hokage did not pursue the matter concerning her. Lin Yi surmised that Jiraiya had likely spoken to Sarutobi beforehand. Hearing them reiterate the account was merely a formality. Can I act freely now? The Nine-Tails has been completely sealed by Minato and me. Kushina's eyes sparkled as she leaned over Sarutobi's desk. Sarutobi's expression turned troubled. What? Hokage, I heard that the Jinchuriki from the land of Earth are allowed to roam freely. Am I not permitted to walk around the village? Both Minato and Lin Yi felt the weight of several black lines appearing on their foreheads. So, after discussing mission experiences, you only remembered that the Iwagakure Jinchuriki could go out to play? Hokage-sama, I trust Kushina, Minato asserted, gazing steadfastly at Sarutobi. Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a poke at his back. A glance revealed a cascade of red hair incessantly nudging him. Rolling his eyes, he thought to himself that his words would be ineffective as well. The Hokage was conversing amiably with him, likely out of respect for his mentor, Tsukumo Hatake. Reluctantly, feeling the persistent pushes from the red-haired girl, Lin Yi finally spoke. I feel the same way. Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. The Nine-Tails cannot be equated with other-tailed beasts. Kushina's vibrant red hair dimmed instantly. However, a bit of leniency is permissible. Kushina's heart, which had just plummeted, surged with excitement once more. Third Hokage, you are the best. As the briefing concluded, Lin Yi and the others prepared to depart, particularly Lin Yi, who found the hospital bed uncomfortably small and hard. Moreover, with the incessant couple nearby, he longed to return home for a good night's sleep. Minato, Lin Yi, wait a moment, Sarutobi called out, halting the two as they were about to turn. Such a formal address. Kushina also paused with curiosity. Minato and Lin Yi had grown to be considered the village's elite. The will of fire in Konoha had always been passed down through generations. Sarutobi squinted his eyes, continuing with a smile. So, are you interested in taking on the role of leading Jonin? Not interested. The third Hokage's expression froze. Listen to the Hokage's arrangements. His stiff face regained its smile, grateful to have Minato present. Very well, Here is the list. They are the future of Konoha. I entrust them to you, Minato. Sarutobi handed over a list and then bent his head to address official matters. The implication was clear. You may leave now. Once the three had departed, Sarutobi withdrew a scroll and slowly opened it. Name: Uchiha Lin Yi. Abilities: Double Tomo Sharingan. Unknown bloodline. Appears capable of remote manipulation, with a range of approximately 10 meters. Extremely fast speed, immense strength, and high precision. Hataki swordsmanship. Various ninjutsu. No large-scale destructive ninjutsu discovered. Presumed to be lacking in ninjutsu proficiency. Evaluation. Displays some indifference towards others, but values those he recognizes greatly. His strength is unfathomable. Suspected of possessing lethal capabilities. If possible, attempt to cultivate a good relationship. Under no circumstances should one become adversarial. Jiraiya, stay. Unfathomable strength, indeed. Sarutobi's eyes darkened as he carefully rolled up the scroll with a sigh. Simultaneously, he concealed another list, which contained the names of 2 boys from the Sarutobi clan and a girl from the Shimura clan. What? Kakashi? Just as Lin Yi was about to leave and avoid being a third wheel, he overheard Minato call out a familiar name. Yes, it seems Kakashi will become my student. Even Minato, at that moment, regarded Lin Yi with a teasing glance. Kakashi would refer to Lin Yi as his senior and then call Minato his teacher. Would that not make Minato a generation above Lin Yi? Though his age far exceeded Lin Yi's, curiously, throughout these years, Minato had never felt that disparity unless he consciously thought about it. Of course, I am a transmigrator. Minato was oblivious to this thought. And what about the other 2? Lin Yi shot Minato a glance before continuing his inquiry. One is named Rin Noera, and the other is Obito Uchiha. Ah, Lin Yi, he is your clansman, Minato replied. Kakashi, Obito, Rin. Is this mere coincidence? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Kakashi was his junior, and Obito was both his clansman and Kakashi's friend. Did Minato intend to align him with the Hokage lineage? Minato was the 3rd Hokage's disciple and a friend. Using Minato as a bridge was indeed a wise choice. What's wrong, Lin Yi? Minato inquired, noticing Lin Yi's sudden silence. Gazing at the pair before him, Lin Yi suddenly smiled. If Hakikuin truly intends to contend for the Hokage position, it remains uncertain whose side he will stand on. Never mind. I shall not continue to be a third wheel. I will return to sleep. Should I inform Kakashi? Minato pondered before responding, no need. We will gather everyone later. Let us give him a surprise then. For Kakashi, having the blonde become his teacher might not be considered a surprise. Then, see you tomorrow. Minato waved goodbye, holding Kushina's hand. Is there something happening tomorrow? Lin Yi inquired curiously. Training. We agreed that if possible, during the afternoon's team assessment, you could serve as an external aide. I will be an external aide? Lin Yi envisioned the scenario. A Kakashi accompanied by 2 freshly graduated students. The first task after graduating from the Ninja Academy, facing off against a dazzling K9 and the enigmatic dark team leader. That seemed somewhat amusing. Chapter 34. Kakashi, did my senior's blonde hair turn into my teacher? The following day, faint outlines of the desolate 3rd training ground came into view. Who could it be? Surely it must be Rin. A small child sporting goggles dashed in clumsily. In the arena, 3 silhouettes, 1 tall and 2 short, simultaneously cast their gazes. Rin. In an instant, Uchiha Obito locked onto the visage of one of them. The speed was such that even Lin Yi, perched on a tree branch in the distance, felt a pang of inferiority. I've been waiting for you. You were late on the first day of assembly. A languid voice rang out, and Obito's previously excited expression fell. How could he be in the same class as Kakashi? However, with Rin present, it mattered not. I apologize for being late. I had to assist an elderly lady on the way. Obito scratched his spiky hair and offered an apology to the handsome Minato before him. No worries. Minato squinted and smiled, noting that this was a commendable trait. Now that everyone is here, I shall announce. Minato's class is officially established. Let us begin with self-introductions. I'll start. Minato observed the 3, noting that only one seemed particularly anxious, Yahiko Rin. Kakashi merely revealed a pair of lifeless eyes, filled with confusion. He had graduated some time ago and was already a CH-nin. Why was he still in a team? Moreover, his team leader was that blonde. My senior's blonde friend has become my teacher. Such a development is simply absurd. Obito's gaze, however, remained fixated on the girl beside him. Nervous? What does that even mean? Lin Yi suspected he might squirm in bed like a maggot all day just for being in the same class as that girl. I am Namake's Minato, your future Jonin leader. I have many likes and dislikes. Well, I can't think of any at the moment. My dream, though, is to become Hokage. Minato sat cross-legged on the grassy training ground, speaking slowly, as Jiraiya had once taught him. Yahiko Rin was the first to finish her introduction, followed swiftly by Kakashi, who simply stated his name before falling silent. After all, the primary purpose of self-introductions was to bridge the gap between Minato, Rin, and Obito, who had yet to interact with him. Kakashi had known Minato since childhood, thus deemed unnecessary to elaborate. However, to Obito, this version of Kakashi appeared to be nothing more than a show-off. I am Uchiha Obito. What I like is, haha. Obito stole a glance at Rin to his left, cleared his throat, and shot a look at Kakashi. I detest those self-righteous individuals. My dream is to also become Hokage. If it weren't for Rin helping you with your studies, you would have barely graduated. The Hokage wouldn't be a slacker. A soft voice suddenly made Obito's face flush with embarrassment. What do you mean? Kakashi, I scored 320 points on the exam, and I passed on my own. I believe the full score was 500. Did you perhaps fail one subject? Oh, Kakashi, let us duel. All right. Minato-sensei is watching, Rin interjected, pulling the two apart. Reminiscent of their days at the Ninja Academy. This is for Minato-sensei and Rin's sake, not because I fear you. Obito stood rigidly, his indignation palpable. You better not. Moving on. Minato retrieved 2 bells from his pocket. As per tradition, it was time for the bell-snatching segment. Snatch the bells? Obito questioned. Yes, the 3 of you will work together to confront me. Your objective is to procure the 2 bells I have attached to my waist, Minato explained with a nod. Obito's eyes widened in realization but quickly transformed into skepticism. But with 3 of us, why are there only 2 bells? Because the one who fails to obtain a bell will be sent back to the academy, losing their rank as a genin. Kakashi lowered his voice, looming ominously over Obito. Is that so? Obito's face turned pale. He wasn't foolish, just stubborn, yet he understood that his strength was likely inferior to Kakashi's by a hair's breadth. If Kakashi claimed 1 bell, wouldn't he and Rin be left to vie for the remaining one? If he secured it, Rin would have to return. In that scenario, he would be leaving Rin behind. No matter what, he couldn't allow that. Of course. Minato smiled, prolonging his words. Obito's heart sank. No. There are actually 3 bells. Minato attached the 2 bells to his waist. Then what about the remaining one? Yahiko Rin inquired curiously. The remaining one is with me. A voice Kakashi recognized all too well emerged. Senior. In an instant, the trio noticed a boy, slightly shorter than Minato, standing beside him. So handsome. Rin exclaimed for the second time, the first being upon seeing Minato. However, unlike Minato, if he was the warm and gentle sunshine atop Hokage Rock, then Lin Yi was the cool moon amidst the craggy cliffs. This big brother seems rather unapproachable. Lin Yi, Senior. Both Obito and Kakashi called out in unison, then exchanged glances. Senior? Lin Yi. Only Yahiko Rin blinked in confusion. What is going on? Perhaps sensing Rin's curiosity, Obito took the initiative to speak. Lin Yi is from my clan. My home is near his ninja tool shop, so we've known each other for a while. However, I always thought he wasn't a ninja since he doesn't hold any position in the clan. Yahiko Rin nodded, understanding why he had the same black hair as Obito. Kakashi added, my senior is my father's first and only disciple. Now, Yahiko Rin was genuinely astonished. Who is Kakashi's father? Konoha's White Fang, who, after the 3rd Hokage's gradual decline, was subtly regarded as the strongest in Konoha, the sole disciple of such a figure? However, she had never heard Kakashi mention this before. Minato didn't rush to interrupt them. Instead, he waited for them to finish speaking before informing them of the rules. All right, you have 30 minutes to prepare. You may set traps, discuss strategies. Essentially, your goal is to obtain the 3 bells from Lin Yi and me. Take note, if you fail to secure the bells, the consequences will be quite severe. With that, he and Lin Yi vanished, leaving only a lingering voice. In 30 minutes, we will enter through the main gate of the 3rd training ground. Obito's expression darkened once more. Good news, there are 3 bells. Bad news, if we can't get any, we still have to return to the academy. Kakashi, if Lin Yi is your senior, how strong is he? Watergate Sensei is a leading jonin, and the strength of a jonin needs no elaboration. It is certainly formidable. Then I can only find a way through my own kin. We'll choose the softest persimmons to squeeze. Don't even think about it. My senior is a jonin of the Umbu. To my knowledge, half a year ago, Watergate. Sensei and my senior sparred, and it was primarily my senior who emerged victorious. A jonin of the Umbu. Chapter 35, Smash Voluto. Used 1,000 years of pain on him. How come I've never heard of such an impressive person as Brother Lin Yi? Dato expressed disbelief. What does the Umbu represent for a newly graduated genin? It is akin to a rookie observing an elite special forces soldier. Umbu Jonin, the pinnacle of special forces. Yet, if Brother Lin Yi possesses such formidable abilities, how could I, his neighbor, remain oblivious? There are no legends of him even in school. Could it be that Kakashi is deceiving me? You are right to be unaware. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Dato. Now that his senior brother's status in the Umbu is practically public knowledge, especially since they are considered comrades, it is of no consequence. On the day of his graduation, he joined the Umbu. What? He joined the Umbu right after graduating? Dato leaped up, astonished. What kind of monster is this? Both graduated. Yet one enters the Umbu while the other goes to catch cats. The disparity is too great. Rin, equally astonished, covered her mouth in disbelief. However, if Brother Lin Yi has such prowess, it makes no sense for neither his family nor school to have any rumors about him. One could argue that the family kept it secret due to his early entrance into the Umbu, but what about the school? To join the Umbu right after graduation. He must have been top of his class every year. Oh, because my senior brother graduated after just over a year, his peers hardly had a chance to know him. His rapid graduation set a record, Kakashi explained. Even with a mask on, Dato could sense the amusement emanating from Kakashi. Since I broke my senior brother's record, you will naturally only know mine. This was one of Kakashi's proudest points. Damn, he is showing off again. Dato stomped his foot. All right, let us not waste time for the stragglers, Kakashi said, shifting to a serious tone. I've said all this to inform you that there is no shortcut. If you wish to avoid returning to the Ninja Academy, listen to my instructions. Understood, Kakashi. Rin nodded vigorously. Got it. Dato turned away, feigning indifference. Yet he too moved closer. By the way, Lin Yi, will this leave them with psychological scars? On a branch, Minato, while spinning a kunai, inquired of Lin Yi beside him. Lin Yi shot him an exasperated glance and closed his eyes again. Didn't you call me here? Besides, even if they can't steal from you, you wouldn't send them back. Lin Yi understood Minato's reasoning for summoning him. The notion of leaving psychological scars was unfounded. Even with just Minato alone, without the flying Raijin or Rasengan, he could make them question their very existence. This was merely because Lin Yi's abilities were exceptionally suited for practice. Indeed, this was both a test and a training session. The Platinum Star could effortlessly hurl a passenger-laden SUV, a force capable of delivering countless punches to a human face without causing death. With Lin Yi's current capabilities, the Platinum Star could contend with tailed beasts without faltering. Yet, he could also strike with precision to shatter a shell without harming the egg inside. It was precisely due to years of sparring with Lin Yi that Minato recognized Lin Yi's terrifying precision, prompting him to specifically request Lin Yi for this test. It was evident that Minato regarded those three youngsters as his students, rather than merely a team of elite jonin. Time us up. Lin Yi opened his eyes and, in an instant, vanished from the spot. Why are you so impatient? Minato shook his head and hurriedly followed suit. At the entrance of the third training ground, Lin Yi stepped in leisurely, only to be met with a barrage of shuriken flying towards him. On the left is an explosive tag, and on the right are spike traps. At least they give Brother Lin Yi a bit of trouble. Dato grinned from a branch several dozen meters away, hands cupped around his goggles. Yet, the next moment, his expression froze in disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Yi did not dodge left or right as expected, but walked straight ahead. All the shuriken, upon nearing him, seemed to collide with an invisible wall of air, falling helplessly to the ground. Kakashi shook his head in exasperation, realizing that reasoning with this fool was futile. He simply would not believe. Damn it! Lin Yi raised an eyebrow as Dato boldly leaped out, theatrically pointing at him. Let Brother Lin Yi witness my strongest ninjutsu. With that, Dato swiftly formed hand seals and puffed up his chest. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged towards Lin Yi, shadowing him ominously. Rin, follow the plan. Kakashi formed hand seals, and instantly, a shadow clone appeared, rushing alongside Rin towards the arriving Minato. So reckless. As the fireball entered the Platinum Star's range, a large, purple figure surged forward. Here we go. Sparks flew as the fireball was effortlessly dispersed. The shadow remains? Lin Yi suddenly realized. Flames should not cast shadows. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted. As the projectiles following the fireball passed by Lin Yi's waist, they transformed into Kakashi's figure. Brother, you should have activated your Sharingan, Kakashi exclaimed while extending a hand. Yet, before the smile could linger for a second, he felt an overwhelming force in his hand. Do you understand what it means to be within 2 meters? The Platinum Star is both swift and precise. His hand was less than clean. The next moment, Kakashi was sent flying, crashing onto Dato. Sorry, that was unintentional, Kakashi said softly, brushing off his backside as he turned to Dato, who served as a cushion. Dato rubbed his head, giving Kakashi a resentful glare. It was not accidental. Forget it, it's all for Rin. On the other side, Minato wielded a kunai, engaged in a fierce clash with Kakashi's shadow clone and Rin. The sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously. I got it. Rin excitedly extended her hand, revealing 2 round bells resting in her slightly calloused palm. Kakashi's shadow clone instantly burst into a cloud of white mist. In the training ground, Kakashi, facing off against Lin Yi, felt a sense of relief upon receiving the information from his clone. At least it confirmed his suspicions. Stragglers, let us go together. My chakra is running low. Kakashi called to Dato, who appeared equally tense beside him. I know without you telling me. Dato quickened his pace, his chest swelling once more. The great fireball served as cover for Kakashi as he pressed close against it, the blade in his hand glinting ominously. Boom. As the sparks from the explosion faded, Lin Yi finally drew his moon blade to block Kakashi's short sword. Nice angle, but not enough force. Kakashi said nothing further, continuing to shift positions as Dato rushed in. Shouting, Lin Yi caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Smash Voluto. The Platinum Star instantly transformed into a grand and dominant world. Then, the world gently brought its hands together, extending its fingers to the leaping Dato, bowing slightly. Konoha's Taijutsu Secret Technique. 1,000 Years of Pain, Voluto Edition. Chapter 36. Minato, not convinced. Let's fight again. Obito's figure in midair abruptly halted. He felt as though an electric current surged through him, his entire body tensing. His face flushed crimson, and he could no longer suppress it. Aiyowa. Kakashi recoiled in alarm, immediately retreating. Even without seeing the world's form, Obito's familiar reaction instantly revealed what he was enduring. Ignoring the still agonizing Obito, Kakashi inhaled deeply. He couldn't allow his mentor to underestimate him. He would employ that technique, even if it wasn't fully refined, as he should have enough chakra to unleash it once more. A piercing cry echoed. A substantial amount of electricity began to envelop Kakashi's hand. Sensei, I can't control this technique, so be careful. In an instant, the azure electricity transformed into sharp, needle-like spikes covering Kakashi's fingertips. With lightning speed, he darted toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi's eyes flashed crimson. Aura, white gold star, coupled with the Sharingan's dynamic vision, allowed him to instantly intercept Kakashi's hand with 2 fingers. Still not enough, huh? Kakashi thought with a touch of dejection, feeling his body weaken. Tear. The sound of fabric ripping filled the air. Clink, what was that? Kakashi lowered his head to see that the overflowing electricity had torn the fabric holding the bell. Not bad. Lin Yi deactivated his Sharingan, smiling as he gently ruffled the little white-haired boy's head. He picked up the bell and placed it in Kakashi's palm. What's this technique called? Chidori. Oh, that's pretty cool. At least your naming sense is better than Minato's. Lin Yi, I just became a teacher, so don't undermine me, please. Minato's voice chimed in with a hint of complaint. Rin standing beside him, also holding 2 bells. As expected of Rin, she managed to get both bells. Obito, who had been groaning on the ground, leaped up as soon as he saw Rin's figure. However, his awkward posture couldn't help but elicit amusement. No, not really. Minato-sensei was lenient with Kakashi and me. This was what Kakashi had anticipated from the start. The test was primarily focused on Lin Yi, and Minato wouldn't make things too difficult for Rin. As long as they met the basic requirements, he would essentially give them the bells. Obito, what's wrong? Rin asked with concern, noticing Obito's limping gait. It's nothing, Rin. I'm not hurt at all. Luckily, I acted as a decoy and made a sacrifice. Otherwise, Kakashi wouldn't have been able to get Lin Yi's bell. Upon hearing Rin's words, Obito felt a surge of euphoria, momentarily suppressing the pain in his buttocks. She's worried about me. She cares about me. This time, Kakashi didn't object. Although he felt that obtaining Lin Yi's bell was purely based on luck, he couldn't deny that Obito had contributed, rather than hindering them. This exceeded Kakashi's expectations. All right, Minato said, clapping his hands gently. Since everyone has passed the test, and it's almost lunchtime, I'll treat everyone to barbecue to celebrate. Yay! Obito exclaimed, clutching his buttocks as he jumped up. On the way to the barbecue restaurant, Obito seemed to have suddenly remembered something. Minato-sensei, what would have happened if we hadn't gotten the bells? Would we have been sent back to the academy? Rin also looked at Minato with curiosity. Although she knew that Minato had gone easy on her to help her get the bell, she was still curious about the consequences of failing the test. Minato raised his head and pondered for a moment. Obito and Rin watched Minato, awaiting his answer, and even Kakashi couldn't resist perking up his ears. If there had to be a punishment, maybe it would have been to be in charge of grilling the meat for us later? That's a punishment he just came up with, isn't it? The three of them were dumbfounded. After lunch, Minato arranged a meeting time and place with the three youngsters for the following day, then eagerly pulled Lin Yi away. After a brief sensation of dizziness, a familiar crimson hue appeared before them. Minato. In an instant, two figures, one red and one yellow, collided. Okay. So that's how you use the Flying Thunder God technique. Why are you dragging me along on your date with Kushina? Lin Yi grumbled, annoyed. He still had to go back and ask the teacher if the Uchiha clan had provided a new list. Being an AMBU squad leader was a busy job. But, didn't we agree to train together today? Minato scratched his head. He had only used his Rasengan on Kurama in the mental realm. He hadn't put it into practice in reality, and he was eager to try it out. Then you can spar with Kushina. But I'm worried about accidentally hurting Kushina. Seriously? She's a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You're worried about hurting her? Because the last time they trained, they had turned Training Ground 3 into a war-torn wasteland. The three of them specifically found a more open location this time. Let's go. Minato nodded, then instantly teleported toward Lin Yi. Sneak attack. Muda. The world successfully intercepted Minato's figure. However, this time, Minato didn't simply throw kunai like before and watch them get deflected by the automatically swinging blades. He extended his right hand, and a brilliant azure orb appeared in his palm. Rasengan. The world dodged to the side, evading the attack. Minato revealed a triumphant smile as he hurled several kunai toward Lin Yi. In an instant, Minato, who had just been fighting the world, appeared before Lin Yi. Lin Yi deflected the incoming kunai, not panicking. In his Sharingan, the Rasengan grew larger and larger. Spicy miso ramen. The distant blades were thrown back by the world, which then vanished. White Gold Star emerged from behind Lin Yi, catching the incoming blades and spinning to slash at Minato. A flash of gold. Minato reappeared next to a deflected kunai. Although he still hadn't gained the upper hand or posed any threat to Lin Yi, it was much better than the previous sparring sessions, where Lin Yi had simply stood there drinking tea. Indeed, the Rasengan had greatly enhanced his strength. Before, Minato had no way to engage Lin Yi's incredible bloodline ability in close combat. But with the Rasengan, even Lin Yi's bloodline had to temporarily retreat. However, Minato had misunderstood something. White Gold Star and the world were not incapable of withstanding the Rasengan. It was simply that Lin Yi couldn't afford it. His stands weren't bound to his body, but to his chakra. Withstanding a Rasengan would consume an amount of chakra no less than what it took to create one, which was clearly not worth it. After all, whether it was a regular attack or a special ability, it required his chakra, so he naturally avoided damage whenever possible. It wasn't until the sun was close to setting that the two of them collapsed, panting for breath. The once flat open space now resembled the surface of the moon, riddled with craters. Chapter 37. Departure to Lulan. Bored during my vacation at home, I decided to pen some thoughts. On the first day, I strolled through the streets and watched television. The second day was much the same. I declined an invitation to spar with Minato. The third day passed in front of the screen as well. By the fourth day, I scolded myself. Lin Yi, how can you be so lazy? Have you forgotten your unwavering determination to grow stronger? On the fifth day, I once again settled in front of the television, but finally agreed to train with Minato, who had shown remarkable progress. On the sixth day, as I reflected on my diary entries, I tossed the remote aside. There was nothing worth watching anyway. The truth was, I simply lacked the desire to train. This did not imply that I did not wish to become stronger. It was merely that, given my current abilities, the path to improvement seemed daunting. The journey of enhancing one's strength becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. If I wish to achieve a significant transformation, I would need to either double my chakra capacity, allowing me to utilize time stop effectively without collapsing, or awaken more stand abilities. A stand such as the World or Killer Queen would undoubtedly elevate my strength. In essence, I needed to either augment my stats or refine my mechanics. The crux of the matter was, I was incapable of accomplishing either at present. My chakra, while still growing, only allowed me to exchange blows with the likes of the world or platinum. This minuscule improvement felt almost inconsequential. Initially, my relentless training was driven by the need to protect myself and my loved ones, coupled with the rapid advancements I had made in the past. As my chakra increased, the power of Platinum Star was gradually unleashed, and my physical and swordsmanship skills flourished. However, having tasted the exhilaration of daily exponential growth, the current minor enhancements hardly ignited my motivation. Moreover, ever since I acquired Time Stop, especially the enhanced version, my confidence began to swell. Undoubtedly, Platinum and the world were formidable. Golden experience could serve as a healer, and the ability to stop time was unparalleled. Yet, yesterday, Minato adeptly utilized sealing techniques and Rasengan mid-teleportation, delivering a harsh reminder that strength should never be underestimated. In this perilous world, if one does not grow stronger, they inevitably weaken. Furthermore, I needed to assist my teacher in his bid for Hokage. There was still much work to be done. I could not afford to become complacent. Nevertheless, one could not remain Hokage indefinitely. A thought struck me. Once my teacher stepped down, Minato would take up the mantle, and perhaps I could once again indulge in my leisurely pursuits. I shook my head, dismissing such distant musings. When it came to chakra, I had contemplated shortcuts, such as siphoning some Ninetales chakra from Kushina. However, that was unfeasible. If chakra were akin to gasoline, it could ignite any vehicle, enabling the execution of jutsu. The Ninetales chakra was of superior quality, akin to premium fuel. Yet, a stand was not an inherent ability of this world. It stemmed from my consciousness as a traveler. In this realm, spiritual power could merge with physical strength to form chakra, altering my stand in the process. In a practical sense, this meant that injuries would not manifest on my true self, but would be compensated by chakra. Conversely, the actions of my stand were influenced not only by its own duration, but also limited by my chakra reserves, akin to adding a blue bar next to its cooldown timer. This presented both advantages and disadvantages. Since my stand's core was my soul, it would not respond to anyone else's chakra, much like attempting to fuel a new energy vehicle with gasoline, unlikely to succeed without catastrophe. As for enhancing my mechanisms and increasing the number of stands, I found myself at a standstill. I had felt a correlation between the number of stands and the evolution of my Sharingan, but I later realized that both were manifestations of my spiritual power. The awakening or advancement of the Sharingan did not directly increase my stands. Rather, the Sharingan's evolution, stimulated by experiences, significantly augmented my spiritual strength. A 3-tomo Sharingan could transform one who previously lacked illusion techniques into a master of Jinjutsu. It was this heightened spiritual power that allowed me to accommodate more stands. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that the evolution of the Sharingan required mental stimulation. How was I to procure that? I would rather remain at the 2-tomo level than risk the life of someone I held dear. The Uchiha clan's peculiar trait of gaining immense power through loss, only to find that such power could not resurrect the departed, weighed heavily on my mind. After much contemplation, I concluded that I must diligently train. I reclined back onto my bed, resembling a character in a Tai Chi pose, before springing back to my feet. Progress is not made without the accumulation of small steps. Deep down, I recognized what I truly needed to do. A month later, in the courtyard, I was performing one-handed push-ups, drenched in sweat. 781, 782. Lin Yi, Minato's voice called from behind. I leapt up, straightening my posture and opening the courtyard door. Training this early? Minato remarked, observing the sweat glistening on my brow. I mused that I had perhaps grown too complacent. Well, since I have the time. I wiped my brow and replied casually. The village and the shinobi world were peaceful at present. Having come to this realization, I was determined to seize every opportunity to enhance my skills. Are we sparring today? I asked, glancing outside but noticing Kushina was absent. Ah, no, Minato shook his head. We have a mission. I raised an eyebrow, following Minato as he vanished in a flash. At the Hokage building, protect the Queen of Lulan? Upon hearing the third Hokage's request, I recognized it as a time-consuming escort mission, yet it felt like a chance for an adventure. Understood, third Hokage. However, I would like to bring Minato's team along. Minato handed over the mission scrolls for Kakashi and his team to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage scanned the documents thoughtfully. For them, this task may be a bit premature, he mused. Protecting a queen, even from a small nation, was undoubtedly an A-rank mission. Kakashi was an exceptional ninja, and I trusted Rin and Obito would not lag behind. Taking a contemplative puff from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded slowly, sealing the decision. Jonin Minato, Jonin Uchiha Lin Yi, Chunin Kakashi, Jinin Rin Noara, and Uchiha Obito, you will set forth immediately to Lulan. Chapter 38. The enigmatic Lulan and the assaulted leaf ninjas today. The new ramen shop is offering half-price noodles. One more bowl, please. I would like another bowl as well. The streets of Konoha are bustling with a long queue in front of the newly opened ramen restaurant. Shall we grab a bowl too? Linny, resting his head on his hands, turned to Minato. We don't have time, Linny. I'll treat you to ramen once the mission is over, Minato replied, scratching his head and politely declining. Hey, a sudden slap on Minato's shoulder startled him, and he quickly turned. Jiraiya-sensei? The old sage with white hair waved mysteriously at the two. Come here, come here. Lin Yi and Minato exchanged glances, but had no choice but to follow Jiraiya into a narrow alley. Once inside, Jiraiya scanned the surroundings and, upon ensuring no one was around, extended his right hand, rapidly gathering and spinning chakra. Look, a dazzling blue energy sphere is swirling in my palm, releasing chakra. That jutsu you took 3 years to develop, I mastered it in just 2 months, he provocatively teased Linny. You're impressed now, aren't you, kid? Impressive indeed. Jiraiya-sensei, Lin Yi responded flatly, causing Jiraiya's mouth to twitch, though his disciple Minato was quite supportive. Exactly. I'm in the middle of learning. Sorry, sensei. We have urgent matters to attend to. Minato interrupted before bowing slightly and vanishing alongside Linny. Oh dear, they have something to do, Jiraiya murmured, watching as the Rasengan in his hand dissipated into the wind. Returning to the lively ramen shop, Minato finally spotted his 3 students. Minato-sensei. Rin was the first to notice. Minato-sensei, Lin Ikuin senpai. Obito and Kakashi quickly emerged from the line. Are you here for ramen too, sensei? Obito asked, keeping one foot in the queue while turning to Minato. Fool, just look at what he's wearing. It's clear he's on a mission. Kakashi shook his head. Yes. Minato team, assemble immediately. Minato responded with a serious nod. Though usually approachable, he understood the gravity of missions, especially A-ranked ones. Aren't we having ramen then? Kato Shizuka watched the departing trio. I'm off to execute a mission with my sensei. Such is the life of a ninja. Obito withdrew his foot from the queue with a hint of disdain. How annoying. Shizuka sighed, 3 dark lines appearing on her forehead. Isn't that the truth? Outside the gates of Konoha, the group checked their supplies before setting off towards Lulan. Minato-sensei, what kind of place is Lulan? Obito inquired. It's a small nation located in the desert, known for its hard-working people, Minato replied with a smile over his shoulder. The desert, Obito exclaimed, his mind racing with thoughts of drought, heat, and death. Don't worry, Lulan has unique architectural styles that provide shade, Minato reassured him. If you have the chance, you might even take some pictures. I hear Lulan has developed rapidly in recent years. Really? Pictures don't matter much, but I'm mainly concerned about the queen's safety. Obito's eyes lit up. While taking pictures was secondary, the thought of photographing Rin amidst exotic architecture was a distraction he quickly dismissed. As they journeyed on, the lush forests of the Land of Fire gradually transformed into arid grasslands, eventually leading to an endless expanse of desert. Wow, Obito exclaimed, captivated by the golden landscape, removing his goggles despite the swirling sands. You may enjoy it now, but in a couple of days, you'll be longing for Konoha, Linny remarked, shaking his head. The desert, like snow-capped mountains, offers breathtaking views at first glance, but soon becomes tiresome. All right, let us quicken our pace, Minato urged as they neared Lulan, not wishing to linger in the sandy surroundings. Hours later, Obito gazed at the city before him, craning his neck in disbelief. Is this a small nation? He pointed at the towering structures of Lulan. Lin Yi, too, was astonished, although aware of the world's technological advancements. Witnessing dozens of buildings nearly 100 meters tall stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. It had been over a decade since he had seen such a scene. Minato, however, was puzzled. According to his readings, Lulan was not supposed to have this architectural style. High rises in the desert. Do they not eat enough sand? While he knew the nation had been developing swiftly in recent years, he hadn't anticipated such progress. The group stepped forward. First, let us locate our target, Queen Sarah, Minato instructed, positioning Lin Yi and the younger members protectively between them. As Lin Yi entered the city, he noticed the colorful low earthen walls amidst the towering buildings, evoking memories of his past life in a village. However, an unsettling feeling began to rise within him. Minato halted, turning back. It's too quiet. The entire city seemed enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. Huh. Lin Yi and Minato immediately turned towards the source of the sound. Kakashi, sensing something amiss, drew his blade. I'll go with Lin Yi to investigate. Kakashi, take care of Obito and Rin, and take this. Minato handed Kakashi a scroll. If you find yourselves in a dire situation, use the kunai I've given you, and I will arrive promptly. Understood. Kakashi nodded firmly, accepting the scroll. In an instant, Lin Yi and Minato vanished from sight. On the sky bridge, a sudden loud crash was heard as a figure smashed through, landing heavily on the ground. Moments later, several humanoid figures rushed towards the fallen individual, seemingly leaf ninjas. Minato noticed the forehead protector on the assaulted figure. Puppets? Lin Yi's eyes glinted coldly. His aversion to puppet masters stemmed from his mother's past. The downed figure with yellow hair quickly bandaged his leg and drew a chakra blade to defend against the incoming strings of puppets. Damn it, there are too many. As the puppets advanced, the reflections of their strings became increasingly vivid in the blue-eyed figure's gaze. It's over. With a sharp ringing sound, two blades soared from the ground like agile dragons, slicing towards the puppets. At that moment, an unidentified figure lifted the fallen ninja, carrying him away from the battlefield. Minato glanced down at the yellow-haired boy, quickening his pace. Chapter 39 Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, your child has grown so much. The world sparkles as a figure wielding dual blades creates afterimages that nearly stir up a tempest. The puppet threads are instantly severed by the glint of the blades, leaving several puppets suspended in midair. Incredible. Did he just cut all the puppet strings in an instant? The blonde boy, cradled by Minato, gazes upwards in awe. Just as the words leave his mouth, the puppets above suddenly tremble, revealing numerous slicing cracks upon their bodies. In the next moment, they smoothly disintegrate into countless shards the size of fingernails, cascading down like snowflakes. This is utterly outrageous. Minato-sensei, Lin Yi and I. Hearing the commotion, Kakashi quickly surveyed the surroundings before leading Rin and Obito to Lin Yi's side. Senior brother, I haven't detected any living beings nearby, but the area is teeming with puppets. I suspect that perhaps Sunagakure is attempting something. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, such exquisite puppet techniques are hard to find outside of Sunagakure. Moreover, although Lulan does not share a border with the Land of Wind, it too is plagued by harsh, sandy weather. Now that Lulan seems to possess the means to withstand the sandstorms, it is not inconceivable that the Land of Wind might covet it. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions, Lin Yi said, shaking his head. Despite his disdain for Sunagakure, reaching a definitive conclusion based solely on conjecture would be detrimental to the ninja world that has enjoyed peace for 4 years. Indeed, Kakashi nodded in agreement. With no more puppets emerging, Lin Yi led the trio to Minato's side. Huh, Minato-sensei, who is this person? Obito finally noticed an additional individual beside Minato. After tending to the leg injury of the newcomer, Minato looked up with a smile. He is likely a ninja from Konoha. Konoha's ninja? Lin Yi scrutinized the two individuals before him. The one on the left has blonde hair, and the one on the right is also blonde. Minato-sensei, if the Hokage has dispatched us, it seems illogical to send another blonde kid along. Kakashi, sensing something amiss, shook his head. Minato, however, did not take offense at Kakashi's blunt observation. Then I will leave you in Kakashi's capable hands. He turned to Lin Yi with a serious expression. There are issues in Lulan. I must locate our target. Lin Yi, stay here to keep an eye on Kakashi and the others. Lin Yi nodded. Minato-sensei, we can lend a hand. Obito exclaimed before he could even inquire about the other blonde individual by Minato's side. Falling behind, quit yelling. Kakashi couldn't help but tap Obito's head. Given the current situation, this was indeed the best course of action. Although Lin Yi had just dispatched the previous puppets with the ease of slicing fruit, if Kakashi and the others were to engage, one misstep could lead to injury or even death. However, they could not neglect their mission target. They still had no information regarding Queen Sarah's situation. Rapid searches would not be feasible, as even Lin Yi, in terms of speed, would merely slow Minato down. Casting a glance at the bewildered blonde boy on the ground, Minato swiftly vanished from sight. Hey, are you a ninja from Konoha? Obito directly questioned. Isn't that obvious? Naruto pointed to the forehead protector on his brow. Lin Yi, however, did not follow suit. Instead, he picked up a shard of puppet debris and examined it closely. The material of this fragment should not be so fragile. It is of a vastly inferior quality compared to what the world had just cleaved. Meanwhile, the trio had encircled Naruto. The Hokage doesn't trust us at all. He even sent a ninja. Obito's complaint was cut short as Kakashi delivered a light punch to his forehead. Damn Kakashi, fool. Just because you have a forehead protector doesn't guarantee you are a Konoha ninja. With that, Kakashi performed a transformation jutsu, morphing into an unknown ninja adorned with a sand village forehead protector. Am I now a ninja of Sunagakure? The transformed figure uttered in Kakashi's voice before reverting back to his original form. TCH, what a show-off. Obito scoffed. Could you please present your identification? Rin approached Naruto and spoke softly. Compared to a forehead protector, which could easily be replicated through transformation techniques, identification documents are far more difficult to forge. They contain unique anti-counterfeiting seals for each ninja village, along with the ninja's basic information and mission records. I should have it on me. Naruto blinked and immediately began rummaging through his belongings. Found it, he exclaimed, baring his teeth as he eagerly handed it over to Rin. Kakashi and Obito leaned in to take a look. Genin of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto, Ninja ID 012607? Kakashi muttered quietly, his eyelids twitching as he shot a sharp glance at Naruto before stowing the document away. Naruto, slightly dazed, had assumed that these individuals were all Konoha ninjas and had promptly presented his identification. Hey, why did you take my ID? Furthermore, what task? Where exactly are we? Are you here to capture the centipede? He blurted, his confusion pouring out all at once. This is Lulan. We are unaware of who the centipede is. What? You don't even know the location of your mission. Kakashi regarded Naruto, who wore a serious expression, and for a moment, he couldn't discern whether Naruto was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Lulan. Is this truly Lulan? I remember Lulan as a mere ruin. Naruto scratched his head, recalling that during the battle with the centipede, Lulan was indeed a landscape of crumbling walls. Yet now, apart from the hole he had just created, the surroundings were adorned with magnificent skyscrapers. Kakashi, observing the oblivious Naruto, suddenly turned to Obito. What are you looking at me for? Obito protested, slightly retracting his steps as he had been inching closer to Rin. Nothing. Kakashi shook his head, realizing why he felt a familiar foolishness emanating from Naruto. By the way, Naruto gazed at the white-haired figure wearing a mask. You look quite similar to Kakashi-sensei. Are you from the Hatake clan? Yes, Kakashi nodded. There was nothing to hide. This was not the Warring States period, and the Hatake clan bore no hostile families. I knew it. Naruto clapped his hands. Kakashi-sensei, you should have told me your child had grown this much. Kakashi, as he stared at the indignant Naruto, both Obito and Rin momentarily froze in disbelief. Then, Obito burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, when did you become a teacher? He guffawed, pointing at Kakashi. And you've even turned into your own son? Rin stifled a giggle as well. Enough. How long do you intend to keep this charade? Kakashi interrupted, his expression darkening. Obito, Rin, prepare for battle. He is an imposter. Huh, what imposter? I am truly a Konoha ninja. Are you not? Naruto exclaimed, bewildered. Indeed, Kakashi, his identification appears to be legitimate. Obito scratched his head, though he took a step back, still harboring some doubts. Lin Yi, perched atop a rock pillar, continued to observe the unfolding drama with great interest. Munching on popcorn. Chapter 40. The time traveling would release Ninja Kakashi. Are you being overly sensitive? Obito found Naruto quite appealing, simply because he was teasing Kakashi. Kakashi? Kakashi-sensei? Where? Upon hearing Obito's words, Naruto immediately began to glance around, as he thought he had just heard Obito calling Kakashi-sensei's name. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Believing Naruto was still playing tricks on Kakashi, Obito laughed even more heartily. You fool, your number is 010886, while this Uzumaki Naruto's identification number is 012607. Kakashi could no longer contain himself, interrupting Obito's laughter. Huh, so what? Obito and Naruto chorused in unison. Kakashi's forehead creased with a frown. You and Rin have only recently graduated. Your ninja identification numbers are among the latest batch. There are only about 100 students in each graduating class. Yet this fellow's number exceeds yours by over 1,700. That is simply impossible. Furthermore, as far as I know, the members of the Uzumaki clan all have red hair. Whether it be Kushina or the records indicate, The Uzumaki clan is characterized by their crimson locks. This Uzumaki Naruto evidently did not manage to disguise himself adequately. So that is how it is. Realizing the crux of the matter, Obito quickly retreated. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kakashi followed suit, swinging his blade at the fireball. Hey, 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 even if you are Kakashi-sensei's son, I will still make you cry. Despite having just injured his leg, Naruto effortlessly dodged Obito's fireball. Multiple shadow clone technique. In the next moment, dozens, if not hundreds, of Narutos appeared before the three. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. What immense chakra! Rin moved closer to the two, ready to provide support and medical aid. Come on, let's give Kakashi-sensei's son a good thrashing. Chidori. With a thunderous crack, a straight line of several clones was pierced and dispersed. But in the next second, dozens of clones reappeared to fill the void. A cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's brow. He realized that the three of them seemed unable to defeat the Uzumaki Naruto before them. Aura, 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 aura. Ugh, just moments ago brimming with confidence. Naruto suddenly curled up, clutching his head in pain, gazing at the black-haired man before him with a pale face. It was unclear. He could only sense a few flashes of blade light, and then his clones were severed like rapeseed flowers in a field. What terrifying power! Senior brother. Lin Yi nodded gently, looking at the somewhat unsteady Naruto. Would release, silent binding technique. A thick wooden beam suddenly charged at Lin Yi, twisting as it sought to bind him. Would style. The platinum star instantly shifted its world, spanning several meters in an instant, and with a swift stroke, cleaved the wooden beam in two. Would release. Kakashi was well aware of the significance of this technique, unlike Obito. Naruto, what on earth is happening? The arriving Yamato first supported the nearly collapsing Naruto before hastily inquiring. He too was utterly baffled. Just a moment ago, he had been battling in a desolate area. And now he found himself in this bustling, yet seemingly deserted city. I don't know either, but Captain Yamato, that person is very strong. Naruto gestured toward Yamato with a playful smile, then pointed at Kakashi. Hee, look, Kakashi-sensei's son. How is that possible? Kakashi-senpai couldn't possibly have. Yamato began to deny it, but in the next instant, he recognized Kakashi's appearance. The same white hair, the same mask. Aside from the eyes, there were no scars. So similar, strikingly so. Moreover, he bears the surname Hitaki. Upon hearing this, Yamato chuckled as well. It seems there's no escaping this. In the entire Konoha, there is only Kakashi-senpai bearing the Hitaki name. This must be his son. Kakashi-senpai. Could it be that he has an illegitimate child? Kakashi watched the two, who were inexplicably laughing, and for the first time, he relegated Obito's position on his list of people he wished to punch down by 2 places. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Would release, huh? The previously enigmatic individual had already posed a challenge for Kakashi and the others, and with another would release user appearing, he knew he had to take action. However, how could someone from another village possess would release techniques? Suppressing his inner questions, Lin Yi focused intently. Let us resolve this swiftly. He retrieved a rope from his scroll and casually tossed it forward. To Yamato's bewilderment, the rope seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, soaring into the air on its own. What? Just as Yamato began to utter a word, his expression froze. The dazzling figure of Lin Yi appeared beside Naruto and Yamato in the stilled world, swiftly producing the rope he had just acquired and, in the blink of an eye, bound the two together. Time resumed its flow. What? Yamato exclaimed as he discovered he and Naruto had been tied together. What? Another gasp escaped him. He hadn't even seen how the other had made his move. In less than a second, although Lin Yi felt somewhat drained, he maintained an outward appearance of composure. Swallowing a military ration pill as if it were a mere jelly bean, Lin Yi encircled the two, demanding, "Speak. Who are you truly? Especially you. How do you possess would release?" Lin Yi spoke softly, though his tone carried an air of authority. Yamato frantically produced his ninja identification. We are indeed ninja from Konoha. Here is my identification. Kakashi glanced at it, noting that the number was similar to Obito's, but it belonged to a J-nin. How is that possible? Even Lin Yi, who was not recently graduated, had yet to achieve J-nin status. Why would he? We are here on the orders of the 5th Hokage to apprehend the rogue ninja. 100-legged. The 5th Hokage? Obito exclaimed. Sorry, but Konoha is still under the leadership of the 3rd Hokage, and I am Hitaki Kakashi. So who are you really? Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing an oddity about them. They didn't seem like enemies, yet there were numerous inconsistencies. What? The 3rd Hokage? But Grandpa Hokage clearly. Naruto looked at Kakashi, bewildered. However, Yamato's mouth hung open in shock. The suddenly altered environment, the apparent son of Kakashi, and the still-serving third Hokage, all these elements coalesced into a terrifying hypothesis within Yamato's mind. They have traveled through time. The person before them was not merely Kakashi-senpai's son. He was Kakashi-senpai as a child. Time travel. Obito and the others exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Yamato's conjecture. Chapter 41. A dismal future. After listening to Yamato's explanation, Lin Yi, while still somewhat astonished, untied the ropes binding the two. Naruto, you just mentioned that you are acting under the orders of the fifth Hokage. Who is the fifth Hokage? Is it Uchiha Obito? In Obito's mind, the fourth Hokage was certainly beyond reach, yet there remained a glimmer of hope for the fifth. What a foolish dream you're having, dead last. Kakashi cast a disdainful glance at Obito, who immediately glared back in anger. Kakashi, you scoundrel. Naruto? Upon hearing a familiar name, Lin Yi suddenly lifted his head to look at Uzumaki Naruto. What's the matter, big brother? Despite Lin Yi's actual age being lesser than Naruto's, the terrifying power he had just displayed made Naruto address him as big brother. Nothing. Lin Yi shook his head. Although he had never watched Naruto, he was aware that the protagonists were named Naruto and Sasuke. No wonder he hadn't seen the two over the years. It turned out he had traversed dimensions too early. So, is the fifth Hokage really Uchiha Obito? It can't possibly be Kakashi, can it? Obito clung to this question. No. The fifth Hokage is Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, Yamato replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Tsunade? Lin Yi raised his head, slightly furrowing his brow. How could it possibly be Tsunade? It's not that she lacks the qualifications to be Hokage. In fact, if she desired to contend for the position, the current fourth Hokage would have no choice but to concede, including Kakashi. In terms of strength, she ranked among the legendary Sannin, not far behind the White Fang. In terms of identity, the first and second Hokages were her grandfathers, and the third was her mentor. As for her prestige, countless ninjas had their lives saved by Tsunade on the battlefield, many of whom had been rescued more than once. However, judging by Naruto's identification number, and considering that fewer than 100 graduates emerge from the Ninja Academy each year, Naruto would approximately be a ninja from 20 years in the future. 20 years. From the soon-to-retire third Hokage to the fifth seemed reasonable. Yet, Tsunade becoming the fifth Hokage appeared illogical. 20 years later, her age would certainly be inappropriate for the role. According to his plan, the fourth Hokage should be his mentor, Minato Namikaze, with a high likelihood of Minato being the fifth Hokage. If your mentor is Kakashi, you must have heard of Uchiha Obito, right? Obito, unwilling to back down, thought that even if he wasn't Hokage, neither was Kakashi. I don't recall. Naruto scratched his head and pondered before shaking his head. Kakashi-sensei seems to have always been rather solitary. What about Might Guy? The super bushy-browed teacher? He is Niji's team leader. Uzumaki Naruto indeed knew Might Guy, who appeared to be one of Kakashi's few friends. What about Rin Noera? Kakashi suddenly inquired. He, like Lin Yi, was reluctant to delve too deeply into the future. However, hearing that the other party was his student, yet not knowing Obito left him with an unsettling feeling. Although he was loath to admit it, Obito was undoubtedly a valued friend. No, Naruto shook his head honestly. Kakashi's heart sank. Both Obito and Rin possessed considerable talent. 20 years later, even if they weren't Jonin, reaching special Jonin would be no issue. Although he had consistently mocked Obito for being the dead last, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he had mastered C-rank ninjutsu before graduating, far surpassing his peers in ninja aptitude, unless he and Rin had severed their bonds with Obito in the future. Such a scenario seemed improbable unless they defected from the village. Thus, it meant. Kakashi hesitated to think further. It's all right, Kakashi. I should be working in a hospital in the future. Not having heard of me is quite normal. Rin forced a smile. Unlike Obito, who was somewhat oblivious, she could vaguely sense her future, perhaps a future that did not exist. If the fifth Hokage is Lady Tsunade, then how did the fourth Hokage abdicate? Kakashi took a deep breath and posed his final question. According to Lin Yi's plan, the fourth Hokage was most likely his father, Minato Namikaze. The fourth, he. Both Naruto and Yamato's expressions darkened simultaneously, sacrificed himself to protect the village. Kakashi stumbled slightly, while Lin Yi clenched his fists. Did Minato also meet with misfortune? Lin Yi asked for the first time. Naruto and Yamato instinctively did not sense anything amiss, as the fourth Hokage was firmly embedded in their minds as Minato. They did not realize that Lin Yi and the others were unaware of who the fourth Hokage was. They assumed Lin Yi was merely repeating their earlier statement about the fourth as sacrifice, nodding in agreement. Yes, Lin Yi closed his eyes, concealing his spinning Sharingan. No wonder the fifth Hokage would be Tsunade. It seemed that the elite of Konoha had perished, leaving no choice but to elevate Tsunade. Something must have gone awry. Kakashi opened his mouth, intending to break the silence, yet fell silent again. He had many questions left, such as whether his brother Lin Yi was also. But since Naruto had no recollection, it was unnecessary to probe Yamato, whose ninja credentials bore records of being in the Umbu. It was implausible that he would refer to Kakashi as senpai yet be unaware of the Umbu operative Uchiha Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi was currently an operative, and his position in the Umbu was hardly a secret, a fact that Minato was paving the way for Lin Yi to eventually take over as head of the Umbu. Thus, there was no need for further inquiry. It was likely that Lin Yi, too. What does that mean? Obito, who was gradually piecing things together, exclaimed. Are we all dead in the future, except for Kakashi? Please, tell us about the future. Yet Naruto and Yamato appeared conflicted, especially Yamato, being from the future. He worried that revealing too much could affect what was to come. He dared not gamble. All right, Obito. Lin Yi shook his head, restraining Obito, who was eager to press for more information. They have their struggles, and our future is ours to forge. If this is fate, I will fight to the death. He resolved to await the outcome with a sense of calm. But, Lin Yi, brother. Obito tightened his fists, his voice trembling. In truth, he didn't care much about his fate. Whether he became Hokage or not, even death seemed inconsequential. However, a pair of black eyes suddenly turned blood red, a small comma spinning incessantly within them. Rin, brother Lin Yi, and Minato-sensei will all die in the future? Obito could not accept such a future. I refuse to accept such a future. Lin Yi, I found the mission objective. Just as Obito was about to voice his determination, he was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of Minato, tears welling in his eyes. Minato-sensei, the fourth Hokage? Yamato exclaimed instinctively. Chapter 42. Incomprehensible? Parallel Dimensions. You just mentioned that Minato is the fourth Hokage? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. After much deliberation, he had managed to deduce why Tsunade was the fifth Hokage. And now he was confronted with the assertion that Minato was the fourth. But how could Minato possibly be the fourth Hokage? The names of Shikaka Nara, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya all seemed to preclude Minato from that position. But when I referred to the fourth sacrifice, you mentioned Minato's name. Yamato finally realized that they were unaware that Minato was indeed the fourth Hokage. It was an assumption he had made unconsciously. Minato himself was equally perplexed. How had he gone out on a mission only to return as the fourth Hokage? What do you believe the fourth Hokage to be? Lin Yi inquired. Isn't it Shikaka Nara? Shikaka Nara? Naruto and Yamato echoed in unison, both unfamiliar with the name. He's known as Konoha's White Fang, Obito remarked, incredulous at their lack of awareness. Naruto still looked bewildered. Yamato, however, seemed to ponder this, recalling a code name he had seen in the ANBU manuals. Wait, White Fang, and coupled with the surname Nara, that could only mean. Yamato glanced at Kakashi. But isn't that a taboo for Kakashi-senpai? Yamato questioned. What connection does the Nara name have with Kakashi-sensei? He is my father, Kakashi replied softly. But Kakashi-sensei, you never mentioned this to me, Naruto exclaimed, tilting his head in thought before confirming. It must be a parallel dimension. Lin Yi had finally reached a conclusion after much contemplation. A parallel dimension? The others echoed simultaneously. Curiosity piqued as Minato turned to Lin Yi with intrigue. They are ninjas from the future of Konoha, but that future is not an extension of our world. Lin Yi elaborated. How convoluted. Obito and Naruto scratched their heads in unison, completely bewildered. Damn it. I feel like I need to think harder. Then how do you know it is not our world's future? Minato queried, quickly grasping the concept. Because in their world, you are the fourth Hokage. And if I'm not mistaken, Shikaka-sensei must have taken his own life, correct? Lin Yi's tone was inquisitive but surprisingly confident. Yamato nodded, confirming Lin Yi's suspicion. The most crucial point was that Yamato could recognize Minato at a glance, yet he could not identify Lin Yi. This clarified everything because that world lacked Lin Yi, the time-traveling envoy, and hence, White Fang had not taken him as a disciple. When White Fang faced a crisis of reputation, there would be no one to prevent his suicide. As for why the fourth Hokage was not among the Sannin, it could be attributed to other circumstances. Therefore, their future remained uncertain, reliant on their own efforts to shape it. Lin Yi patted Kakashi and Obito on the shoulders, rekindling the spirits of the three young ones. But whether it's parallel or not, how do we return? Naruto interjected, revealing his straightforward nature. The real concern was how he and Captain Yamato would return to their rightful time. If you crossed over due to the jutsu released by that ninja named Baizu, then defeating him should suffice, Minato contemplated, stroking his chin. Since you are all in this time, Baizu must be nearby. Let us get moving, Naruto exclaimed, feeling a sense of familiarity with Minato. Before turning to Yamato, Captain Yamato, let's set off. Indeed, Yamato nodded, fully aware of the gravity of their situation. Regardless of whether Lin Yi and the others were past ninjas or from a parallel dimension, it was paramount to return to their own time as swiftly as possible. Naruto and I will continue the pursuit of Baizu. Fourth, Minato-senpai, farewell for now. Yamato bid his farewells and swiftly departed with Naruto. All right, let us proceed with our mission. Minato turned, with Lin Yi beside him and the three young ones closely following. Minato, yes? Don't you think that Naruto seems rather familiar? Lin Yi smiled, considering that among the blonde-haired individuals in Konoha, he only knew Minato, especially given that Naruto bore the surname Uzumaki. Ah, there is indeed some resemblance. Minato blinked, feeling a tinge of uncertainty, though he dared not confirm it. Why not check it out? Lin Yi teased. After we complete our mission, if they are still unable to return, perhaps we can assist them, Minato replied with a chuckle, concealing his own thoughts. As the group arrived at a tall tower, Minato pointed towards a structure. The mission target is there. Lin Yi focused his gaze and spotted a red-haired woman waving. That must be Queen Sarah, the one they were tasked to protect. Why does it seem like there's nothing going on? He mused, observing the throngs of cheering people below. Suddenly, he activated his Sharingan, revealing countless threads descending from pipes connecting various parts of the city, all linked to the exuberant crowd. They were all puppets. Indeed, Minato nodded. This was precisely why he had been cautious in extracting Sarah from the scene. What? All those people are puppets? Obito exclaimed, astonished. Right, senpai, Kakashi recalled something suddenly. Earlier, Naruto mentioned that the Baizu we were pursuing is a rogue ninja from the Sand Village. Lin Yi calculated. Baizu is a rogue ninja from the Sand Village, and now we have so many unidentified puppets. If it were merely a coincidence, no one would believe it. It seems the opportunity for confirmation has arrived, Lin Yi remarked with a knowing smile directed at Minato. In the next moment, a scream captured the attention of the five. Ah! Queen Sarah, who had been waving from the high platform, was now plummeting through the air, while the puppets below continued to mimic the cheering crowd. How utterly ironic. Lin Yi leaped to the side of the tower, descending at the same speed as Sarah. Golden Experience. The elongated form of Golden Experience burst forth from Lin Yi's back, delivering a punch to the wall. With style, the formerly bare wall transformed into a platform of intertwined vines, catching both Lin Yi and the falling queen. After ensuring the puppets below posed no threat, Lin Yi joined Minato and the others, cradling the still screaming Sarah. Please, stop screaming, he said, slightly annoyed by the cacophony. Furrowing his brow, Sarah opened her eyes, realizing she was surrounded by two handsome men and three children. Who are you? We are Konoha ninjas sent to protect you. Minato spoke gently, calming Sarah's racing heart. Chapter 43. And Lushan and the puppet, how did you fall from up there? It was a curious Toby who poked at Sarah. It must have been a misstep. Sarah hesitated, choosing not to voice her doubts. A misstep? Can a misstep cause one to break through the railing and fall? Kakashi remarked skeptically. She was pushed off. The first to suspect was Rin, linking it to Naruto's target. Yes, it's quite possible, Minato nodded, deducing that the puppet below was the work of a ninja named Baizu. Even if Baizu wasn't the one intending to harm Sarah, he must be connected in some way. What Baizu? I don't understand what you're saying. Over all these years, the only ninja who came to Lulan was Lord Lushan, and he would never harm me. And Lushan? Lin Yi slightly raised his head, intrigued by the name. Then why did Queen Sarah hire the ninjas from Konohagakure for protection? Minato gently reassured Sarah. Sarah faltered, uncertain why she had summoned the ninjas from Konoha. All she knew was her mother had instructed her to do so after her passing. Baizu, so you were here. The trees surged from the ground as Yamato and Naruto leaped onto the platform where Sarah had fallen. With such a loud commotion, They had initially floundered about like headless flies, but now they had a clear target and rushed over. Pointing at Lushan atop the high platform, Naruto teased, "Baizu, you've put on quite a bit of weight. That name, I forgot it 6 years ago. Now, I am His Highness and Lushan of Lulan." With the discovery made, Baizu dropped his pretense. He ripped off his cloak, sending dozens of puppets charging toward Yamato and Naruto. Lin Yi patted the stunned Sarah, who was shocked by the sudden turn of events. "It seems you have entrusted your safety to the wrong person. But even if he is Baizu, he did lead Lulan to prosperity. The people adore both me and in Lushan." Before she could finish, Kakashi drew his blade and struck down a villager who was still cheering. Before Sarah could express her outrage, Kakashi unveiled the villager's headscarf, revealing a hollow puppet visage. "Is this what you call your beloved people? This is impossible. It can't be." Sarah gazed at the fallen puppet, its arms still mechanically flailing, and sank to the ground in despair. Multiple shadow clone technique. On the wooden platform connecting the trees and the high stage, Naruto summoned hundreds of clones to charge at Baizu. Would release, great force technique. Yamato extended his right hand, branches sprouting forth to consume several puppets in an instant. Naruto's shadow clones swiftly dismantled more puppets. Yield Baizu. Yet Baizu seemed unfazed, ambling towards the two. Where have the original citizens gone, and Lushan? Fourth Hokage. Minato? Naruto turned to see Lin Yi and others escorting Sarah to safety. "It appears our missions have converged." Minato nodded, smiling in response. Baizu glanced down condescendingly. "Sarah, you used to be so obedient, unlike your mother, who sensed the danger. I thought after dealing with your mother, you would obediently become my puppet. But you actually followed her orders and sought help from Konoha." He gestured toward Lin Yi and Minato. "It must have been your mother's contingency plan. A clever one. Indeed, even in death, she seeks to thwart me. Perfect. I shall leave you all in this desert." He pointed at Sarah. "As for you, since you refuse to listen, you shall be replaced by a true puppet as queen." With a flick of his finger, a puppet resembling Sarah stepped forward, swaying its head. "You will not succeed." Toby was the first to charge, his eyes turning crimson as he unleashed a massive fireball towards Baizu. However, in the next instant, a fragment suddenly arose to block it. The shattered puppet pieces did not scatter. Instead, they converged, swirling around Baizu. "Be careful, that puppet is unusual. It possesses a unique energy that can continuously repair and enhance it." Lin Yi recalled the anomalies he had discovered while examining the puppet fragments. "What puppets? Just smash them all." Naruto raised 2 fingers, summoning 2 shadow clones, their hands swirling around his right hand, emanating a brilliant blue chakra. "This is..." Minato's pupils contracted slightly. Lin Yi smiled, silently conveying, "Oh yes." Rasengan. As Baizu transformed into a colossal, grotesque puppet, Naruto collided with his Rasengan. An explosion of white smoke erupted. A gaping hole appeared in the puppet's abdomen. Yet, in an instant, the towering spire emitted a radiant glow, and the puppet's injury healed as swiftly as flowing water. Over there, the keen observers, Lin Yi and Minato, simultaneously turned their gaze toward the distant tower. "Die, Sarah." A massive hand descended from the sky. As Lin Yi gazed at the looming shadow, he smiled faintly and pretended to form a seal. "Would release." "Huh. Lin Yi senpai. How come?" Yamato exclaimed, realizing Lin Yi possessed the Sharingan, not belonging to the Uchiha clan. "Would style." Golden experience erupted from behind, launching a barrage of wooden attacks at the puppet's giant hand. The hand, neither a living entity nor an energy form, was merely an inorganic object. In the next moment, the hand transformed into countless vines, stretching towards the puppet's core. "What?" Baizu realized he could no longer sense the presence of the puppet's right hand. In a panic, he severed his own arm, yet it quickly regenerated thanks to the mysterious energy. Toby observed the writhing vines on the ground. "Lin Yi, can you use Would Release too?" "It's a special bloodline limit, just somewhat similar," Lin Yi replied. His technique differed greatly from Would Release. Yamato soon recognized that those vines were alive, not mere chakra constructs, unlike the trees produced by Would Release that could absorb chakra. Boom, boom, boom. Baizu, wary of Lin Yi's abilities, retreated a step, launching a barrage of projectiles towards Sarah. "Why is he so intent on killing you first?" Lin Yi transformed the golden experience into a world. Smash. Within 10 meters, the world was accurate and swift. Lin Yi pulled Sarah closer, advancing rather than retreating, causing all the projectiles to shatter before reaching him. Sarah bit her lip, glancing at the countless puppets still cheering below, and made up her mind. Because of the dragon vein. Chapter 44. You are truly annoying. Dragon vein. Naruto turned his head, feeling a sense of familiarity with the term. That guy's technique seemed to have consumed some dragon vein along with Brother Minato's sealing jutsu to activate. But what does that have to do with killing you? Obito asked loudly while clumsily dodging falling rocks. I can open the portal to the dragon vein, Sarah stated succinctly, knowing that now was not the time for lengthy explanations. Lin Yi understood, and in the next moment, he turned to Minato. In that case, Queen Sarah, you and I shall seal the dragon vein together. Kakashi, do you remember the items I gave you? Minato immediately grasped the situation, pulling Sarah along and turning to Kakashi to inquire. Kakashi nodded slightly, retrieving several explosive tags from his pocket, carefully placing them on the load-bearing columns of the structure. Boom! The explosive tags erupted with a thunderous roar, flames and black smoke collapsing the already precarious columns. In the next instant, countless falling stones and debris buried the puppet. We must go, Minato said, embracing Sarah before throwing a kunai and vanishing from the spot. With a rumble, the massive body of the puppet surged forth from the debris. All you little bugs die. The puppet radiated a scarlet glow, and in an instant, a torrent of laser beams shot toward them. Wood release, tree world wall. Yamato swiftly formed hand seals, and a colossal wooden wall rose from the ground, quickly riddled with holes from the lasers. Lin Yi deflected the remaining lasers while guiding the three little ones to safety. You all stay hidden, let me handle the rest of the battle. Understood, they replied in unison, knowing it was not the time for bravado. With a thunderous crash, the long dilapidated wooden wall collapsed. Captain Yamato, he has grown so much stronger, Naruto gasped, realizing that this enormous puppet was akin to a tailed beast due to its infinite recovery ability. Indeed, Yamato frowned slightly. If it had mastered the wood human or wood dragon now, it would not be so passive. A sound of a sword cutting through the air echoed. A light cannon was split in half as it flew past Yamato on either side, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Ah, thank you, Lin Yi-senpai, he said. Don't lose focus, Lin Yi's voice rang out calmly. He then charged toward the puppet, wielding twin blades, with two longer blades floating behind him. He extended the blades toward the puppet's grotesque head. Little bugs, seeking death. You leaf ninjas meddle too much. I was about to seize Lulan. Why? Why must you obstruct me? You should just die obediently. Debris and cannon fire rained down upon Lin Yi like a downpour. You are truly annoying. The blood-red Sharingan traced two crimson trajectories, intertwining with four silver streaks, sweeping toward the puppet like a storm. Aura, 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 aura. Decapitation. Decapitation. Wherever the blade storm passed, the puppet was reduced to mere fragments, tumbling like snowflakes. Crush. With Lin Yi's sheer force, he managed to keep the puppet's repair and recovery speed at a standstill. Using the ability of the golden body would have been more effective here. However, Lin Yi grinned. Your recovery speed has slowed. Aura, 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 aura. How could using golden experience compare to personally cleaving it apart for satisfaction? What? The puppet's voice finally showed a hint of panic. No, it can't be. With the power of the dragon vein. Lin Yi remained silent, continuing his relentless onslaught. How powerful? On the ground, Naruto and Yamato's mouths gradually gaped in astonishment. Oh, did I arrive too late? A flash appeared as Minato gently set Sarah aside to rest. With Minato's return, the energy atop the tower weakened further until it vanished, no longer supplying power. Has it been successfully sealed, Brother Minato? Yes, it has, Minato replied with a smile and a nod, glancing at Lin Yi, who had transformed into a whirlwind. That guy has truly provoked Lin Yi. Naruto, witnessing the shrinking puppet, recognized that he was no longer needed and retreated alongside Yamato. Why is Lin Yi-senpai so angry? Naruto wondered, noticing Lin Yi's brutal treatment of the puppet, reducing it to mere shards. Had it not been for the dragon vein, those fragments would have taken half a year to piece together a semblance of a figure. Because my senior's mother was killed by a puppet master, Kakashi interjected. Not just Lin Yi's mother, mine as well. Clenching his fist, Kakashi continued. So seeing that puppet jumping around before him would naturally incite such fury. Kakashi's gaze fell upon Lin Yi, who had reduced the puppet to nothing but its core body. Lin Yi gently extracted it, patting its plump cheek. Not so tough anymore. Are you Prince and Lushan? And no, I'm just a minor character. Heh. A minor character, the puppet replied with a wrinkled, fawning smile. Lin Yi also smiled. sheathing his dual blades as the floating weapons returned to their scabbards. "Thank you, my lord, thank." "Not so fast." Lin Yi interrupted the puppet, gently tossing it into the air. "You can blame your fate on being the first puppet master I encountered." As the puppet felt a sudden loss of weight, it found itself grasped by a muscular arm. In a place where it could not see, the cold gaze of the platinum star glimmered with mockery. Shaking its arm, the puppet's ominous premonition intensified. In the next moment, aura, 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 aura. Gigantic fists rained down upon the puppet's face like a torrential downpour. Under the precise control of the platinum star's A-grade precision, the puppet was injured yet unbroken, its already plump face swelling like that of a pig's head. 10 minutes later, Minato observed the puppet's face, now swollen beyond its belly, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Naruto and Yamato exchanged fearful glances at Lin Yi. Luckily, they had proven themselves to be allies. Otherwise, they might have ended up as pig heads themselves. Calming himself, Yamato drew a kunai, preparing to deal with the puppet and dissolve the technique. "Wait a moment, Yamato-senpai." Yamato looked at Lin Yi in confusion, unsure why he was being stopped. Could it be that he intended to continue the beating? Making a gesture that signaled just a few minutes, Lin Yi called over Minato. "Minato, come here." Once the two were alone, and Minato had set up a soundproof barrier, Lin Yi asked earnestly, "What should we do?" "What do you mean?" Minato scratched his head, puzzled. Lin Yi, exasperated, interrupted, "Don't play dumb. Naruto is your son with Kushina, right? Blonde hair, surname Uzumaki, Rasengan. Most importantly, he has the nine tails within him." During the battle, although Naruto had only released a hint of chakra, Lin Yi, having studied the nine tails chakra, immediately recognized it. "Are we not going to tell him?" Minato fell silent, his azure eyes gazing at Naruto, who was still curiously observing them. "No. It might just complicate things since he doesn't recognize me." Chapter 45. Obito's desire to save the world. Naruto Uzumaki seemed to sense something, baring his teeth at the two within the barrier. Minato smiled and nodded. Indeed, Naruto was his child, beyond what Lin Yi had mentioned. The most crucial point was that upon approaching Naruto, he felt a resonance of his own chakra. Yet, irrespective of whether they existed in parallel dimensions, Naruto remained his son from the future. However, the current situation was perplexing. They were aware that their future selves had become the fourth Hokage, yet their child did not recognize them. This could only imply one possibility. Konoha had undergone a significant transformation, resulting in both himself and Kushina, along with those closely related to him, passing away before Naruto could form memories. After all, if Kushina were still alive, she would not have sealed the nine tails within their child, nor would she have neglected to disclose the identity of his father. Minato was reluctant to speculate on what had transpired in the future, if it were indeed a parallel world as Lin Yi suggested. Treating the current situation as their future would clearly lead to complications. Conversely, if it were not a parallel world, the repercussions of manipulating time would be even more severe. A venture Minato was unwilling to undertake. He understood that if they were to acknowledge their relationship now, upon returning to his own timeline, Naruto would only experience greater sorrow. They were father and son from different timelines, destined never to remain together. Having grown accustomed to life without his parents, Naruto likely had adapted to such solitude. Minato realized that the pain of enduring perpetual darkness was surpassed only by the agony of being plunged back into darkness after having glimpsed the light. "Indeed, that is your style," Lin Yi remarked, stroking his chin, fully comprehending Minato's rationale. "But how can you be so certain that he will never discover who his parents are?" Minato was momentarily taken aback. "What do you think of that boy's current strength? Even without relying on the power of the tailed beast, his sheer tenacity is beyond what an ordinary jonin can handle." Naruto possessed an immense chakra reservoir, a fact Lin Yi envied greatly. With this alone, coupled with his shadow clone jutsu and Rasengan, he could easily overwhelm most jonin on sheer numerical strength. Indeed, Naruto possesses such power at his age. Given his future abilities and his identity as a Jinchuriki, do you truly believe you can keep this a secret from him for a lifetime? He will inevitably inquire about his parents' identities. Minato fell silent, realizing that he might genuinely regret the singular opportunity to meet his family without recognizing them. Lin Yi patted Minato's shoulder. "Time travel is an extraordinary phenomenon, and it seems to have orchestrated this encounter between you two. Perhaps it is fate." Observing Minato's lingering turmoil, Lin Yi took the initiative to depart. "Yamato, I just had a discussion with Minato. Do you have any pressing matters with Naruto?" Naruto exchanged glances with Yamato. It seems not. Yamato pondered briefly, then hesitantly replied, Is there something you need, Lin Yi? Lin Yi shook his head and gestured toward the boar's head on the ground. According to your accounts, this fellow merely entered the technique a few seconds earlier than you. Yet he arrived in this world 6 years prior. Naruto scratched his head, puzzled by Lin Yi's statement. Yamato's eyes, however, lit up slightly. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, Lin Yi affirmed. Regardless of whether it is due to the technique, the flow of time, or some other factor, the temporal rates of the two dimensions should differ. Thus, if you do not have urgent matters, you could seize this opportunity to cultivate for a while. This reasoning was Lin Yi's way of allowing Minato and Naruto to spend more time together. Yet it was not entirely unfounded for Yamato and Naruto. If they trained here for a spell, upon their return, they would almost be at the moment they first traversed through. This period could be considered an unearned boon. To avoid unforeseen circumstances, let us set it for a week. Yamato and Naruto exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Not only could they potentially gain an extra week, but with Lin Yi and the fourth Hokage as formidable training partners, such an opportunity was rare, indeed foolish to refuse. However, having just emerged from a battle, and Lin Yi having consumed several soldier pills, they all agreed to commence training the following day. The training location would be in Lulan, primarily to ensure Naruto's safe return to his own timeline. Additionally, since Lin Yi and his team were originally assigned a month for their protective mission, having resolved the underlying threat on their first day, the remaining time could be enjoyed as a vacation. Upon learning this, Queen Sarah was naturally eager to host them. After the gathering dispersed, Yamato used wood release to make minor repairs to the buildings, while Naruto fidgeted beside Minato, unaware that Minato was also feeling somewhat anxious. Obito and Kakashi seemed to have wandered off to bicker somewhere, while Rin cheerfully took her camera to capture the unique scenery of Lulan. 5 hours later, night fell. The door to Obito's room creaked open, and a spiky-haired head cautiously peeked out. After confirming no one was around, Obito quietly made his way toward Naruto and Yamato's room. Knock, knock, knock. Obito gently tapped on the door. Naruto opened it, allowing Obito to enter, his sneaky demeanor piquing Naruto's curiosity. What are you up to? Yamato, standing nearby, smirked slightly, likely understanding the reason for Obito's nocturnal visit. Was he here to learn about the future or to play cards? However, Yamato felt that the probability of a parallel timeline was quite high. Thus, he was less resistant to revealing future information, at least to provide them with some reference. Naruto, I came to ask you a few questions, Obito stated plainly. Without pretense. In the future, are you unaware of Lin Yi? To Obito, Uchiha Lin Yi was a uniquely significant figure, his childhood neighbor, and now a half-teacher, half-brother. This is my first time meeting Lin Yi as well, Yamato replied, shaking his head. How could this be? Obito clenched his fists, struggling to believe that Lin Yi's prowess would face any unforeseen events in the future. However, after much contemplation, he could not recall any major incidents involving Lin Yi. Or perhaps he was simply unaware of them. Damn Kakashi, he is your senior. You should mention him more often. Frustrated, Obito shifted to another pressing question. What about Rin Noera? You must have visited the Konoha hospital, right? Was she there? She has exceptional medical talents and is incredibly beautiful. You must know about her. Even if you haven't met her, Kakashi must have mentioned her, right? Naruto and Yamato exchanged glances again before shaking their heads, akin to Lin Yi. They had never even heard of her. How could this be? Obito instinctively activated his Sharingan, his hands pounding against his thighs in frustration. Minato-sensei. Right, Minato-sensei. You all know him, don't you? Obito recalled that they had all referred to Minato as the fourth Hokage today. Both nodded. After all, Minato's visage was etched into the Hokage monument of Konoha. How did Minato-sensei die? Naruto was uncertain, as he had not even been born at that time. Yamato opened his mouth, just about to speak when suddenly, knock, knock, knock. The door was abruptly rapped upon again. Chapter 46. Captain Yamato achieves MVP. And Kakashi is just coasting. A sudden knock echoed through the room, startling Obito, who instinctively glanced around before directing his gaze beneath the bed. He swiftly rolled to the side, signaling Naruto with a hush before retreating under the bed. Throughout the day, they had all acted nonchalant, and it seemed that Minato-sensei was not keen on them casually probing into the future. Thus, Obito had indicated for them to remain discreet. Little Kakashi-sensei? Naruto opened the door to reveal a figure with white hair. Since Kakashi was his teacher, he felt compelled to address him as Little Kakashi-sensei. Given that this version of Kakashi was significantly younger, Obito quietly activated his Sharingan, shielding its red glow with his goggles as he cautiously observed the scene outside. Kakashi? Does he also wish to uncover the future? Hearing Naruto's address, Kakashi's forehead creased with a few lines of annoyance. What an odd title. I have a few questions. Kakashi stated calmly, though his grip tightened. Naruto exchanged a glance with Yamato. That opening line felt achingly familiar. Hadn't they just gone through this? Like Obito, Kakashi began to inquire about Lin, Rin, and Obito himself, to which Naruto readily responded, as they were all strangers to him, merely shaking his head and professing ignorance. For some reason, Kakashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps in Naruto's world, his senior brother Lin, Rin, and Obito simply did not exist. So, what am I like in the future? Kakashi pondered for a moment before posing the question. Since he could not gather information directly, he would instead deduce it. He was Yamato's senior and Naruto's teacher, so they must have some knowledge of him. If the future him differed drastically from the present, it could be due to those three individuals being absent from Naruto's world. Naruto's enthusiasm blossomed. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, in the future, you love to slack off. Every mission, you let us do all the work. He began to vent his grievances. And you just sit there watching those intimate paradise shows, occasionally laughing in a creepy way, shouting about burning us alive. Thank goodness for Captain Yamato. I must clarify, it wasn't my choice. It was Kakashi-senpai who tricked me into finishing the mission. Yamato silently raised his hand to chime in. At the conclusion of the mission, Captain Yamato had once again secured the MVP title. Kakashi-sensei is merely coasting along, not reading those yellow books or slacking off. Mission rating, 3-0. Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. Was his future self truly such a scoundrel? Yet, a weight lifted from his heart. This reckless behavior must belong to a parallel universe. Thus, he presumed that Obito, Rin, and Lin would be just fine. I knew Kakashi was not a good person. I must keep Rin away from him. Obito silently scoffed from beneath the bed. However, despite Kakashi-sensei's penchant for tardiness and his ridiculous excuses about helping old ladies cross the street or lost kittens, he eventually led the team to complete their missions. With Kakashi-sensei around, they felt secure. After expressing his grievances, Naruto began to recall Kakashi-sensei's merits and thought to give him a compliment. Yet, Kakashi's expression shifted. Odd reasons for being late. Seeing the change in Kakashi's demeanor, Naruto quickly backtracked. No, Kakashi-sensei, your future strength is formidable. You are known as the copy ninja, Kakashi of the Sharingan, whose name resounds throughout the ninja world. Yamato nodded in agreement. Yes. Kakashi's brow furrowed deeper. What do you mean, Kakashi of the Sharingan? Oh right, Kakashi-sensei, you don't have the Sharingan yet, Naruto finally realized. Yamato's expression also shifted slightly, but he stated truthfully, Kakashi-senpai, in the future, your left eye will be a Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Kakashi stumbled back a few steps. If he had not betrayed his village in the future, then the Sharingan must have been given to him by a member of the Uchiha clan. Obito, or perhaps his senior brother. The earlier speculations shattered in an instant. Another possibility loomed. The drastic change in his future self could be due to the fact that Lin, Rin, and his senior brother had all perished before Naruto became his student and Yamato became his junior. No, that can't be. He would not allow it. Kakashi's eyes hardened with resolve. If you trust this future version of Kakashi, then please trust me as well. Share all that you know about the future. He fixed his gaze on the two of them. Believe in me, whether it be a parallel universe or truly the future and past. I will strive to make this world better. Little Kakashi-sensei. Naruto felt a stir of emotion, yet he was wholly ignorant. He held the record for being the worst in history regarding the subject of ninja history. Bang! Yamato suddenly raised his fist and struck Kakashi's white hair, exhaling a long breath. That's what you get for always bullying me. Feels good. Huh? Kakashi. So, my current self is settling debts for my future self, is it? Yamato closed his eyes, allowing a moment of contemplation before slowly speaking. Based on your current timeline, Kakashi-senpai, the first significant event in your future should be the third. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon once more. Kakashi immediately dropped to the ground and whispered to the two, "Do not disclose my presence to anyone. I will bear these burdens alone." He swiftly scanned the room, his gaze landing on the sole double bed. Little Kakashi-sensei. Just as Naruto was about to intervene, Kakashi had already tumbled under the bed. Turning, he found a familiar pair of goggles before him, revealing a pair of red eyes swirling within. In an instant, An eerie silence enveloped the air. Kakashi and Obito locked eyes, the sound of knocking from outside starkly apparent. Heh, Kakashi, Obito, out for a stroll, are we? Obito chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head to alleviate the tension. Kakashi closed his eyes in despair, recalling how Obito had overheard everything he had just said, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet there was no escaping it, since Obito had already heard. He shot him a warning glare before they both steadied their breaths, waiting silently for the visitor. Is that Rin? Did you come to inquire about something? Naruto opened the door, speaking naturally. Huh, Naruto, how did you know I was coming to ask something? Rin blinked, surprised by how transparent her intentions were. Yamato discreetly nudged Naruto. No, I was just guessing randomly, haha, just a wild guess. Naruto hurriedly laughed, ushering Rin into the room. Beneath the bed, Kakashi and Obito exchanged exasperated glances. So, their entire team was intent on joining in. Yamato sighed in frustration, wondering how this had become a routine. It would be easier if they just formed a group instead of each coming individually, making it exhausting to repeat the same things over and over. Obito, I don't know. Lin, my senior brother. I don't know him. As Rin had already experienced 3 cycles, Yamato and Naruto could essentially predict her questions after just a few words, often answering even before she finished asking. Rin eyed the 2 players with suspicion, finding their rapid-fire responses suspiciously seamless. She was no fool like Obito. She was quite astute. Just as she was about to confront the 2, another knock sounded at the door. Naruto, Yamato, are you resting? It's Minato. After a protracted period of deliberation, Minato Namikaze, who was standing at the doorway, recollected Lin Yi's words and ultimately resolved to acknowledge his son. Lin Yi was correct. This was perhaps a recompense from fate, allowing Naruto to meet his father in the flesh. Minato berated himself for his selfishness and arrogance, realizing that he had preemptively deprived his child of the singular opportunity to connect with his father, all under the guise of acting in his best interest. Inside the room, Rin was startled. Their sensei, Minato, had cautioned them against delving into future events. After a swift survey of the surroundings, she gestured to the others and promptly crawled under the bed. Naruto and Yamato were left speechless. Captain Yamato, perhaps you could employ your wood release to fabricate a couple more beds? Yamato's lips twitched slightly. Rin, having just ensconced herself beneath the bed, was immediately dumbfounded. Her eyes met a sheepish Obito, fidgeting with his fingers, and Kakashi, feigning indifference. It was now clear why Naruto and the others had responded so quickly. Minato-san, have you also come to inquire about future events? Naruto asked, cutting straight to the chase as he opened the door. Minato paused, taken aback. Certainly not. I came for. The words caught in his throat, unsure of how to proceed. However, the use of also did not escape his notice. Beneath the bed, the trio tensed up. Chapter 47. Father and son recognize each other. It's nothing. It might have been a slip of the tongue. Naruto hastily scratched his hair, a sheepish expression on his face, then inquired with curiosity. So, Watergate, big brother, what brings you here? Yamato was also somewhat puzzled. Why would he come to a transmigrator's room late at night, without asking about the future? Could it be that he really wanted to play cards? Watergate closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. He couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. It turned out that even he could have moments of hesitation. Suppressing the strangeness and hesitation in his heart, Watergate's eyes became firm, 2 pairs of azure pupils meeting each other's gaze. I am your father, Naruto. Oh, so Watergate, big brother. You are my fath. Naruto was still thinking about how to quickly brush Watergate off, so he could explain things to the 3 little ones. But he froze in place as soon as he finished repeating the sentence. Watergate, big brother. Are you joking? No, Watergate rarely interrupted others. His azure eyes were filled with determination. I am quite certain. Yamato's pupils shrank as well. Then his head kept shaking left and right between Watergate and Naruto. Was this something he was allowed to hear? The 3 little ones under the bed were even more dumbfounded. Watergate-sensei is Naruto's father? Obito exclaimed in a low voice. Shoo! Kakashi quickly covered Obito's mouth. In front of a ninja of Watergate's level, lowering one's voice was utterly useless. Fortunately, Watergate was also very apprehensive and didn't notice them. Lin Yi leaned against the wall outside the door, a gratified smile curving his lips. Yamato glanced at the 2 people standing silently in front of him and cleared his throat. Oh dear, I suddenly feel so sleepy. Then he fell onto the bed, gently clasping his hands together. Several wooden planks rose from the ground, dividing the room in half. The three little ones breathed a sigh of relief as they squeezed out from under the bed, all pressing their ears against the back of the wooden planks. Yamato on the bed maintained the same posture, his whole body pressed against the right angle formed by the bed and the wooden planks, his ear pressed against the wood. Naruto Uzumaki stared blankly at the somewhat nervous water gate in front of him. His vision gradually blurred, and 2 lines of tears slid down his reddened eyes. In an instant, he thought of many things, and the repressed grievances in his heart burst out all at once. He thought of himself, alone after school at the ninja academy, watching other families. He thought of being insulted by the villagers, being hated by everyone, yet having no one to rely on. He thought of rummaging through expired food in the refrigerator to barely make ends meet. He thought of how he couldn't even imagine his parents' faces in his dreams, only making wild guesses. How much he longed to feel his parents' embrace, to hear a word of comfort from his parents, to receive a word of praise from his parents, to eat a meal cooked by his parents. Even if none of that was possible, even if he just had a picture of his parents, that would be enough. But there was nothing. Seeing Naruto gradually start to sob and tremble, Watergate gently placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. He looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, Naruto. No matter what happened in the future, it was obvious that he hadn't fulfilled his responsibility as a father." Naruto raised his head, slowly unzipping his jacket, revealing the sealing formula on his stomach. "Is the 9 tails sealed on me by you?" Watergate looked at the familiar sealing technique on Naruto's stomach and immediately understood that it was his handiwork. He nodded. "Yes." Naruto slapped Watergate's hand off his shoulder. Thinking of all the things he had experienced as a child, grievance and incomprehension welled up in his heart. Bang! With Naruto Uzumaki's forceful punch, even without chakra, it definitely wouldn't feel good. Watergate's body bent slightly, but he didn't say anything. Naruto was his descendant, and since he hadn't fulfilled his responsibility in the future, then he would make amends for it now. The 9 tails inside Naruto's body clenched its claws fiercely. "Well done." Naruto raised his head, tears welling up in his eyes. "Why did you seal the 9 tails in your own child?" "Because of it. The people in the village don't like me, the adults have never given me a kind look, and the children don't want to be friends with me." Naruto Uzumaki grabbed Watergate's sleeve, his face full of emotion as he told Watergate about his experiences and hardships over the years. Watergate felt both distressed and strange. What was distressing was that his child had become an orphan, and on top of that, he was suffering such treatment. What was strange was that normally, the sins of the past were repaid in the future. It's not that retribution doesn't come, it's just that the time hasn't arrived. But in his case, the sins of the future were being repaid now. Watergate looked at Naruto, who was almost as tall as him, and smiled as he helped Naruto wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm not a good father. If this can make you feel better, Naruto, you can." Naruto Uzumaki didn't throw another punch. Instead, he lunged forward and hugged Watergate tightly. That punch just now had already released all the emotions that needed to be released. How could he bear to hit his own father now? TCH, boring. The 9 tails inside Naruto's body shook its head at this scene and curled up again. Originally, it had planned to wait until Naruto was about to leave before telling him that Watergate was his father, so that just as he found out, he would have to lose him again, and Naruto might go berserk. It didn't expect Watergate to take the initiative to recognize him so early. It was even thinking of sending all its chakra to help if Naruto wanted to hit Watergate. But it all ended so anticlimactically. Feeling Naruto gradually calm down in his arms, Watergate gently patted his back. "I'll spend some time with you during this period. You can tell me anything you want." Fortunately, there was Lin Yi, so at least he could make up for Naruto and spend a week with him as a father. But Naruto shook his head. He wiped away his tears and looked at Watergate, saying, "I don't have any other requests right now. I just want you to know, Dad, how you encountered danger in the future." Watergate hesitated. Boom. The sound of the wooden wall collapsing suddenly drew the attention of the father and son. Yamato's eyes were red. So touching. His childhood was also very tragic. As an experiment and a tool of the root, that's why he could empathize with Naruto even more. Anyway, he was going to tell Kakashi-senpai anyway. He didn't care if there would be any impact. If it was a parallel world, at least he could let this world's Naruto have a better life. If not, then he would choose to believe that Watergate and Lin Yi would definitely create a better future. The 4th Hokage died in the 9 Tails rampage. At that time, it was only a year after the end of the war, and the 9 Tails suddenly went berserk. Watergate was helpless. He couldn't go up and shut Yamato's mouth either. The 3 little ones and Lin Yi outside the door listened intently. The confidentiality level of this matter is very high. Even I don't know the specific details. But the final result was that the fourth Hokage sealed the Nine Tails at the cost of his life, protecting the village. Naruto frowned. He only knew that his father had sealed the Nine Tails in him, but he didn't expect his father to lose his life because of it. He absolutely couldn't let the Nine Tails go berserk again. As for Lin Yi-sensei, Obito, and Rin, I guess they lost their lives in the Third Shinobi World War. The three little ones under the bed took out their pens and frantically recorded everything. The Third Shinobi World War? The door opened quietly, and Lin Yi poked his head in, his brow furrowed. Chapter 48. A grim future brother Lin Yi? Naruto quickly wiped his face again. Goodness. It seems like they have all come together tonight. Had I known this, Queen Sarah need not have arranged so many rooms. Lin Yi nodded and continued to gaze at Yamato. Yamato, what does the Third Great Ninja War refer to? Yamato's expression grew serious. Based on his inquiries about the current timeline, there was less than a year until the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. It would be a conflict far more brutal than the Second Great War, he stated in a low tone. The five great nations, fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind, and various smaller nations, including the Rain Country, would be engulfed in this war, with devastation visible everywhere. Does Konoha face many opponents? Minato gently inquired. Yamato nodded. The Water Country, Earth Country, Lightning Country, Wind Country, all engaged in war against Konoha. That conflict nearly stripped Konoha of its foundations. Lin Yi and Minato exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity and concern reflected in each other's eyes. Historically, there had been two previous ninja wars. The first erupted after the death of the first Hokage, when the four great nations united against Konoha. However, as the battles raged on, the Earth and Water countries inexplicably turned against each other. Even though Konoha fought valiantly against two foes, they ultimately fell prey to the deceit of the Gold and Silver brothers, resulting in the demise of the second Hokage. The Second Great Ninja War, in contrast, was not as devastating. The Earth, Water, and Lightning countries refrained from participating, leaving only the Rain country to engage in reckless confrontations. Yet, from Yamato's words, it seemed the Third War would likely surpass the first in brutality. After all, the Earth, Water, and Lightning countries, having recuperated from the Second War, were now poised to strike at Konoha. It was entirely reasonable that Konoha, having endured two wars, would suffer severe setbacks. What is the cause? Lin Yi mused for a moment before directing his question to Yamato. Every war must have a catalyst, much like the death of the first Hokage, he continued. If we can identify the catalyst, we may not prevent the war, but at least we could ascertain when it will commence. Yamato shook his head. At that time, I was still a test subject. I had no knowledge of the underlying causes. Kakashi furrowed his brows, jotting down notes. If my senior, Obito, and Rin were to perish, it seems the Third Great Ninja War could very well be the cause of their deaths. Lin Yi exhaled softly and pressed Yamato further. Is there any more specific information? Yamato scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I apologize, Lin Yi-senpai. I don't know much about the details of that war. He then turned to Naruto. Naruto, does the history textbook contain specific information about the Third Ninja War? Naruto blinked. Does the school even teach this? Lin Yi glanced at Naruto, sensing a familiar resemblance to a neighbor from his clan. May I inquire, Naruto, how do you perform academically? Typically, I come in last, Naruto admitted, lowering his head and stealing a glance at Minato, feeling somewhat ashamed. Under the bed, Kakashi's lifeless eyes shifted toward Obito. After finally acquiring some information, it was unfortunate that one was unaware and the other was a slacker like Obito. It was rather disheartening to compare Naruto to their esteemed teacher, Minato. Minato patted the guilt-ridden Naruto on the shoulder. It's fine. Your contributions have been immensely helpful to us. Thank you, Naruto. Suddenly, Yamato seemed to recall something and quickly spoke up. Minato-senpai, Lin Yi-senpai, there's one more thing. Lin Yi gestured for Yamato to proceed. Be cautious of Danzo and Orochimaru. I may not know much, but as a member of Root, who also participated in human experiments, I am aware of the heinous acts Danzo has committed. Moreover, Orochimaru, who was not only a collaborator but eventually defected from the village, became the very cause of the third Hokage's demise. Minato and Lin Yi exchanged a knowing glance, taking Yamato's words to heart, and expressed their gratitude. Minato then glanced beneath the bed and addressed Naruto and Yamato. It's getting late, Naruto, Yamato. Lin Yi and I will take our leave now. Lin Yi nodded in agreement and turned to exit alongside Minato. At the doorway, Minato looked back at the somewhat anxious Naruto with a smile. Naruto, if there is anything you wish to achieve, do not hesitate to tell me. Lastly, good night. Okay. Naruto vigorously nodded in response. In the corridor, Lin Yi leaned against the railing, his brow furrowed. Unlike the indecision of others, he was certain that Yamato's timeline was distinctly different from theirs, as their teacher had committed suicide in their world. This was indisputable. Yet, he could not guarantee that even in parallel timelines, they would not encounter similar experiences. Setting aside the matter of the four nations along with the Rain country launching consecutive assaults on Konoha, he could not assure himself of survival. After all, he lacked the flying thunder god technique that allowed one to depart at will. No matter how powerful a time stop or a substitute technique might be, one could still be ground to dust by the meat grinder of war. Should he and his teacher, White Fang, fall in the impending war, and if Obito and Rin were to perish as well, Tsunade and Jiraiya would be indifferent to the Hokage's position, and Orochimaru would pose further complications. The only candidate for the fourth Hokage would be Minato. Thus, the future of his world could very well mirror that of Naruto's world. Should he inform the third Hokage? Minato spoke softly, his heart heavy. No. Lin Yi shook his head, setting aside the challenge of explaining this bizarre situation. Once Hiruzen Sarutobi learned of it, he would undoubtedly inform Danzo. And as Yamato had said, Danzo was utterly untrustworthy. Moreover, they only knew the outcome. The details and causes remained a mystery. Even if they disclosed this, it would be impossible to prepare, and they lacked the need for Hiruzen Sarutobi's combat power. With a year at hand, he needed to focus on becoming stronger for a brighter future. Lin Yi turned, resting against the railing, gazing at the pristine night sky of Lulan, and murmured softly. The following day, bright and early, Minato was patiently instructing Obito and Rin in an open area of Lulan, while Lin Yi was practicing sword techniques with Kakashi, using the Platinum Star as a training sword. Yamato and Naruto stretched lazily as they approached the group. We were supposed to have special training, yet they seem more diligent than us. Yamato understood. They were undoubtedly striving to alter the future. Go for it, Minato-senpai, Lin Yi-senpai. Upon noticing the two, Minato paused his guidance of Obito and Rin, smiling as he approached them. Yamato, I'm not entirely familiar with your wood release. Lin Yi seems to possess a similar power. Perhaps he could offer you some insights. Then he turned to Naruto. Naruto, have you thought of what you want? If not, come train with us for the time being. Naruto blinked, on the verge of agreeing, when suddenly a thought of someone crossed his mind. A person he cherished and would also be unable to see upon returning home. Dad, if it's training, could the pervy sage join me for another session? The pervy sage? Minato's expression shifted slightly. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Chapter 49. The perverted sage and Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, he is also my teacher. Watergate found this somewhat peculiar, as he is both a father and a senior brother to his own son. Father, can you let me meet the perverted sage once more? The old white-haired one. Lin Yi switched the Platinum Star to the World Mode, allowing it to take over the dual blades and continue sparring with Kakashi. He then proceeded towards Naruto and the others. Earlier, when Naruto had complained, he had indeed mentioned that something had happened to the old white-haired sage. But it was rather vague at the time, and Lin Yi had assumed it was merely an injury. However, given the current situation, it seemed that even after the chaos of the Ninetales incident that had befallen Watergate, Konoha had yet to find peace. Watergate pondered for a few seconds before nodding at Naruto. Sure, this was Naruto's first request, and it would be unreasonable to refuse. After saying this, he cast a knowing glance at Lin Yi and disappeared from the spot. Yay, brother Lin Yi, where did Dad go? Naruto scratched his head, bewildered by his sudden disappearance. He's gone to find the old white-haired sage. Lin Yi cracked his fingers. All right, now I will accompany you all in training. Hey, brother Lin Yi, can you handle 5 of us alone? Obito inquired curiously while stretching. Lin Yi smiled in response, albeit a smile that appeared somewhat ominous to the others. Who knows? In Konoha, at the bathing area. Hey. Watergate watched with a frown as Jiraiya swayed his hips in the bushes. Cough, cough. Don't disturb me while I'm gathering materials. We can discuss any missions later. Jiraiya instinctively thought it was another Umbu member sending him on a mission. Had the old man become obsolete? Or was he trying to make up for his previous absences? Ever since he returned from the Land of Rain, he had been engaged in tasks ranging from scouting tailed beasts to dealing with bandits and protecting merchants. The old man hadn't granted him a single day of rest. Today, after finally waking up early to gather materials, Being interrupted naturally displeased Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, it's me. Watergate cautiously approached from behind Jiraiya and spoke softly. Watergate, Jiraiya exclaimed, turning around, his face illuminated by the golden sunlight. Ah, there's a pervert. Over there. A white-haired one and a blonde one. After the two managed to escape, Jiraiya nonchalantly spoke, gathering materials. Watergate shook his head helplessly, understanding why Naruto referred to Jiraiya as the perverted sage. Shouldn't you be on a mission right now? Why are you back? You just left not long ago. I specifically returned to find you, Jiraiya-sensei. Find me? Jiraiya appeared puzzled. Has something happened that even you, Watergate, cannot handle? There is a person who wishes to meet you. Watergate had intended to say child, but realizing Naruto was already 15 or 16, he amended his words. Meet me? And you personally came here? In Lulan. Jiraiya stroked his chin. Could it be that the Queen of Lulan admires my illustrious name? Wolfgang Watergate. No, it is a ninja from the future. To prevent Jiraiya from further guessing, Watergate refrained from being cryptic. A ninja from the future? Jiraiya burst into laughter. I never expected you to have such a sense of humor, Watergate. However, Jiraiya's laughter gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression, as Watergate showed no signs of jest. Is it truly a ninja from the future? Yes, and he is my child. What? Outside Lulan, on a stretch of flat ground, dust and sand were swirling. In the center, Naruto and the three small ones were struggling against Lin Yi's shadow clones in the substitution world. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's main body was conversing with Yamato about would release. Indeed, this inspiration had been sparked by Naruto. The core of Naruto's tactics revolved around shadow clones and the Rasengan. This had drawn Lin Yi's attention to a ninjutsu he had previously undervalued. After all, he had long faced a shortage of chakra, and shadow clones could easily deplete it. Moreover, shadow clones were not as effective as his own substitutions. Thus, he had only used them occasionally during his time at the Ninja Academy. This time, however, he had a sudden idea. Knowing that the essence of the substitution technique was his own chakra, and that shadow clones were also composed of chakra, he wondered if he could use his substitution technique with shadow clones. After all, while he could argue that he could not utilize foreign chakra, such as that from tailed beasts, this was his own chakra. To his surprise, it worked, though not entirely as he had hoped. Indeed, shadow clones could utilize the substitution technique, consuming the chakra that constituted the shadow clone. If a shadow clone was dispersed, the substitution would also vanish. However, regardless of how many clones he had, he could only use one substitution at a time. It was somewhat akin to how Killer Queen's Bites the Dust would transfer to the next target once released. Similarly, if a shadow clone used the substitution technique, he could not use it himself. Yet, the switching between them could occur instantaneously, disregarding distance. In essence, it was impossible to summon multiple substitutions simultaneously without encountering a bug. Nevertheless, this greatly enhanced his flexibility. If my shadow clone is 10 meters away, and I summon the Platinum Star, wouldn't that allow me to strike you from 12 meters away? Or, before a battle, I could prepare a shadow clone in advance, and at a critical moment, have that clone activate a time stop, effectively using the time stop without any drawbacks. Perfect. Moreover, this line of thought inspired Lin Yi further. He wondered if there could be a method to store chakra for an extended period since the duration of shadow clones was limited. If he could equip himself with a rechargeable battery, there would be no doubt he would evolve into a T0 level. Uchiha Lin Yi never lacking chakra. Brother Lin Yi, slow down, please. Naruto, panting heavily, raised his hand towards the seated shadow clone of Lin Yi. The shadow clone opened its eyes, nodded, and snapped its fingers. The world slowed its movements slightly, granting the three small ones and Naruto more breathing space. In the next moment, a golden light flashed. Watergate, accompanied by Jiraiya, had returned to Lulan. Their sudden appearance drew the attention of several individuals. Upon recognizing them, Naruto's mouth dropped open. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, standing frozen in place. The world retracted its blade, its sharp gaze fixed on Naruto, who had tumbled to the ground in a disheveled heap. Chapter 50. Master and Apprentice. Naruto immediately rose from the ground, brushing off his backside, his gaze fixated on a figure both familiar and foreign. The familiarity stemmed from the expression and the lines around the eyes, reminiscent of the future Jiraiya. Yet, the strangeness lay in Jiraiya's youthful visage, distinct from the uncle-like demeanor he would later adopt. So this is what the lecherous sage looked like in his youth? Jiraiya too observed the distant figure of Naruto Uzumaki. There were traces of Minato in him, though he appeared rather foolish. Lin Yi and the others silently vacated a space for them, retreating to a different area for training. Are you the lecherous sage? Naruto endeavored to control his tone and expression, trying not to let his eyes redden or his voice tremble. After all, at this moment, Jiraiya had no idea who he was. Excessive exaggeration would surely frighten him. What lecherous sage? Jiraiya replied, a vein throbbing on his forehead. I am the great Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, or you may refer to me as the sage of Mount Myaboku. Such rudeness. But you are indeed quite lecherous, Naruto pouted defiantly. He recalled how Jiraiya had once warned him during their training about the 3 vices of a ninja: alcohol, lust, and money. He had said that once one indulged in these, a ninja would be doomed. Yet, Naruto felt that indulging in them was merely a step away from becoming one of the legendary 3. All right, kid, I have precious time for research to attend to. Speak. What business do you have with me? Jiraiya gently tapped Naruto on the head and began walking with him through the streets of Lulan. After the capture of the centipede by Lin Yi, the queen liberated the populace who had been imprisoned in the puppet factory. Life began to gradually return to the streets. Naruto opened his mouth, fists clenched, overwhelmed with words he wished to express, yet unsure of how to begin. Lecherous sage, do you know I am a ninja from the future? Jiraiya's eyes darted to a beautiful woman from a foreign land. His previously drowsy expression instantly brightened. Lecherous sage. Naruto stomped his foot, exasperated by the moment. Well, what does it matter if I know? Jiraiya shrugged dismissively, smacking his lips. Then, don't you want to know your future? Even if it's just what Lin Yi referred to as a parallel universe, it is still of great significance. Naruto felt increasingly frantic. Unlike Obito and the others who were eager to learn every detail about his origins as a time traveler, Jiraiya seemed utterly uninterested. Under Naruto's expectant gaze, Jiraiya replied, not really. He could travel and teach for the sake of prophecies, but knowing his own fate was a different matter altogether. If one were aware of the future, what meaning would life hold? Living was about creating one's own destiny. But, Naruto jumped in agitation. You will die. Before he could finish, Jiraiya covered Naruto's mouth. Hey, kid, don't go around messing things up. Moreover, if you say something that disrupts time, you might just vanish yourself. Jiraiya had an inkling of the grim fate awaiting him. Yet so what? Who was he? One of the legendary 3. The sage of Mount Myaboku, the guide of the child of destiny. If his future was indeed bleak, he would accept it with a smile. For he had never acted against his conscience. It doesn't matter. If you all can be well, then such things are inconsequential. Tears finally spilled from Naruto's eyes. If his father, Lin Yi, and the lecherous sage could survive, then he would willingly disappear. And what if it's a parallel universe? You said it wouldn't change your past. Jiraiya regarded Naruto seriously. On their journey, Minato had informed Jiraiya that Naruto was likely a future ninja from a parallel universe. At the very least, I have saved the lecherous sage of this timeline. Naruto met Jiraiya's gaze with unwavering determination, devoid of any retreat. What an unlovable little brat. Jiraiya smirked, ruffling Naruto's yellow hair. Well, I don't need your help to save anyone. Just take care of yourself. Jiraiya glanced around, his gaze falling upon a newly opened ramen shop, steam billowing from within. Let me treat you to ramen. You didn't have breakfast, did you? I'll pay. As long as you agree to listen to me. Naruto shook his head, turning to Jiraiya. Forget it then. Jiraiya shrugged, but upon seeing Naruto's dejected demeanor, he sighed and gently patted his shoulder. Naruto looked up, puzzled by Jiraiya's sudden kindness. If we don't go now, we might have to wait in line. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously, jogging into the shop with Jiraiya. After ordering 2 bowls of specialty ramen, Naruto was eager to share future events with Jiraiya, especially urging him not to seek information. However, just as he was about to speak, Jiraiya shoved a piece of meat into Naruto's mouth. I only agreed to eat ramen together. Naruto swallowed the morsel, the steam rising from their bowls enveloping them in a cozy atmosphere. Naruto felt transported back to the first time he shared a meal with the lecherous sage at Ichiraku Ramen. The moment was reminiscent of their past, timeless and poignant. Is it delicious? Jiraiya asked, slurping his noodles while glancing at the slightly silent Naruto. Yes. Naruto lifted his slightly reddened eyes, happiness radiating from his face. It was delicious. Even though the shop owner had just resumed operations yesterday, even though the flavors of Lulan were vastly different from Konoha's, even with the ingredients being quite ordinary. Naruto genuinely wished this bowl of ramen could last a little longer. Just a little longer. Naruto. Jiraiya produced a book from his robe and handed it to him. Upon seeing the title, Naruto exclaimed, "The tenacity of a ninja? Ah, it's merely a draft. Something I wrote during my travels in the land of rain a few years back." Jiraiya tousled Naruto's yellow hair. Coincidentally, the protagonist in the book was also named Naruto. After finishing the last bite of his noodles, Jiraiya smiled at Naruto. "As a ninja, you must always be strong. When faced with challenges, do not evade. When confronted with setbacks, do not be disheartened. Above all, believe in your dreams and persevere, no matter how unrealistic they may seem. There will always be a possibility of realization." Setting down his chopsticks, Naruto refrained from interrupting Jiraiya's teachings, which he had once found irksome. Yet, a sense of foreboding settled within him. Jiraiya reached out, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of Naruto's eyes. "Naruto, if I ever take on another disciple, I will train him to be as exceptional as you." With those words, Jiraiya vanished from sight, leaving behind an empty bowl and the resolute tome in Naruto's hands. Lecherous sage. Naruto could no longer contain himself, tears blurring his vision. He dashed out onto the street, desperately searching for Jiraiya's figure. "Why wouldn't you let me finish? I just wanted you to survive." Chapter 51. With hopes from another world upon witnessing Naruto's despondent return. Yamato could easily surmise that Jiraiya had ultimately ignored Naruto's forewarnings. How could a hero of Jiraiya's caliber possibly accept such assistance? Yamato mused quietly. However, Naruto remained true to himself. After a brief moment of despair, he immersed himself back into training. For an entire week, aside from sleeping and eating, everyone engaged in rigorous special training, with Queen Lulan tirelessly providing food and other essential supplies. This opportunity for intensive training proved immensely beneficial not only for Naruto and his companions, who were in need of growth, but also for both Lin Yi and Minato, who reaped significant rewards from this experience. After 7 days of intense training, Lin Yi, observing the reluctant Naruto, granted him an additional day of life. He instructed Minato, in his capacity as a father, to spend one more day with Naruto. They strolled through the streets, dined, and admired the breathtaking desert scenery. Although Naruto had visited many of these places before, he felt no twinge of boredom. It was his first time traveling with his father. As night descended, Lin Yi gently placed the barely conscious Baizhu on the ground, whose pig-like face had yet to recover from swelling. "Are you ready, Naruto Yamato?" The world had silently pressed the blade against Baiju's neck. "Goodbye, Dad, Brother Lin Yi, Teacher Kakashi, Obito, Rin, until we meet again." Naruto waved enthusiastically, bidding his final farewell. "Goodbye, Naruto," Minato echoed, waving as well. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled something and deftly swallowed a soldier pill. Chakra began to surge within him. "Naruto, come here." Naruto scratched his head, unsure of what Brother Lin Yi wanted, yet obediently approached. Lin Yi gently placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, continuously infusing him with chakra until Naruto felt slightly lightheaded, then called out to Minato, "Minato, seal this chakra within Naruto." Minato paused, then nodded, applying a seal at the point where Lin Yi had infused chakra, ensuring it would not dissipate. "Naruto, this is the hand sign for unsealing. Let me teach you a simple hand sign as well." After demonstrating, Minato signaled to Lin Yi that he was finished. Naruto blinked, puzzled by Brother Lin Yi's actions. "Naruto, this chakra represents nearly 80% of my current capacity. It is the maximum I can provide. If you encounter danger, unseal it." Lin Yi smiled at Naruto and then extended a finger. "1 second. Huh. Brother Lin Yi, what does 1 second mean?" Lin Yi did not respond, but shook his head, signaling Naruto to return. Yamato approached Naruto, but as he passed by Kakashi, he could not resist. Thud. Ouch. Kakashi grimaced, retracting his neck. "Sorry, Kakashi-sensei, you always bullied me." "Haha, I couldn't help it." Yamato laughed heartily. "Farewell, everyone." Kakashi squinted, holding his head. "Yamato, is it? I'll remember that name. My father is the current head of the Umbu, and my brother is likely to be the next leader. Just you wait. I hope I don't catch you." Lin Yi regained some chakra, the world reappearing as he picked up the fallen blade from the ground. A glimmer of cold light flashed. Then, Baiju's techniques were dispelled, and the vast residual energy of the dragon vein erupted, purple light flashing, as Naruto and Yamato vanished from sight. In the 66th year of Konoha, Lulan. Naruto. As Naruto groggily opened his eyes, a familiar pink-haired figure appeared before him. Naruto, Captain Yamato, are you both alright? On the back of the inkwash eagle, Sakura and Sai looked at the just-awakened Naruto and Yamato with concern. Hee, we're fine, but are you both unhurt? Sakura replied dryly. You and Baiju were caught in his techniques involving the dragon vein energy. How could we possibly be harmed? Naruto glanced at the equally bewildered Yamato, and suddenly remembered that Baiju had been dealt with by brother Lin Yi. Oh, speaking of Baiju, Sakura, have you been waiting long? Sorry to keep you worried. What are you talking about, Naruto? Sakura crossed her arms, her expression displeased. Do you really think we are that impatient? You only disappeared for a brief moment. A brief moment? Both Naruto and Yamato sighed in relief at her words. After all, including the initial day, they had spent nearly 10 days in brother Lin Yi's time. It seemed brother Lin Yi's speculation was correct. Had they known, they would have stayed longer. What are you daydreaming about? Sakura waved her hand in front of Naruto's face. No, nothing, just thinking. Naruto shook his head, trembling slightly as he opened his inner jacket. Inside was a book titled The Legend of Strong Will and a trident kunai. Pulling down his collar revealed a seal similar to the one on his abdomen. This was no dream. Everything was real. Naruto quickly lifted his gaze to Sakura. Sakura, do you know Lin Yi? Yamato also turned his attention to Sakura. If we are in the same time frame, did brother Lin Yi succeed? Huh. No. Is he a very famous ninja? Sai, what about you? Just Lin Yi? I've never heard of him. Sai pondered before shaking his head. Uchiha Lin Yi? Alright then. Is Tsunade still the Hokage of the village? Bang. Sakura punched Naruto on the head. Have you been dumbed down by dragon vein energy? Who else could it be but Lady Tsunade? Naruto lowered his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment as he clenched his fists tightly. What's wrong, Naruto? You only disappeared for a little over 10 seconds, yet you seem like a different person. It's nothing. Yamato gently patted Naruto's shoulder. Perhaps Sakura and Sai didn't sense the historical changes due to their proximity to the dragon vein. We should hurry back to Konoha. Yeah. Naruto solemnly secured the book and kunai, nodding firmly. As they rushed forward, the scenery gradually transformed into lush greenery. Upon returning to Konoha, the towering Hokage rock was the first sight to greet them. Minato's visage remained resolute atop the cliff, his stone-carved features embodying unwavering strength. Still, nothing has changed? Yamato noticed Naruto's forlorn demeanor and understood that he was feeling quite unsettled. After dismissing the squad, he led Naruto to Kakashi. Hey, this mission went smoothly, huh? You returned quickly. Just as Yamato was about to speak, Naruto interjected, eager to confirm whether they were in the parallel time frame brother Lin Yi had mentioned. Kakashi-sensei, do you know Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin? Kakashi's eyes widened slowly, his expression turning serious. How do you know these two names? They were my former teammates. And Lin Yi? If he knew Obito and Rin, surely he must also know brother Lin Yi, who simply hadn't mentioned it to me. Lin Yi? Kakashi replied, puzzled. Uchiha Lin Yi, he is your senior brother. What are you talking about? Kakashi tapped Naruto lightly on the head. I've never had a senior brother. What on earth happened to you all? Yamato glanced at Naruto, who only managed a strained smile. It's nothing, nothing at all. I was just joking with Kakashi-sensei. It appears to be a parallel world, yet in the other realm. Lin Yi, his father, and Master Jiraiya should be unharmed. I truly envy my counterpart in that world. A gentle breeze wafts through, causing 2 leaves to flutter down, which Naruto deftly catches. He tenderly presses them together, feeling the friction between the distinct veins of the leaves. Kakashi, somewhat perplexed, grasped Yamato's shoulder. Regardless of the circumstances, since our mission was successfully accomplished, let Captain Yamato treat us to ramen, shall we? Why me? Yamato protested, pointing to his own nose. You've saved quite a bit from our recent missions. Don't be so stingy. The irritable Kakashi retorted. Behind them, Naruto called out, hastening to catch up with the two as they walked ahead. No matter what, I shall carry the hopes of the other world and strive to create a brighter future. For I am Uzumaki Naruto. The plot of the Dragon Vein concludes here, but should there be interest in Naruto's subsequent battle against Pain, I could compose a separate epilogue. Chapter 52. Is the Uchiha clan's annihilator created by me? What? Are you starting to think about sons? As Lin Yi packed his belongings, he teased Minato beside him. Minato let out a bitter smile and gently spoke. I hope he will be well. He certainly will, for he is my beloved nephew. Nephew? Minato gazed at Lin Yi in confusion, but Naruto has always called you big brother, so that would make you my nephew. Stop it, Lin Yi. Minato quickly dodged. Lin Yi retracted his thoughts, finished organizing his luggage, and stored it in a scroll. He then stepped outside to call the three little ones. Once everyone had gathered, they bid farewell to Queen Sarah. On their way back, Minato and Lin Yi discussed the matter once again, ultimately deciding it was best to keep it under wraps. The fewer people who knew, the better. After all, human nature is frail, and the dragon vein might incite insatiable greed from countless individuals in the ninja world. Regarding Jiraiya, Minato repeatedly emphasized that although the old man is a notorious womanizer, he still trusted Lin Yi in this aspect. Upon returning to Konoha, Minato first submitted the mission report to the third Hokage, of course omitting any mention of Naruto and Yamato. Subsequently, they dispersed. Minato went to find Kushina, while Rin and Kakashi returned to their respective homes. Instead of seeking out his teacher, Kakashi Hitaki, Lin Yi chose to head home with Obito first. Why return to Uchiha first? Lin Yi recalled that day when Minato and the three little ones hiding under the bed had left. Naruto had approached him alone. The Uchiha massacre? Well, big brother Lin Yi, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems it was carried out by someone named Itachi Uchiha, leaving only Sasuke alive. Sasuke? He is my friend. Or rather, he was. Do you have any more information on this Itachi? None. All I know is his name and that he indeed was responsible for the Uchiha massacre. Thank you, Naruto. Now that Lin Yi had returned, he naturally intended to locate this individual named Itachi Uchiha. There isn't any? Lin Yi frowned and confirmed again. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. As the clan leader, he should remember most of the clan members' names. Even if he couldn't recall, he had just gone through the list, yet still, he could not find it. Is he a renowned ninja? Fugaku inquired, puzzled. No, it's nothing. It just seems my father mentioned him before. Perhaps I misremembered or he misspoke. Lin Yi shook his head dismissively. Well, since you, Lin Yi, consider him a strong ninja, then I shall name my son Itachi. Fugaku pondered for a moment before stating this to Lin Yi. Coincidentally, during this period, the Uchiha clan had transferred 2 Nin from the security department to the Umbu. With nearly 10 elite ninjas, the resentment within the clan had significantly diminished. Fugaku had been contemplating how to express his gratitude to Lin Yi. This way, he subtly flattered Lin Yi. A ninja you deem strong remains elusive. No worries, my son is to be born, and I shall name him thus. Lin Yi raised his head, astonished. Oh, Lin Yi, you have been so absorbed in training and missions that you may not know. My wife is already pregnant, and the baby is expected to arrive early next year. We still haven't decided on a name. At this time, it is the latter half of the 46th year of Konoha. Sasuke was born in the 51st year, and Itachi is 5 years older than Sasuke, coinciding with the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. Uchiha Fugaku refilled the tea for both himself and Lin Yi, smiling as he spoke. Lin Yi felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. The one who annihilated my clan is now the name I have chosen? However, since the child had yet to be born, there was still time to reconsider. He was not about to extinguish the life of an unborn child due to experiences from a parallel world. I truly envy the clan leader's harmonious family life. Lin Yi raised his teacup in a gesture towards Fugaku, took a sip, and prepared to take his leave. Lin Yi, please wait. Is there something else, clan leader? Lin Yi halted and turned to inquire. It is this. Lin Yi, you do not yet have a disciple, and I was thinking of having you, this skilled individual, take on a student. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, mentally chiding the old fox, yet he responded with a smile. Previously, the Hokage wished for me to lead a team of Nin, but I declined. I am naturally averse to trouble and do not wish to hinder anyone. Fugaku shook his head. There is only one. If there were more, our Uchiha clan wouldn't have so few children. Furthermore, with your graduation from the academy, you entered the Umbu right away. A genius like you teaching ordinary individuals would not yield good results, but a genius teaching another genius will surely be fruitful. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. If that is the case, I shall give it a try. However, clan leader, my standards are quite high. Fugaku nodded, giving Lin Yi an expression that assured he would handle matters well. I shall ensure your satisfaction, Lin Yi. Humph. Rather than saying I am taking on a disciple, it is more about strengthening our ties. As Lin Yi walked home, he contemplated. Fugaku was no fool. If previously he had merely viewed Lin Yi as a stepping stone for the Uchiha clan into the Umbu, with the increasing number of individuals entering, Uchiha Fugaku would inevitably realize Lin Yi's significant influence. Yet, was Lin Yi truly under his control? No, not only was Lin Yi not his subordinate, but they could hardly even be considered collaborators. From Fugaku's perspective, Lin Yi was merely doing the clan a favor. The main reason being that the Uchiha clan indeed possessed formidable strength, and entering the Umbu would be beneficial for the current Umbu leader, Kakashi Hitaki. But who would be the next Umbu leader? There was an overwhelming likelihood that it would be Uchiha Lin Yi. When that time came, would the elite Nin, who had been in the Umbu for quite some time, recognize the leader or the clan leader? Thus, Lin Yi's allegiance had always been to himself, neither to the village nor the clan, nor to Uchiha Fugaku. Did Fugaku not wish to control Lin Yi? He could not. In terms of strength, he wouldn't dare claim he could defeat Lin Yi, let alone the renowned White Fang. In terms of influence, Lin Yi was currently the captain of the Umbu's division, beyond Fugaku's reach. Clearly, a hard approach would not work, so a softer strategy must be employed. Yet, Lin Yi was from the branch family. His father had mentioned he merely sold ninja tools, and what was Uchiha's pride compared to the price of this month's stock? It was unavoidable. No matter how difficult it was to build rapport, it had to be done. Without bonds, new ones must be created. Once a person has a soft spot and connections, there are naturally areas that can be manipulated. Lin Yi understood this, which was why he initially chose to decline. This was akin to the previous approach of Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, Sarutobi felt he still had Minato, so even if Lin Yi did not take on this role as a leading Nin, he still had ties to the Hokage. Thus, he did not force the matter. Well, an additional disciple wouldn't hurt. Lin Yi cracked his fingers. There are both advantages and disadvantages to a soft approach. As long as genuine teaching is coupled with a hint of value installation, will the disciple trust the family more or their mentor? Chapter 53, Apprenticing Uchiha Shisui Father. It's time to procure and produce more ninja tools, Lin Yi called out to Uchiha In, who was lounging at the entrance of the shop. Are you planning some grand trial or event? Uchiha In tilted his head curiously. In this era of relative peace, the shop mainly catered to ninjas on missions. Unlike other commodities, ninja tools required maintenance, which could be costly. Prolonged storage could compromise their quality, potentially endangering a ninja's life on the battlefield. Nothing of the sort. I wouldn't dare to swindle you. It will all be my money in the future, Lin Yi replied with a smirk. Kid, I'm not dead yet. Uchiha In retorted playfully, yet he took Lin Yi's words to heart. While he was unaware of Lin Yi's specific endeavors, he recognized that his son was extraordinary and certainly wouldn't betray him. The following morning, Uchiha Fugaku had arranged for Lin Yi's prospective apprentice to be delivered to his doorstep. Lin Yi looked at the 4 or 5-year-old boy before him, swallowed his breakfast, and inquired, "What is your name?" Shisui, Uchiha Shisui, the boy replied. Lin Yi felt no need for any formal assessments. If he were truly a hopeless case, the clan would not have entrusted him to Lin Yi. All right then, I shall be your teacher from now on. You should know my name. The young lad nodded his delicate head. Yes, teacher Lin Yi. Lin Yi gestured towards the breakfast on the table. Have you eaten? Thank you. Teacher, I have already eaten. Shisui replied, shaking his head and standing patiently to the side, awaiting Lin Yi to finish. Let us go to the Uchiha training grounds, Lin Yi said. Accepting the bond bestowed by the clan warranted some acknowledgement. Teaching his apprentice in the family's training area was a way to honor that responsibility. Under the morning sun, the two swiftly made their way to the destination. You have begun extracting chakra, I presume? Lin Yi mused. He had started late due to a prior lack of motivation. Normally, in a prominent clan like Uchiha, children with ninja aptitude would start chakra refinement by the age of 4 or 5. Yes, Shisui confirmed, nodding his little head. I've been refining chakra for over half a year now. Its attributes are fire, wind, and lightning. Lin Yi considered this. Their chakra attributes were quite similar. He then noticed a blade strapped to Shisui's back. You've gone through great lengths to find a disciple for me, he remarked. Now, let us see what you can do. Lin Yi formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone. Shisui stepped back, preparing for an attack. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi's clone. The previous afternoon, the clan had informed him of the arrangement for a teacher. Initially, Shisui was reluctant, believing he could manage his growth independently. However, upon learning that Lin Yi was likely an elite Nin with a similar chakra affinity and expertise in swordsmanship, his interest piqued. Furthermore, he sensed the deeper significance behind the clan's decision, leading him to acquiesce. With a swift motion, Shisui drew his blade and charged at Lin Yi's clone, striking downwards. The clang of steel resonated as Shisui gazed in astonishment at the blade hovering without any visible control. He quickly retreated, while the blade remained suspended before Lin Yi's clone. Go all out. There's no need to hold back. Lin Yi encouraged with a wave of his hand. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shusui's small chest swelled as he unleashed a massive fireball towards the clone. Lin Yi, observing the approaching fireball, casually tossed aside his sword and expertly sheathed it into the scabbard on his back. With a simple gesture, he dissipated the fireball into smoke. Shusui's eyes widened as he quickly retrieved a folded wind-enhanced shuriken from his pocket, launching it toward Lin Yi while simultaneously crafting another fireball to augment its speed and power. Yet Lin Yi stood calmly, arms crossed, as Shusui's shuriken was effortlessly caught within his grasp, despite its size. With a gentle exhale, Lin Yi extinguished the flames adorning the shuriken, causing it to hover silently in midair beside him. Shusui watched in astonishment as the shuriken halted and the flames vanished without a trace. Quite formidable indeed. Shusui marveled at the motionless shadow clone of Lin Yi, as well as the real Lin Yi, who was seated nearby, meditating and refining chakra. Enough for now, Lin Yi declared, opening his eyes and dispelling the shadow clone. The shuriken fell to the ground with a clank. Lin Yi bent down to pick it up, refolded it, and handed it back to Shusui. Continuing further would be detrimental to your body. Breathing heavily, Shusui accepted the shuriken, acknowledging that even for a child of his age, 2 great fireballs had nearly exhausted his chakra reserves. Lin Yi's intent was to gauge Shusui's current progress and strengths, not to overwhelm him. Well done, Lin Yi commended, patting Shusui on the shoulder. Your foundation in ninjutsu is solid, and your taijutsu and swordsmanship are commendable. While Shusui had exerted himself in the effort, he hadn't even come close to touching Lin Yi, who was a fusion of numerical and mechanistic prowess. At Shusui's age, mastering C-rank ninjutsu, along with proficient taijutsu and swordsmanship, marked him as exceptional even amongst genin. Rest for a moment. Once you've recovered, we shall commence sword training, Lin Yi instructed decisively. He was not particularly skilled in ninjutsu, and Shusui's chakra was not suited for further ninjutsu studies at this time. The great fireball technique was already effective for both containment and offense, exemplifying the Uchiha clan's quintessential utility. Training in taijutsu and swordsmanship would not only enhance Shusui's abilities rapidly, but would also conserve chakra and potentially increase its capacity. During breaks, they would practice chakra extraction techniques as an alternative. In the distance, a watcher noted down the information and relayed it to Uchiha Fugaku. With Shusui as his apprentice, Lin Yi's daily life became somewhat enriched. Besides training and sparring, he occasionally indulged in teasing his apprentice. The ninja world seemed to remain tranquil, leaving Lin Yi to ponder whether their realm would ever witness another war. Suddenly, a paper note, thrust by a kunai, soared towards Lin Yi. Easily catching it, he unfolded the note, and his previously calm expression turned grave upon reading the 9 words inscribed. On the border of the Wind Country, White Fang ambushed. Chapter 54, The Enraged Lin Yi, 3 Tomo. The air currents roared around Lin Yi, detonating into shock waves. His countenance grew somber. Ordinarily, the Umbu would report to the Hokage for reinforcements. The fact that they were secretly relaying information to him suggested either a direct order from his sensei or an unauthorized act. Regardless, Kakashi Tsukumo's situation was undoubtedly dire. Faster. I must go faster. Platinum Star hovered beside him, keeping pace. Obstacles were shattered, trees were felled. The landscape blurred as Lin Yi maintained his velocity. Upon entering the land of rivers, his crimson eyes immediately spotted the Umbu's markings. On the border of the land of wind, amidst swirling sands, lay a ruined Earth-style fortress. Tsukumo-sama, please retreat, a masked Umbu member said with a voice strained from the encroaching poison. Tsukumo's complexion was equally poor, but his considerable chakra reserves were keeping the poison at bay. He had dispatched the only uninfected Aburame clan member to the village to request support from Tsunade. However, he harbored doubts, as Tsunade had recently departed. Retreat was impossible. Their adversary's objective was clear, to poison them and then encircle them until they succumbed. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A volley of arrows rained down on the Umbu. Clang, clang, clang. Tsukumo deftly deflected the arrows with his blade. The expenditure of chakra for the body flicker technique accelerated the poison spread, causing a trickle of greenish blood to seep from his lips. Tsukumo-sama. Tsukumo shook his head and swallowed a soldier pill and an antidote. They had been equipped with antidotes for their mission to the land of wind, but they were proving ineffective against the current toxin. At most, it will suppress it for 2 hours. He assessed his condition. Before he could dwell on it, another barrage of arrows assailed them. Tsukumo prepared to use the body flicker technique to shield his teammates. Earth release, earth flow wall. An Umbu member. His face contorted with pain from the poison, shakily formed hand seals. Chakra surged, and a 20-meter-high, 5-meter-thick earthen wall rose, sealing the breaches in the fortress. Tora! His comrades exclaimed, their voices filled with concern. Their chakra was primarily dedicated to suppressing the poison. Utilizing chakra for ninjutsu would release that suppression and accelerate the poison's effects. I can't hold it back anymore. Captain, everyone, this is my last chakra. With those words, Tora collapsed. His mask sliding off to reveal a middle-aged face. Despite the toxic blood seeping from his orifices, his expression remained resolute. Oh, building another turtle shell? A red-haired boy spoke indifferently from the distant sands. A futile struggle, merely constructing your own tomb. Wouldn't you agree, Sasori? The puppet strings vibrated, and Sasori offered a stiff smile. It appears you concur. However, their corpses must not be wasted. Let us bide our time. Boom, boom, boom. The sonic booms drew Sasori's attention. Reinforcements? Sasori's comrade twitched his arm, a rigid smile on his face. It's useless. Merely another ingredient for my collection. Inside the earthen fortress, Tsukumo and the others heard the approaching booms. The poison was spreading rapidly, and most of them were losing their ability to think clearly. Did they truly summon Tsunade? Tsukumo staggered out of the fortress, intending to relay more information to Tsunade, regardless of the risk. If Tsunade were to fall victim to the enemy, they would have no chance of survival. Tsukumo deflected a few arrows and saw the approaching figure. He froze. Lin Yi. How could it be Lin Yi? Retreat. Lin Yi, beware the sand. The poison is potent and can be carried by the wind. Lin Yi immediately saw his sensei. His fury intensified. Tsukumo was pale, his lips tinged with purple, and, crucially, he was missing an arm. Dark blood soaked the bandages around the stump. Holding his breath, Lin Yi used chakra to create an air barrier. His Sharingan eyes grew more menacing, locking onto the two distant figures. He exploded forward. Boom. Sand and dust billowed. Lin Yi shot towards the figures like an arrow. I will not tolerate this. Aura. Sensing Lin Yi's rage, Platinum Star roared. The slender, red-haired figure remained composed, swiftly producing several scrolls and summoning nearly a dozen puppets. Clatter. Gears word. Purple poison gas mixed with sand, accompanied by arrows and flames, surged toward Lin Yi. Aura, 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 aura. How dare you? The sheer pressure of his punches dispersed the poison gas and flames. Lin Yi's Sharingan eye spun rapidly. Platinum Star shifted into the world. The location changed to the Uchiha clan compound in Konoha. Lin Yi's shadow clone opened his eyes. A golden figure appeared beside him. Zawarudo. Time stood still. The puppet's movements ceased. Grains of sand hung suspended in the air. In an instant, 100 meters were covered. 1 second elapsed. The shadow clone dissipated. Lin Yi stood on the sand, extending a finger toward the puppets. The world returned, and he wielded the sunblade in one slash. Sasori's eyes widened. How could he be so fast? The sand resumed its dance. The blades were upon Sasori and the puppets. Muda 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 muda. How dare you? Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A 10-meter wave of flames and the world's dual blade storm created a vortex of fire. Sand was dissolved into glass. WH. Sasori managed to utter before he and his puppets were engulfed in the fiery tempest. Lin Yi watched as the puppets were reduced to fragments. Their burning remains falling onto the desert. His eyes stung, but he immediately turned back to Tsukumo. Sensei. Lin Yi supported his mentor. Lin Yi, you've surpassed me, Tsukumo said, his eyes filled with pride. Though he had anticipated it, seeing the colossal fire tornado, Tsukumo admitted that Lin Yi had surpassed him. Save your breath, Sensei. Endure this, and I'll find an antidote. Tsukumo, assuming Lin Yi would search the wreckage, shook his head and smiled wryly. It's pointless. Only Tsunade can cure this poison. The Sand Village's puppeteers are only responsible for making the poison. They don't have an antidote. No, I don't need to search. In Lin Yi's blood-red eyes, the three Tomo slowly rotated. Kiki Mitaka weakly raised his head. I can heal. Lin Yi unfurled a scroll, from which a purple toxic gas gradually spread. This was something he had deliberately cast out during the moment of time suspension. Golden Experience. Chapter 55. The power closest to divinity. What is this? Where did the serpent come from? Kakashi Hitaki weakly gazed at the venomous snake that had suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Am I hallucinating? The tall figure of gold experience slightly arched, then thrust its finger into the newly manifested snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake convulsed violently. Lin Yi hastily brought gold experience to the increasingly despondent Kakashi. Teacher, hold on. Kakashi, puzzled, did not comprehend the meaning behind Lin Yi's words. What? The previously feeble Kakashi suddenly let out a wretched scream. Gold experience had injected the antidote into Kakashi's body. How did you do that? Don't worry about it. Without a syringe, I had to resort to a more straightforward method. In truth, it felt as though Kakashi's veins were being sliced open to accommodate something. However, it was not merely a sensation. As the serum began to take effect, Kakashi's complexion gradually improved. Lin Yi, go save our comrades inside. Despite the cold sweat on Kakashi's brow, he gritted his teeth and urged Lin Yi. Wait a moment, teacher. Lin Yi did not act immediately, but focused on the severed arm of Kakashi. It was his first attempt to create a body part with gold experience. And after careful consideration, he swung his fist at a nearby stone. Transform. In Kakashi's astonished gaze, the stone transformed into an arm. Is this a medical ninjutsu? Even Tsunade couldn't achieve that, right? Hang in there, teacher. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding surged within Kakashi. Lin Yi grasped the arm and forcefully pressed it against the stump. Hiss. Once he confirmed that Kakashi's hand was intact, Lin Yi entered the makeshift fortress constructed from earth-release techniques. Soon, amidst Kakashi's gleeful yet grim gaze, the fortress erupted with cries of anguish. In the distance, among the shattered remnants that Lin Yi had obliterated, a small sphere, no larger than a palm, emerged, inscribed with the character for Scorpion. If he lacked a survival trump card, even with poison, he would not dare confront the legendary ninja, White Fang, alone. As the small ball rolled, several fragments adhered to it, rolling towards the distant Sunagakure. Additional note, at this moment, Scorpion has acquired the ability to create human puppets, with the small bug being his first creation rather than the third Kazekage. Furthermore, Scorpion was originally set to kill White Fang for revenge, but since White Fang had already committed suicide, he intended to assassinate the third Kazekage instead. Although both White Fang and the third Kazekage are of shadow rank, the third Kazekage could approach, while White Fang could not. Therefore, this setup was established to allow Scorpion to transform himself into a human puppet. I believe this arrangement makes sense. White Fang had succumbed to poison. If he could not be rescued, Scorpion would naturally have his revenge. If he was saved, however, relying on poison again would be difficult, necessitating a refinement of methods. His parents' demise was directly linked to White Fang, but there was also a portion of blame directed at the third Kazekage. As Scorpion plotted against the third Kazekage, he recalled the pair of crimson eyes and the tempest of blades. Just as he needed to enhance his direct strength, he decided that you would replace White Fang and become my most powerful collection. Lord White Fang, I couldn't summon Lady Tsunade, but I brought the hospitals. Hoshigaki Shimizu, using a swarm of insects to carry 2 medical ninjas, arrived just in time to witness his comrades lying lifelessly on the ground. After surveying the area and confirming that there were no signs of enemies, he redirected his attention to his companions. Although they appeared despondent, even Shimizu could ascertain that they were no longer in mortal danger. However, to be safe, he set the 2 medical ninjas down. With Tsunade absent from the village, he could only bring along the 2 most capable medical ninjas he could find at the moment. Once off the insect cloud, the faces of the 2 medical ninjas turned pale, having been carried for quite a while by the swarm. I'm counting on you. It's our duty, Lord Shimizu. The 2 medical ninjas quickly retrieved their tools from their scrolls and hurried to examine the group. Shimizu then glanced towards the 2 figures sitting atop a small mound of earth in the distance. Could it be him? He recalled how, while seeking the third Hokage, he inadvertently relayed information to Uchiha Lin Yi. In truth, he did not expect Lin Yi to make much of an impact. However, he thought that Lin Yi might arrive faster alone, giving White Fang and others more time to endure. It's Shimizu. Kakashi Hitaki and Lin Yi paused their conversation and brushed off their pants. Their reasons for lingering were twofold. Firstly, to see if the enemy would foolishly approach, and secondly, everyone had just endured excessive pain and needed a moment to recover. With no Uchiha present, they could not risk awakening their Sharingan out of sheer agony. Captain, what about the poison? It was Lin Yi who helped us. He has some unique methods, though they are rather aggressive. Shimizu nodded, understanding without probing further. Meanwhile, the comrades lying on the ground began to recover after receiving treatment and massages from the medical ninjas, showing signs of life once more. Seeing this, White Fang gathered the bodies of 2 fallen comrades and prepared to return to Konoha. Lin Yi did not accompany them. This was partly because he was not officially notified, and also because, having activated his Mangeki Sharingan, he had acquired an additional stand. He had not had the opportunity to examine it closely until now, and as he traversed the wilderness, he began to scrutinize it. As he closed his eyes to absorb the essence of his new stand, Lin Yi joyfully opened his eyes in surprise. It turned out to be this stand. He found a thicket and plunged into it. In a distant hunter's home in the land of rivers, a man was preparing to bid farewell to his wife and daughter before heading out to hunt. This area was near the border of the land of fire, where the forest was dense and wildlife plentiful. Sometimes, with a stroke of luck, he could hunt a few valuable creatures and sell them at a good price in the capital of the land of fire. "Dad, what's wrong?" his daughter asked, noticing her father standing at the door, motionless. The hunter merely looked up at the swirling vortex in the sky. Even he could see that, in the distance, wild winds and rain were relentlessly assaulting the earth. Having lived in this forest for generations, it was his first encounter with such a peculiar weather phenomenon. Heavens! It seems like they are about to unleash their fury. Had the hunter ventured into the eye of the storm, he would certainly have exclaimed in awe. Contrary to the chaos outside, the center of the tempest was serene, with sunlight gently illuminating a man suspended in midair, casting a golden hue upon him, akin to a divine emissary descending to the mortal realm. This man was, of course, Lin Yi. He gently pointed, and a bolt of heavenly lightning struck a colossal tree. A natural lightning strike would materialize before him. With a clenched fist, the dark clouds dissipated, the vortex faded, the storm calmed, and the torrential rain ceased. Lin Yi gradually descended back to the ground, not because he wished to stop playing, but because he was running low on chakra. All of this was made possible by his new stand. Behind Lin Yi, a humanoid figure composed of clouds and mist emerged, occasionally crackling with arcs of lightning. This stand, embodying the power closest to divinity, was none other than Weather Report. Chapter 56. Epic Enhancement of Lin Yi. Even Lin Yi could not help but feel a surge of excitement at this moment. If one were to inquire about the most powerful stand, countless fans would undoubtedly conjure various names in their minds. However, when it comes to the most versatile and practical stand, Weather Report reigns supreme without contest. Nevertheless, even at its peak, he reserved a modicum of chakra. To ensure absolute certainty, Lin Yi still swallowed a piece of candy. No, rather, a military ration pill. Weather Report. The blue and white mist reemerged, transforming into a humanoid figure. Chakra coalesced beneath his feet, and in the next instant, a gale erupted, as if a solid air platform had manifested beneath him, propelling Lin Yi into the air. His speed swiftly surpassed the sound barrier. Yet this time, he did not hear the thunderous sonic boom ringing in his ears. The atmospheric pressure, at the moment of compression, was already restored by Weather Report, minimizing the effect of air resistance on Lin Yi to nearly negligible levels. "Look, Daddy!" In the home of the hunter, a young daughter bounced excitedly, tugging at her father's sleeve to gaze at a white streak in the sky. The hunter slightly parted his lips in astonishment. It was as if the sky had been cleaved in two. Remarkably, Lin Yi returned to Konoha in a mere quarter of the original time. It wasn't that he couldn't go faster. It was simply unnecessary to expend chakra for the sake of haste. One must conserve when riding a bicycle to a bar. Upon returning home, Lin Yi paid little attention to Uchiha Itachi's bewildered expression and hurried to his room. He had yet to complete his exploration. It felt akin to a boy receiving his cherished toy. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Yi took his time, first fully replenishing his chakra. As he meticulously sensed the chakra within him, a smile crept across his face. Indeed, the amount of chakra had significantly increased. Each evolution of the Sharingan substantially enhances one's mental prowess. Particularly, the transition from a double tomo to a triple tomo represents not merely a quantitative leap, but a qualitative one as well. Since chakra comprises both mental and physical energy, a corresponding increase was to be expected. This explained why Lin Yi could engage in a battle with Scorpion, heal several comrades with golden experience, and still frolic with Weather Report in the land of rivers. Even though the most chakra-consuming ability, Time Stop, was activated by his shadow clone at home, the preceding maneuvers would have necessitated a sugar rush in the past. Now, with Time Stop, he could halt time for nearly 3 seconds without concern. Before achieving the triple tomo, he could only manage to suspend time for about 1 second, meaning this advancement had effectively doubled his chakra capacity. At last, he could finally afford to be less miserly. After confirming his chakra levels, it was only natural to delve into the nuances of the weather report he had just acquired. As one of Lin Yi's favorite stands from his past life. One of them? He also adored Platinum Star, Crimson King, Miracle U, Yellow Town. In any case, Weather Report was among the few stands that could significantly bolster his abilities. Strength A, Speed B, Precision E, but Area of Effect D. To summarize in a phrase, Father's Panel, Ancestral Capabilities. The essence of Weather Report's abilities lies in its capacity to manipulate all natural weather phenomena. On the surface, this includes stormy rains and waterspouts associated with water, thunderstorms and lightning related to electricity, tornadoes and typhoons connected to wind, sandstorms corresponding to earth, scorching heat and fire whirlwinds linked to fire, and blizzards tied to ice and snow. Who would dare claim that Lin Yi lacks proficiency in ninjutsu? He could even execute these techniques without hand signs. I find it amusing that the likes of Danzo and the third Hokage lack foresight. The title of Doctor of Ninjutsu rightfully belongs to Lin Yi. On a more intricate level, he could modify air and wind pressure, allowing him to levitate or even fly, diminish air resistance, and enhance his speed. He could even create pure oxygen and anaerobic environments. However, Lin Yi felt little utility in this, as he only knew that this world possessed oxygen, while the composition of the air remained a mystery. Let alone this world, in his previous life. Aside from the familiar carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen, he could scarcely recall any other elements present in the air. For an ordinary individual, a pure oxygen or anaerobic space could indeed be detrimental. However, in this world, where chakra exists, even in a vacuum, formidable ninjas could still engage in battle, as evidenced by Naruto and Sasuke fighting on the moon's surface. Thus, when dealing with weaker adversaries, Lin Yi need not go to the lengths of altering air composition. A simple gust of wind combined with a fire technique would suffice. The original narrative did not explicitly state whether Weather Report could summon multiple weather phenomena simultaneously. However, Lin Yi's Weather Report could indeed do so, provided he had sufficient chakra. Summoning lightning while conjuring a waterspout was entirely feasible. Furthermore, having chakra did not hinder him from utilizing water from the waterspout for his water techniques. This capability effectively compensated for Lin Yi's previous lack of area of effect techniques. Most crucially, one cannot be a true ninja without the ability to wield formidable powers. In the past, he believed swordsmanship to be impressive, but that was merely youthful naivety. The true essence of godly prowess eclipsed the allure of mere blades. Hataki Sakomo, Inwa. Moreover, the endurance of Weather Report's abilities is also rated as A, implying that its powers have virtually no cooldown period. For Lin Yi, who is no longer afflicted by weakness, as long as he does not overexert himself to the point of summoning a cataclysmic disaster covering an entire city, he could easily summon lightning, rain, and wind throughout a prolonged battle. I could go on all day with you. Captain America, don't you have your own catchphrases? After all, as his chakra increased, so too did the efficiency of chakra extraction. At present, he could barely maintain a balance while utilizing Platinum Star's abilities. There remains one more capability to verify: the Weather Report's potential to obliterate civilizations. Tempestuous Storm. This tempest is not merely about altering the weather. It involves modifying the ozone layer, implanting mental suggestions through light, thereby transforming individuals into snails on a psychological level. And indeed, you would genuinely morph into a snail, exhibiting contagious properties akin to a zombie virus. While the term destruction of worlds may seem exaggerated, the annihilation of civilizations is far from hyperbole. After all, if one were blind or foolish, the former would be unaffected by light, while the latter's sheer stupidity might render mental suggestions ineffective. However, upon introspection, Lin Yi sensed he lacked this ability. Whether this is due to it being an extension of Weather Report, or because he lacked the intent for destruction, remains uncertain. Nonetheless, Lin Yi does not find it particularly lamentable. Even if he possessed it, he likely would not employ such a skill. After all, this technique is indiscriminate, targeting friend and foe alike. Furthermore, the rate at which one transforms into a snail is influenced by the opponent's strength. If Lin Yi were forced to deploy this move, it would indicate that his adversary was extraordinarily powerful. By then, It is likely his opponents would remain unchanged while the three little ones would transform first. How adorable. Yet becoming a snail would be utterly grotesque. Moreover, Lin Yi truly cannot fathom anyone in this world who could possess the strength to compel him to resort to such a mutually destructive skill. Inflation. Surely, the tales of the Sage of Six Paths cannot be true? That would be absurd, wouldn't it? Chapter 57. Emergency Meeting of the Jonin in the Realm of Ninjutsu. An excessive mastery of the transformation techniques holds little significance. If one truly desires a qualitative breakthrough, one must attune themselves to the nuances of chakra's nature. A month has elapsed, and Lin Yi has once again returned to the monotonous life of cultivation and teaching his disciples. The nature of chakra? Little Shursui blinked in confusion. Indeed, most ninjas typically commence their studies at the Chunin level, but in your case, Shursui, you can begin your preparations now. In this world, geniuses operate beyond the bounds of reason. Those with advantageous backgrounds are particularly unrestrained. Take Kakashi, for instance. While others at 5 years old had yet to enroll in the academy, he was already preparing for the Chunin exams. Lin Yi perceived Shursui's talent as even surpassing that of Kakashi to some extent. What is the essence of fire attribute chakra? Is it explosion or high temperature? After a moment's contemplation, Shursui offered his conclusion. Lin Yi gently shook his head. While those aspects represent the manifestation of fire release, they do not encapsulate its fundamental nature. He opened his palm, and a sphere of flame hovered serenely within. Leaning down, he aligned the flame with Shursui's gaze. The fundamental nature of fire is combustion. Combustion? Lin Yi nodded, extinguishing the flame in his hand. Regardless of whether it manifests as high temperature, explosion, or other attributes, all are merely expressions of fire as it burns. And the sole catalyst for fire's emergence is combustion itself. Observing Shursui in deep thought, Lin Yi smiled and ruffled his hair. However, it is indeed more satisfying to tousle white hair. After instructing his disciple, Lin Yi rested his head on his hand, intending to return to his training. However, upon arriving home, he encountered a pair standing at his doorstep, one with red hair and the other with yellow. He referred to their hair. "What are you two doing at my door? Purchasing ninja tools?" Minato shook his head, holding Kushina's hand as he spoke. "An emergency Jonin meeting has been convened. I just picked up Kushina and thought to inform you as well. I initially presumed the Uchiha Jonin would have already notified you since you were not at home." Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly and exchanged a glance with Minato, both perceiving the concern reflected in the other's eyes. Jonin meetings are typically held only twice a year, once in January and once in June. Lin Yi had become a Jonin this year after a skirmish with White Fang and had yet to attend a Jonin meeting. An emergency meeting could only pertain to the appointment or dismissal of the Hokage, or, perhaps, war was upon them. By the way, can Kushina participate? A fist landed on Lin Yi's shoulder with a thud. It wasn't that he wished to strike his head, but at merely 13 years of age, Lin Yi had already surpassed Minato in height, nearing 6 feet, and Kushina could not reach him. Is he truly 13? At times, Lin Yi himself worried he might grow to resemble a character from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. While strikingly handsome, he preferred to avoid such a fate. Fortunately, after a rapid growth spurt, he had now leveled off. "I am also a special Jonin, you know," Kushina retorted, pointing at her forehead protector. "Impressive, indeed." Thud. A nonchalant response. Kushina retracted her fist, disdainfully pouting. Once the trio entered the conference room, several ninjas were already present. Upon their arrival, the other ninjas proactively greeted them. Given that one was a disciple of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, another was a disciple of White Fang, and the last was host to the Nine Tails. None of them were ordinary individuals. "Is this Lord Lin Yi?" one of the ninjas with pale white pupils inquired. "I have long heard of your esteemed name." "And you are?" Lin Yi regarded the ninja with curiosity. "When did the Hyuga clan become so courteous towards the Uchiha?" "I am Hyuga Hizashi, the uncle of Inkei. He often speaks of how well you cared for him." Lin Yi finally understood, although Inkei was merely a branch family member and had seemingly withdrawn from the Umbu. Turning to observe nearby, he spotted another ninja who bore an almost identical resemblance to Hyuga Hizashi, save for a lack of a distinctive mark on his forehead. Engaged in conversation with others. "That is my elder brother, Hyuga Hayashi," Hizashi noted, seemingly aware of Lin Yi's gaze. Lin Yi nodded. This was his first time attending a Jonin meeting, and he was not well acquainted with most of Konoha's Jonin. Soon, the Uchiha Jonin, led by Fugaku, entered in succession, all extending greetings to Lin Yi. Tsukumo Hitaki was likely off on a mission, as he did not appear this time. Once all the Jonin in the village had gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly tapped the table, signaling the commencement of the meeting. As the assembly settled into silence, the Hokage and 3 advisors occupied the front row of chairs. The Hidden Cloud Village has declared war on the Sand Village. A ripple of unrest surged among the Jonin present. Is it a declaration of war from 2 of our peer-level great ninja villages? Will it affect us? What of it? Do they dare to confront their original enemies alongside Konoha? Those present, save for a select few prodigies like Lin Yi, had experienced the ravages of war to varying degrees. The land of lightning and the land of wind are separated by vast distances. One is a desert, the other a mountainous region. To launch an assault on the Sand Village, one would either traverse several small nations or take a route through the land of fire or the land of earth. Thus, the concerns of the assembly were not unfounded. This information was acquired from external spies. Sarutobi Hiruzen distributed scrolls to the attendees. The 3rd Kazekage has gone missing? Lin Yi stared at the information in his hand, blinking in surprise. The last time Tsukumo ventured to the land of wind, he nearly perished along with several Jonin. Upon his return, he delivered a response to the 3rd Hokage. If Tsunade is absent, do not provoke the Sand Village. They could not match their direct combat capabilities, but they could not withstand the enemy's bioweapons. Tsukumo did not disclose Lin Yi's healing abilities, merely stating that he was fortunate to have discovered an antidote among the enemy ranks. This was to protect his disciples' hidden strengths, but also because that treatment was not something an ordinary person could endure. Tsukumo feared that by the time they were not poisoned to death, they might succumb to the pain first. As Lin Yi lamented the enemy's ruthless cunning, the opposing leader was lost. Does this not slap my white fang in the face? However, with the Sand Village having lost their Kazekage, they would undoubtedly be in frantic search for him. After all, the Kazekage was not merely a leader for the Land of Wind. His magnetic release was essential for generating revenue. Other hidden villages earned their income partially through their ninjas accepting missions and partly through funding from the daimyo. In the Sand Village, with its vast stretches of desert, these 2 sources combined were hardly sufficient for survival. They relied on their leader to dig iron from the sands to supplement their livelihood. Now that he was missing, how could they not be anxious? Upon receiving this news, Konoha did not strategize extensively. After all, they had only enjoyed a brief respite, and at most, they could only revel in a moment of schadenfreude. After all, the land of fire was a land of plenty. Who would covet that desolate desert? Yet, spies from outside had discovered that the land of lightning was making moves. Since the end of the First War, they had rested and recuperated until now, stabilizing their tailed beasts with reliable jinchuriki. The warlike brutes had long been unable to contain their aggression. What? Your 3rd Kazekage has gone missing? Truly outrageous. But fear not. We happen to have a 3rd Reikage. Since you lack a leader, allow me to take the reins. Regardless of the distance, they were resolute in their intent to aid. The people of the Sand Village. Chapter 58. The coming battle. After most of the ninjas present had thoroughly perused the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly addressed the assembly. In comparison to the 2 aforementioned factions, we must remain particularly vigilant towards a Wagakure. Why is that, Hokage-sama? A curious ninja inquired. Considering the imminent invasion of the Wind Country by the Lightning Country, which seemed to suggest a passive stance for them, Hiruzen cast a meaningful glance at one of the ninjas below. Kakashi, perhaps you could elucidate this matter, as it was your analysis that brought us to this point. Nara Shikaku nodded, stepping forward with measured grace. This is a strategic game we must not underestimate. His voice was grave as he cast a shadow on the wall, projecting a map. Currently, the Lightning Country intends to strike the Wind Country. Given the reckless nature of Kumogakure, they are unlikely to take a circuitous route through several smaller nations. Instead, traveling through the Fire Country would be more expedient. As Shikaku meticulously illustrated his points on the map, he continued, if a Wagakure were to make a move, Kumogakure would likely seize the opportunity to advance through the Fire Country as well, thereby simultaneously weakening the strength of Konoha while facilitating a swift attack on Sunagakure. With Shikaku's demonstration, arrows representing the Lightning Country and the Earth Country converged ominously around Konoha, suggesting a 2-pronged assault. Is there a solution to this predicament? An anxious Jainin asked. Closing his eyes and exhaling slowly, Shikaku replied, there is. What is the solution? The assembly urged. After a fleeting glance at the 3rd Hokage, who offered a subtle nod, Shikaku raised 2 fingers to indicate his proposed solutions. First, we must adopt a strategy of steadfastness. preparing ourselves to confront both Kumogakure and Iwagakure simultaneously. The senior ninjas nodded in agreement, recognizing the prudence of this approach, which Konoha had historically employed. Second, Shikaku continued. We must mobilize elite forces to the land of hot springs, maintaining a discreet presence while clearing the route from the land of hot springs to the land of sound. Gasps of surprise rippled through the room. Even Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Shikaku's audacious strategy. Yet, he could appreciate the brilliance of this move, which would compel Kumogakure to reconsider their options. As they had just discussed, Kumogakure's intent to assault the Wind Country would necessitate passage through the Land of Fire, making the Land of Hot Springs a critical juncture. Should they attempt to bypass it, they would either have to navigate through the Earth Country or traverse multiple smaller nations. This strategy was ingenious in that Shikaku did not outright declare war on Kumogakure. Rather, he left them an avenue of retreat. Should they choose to march towards Konoha, they would have to ponder the potential loss of supplies or the failure of critical intelligence. After extensive voting among the senior ninjas, it was decided that while they would not take the initiative to provoke conflict, they could not simply remain passive and wait for an ambush. Furthermore, should Kumogakure indeed decide to eliminate Sunagakure, Konoha would need to provide aid. A Sunagakure that was merely hanging on would serve Konoha far better than a fully functional enemy, as the next target could very well be Konoha itself. Thus, after Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded the war preparations, he dispatched Jiraiya along with a contingent of elite J-nin to the borders of the Land of Hot Springs to establish defenses and set traps. Just let them come after me, Jiraiya quipped. Simultaneously, Konoha officially entered a state of war readiness, prioritizing wartime missions above all else. The Third Shinobi World War was on the precipice of commencement. After the meeting, Minato appeared troubled. Lin Yi shared a pensive silence. Sometimes, peace cannot be achieved merely through the desire for it. The vast expanse of the Fire Country, with its rich resources and hospitable climate, naturally invites envy from other nations. Once hostilities commence on one front, other factions will inevitably be drawn into the fray, reminiscent of the Dark Forest theory from Lin Yi's previous life. Konoha could not ascertain whether Kumogakure would covet their territory during their assault on Sunagakure. Thus they must prepare for war, forcing their adversaries to strike elsewhere. Once Iwagakure noted Konoha's reactions, they would likely devise their own countermeasures. And they could not gamble on Kumogakure taking the route through the Earth Country or peacefully paying a toll. Ultimately, a chaotic melee among the great nations seemed almost inevitable. Those insufferable barbarians, Kushina huffed, recalling her own near abduction by Kumogakure, which had left her with little fondness for them. Our mission may be imminent, Lin Yi spoke softly. Given their revealed strengths, both he and Minato were akin to elite J-nin, and their presence in battle would be indispensable. Prepare yourselves, Minato. This time is crucial. Minato nodded silently, understanding the gravity of Lin Yi's words. Kushina blinked in confusion. What riddle are you two speaking? I can't comprehend. Lin Yi chose not to respond, leaving the tangled mess for Minato to unravel. The intensity of Kushina's inquiries when driven by curiosity could be quite formidable. As Lin Yi returned home, he was soon visited by an Umbu. Esteemed envoy, this is from the Hokage, the Umbu stated. The prompt arrival immediately after the meeting surprised Lin Yi. He accepted the scroll with an impassive expression, nodding to the Umbu as they vanished, before slowly unfurling the scroll. To his astonishment, it was not a mission involving infiltration or the like. Upon reading its contents, Lin Yi found himself momentarily stunned. The task was not overly challenging. In fact, it appeared rather simplistic. In essence, while he could comprehend the rationale behind not leading as a J-nin previously, with the storm approaching, idling in the village was no longer viable. The saplings of Konoha required nurturing from a sturdy tree like himself, and he was assigned 3 individuals to guide. However, Lin Yi had no intention of declining this time. As he scanned the names, he noted Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, and his very own pupil, Uchiha Shursui. Notably absent were any from the Sarutobi or Shimura clans, indicating that the third understood the futility of coercing Lin Yi under the pretext of impending war. Stepping outside, he cast his acceptance into the distance, where an Umbu deftly caught the scroll and sped towards the Hokage Tower. Upon returning to his abode, he retrieved the remaining 3 sheets of paper, each containing a brief introduction of the assigned individuals. There was no need to review Shursui's, as his master. Lin Yi was already well acquainted with him. As for Kurenai and Guy, they appeared to be contemporaries of Kakashi. Kurenai was somewhat vague in his memory. Yet he had heard Kakashi mention Guy on numerous occasions, one skilled in Genjutsu, the other solely proficient in Taijutsu. Quite intriguing. Indeed, the third Hokage had made no hasty decisions. With his own strength in Taijutsu and Kenjutsu, and being an Uchiha adept in Genjutsu, the composition seemed well thought out. It was time to meet them. Flames erupted from Lin Yi's hand as he incinerated the 3 sheets of paper, and as the mist of the weather forecast materialized behind him, he soared into the sky. Chapter 59. Might Guy and Might Du Wei in the tranquil training grounds of the southern forest. Shirzue was absorbed in contemplation when he suddenly sensed something. Raising his head and squinting. What was that? A figure glided through the air like a streak of light, descending upon him. Indeed, it was flying. As the figure drew closer, its speed gradually decreased, and once Shirzue recognized the familiar face, he relaxed his guard. Teacher Lin Yi? Surprised, are we? Shirzue exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never known his instructor could fly. There might be a war soon. The Hokage has asked me to form a team, and I would like you to meet the other 2 members. Ordinarily, Shirzue should have been attending school at his age, as he was not yet a ninja and thus not eligible to join a team. However, given the extraordinary circumstances, the third Hokage could find no other candidates. Everyone was aware that Shirzue was Lin Yi's apprentice, so it was decided to include him. Besides, Shirzue had attended a couple of days of classes and had since sent shadow clones. Lin Yi was accommodating, knowing that for Shirzue, graduating was merely a formality. All right, teacher. Shirzue nodded, gathering his ninja tools. Steadying himself, Lin Yi grasped Shirzue's hand, and, before he could comprehend what was happening, a thick mist of rain materialized beneath their feet. In the next instant, they soared into the sky. How does it feel? Lin Yi asked, deliberately lowering the wind pressure around them to prevent Shirzue from being swept away. It's magical and exhilarating, Shirzue replied, glancing nervously at the ground and swallowing hard. Even as Lin Yi slowed their ascent, they quickly returned to Konoha. Once in Konoha, Lin Yi refrained from flying again, deeming it too ostentatious. Let us head to the Uchiha residence. It's closer. Shirzue nodded, following Lin Yi. He was still unaware of the identities of the other 2 students in Lin Yi's class. As they meandered through the streets of Konoha, they passed a dumpling shop and casually bought a couple of skewers. Is Lin Yi a jonin? Upon arriving at the Uchiha residence, Uchiha Kurenai welcomed them inside. She had participated in the emergency meeting and was familiar with Lin Yi, the rising jonin. Is there something you need, Jonin Lin Yi? Kurenai asked, pushing a teacup towards Lin Yi, who sat across from her. The third Hokage has appointed me to lead a team, one of whom is Uchiha Kurenai. She may not have been informed yet, Lin Yi said, presenting the scroll provided by the Umbu. Shirzue quietly set down his skewered dumplings, gently pushing them behind his back. I prefer to resolve matters promptly. Since I've committed, I thought I would come to meet my team members myself. After reading the scroll, Kurenai confirmed its legitimacy and returned it with both hands. Kurenai is not home right now. She may take a while to return. If Jonin Lin Yi does not mind, you can rest a bit. Not at home. Lin Yi shook his head. It's no trouble. Please inform Kurenai to gather at the 3rd training ground before lunch. Kurenai nodded. Very well. I shall ensure Kurenai is informed. Lin Yi blinked, finding her words peculiar. What I meant was, I hope Jonin Lin Yi will take good care of Kurenai. Kurenai seemed to realize her phrasing was awkward and quickly corrected herself. Yet, this only seemed to exacerbate the situation. Rest assured, Kurenai, I will take good care of my students, Lin Yi reassured her, waving as he pulled the still sneaking a bite of dumpling Shirzue outside. At a crossroad, Lin Yi and Shirzue stood there, somewhat bewildered. Teacher, why are we standing here? Shirzue asked, offering another skewer of dumplings, which Lin Yi waved off, prompting Shirzue to happily pop it into his mouth. Waiting for someone, Lin Yi calculated the time. Almost time. Huffing and puffing, 2 green figures raced down the street. Go for it, Guy. Youth is all about pouring out blood and sweat. Dewey cheered, giving a thumbs up to his son. Yes, even with a flushed face and drenched in sweat, I understand. Father, if I can't run it, I'll do 1,000 push-ups. Shirzue blinked, momentarily forgetting to swallow the dumpling in his mouth. Excuse me, Mr. Dewey. Given that Might Dewey was a genin, addressing him as Genin Dewey felt somewhat impolite. Lin Yi recalled how he had chuckled when White Fang had mentioned them, yet he admired the tenacity of this father-son duo. Not everyone could endure the peculiar stares of others day after day while remaining true to themselves. Their perseverance was something even Lin Yi found commendable. "Oh, may I ask who you are?" Might Dewey paused, bowing slightly. "Dewey, please don't run off," Might Guy, thinking the familiar-looking ninja was merely seeking his father, prepared to continue running until he heard this. "Mr. Dewey, I am Jonin Uchiha Lin Yi. Guy will be joining my class shortly. An official notification will follow. Since I deemed it better to seize the day, I thought I would come to find them myself." Lin Yi briefly displayed his Jonin identification and scrolled to Might Dewey. While simply showing his Jonin vest would suffice, Lin Yi found it rather unsightly and had never worn it. Is there a uniform uglier than that? Lin Yi instinctively glanced at the tight-fitting attire of the Might duo. Oh, indeed there is. After a quick perusal, Might Dewey solemnly returned the scroll and identification to Lin Yi, then lifted Might Guy into his arms. Seeing the two emotional figures before him caused Lin Yi and Shizue to take a slight step back. "Guy? Father?" Well, Lin Yi began to speak, but was interrupted by the exuberant Might Dewey. "Did you see? The village has recognized your talent. You are a genius. With enough effort, you too shall be a genius." "Father, Guy." Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have waited for them on the street. After setting Might Guy down, Might Dewey hastily wiped his face, unsure if he was drying tears or sweat. He then deeply bowed to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi-sama, I entrust Guy's training to you. Please do not go easy on him." "I will," Lin Yi replied, helping Might Dewey back up. "Guy, come along. We will gather together and have lunch." "Thank you for your trouble, Lin Yi-sama. No need for such formalities. Just call me Lin Yi," he said, waving his hand. He could sense the sincerity in Might Dewey's heart. After bidding farewell to the still-running Might Dewey, Lin Yi led Guy and Shizue towards the third training ground. Chapter 60. Team Lin Yi established. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Lin Yi noticed a young girl with raven hair adorned in crimson attire. Kurenai Yuhi? Startled by the sound of her name, Kurenai, who had been idly swinging her legs from atop a wooden post, swiftly looked up. Present. Her reaction, akin to a student caught daydreaming by their teacher, amused Lin Yi. "No need for such formality. I am Uchiha Lin Yi, and I will be your instructor and captain for the foreseeable future. You may address me as Lin Yi-sensei." All right, Lin Yi-sensei." Kurenai hopped off the post and offered a slight bow to Lin Yi. After raising her head, Kurenai couldn't help but steal a few glances at Lin Yi. His stature, approaching 6 feet, combined with handsome yet virile features and an upright bearing, made her think, Lin Yi-sensei is quite dashing. "Come, have a seat." "Huh." Shizue and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Where were they supposed to sit? On the ground? Lin Yi snapped his fingers, and wisps of cloud materialized behind each of them. To the astonishment of Might Guy and Kurenai, Lin Yi casually took a seat upon one of the clouds. Shizue, already aware of his teacher's extraordinary abilities, including flight, wasn't surprised. He confidently settled onto the cloud. The other two followed suit, tentatively sitting upon their respective clouds. "It really doesn't fall. Lin Yi-sensei, you're amazing." Following introductions, Team Lin Yi was officially formed. We, Team Lin Yi, now have our own trio. Ordinarily, team formations involve a traditional evaluation, but I'm not one for convention, so we'll skip that step. The purpose of the tests for Team Minato was to exploit the Platinum Heart for tailored training and assessment. However, with me leading this team, we have ample access to Platinum-level training partners. We have an hour until lunch. Please continue your usual training regimens. The 3 genin exchanged glances but complied with his instructions. Shizue resumed his meditative practice of chakra extraction while contemplating the nature of fire. Kurenai sat aside, focusing on chakra refinement. Guy, true to form, embarked on a vigorous sprint around the training ground. Lin Yi observed them from his perch in the sky. After 10 minutes of observation, he clapped his hands, signaling them to halt. "Your training methods are all sound. In Guy's case, I do feel he overexerts himself. However, upon observing him with Platinum Star, his physique can withstand it. Whether Guy possesses exceptional physical gifts or the Might family employs specialized elixirs, I won't interfere as long as he remains unharmed. Tailoring instruction to the individual is paramount. Nevertheless, you're overly focused on the superficial aspects, neglecting another facet of chakra." "Another facet?" the trio inquired in unison. "Indeed. Beyond the sheer quantity of chakra, there's also chakra control. Chakra comprises physical and spiritual energy. Honing chakra extraction indirectly enhances spiritual strength, particularly beneficial for Shizue, as an Uchiha, and Kurenai, with her affinity for Genjutsu. As for Guy, his innate ability to condense chakra is weak, hindering his mastery of elemental techniques. Furthermore, he struggles with chakra extraction, making physical prowess his only path. He relentlessly improves his physique, relying on his body to replenish chakra. Taijutsu isn't devoid of chakra, but it requires less than ninjutsu and rarely involves nature transformation, regardless of whether one possesses abundant or meager chakra reserves. Enhancing chakra control can unlock new avenues and shatter limitations. In essence, it's about maximizing output with minimal input. Then, Lin Yi Sensei, how does one improve chakra control? Tree climbing and water walking. These were techniques employed by Minato when training his team. Lin Yi found them effective and committed them to memory. He had intended to teach Shui after graduation, but circumstances changed, and he became a Jonin sensei. So, he decided to teach them all together. As for Lin Yi's chakra control, do you understand the value of using Platinum Star with A-level precision from a young age? If Lin Yi says he'll use 1 milligram of chakra, he won't aura a fraction more. Tree climbing? Might Guy scanned his surroundings. Embracing a tree trunk with a single arm span, he contorted his body upward like a caterpillar. Is this it? But he felt no improvement in his chakra control. Lin Yi shook his head. Of course not. Watch closely. The ethereal figure of the world drifted to Might Guy's side, gently lifting him and placing him on the ground like a chick. Before Might Guy could comprehend the situation, the trio was astonished to see Lin Yi walking up the tree trunk. Indeed, walking. Lin Yi maintained a perpendicular alignment with the tree trunk, parallel to the ground, traversing it as if it were level ground. Reaching the top, he turned and descended. That is tree climbing. Amazing, Kurenai exclaimed. This made her realize how inept her father was, despite being a Jonin. He lacked such flashy skills. The essence of tree climbing lies in covering the soles of your feet with a layer of chakra, adhering to the tree. The challenge lies in controlling the adhesion, releasing it with each step, and swiftly re-adhering upon landing. Otherwise, thud. Dust billowed as Might Guy, eager to try after hearing the instructions, plummeted from the tree. Lin Yi shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. You'll end up like Guy. And initially, you can lie on the ground and gradually ascend from the base of the tree, instead of leaping to the middle like Guy. As for water walking, I'll teach you once you've mastered tree climbing. To prevent the trio from suffering too many falls, Lin Yi conjured a layer of cushioning clouds beneath them using weather report. After half an hour, Might Guy's progress remained slow due to his infrequent use of chakra. Kurenai and Shui could barely cling to the tree. However, their movements were clumsy, often resulting in falls due to unstable footing. Alright, that concludes our morning training. To commemorate the formation of Team Lin Yi, I'll treat everyone to yakiniku for lunch. Lin Yi patted the dejected Might Guy on the shoulder. Guy, eat plenty so you'll have the energy to continue training this afternoon. Might Guy immediately looked up, his eyes brimming with emotion. Yes, Lin Yi Sensei. Lin Yi. So passionate, but what's fueling it? Chapter 61, a novice task with Lin Yi's team master Lin Yi. When shall we embark on our mission? Might Guy, having practiced assiduously and now able to traverse tree trunks with some semblance of skill, inquired while performing deep squats. The prospect of earning remuneration, even a modest sum, to alleviate his father's burdens was a powerful motivator. And what about you two? Are you also eager to undertake a mission? Lin Yi queried, stroking his chin and directing a genial smile towards Shui and Kurenai. Their gazes met, and a shared anticipation flickered between them. Indeed, Shui and Kurenai affirmed in unison, their hearts brimming with eagerness for this novel experience. The constant training regimen was beginning to blur the distinction between their current lives and their time at the academy. Though the lessons imparted by Master Lin Yi were undoubtedly invaluable. Then let us proceed and investigate the possibilities. Lin Yi acceded with a subtle nod. He, too, had grown weary of the village's confines. The trio responded with mild astonishment, taken aback by Lin Yi's ready acquiescence. Yet, upon reflection, they recalled that he had personally sought them out, bypassing the usual channels of notification from the Hokage. Master Lin Yi was, after all, a man of decisive action, swift to embark on any undertaking. After allowing his disciples a brief respite, Lin Yi led them towards the Hokage Tower. I am here to accept a mission from my team. Here is my ninja identification, Lin Yi declared, presenting his credentials to the registration ninja. Once the verification process was complete, he retrieved his document. Jonin Lin Yi, the registration ninja began. Ordinarily, your team would commence with D-rank missions. Shui has not yet graduated to become a ninja, and Might Guy and Yui Kurenai have only recently completed their training. Even with a Jonin leading the team, it is customary to begin with the most rudimentary tasks. And what do these D-rank missions entail? Might Guy interjected, his impatience palpable. The registration ninja produced a collection of D-rank mission scrolls, assisting elderly women in locating lost felines, tilling fields, collecting refuse from sewers. How utterly uninspiring. Yui Kurenai muttered, her disappointment evident. Fear not. Allow me a moment. Lin Yi reassured his disciples, seeking to quell their discontent. He, too, was loath to engage in such menial tasks, preferring to allocate their time to more productive training. He turned and ascended the stairs. 2 minutes later, Lin Yi reappeared, a sealed missive in hand. I presume we are now authorized to undertake C-rank missions? The registration ninja, noting the Hokage's seal affixed to the missive, promptly exchanged the scrolls in his possession. Subjugating brigands, suppressing bandits, eliminating savage beasts, escorting merchant caravans. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the array of mission scrolls, ultimately settling upon the one pertaining to the escort of a merchant caravan back to the land of hot water. Master Lin Yi. This particular mission may no longer be strictly classified as C-rank, the registration ninja cautioned hesitantly. The client in question arrived in Konoha 10 days ago and initially requested this mission. Today marks the day they return after concluding their business. Given the current state of the ninja world, as you are aware, it would be advisable for Master Lin Yi to consider missions within our own borders. The Hidden Cloud Village has already declared war on the Hidden Sand Village, while Jiraiya has deployed a contingent to the land of hot water. It remains a more perilous destination than our own nation. And what are your thoughts? Lin Yi inquired, turning to his 3 disciples. He himself was inclined to journey to the land of hot water, as the prevailing circumstances suggested that the Hidden Cloud Village was likely to instigate the Third Great Ninja War. This mission presented an opportunity to observe the situation firsthand. However, he was mindful of the fact that he was not alone, and the mission could potentially exceed the scope of a typical C-rank assignment, posing a risk to his 3 charges. Any encounter with enemy ninjas would immediately elevate the mission to B-rank status. I vote for this one, Master. Might Guy declared with youthful bravado. His decision was primarily motivated by the mission's remuneration, which was among the highest for C-rank assignments. Yui Kurenai also favored this particular mission. Firstly, it would spare them the unpleasantness of dealing with bandits, brigands, and wild animals. Secondly, it offered the opportunity to witness the scenic vistas of another land while providing security. It was, in essence, a win-win scenario. As for Shui, he remained indifferent. His primary objective was to gain experience, and as for the risks, while he was uncertain of the full extent of his master's power, he was confident that any unforeseen complications arising from a C-rank mission would be readily resolved. Very well, then, Lin Yi acquiesced, noting the absence of dissent among his disciples. He saw no need to consider alternative options. The registration ninja, perceiving the consensus, refrained from further dissuasion. He had offered his counsel, and any further insistence would border on impertinence. He handed the scroll to Lin Yi and directed him to the location where the client was awaiting their arrival. As the quartet emerged from the Hokage Tower, Might Guy erupted in a burst of exuberant energy, escorting a merchant caravan to another land. This is the very essence of a ninja's youthful vigor. Yui Kurenai and Shui instinctively distanced themselves from their boisterous companion. Master, if there are potential hazards, might they stem from the ninjas of the land of hot water? Kurenai inquired, her rationality prevailing. While the mission was appealing, she and her teammates would bear the brunt of the responsibility, and it was essential to have some anticipation of the potential risks. They could not afford to become overly reliant on Master Lin Yi's assistance. Shui, too, perked up his ears, eager to glean any insights. The ninjas of the land of hot water are generally of middling caliber, and their conduct tends to be rather pacific. The true source of potential danger lies in the land of lightning, which borders the land of hot water. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village are typically impetuous and reckless, Lin Yi explained. He refrained from divulging the details of the Hidden Cloud Village's declaration of war against the Hidden Sand Village, as well as Jiraiya's preemptive deployment, deeming such information unnecessary and potentially distressing. Instead, he simply cautioned them to be wary of the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas' elbow strikes. However, do not be unduly concerned. This is merely a C-rank mission. Should we encounter circumstances beyond your capabilities, I will intervene. Such matters would then fall under the purview of the client and the village. Despite the turbulent state of the ninja world, no direct hostilities had yet erupted between Konoha and any other nation. The likelihood of encountering any significant peril was minimal. The trio could escort the caravan while enjoying a brief sojourn, and he could conduct a reconnaissance mission along the way. The assignment would be concluded swiftly. Upon arriving at the inn where the client was lodging, Lin Yi located the individual who had commissioned the mission. "Are you the Konoha ninjas who have accepted my request?" A slightly corpulent middle-aged man inquired, his gaze lingering on the three youths for a moment. Indeed, heroes emerge from the younger generation. "I am Ishikawa Zwei, the client who placed the order. Allow me to introduce my wife and daughter," Ishikawa Zwei said, turning to gesture towards his family with a smile. Lin Yi nodded, confirming the information before responding. "I am Uchiha Lin Yi, the leader of this mission." Ishikawa Zwei visibly relaxed upon hearing this. While he acknowledged the formidable reputation of Konoha's ninjas, he had harbored some trepidation at the prospect of entrusting his safety solely to three young children. The presence of the seemingly extraordinary young man as their leader was a source of considerable reassurance. "Do you require a moment to prepare yourselves?" Ishikawa Sueiji inquired, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. Lin Yi glanced at the trio of youngsters. Upon receiving their tacit consent, he responded, "If feasible, we can depart immediately." "Splendid. Splendid." Ishikawa Sueiji nodded repeatedly, eager to return as soon as possible, as each additional day incurred further expenses. After departing the village, Ishikawa's wife and daughter settled into a carriage driven by Ishikawa himself. Lin Yi, accompanied by the three youngsters, followed at a leisurely pace behind the carriage. Compared to the swiftness of ninjas, the carriage was inconsequential. Even Yuhi Hong appeared entirely at ease. As they rested for the night, they engaged in casual conversation. The Ishikawa family hailed from the land of hot water, engaged in bathhouse-related commerce between the lands of fire and hot water. Jiraiya was ecstatic. "Why did you decide to enlist ninja escorts this time?" Yuhi Hong inquired with curiosity. Given Ishikawa's established routes, it seemed unnecessary to incur the expense of hiring protection, especially from leaf ninjas, which was a considerable sum. Ishikawa chuckled wryly, glancing around before whispering. "The land of hot water is currently plagued by a cult of the evil god, who seek to appease their deity through murder. We three are defenseless." "The evil god cult?" The three youngsters exchanged perplexed glances, unfamiliar with the peculiar name. Lin Yi was also intrigued, wondering if such cults existed in this world as well. "Fear not, esteemed sir. We shall ensure your safety. With us, you shall undoubtedly arrive unharmed," Might Guy declared, thumping his chest. "We are indebted to you, esteemed leaf ninjas." Ishikawa replied with a slight bow. The escort proceeded smoothly, encountering only a single band of brigands. Upon recognizing the leaf insignia, they promptly retreated without the youngsters needing to intervene. However, the youngsters pursued and subdued them. Having encountered the brigands, the three youngsters, on their maiden voyage from the village, were eager to test their mettle, determined to eradicate evil. The remaining time was monotonous, consisting solely of travel. Yuhi Hong began to yearn for Leaf. However, upon crossing the border of the Land of Fire, the journey became more engaging. The novelty of a new nation broke the monotony of travel. The Land of Hot Water lived up to its name. Even before reaching the cities, bathhouses and hot springs were ubiquitous. Lin Yi gazed in astonishment at the wisps of steam rising into the air. "I see why the old pervert was dispatched here without complaint. This is paradise for Jiraiya." Occasionally, they encountered hapless bandits, perhaps young or unfamiliar with the leaf insignia, foolishly attempting to rob merchants like Ishikawa. Might Guy swiftly dispatched them with a single kick. On their first night in the Land of Hot Water, as Lin Yi prepared to dispatch a shadow clone with the weather forecast to inspect the Land of Lightning, he detected subtle movements in the distance, as the trees rustled in the shadows. "Sensei, I shall investigate," Might Guy said, noticing the disturbance in the trees and preparing to investigate. Lin Yi gently restrained Guy, shaking his head. As the trees rustled without wind, the disturbance was clearly unusual. The primary objective of the escort mission was to ensure the client's safety. Guy should not act rashly. Might Guy nodded obediently, retreating. Shui hurled several shuriken toward the source of the sound, followed by a rapid series of hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Flower Claw. Shui had mastered this advanced ninjutsu by comprehending the essence of the fire element. Blazing flames enveloped the shuriken, resembling a phoenix flower as they hurtled forward. The firelight illuminated the darkness, revealing two figures. One was tall, the other short, both clad in black robes, their exposed skin revealing intricate tattoos in the flickering firelight. "It seems we can only eliminate one," the taller man rasped. "Are they ninjas?" Yuhi Hong inquired nervously, brandishing a kunai. "Their attire suggests otherwise," Lin Yi replied, his vision undiminished in the darkness. Neither of the figures wore ninja headbands, and their attire was peculiar. "They are the evil god cult," Ishikawa exclaimed, pointing at the two figures illuminated by the firelight. "Silence." The taller cultist scratched his ear, then pointed at Yuhi Hong and Ishikawa's daughter. "Surrender these two girls to the evil god, and we shall spare you. What say you?" The shorter cultist licked his lips, gesturing towards Shui. He would make an excellent sacrifice as well. Lin Yi gently patted Ishikawa. "Remain in the tent, and do not stray. Leave this to us." Ishikawa nodded repeatedly, knowing that his family would only hinder Lin Yi and his companions. He scooped up his daughter, whose face was pale with fright, and retreated into the tent. Lin Yi took a step back, as the blue and white form of weather forecast materialized beside him. However, he did not intend to intervene immediately, as his primary goal was to train his disciples. The three youngsters understood the meaning of Lin Yi's retreat and dispersed to avoid hindering their teammates. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Yuhi Hong rapidly weaved hand seals. Though a simple D-rank genjutsu, it could create a moment of disorientation that could prove fatal in battle. However, the two cultists appeared unfazed, showing no signs of fear. Instead, they charged towards the trio. "With the evil god's power, we fear nothing." "Leaf whirlwind," Might Guy interjected, standing before Yuhi Hong as his legs unleashed a flurry of kicks, resembling a miniature whirlwind. Shui drew his short sword, slashing at the opponents from a low stance. The shorter cultist was repelled by Might Guy's kicks, while the taller cultist had his arms severed by Shui's blade as he reached for Hong. "Ha ha ha ha, it stings, ha ha ha." The three youngsters frowned, staring at the man sucking on his severed limb. Hong, in particular, felt nauseous. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball nearly a meter in diameter erupted from Shui's mouth, aimed at sending the deviant to the afterlife. As the smoke cleared, the three youngsters peered forward anxiously, their pupils constricting. Aside from their tattered clothing, which revealed intricate tattoos beneath, the two figures appeared unscathed. Even the severed arm had been reattached, as if his body were a jigsaw puzzle. The next moment, they charged towards the trio, their blades glinting in the moonlight. As Might Guy prepared to intercept them, a blinding white light filled the scene. Two bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Following a burst of incandescent light, the piercing shriek of electricity echoed through the air. As the trio's vision cleared, they instinctively dabbed at the tears welling in their eyes. Before them lay two charred figures, wisps of smoke curling from their blackened forms, crimson embers flickering through the cracks in their carbonized flesh. A guttural rasp escaped the shorter cultist, who remained motionless, to the astonishment of the young ninjas. The taller figure writhed in a macabre dance of agony. Even a seasoned jonin, bereft of chakra augmentation, would surely perish from such a direct lightning strike. A fact that gave Lin Yi pause. Yet, these cultists, whose actions suggested a mere Chunin-level aptitude, displayed an unsettling resilience. Lin Yi levitated, manipulating the air currents to propel himself towards the charred remains. Useless. As Lin Yi descended, the world materialized, its katana cleaving through the taller cultist's neck. Inside the nearby tent, the Ishikawa family, startled by the thunderous roar, attributed it to divine intervention, further cementing their fear. Though young, the trio possessed the psychological fortitude instilled by the Academy's specialized curriculum, a curriculum designed not for emotional support, but for emotionless execution. "Sensei, he seems still alive?" Kurenai Yuhi's voice betrayed her fear. A singed head was unsettling enough, but one that continued to gape and twitch was truly horrifying. "The cult of the evil god," Lin Yi mused, recalling his conversation with Ishikawa. "Is this an isolated incident, or are they all capable of such regeneration?" Ishikawa had mentioned that the cult comprised mostly vagrants and ruffians, a rabble in the eyes of a ninja. But if its members possessed such remarkable regenerative abilities, even with only Chunin-level skills, they would pose a significant threat. The thought evoked memories of a certain manga. "Step back," Lin Yi commanded, deeming the scene too gruesome for young eyes. Shui and the others exchanged glances and retreated. Weather Report's ethereal form materialized. Lin Yi clenched his fist, focusing on the charred corpses. The cultists' internal pressure plummeted, creating a colossal pressure differential that compressed them into a grotesque, data-compressed mass. "No chakra," Lin Yi noted. This technique was a recent, albeit impractical, creation. Utilizing air pressure and wind currents for flight, Lin Yi had conceived of manipulating internal pressure to create a lethal pressure differential. However, chakra, with its ability to regulate internal pressure, thwarted the technique's effectiveness against ninjas. While Weather Report could still momentarily increase the pressure around an opponent, the chakra expenditure was prohibitive. A direct lightning strike was far more efficient. However, against ordinary individuals lacking chakra, the technique proved devastating. Satisfied that the two compressed packages were beyond resuscitation, Lin Yi instructed the world to bury them. This needs to be reported to Jiraiya, he thought, lest Konoha ninjas fall victim to these creatures and this uncanny regenerative ability. Despite his curiosity, the cultist's grotesque appearance and tattooed body suggested that this ability came at a steep price. As for what to do with the information, Lin Yi lacked the moral compass to play world police. With a war looming, his priority was the safety of himself and his loved ones. At most, he would alert Yugikure, leaving them to grapple with the problem. Of course, if it could inconvenience Kumogakure, he wouldn't object. All right, it's taken care of, Lin Yi announced to the trio. He left behind a shadow clone and soared towards Konoha's base in the land of hot water. After presenting his credentials to the station ninjas, Lin Yi inquired about Jiraiya's whereabouts. The strange looks he received prepared him for what he found. Sure enough, in a secluded thicket near an open-air bathhouse, Jiraiya was muttering, "Heh, who says this assignment is difficult? It's fantastic." Suddenly, Jiraiya felt a gentle nudge on his backside, followed by an involuntary ascent into the air. A dozen pairs of eyes turned towards the unexpected pervert. Jiraiya, oh, zero! A chorus of shrieks erupted from the bathhouse. Lin Yi struggled to suppress his laughter at the sight of the disheveled Sannin. His face adorned with several distinct sandal prints. Jiraiya-sama, have you been battling some formidable opponent? One who can leave a Sannin in such a state? You little brat. This is called artistic research. You wouldn't understand, Jiraiya retorted, hastily wiping the footprints from his face. This kid has no respect for me anymore. If he can humiliate me in public now, what will he do later? Jiraiya knew Lin Yi was behind it. What brings you here? Did the Hokage send you? No. I took on a mission myself, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. It's about. He recounted the events concerning the cult of the evil god. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Exceptional regenerative abilities, you say? Understood. I'll inform the others. I've heard rumors about this cult, but I thought they were just another run-of-the-mill religious group. As for Kumogakure, if they insist on encroaching on the land of hot water, I'll be sure to deliver this gift. Despite his playful demeanor and penchant for peeking, Jiraiya took his responsibilities seriously. All right, I'm leaving, Lin Yi said, leaping into the night sky, leaving a bewildered Jiraiya in his wake. Damn it, he really can fly. Upon returning to the trio, Lin Yi dispelled his shadow clone. Nothing untoward had occurred in his absence, suggesting that the cult of the evil god was not a particularly well-organized group. While skills could be acquired through unorthodox methods, a strict organizational structure was beyond the capabilities of a rabble of vagrants. With Lin Yi's return, the trio could finally rest easy. Chapter 64. Perils on the return journey. Last night, Lin Yi kept watch during the first half of the night, while the three young ones took turns for the latter half. It was not that Lin Yi could not maintain the vigil alone, but such an arrangement would undermine the purpose of mentoring his disciples. The following morning, Shuchuan, still groggy, instinctively rose early, likely due to a restless night. After ensuring his wife and daughter were covered with blankets, he attentively listened to the sounds outside the tent. Everything seemed normal. He gently unzipped the tent and cautiously peeked out. However, as he fully emerged, he froze in shock. The vibrant forest from yesterday now resembled a construction site. The ground was scorched, and he could feel the heat emanating from two nearby craters. Trees stood askew, as if ravaged by a tempest, or were stripped bare, leaving only charred branches. Were it not for the lush greenery on the other side, Shuchuan would genuinely question his whereabouts. Is this still the land of hot springs? Is this the power of a ninja? Shuchuan swallowed hard, realizing it was merely the strength of Master Lin Yi. Beside him, Jishui silently acknowledged his thoughts. Shuchuan had always believed that ninjas were merely superior to ordinary guards, which was why he opted for their services rather than hiring a guard squad. However, he now realized that there might surpass mere physical prowess or extraordinary techniques. In just one night, the forest had been reduced to ashes. Were ninjas and humans truly of the same species? Good morning, Uncle Shuchuan, greeted Kai, who had just returned from a 3-kilometer run. Good morning, replied Shirchuan, managing a faint smile, relieved to be on their side. After a while, Shirchuan's wife and daughter began to awaken. Once everyone was ready, they commenced the final leg of their journey. Shortly after entering the official road of the Land of Hot Springs, they encountered no further troubles. After all, this land also housed ninja villages, and most bandits would refrain from venturing into governed towns. Upon reaching the capital, Shirchuan's family finally breathed a sigh of relief. I cannot express my gratitude enough. If there is a next time, I shall surely invite you all again. Shirchuan bowed deeply to Lin Yi and the others. Goodbye, big brother, sisters, and handsome uncle, waved Shirchuan's daughter. Farewell, replied Xian Hong, squinting her eyes slightly, having developed a fondness for the adorable little girl. On their way back, Lin Yi deliberately slowed his pace, allowing his disciples to savor the exotic ambience of the Land of Hot Springs. As they approached the site where they had vanquished the cultists, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, halting his steps. The 3 young ones followed suit, pausing in curiosity. Is something wrong, Master Lin Yi? There are ninjas ahead, Lin Yi observed, as 3 Tomo began to rotate slowly in his eyes. It seemed that the remnants of their previous battle had attracted passing ninjas from a neighboring village. Leaping onto a large tree, he conjured a thin layer of mist that refracted the sunlight, effectively concealing their presence. Master Lin Yi, they appear to be cloud ninjas, Zhishui squinted, catching a glimpse of ninjas clad in gray in the distance. Wow, Zhishui, can you see that far? Kai leaned forward, intrigued, attempting to gain a clearer view. Suddenly, a crack echoed, and Kai's expression froze as he tumbled from the tree. Thud! The weather forecast swiftly conjured a layer of mist to cushion his fall. However, the distant ninjas had heard the commotion and swiftly approached Lin Yi and the others. One ninja quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth spike. A barrage of earth spikes shot towards the unsuspecting Kai. Trees along the way were uprooted. Earth style, earth flowing river. The leading ninja, while running, formed more seals. In the blink of an eye, the rearward earth spikes transformed into a torrent of mud, allowing the ninjas to slide rapidly forward. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Kai leaped down from the cloud, utilizing his weight to spin rapidly and kick the rising earth spikes, shattering them in succession. Is this the Cloud Ninja's earth style? It must be a ruse by the Rock Ninjas. Lin Yi squinted slightly. Zhishui and Xian Hong had already reached Kai's side. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. The flames surged towards the Rock Ninjas gliding on the muddy current, the high temperature causing the mud to solidify rapidly. Earth style, Earth Wall. A wall of earth rose swiftly to block the flames. The Chunin behind, Tuyu, grinned wickedly. Captain Dashi is already closing in on you. Earth style, Cracking Earth Palm. A wave of energy surged, and a towering figure suddenly materialized beside the 3 young ones. Ninjas from the Leaf Village? Although puzzled as to why Zhishui was not wearing a forehead protector, Dashi deemed it sufficient that they were Leaf Ninjas. Blame the Cloud Ninjas. Dashi smirked cruelly. After we eliminate these Leaf Ninjas, we shall take great pleasure in using lightning style to whip their corpses. Illusion Technique. This place is not. Xian Hong hastily formed hand seals, intending to use her strongest illusion to disrupt the enemy. However, Dashi remained undeterred as the fissured ground continued to encroach upon the 3 young ones. Such a feeble illusion is hardly amusing. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Kai gritted his teeth, relentlessly kicking away the incoming debris, yet he was helpless against the crumbling earth. Xian Hong gently shut her eyes, unable to bear witnessing the unfolding scene. Boom! Dust erupted. Kai lowered his arms, which had shielded his face, and patted himself down. I'm fine. When he looked up again, Lin Yi was slowly hovering before him. With a slight gesture, the 3 young ones felt themselves lift off the ground, swiftly being placed outside the battlefield. Master Lin Yi, be careful. They should be Rock Ninjas. Xian Hong couldn't help but shout, hoping to assist her teacher even in a small way. Yes, you have all done remarkably well, Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging their efforts. Dashi retreated slightly, staring in disbelief at the fissures halting before Lin Yi and the figure floating in the air. Gravity Manipulation Technique. Only the Tsuchikige's lineage possesses such powers in the ninja world. No, it's not gravity manipulation. Dashi quickly realized something amiss. He could sense the subtle air currents surrounding the figure before him. If it were gravity manipulation, then all Earth-style techniques would be futile against him, and there would be no need for such defense. Earth-style, return to the Earth Road. 3 Rock Ninjas, arriving from behind, immediately understood Dashi's hand signals. Several clay slabs several meters high rose steadily. Dashi stood atop the newly formed rubble, forming hand seals. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck down, obliterating Dashi into fragments. Earth clones? Lin Yi's eyes turned crimson. Uchiha clan, do not look at his eyes. Dashi's main body shouted to his teammates. Then unleashed the already prepared ninjutsu. Earth style, Earth Stone Dragon. Chapter 65. Lin Yi's prowess. Countless rocks, coalesced from Earth-style chakra, swiftly merged and morphed. In an instant, a colossal earthen dragon, nearly 20 meters in length, materialized with a resounding roar. That's a bit much, Shursui muttered, his youthful face paling slightly. Such chakra-shaping ability that's at least elite Jonin level, if not a top-tier Jonin. Will Lin Yi-sensei be alright? Kurenai worried, knowing only that Lin Yi was a Jonin, while their opponent commanded a Jonin and several Chunin. Even before the official commencement of hostilities, this deployment was considered formidable. A glint of amusement flickered in Lin Yi's crimson eyes. Intriguing, he mused. In that case, I shall respond in kind, with the way of the ninja. Instantly, Weather Report transitioned into Star Platinum. However, instead of reaching for the blade on his back, Star Platinum rapidly wove hand seals. In less than a breath, 7 seals were completed. Do you even comprehend the supreme potency of a fully realized, rapid attack, precision strike Star Platinum? Intense flames coalesced within Lin Yi's mouth. The next moment, Star Platinum reverted to the blue and white Weather Report. Such a powerful gust. The trio, having taken cover 100 meters away, felt an immense pressure, almost capable of toppling their diminutive forms. Wind. A gale. In an instant, a swirling vortex of wind, nearly 100 meters in diameter, enveloped the fiery dragon head expelled by Lin Yi. Under the disbelieving gazes of Noki and his Iwagakure Chunin, a flamboyant, 100-meter-long dragon spiraled into the sky. The scorching heat radiating from it threatened to ignite their Iwagakure uniforms. Wind augmented fire. Fire amplified by wind. The original earthen dragon, now dwarfed by Lin Yi's composite firewind dragon, appeared as a mere eel. With a resounding bellow, the colossal dragon opened its maw, lunging towards the Iwagakure shinobi and their earthen construct. Is this Lin Yi-sensei's true power? The trio murmured from afar, their faces etched with astonishment, even at such a distance. They could feel the oppressive heat. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Noki, realizing that they could not withstand such a ninjutsu, slammed his hands on the ground. The earth beneath the Iwagakure shinobi rose rapidly, forming a fortress, while they swiftly burrowed into the ground. Boom. The earthen dragon was instantly desiccated, then shattered into fragments by the force of the impact, while the fire dragon continued its advance, crashing against the rampart. The cataclysmic force pulverized the 20-meter-high wall, leaving behind a molten crater. Earth release, multiple rock pillar cannons. Noki, his body scorched and hair singed, endured the searing heat, and, along with the 2 surviving Chunin, launched a barrage of mud clods at Lin Yi. The clods collided, scattering, and instantly transformed into a hail of hardened rocks hurtling towards Lin Yi. Noki and his subordinates prepared to escape underground. This individual is invincible, at least a quasi-Kage level. Konoha has gained such a powerful asset. We must relay this intelligence to the village. The presence of a quasi-Kage, or even a Kage-level shinobi had a profound impact. For most ninja, eliminating them was no more difficult than mowing grass. Lin Yi raised a hand slightly. The air density increased exponentially. The barrage of rocks froze midair, as if suspended in time. Then, Lin Yi launched himself into the air, and the rocks plummeted to the ground, their surfaces charred. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi caught up with the trio. Noki gritted his teeth. Scatter. Take the information back. I'll stay and cover your retreat. The 2 Chunin knew they would only hinder Noki, and without a word, they changed direction, each heading in a different direction. Noki turned to face Lin Yi, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. Oh, instead of fleeing, you choose to confront me? Lin Yi hovered in the air, watching Noki weave the seals. Uchiha, you will pay for your arrogance. Noki felt a surge of humiliation, having been toyed with. When had he ever encountered an opponent who allowed him to complete his seals without interruption? Just as Noki was about to complete the final seal, and the 2 Chunin had fled 100 meters away, Zie Warudo. The world shimmered with golden light as the imposing figure of the world materialized. Its cold eyes tinged with red, complementing Lin Yi's crimson Sharingan. The world fell silent. 5 seconds. Lin Yi's moon blade gently sliced across Naka's neck. 1 second. The world appeared behind the Chunin, fleeing to the left, cleaving him in two with a downward strike. 2. 5 seconds. Lin Yi stood before the Iwagakure shinobi, fleeing to the right. Time resumed its flow. Noki felt a fleeting sensation, as if the Uchiha shinobi who filled him with despair had vanished. As he searched for his opponent, a wave of weakness washed over him. He reached out, touching his neck. Staring at the crimson stain on his hand, Noki trembled. So, I have already been defeated? Such overwhelming power. Thud. Lingering chakra rapidly eroded Naka's life force, and his towering form crashed to the ground, his blood staining the earth. The last surviving Chunin, Tsuchiya, felt something press against him. He looked up to see Lin Yi leaning against a large tree a meter away. Unseen, Star Platinum's sturdy arm gently pressed against Tsuchiya's head. A dangerous smile crept across his resolute face. Aura. Tsuchiya was launched into the air. Star Platinum had been itching for a fight, and it was a good opportunity to vent some frustration. When Tsuchiya was beaten to the point of unconsciousness, Lin Yi dragged him away and bound him. At the same time, he sealed Naka's body and the two halves of the other Chunin's corpse into scrolls. As for the others, they had been reduced to ashes by his fire dragon, and there was no point in searching for them. A living Chunin, a well-preserved Jonin corpse, and two halves of a Chunin were more than enough. Lin Yi, sensing that he had about a fifth of his chakra remaining, wanted to laugh maniacally. Awesome. Simply awesome. This feeling of unbridled power. However, the method he had considered earlier still needed to be implemented. Although he had indulged in some flashy techniques out of boredom, a single second of time stop would have been enough to eliminate them all. However, with larger numbers, chakra depletion became a concern, and war was never short of people. When he and Tsukumo had discussed the method of preserving chakra, Tsukumo mentioned that Tsunade seemed to have created something similar, but he wasn't sure. But now Tsunade's whereabouts were uncertain. The last time he went to find Jiraiya also only had a vague understanding. In theory, he either had to find Tsunade at a specific time, or he had to develop it himself. But what kind of person was Lin Yi? He wanted both. Now Minato's sealing technique was basically at its peak. According to Kushina, in the practice of sealing techniques, he was more like a Uzumaki than an Uzumaki, storing chakra in the body. Even Lin Yi knew that he had to rely on sealing techniques, and directly gave it to Minato to develop. He went to find Tsunade again. The two lines progressed side by side. What? You said that Minato developed it, and what did it have to do with Lin Yi? Then I ask you, wasn't the idea Lin Yi's? Oh, you said that Tsunade was the first idea? Spicy sauce in the cafeteria, Za Warudo. Chapter 66. Lin Yi. I have a modicum of understanding, teacher Lin Yi. Are you alright? As everything settled down, the three little ones rushed over with concern, especially Hinata. Initially, they thought he was merely a handsome Jonin teacher, but they were astonished to discover Lin Yi's formidable strength. With the enemies dealt with, what could possibly trouble me? Lin Yi replied with a smile, retracting his Sharingan. He then handed the unconscious TGA over to Might Guy, explaining that since Hinata was a girl and Shirzue too young, the responsibility naturally fell to Guy. Yes, teacher Lin Yi. I will take good care of him, Might Guy declared, tightening the ropes around TGA, who looked battered and bruised. Guy felt guilty for the noise he had made that had led to their discovery. Although Lin Yi had effortlessly resolved the situation, a mistake is a mistake, had Lin Yi not been present. Or if he had merely been an ordinary Jonin or Chunin instructor, they would have all faced dire consequences. Teacher, they shouldn't be from the hidden cloud, right? Shirzue inquired. Indeed, there is an issue. Most likely, they belong to the hidden stone, Lin Yi nodded. Why would they be from the hidden stone? Might Guy questioned. Confused by the exchange between Lin Yi and Shirzue, the assailants wore the attire of the hidden cloud, despite his average academic performance. He was aware of this aspect of the ninja world. Each village specializes in different ninjutsu. The hidden cloud predominantly excels in lightning techniques, which counter earth techniques. Therefore, it was uncommon for most of their brutes to be adept in earth ninjutsu. Lin Yi chuckled as he elucidated to Might Guy, continuing. The hidden sand excels in wind and puppet techniques, particularly in the use of poisons and other underhanded tactics. While the hidden mist is renowned for its water techniques and numerous Kekkei Genkai clans. In truth, the only well-known clans in Konoha are the Hyuga and Uchiha, the two major ocular clans. Other clans, such as the Inazuka or Sarutobi, primarily rely on their family secret techniques for their legacy. As for the hidden mist, Lin Yi recalled some of the advanced techniques he had learned from the Umbu archives, including ice, boiling, explosive, and dissolving techniques, as well as body kekkei genkai like the shikatsumiyaku. And what about Konoha? Might Guy tightened his grip on Tiga's limp form. His curiosity piqued. Konoha is quite diverse, encompassing a multitude of techniques. Each clan has its strengths and weaknesses. The Uchiha excels in fire and illusion techniques, while the Hyuga is proficient in sensory and taijutsu. One could say that the range of skills is rather eclectic, Lin Yi patiently explained, as a teacher should impart knowledge without evasion. Oh, Hinata and Shirzei were receiving a systematic understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the major ninja villages for the first time and felt they had gained much insight. Then what about you, teacher? What are your strengths? Under the eager gazes of the three children, Lin Yi smiled gently. I possess a modicum of understanding in various fields. It is widely acknowledged that possessing a modicum of understanding implies a mastery of all. Lin Yi's taijutsu and swordsmanship are renowned throughout the ninja world. After all, he could valiantly take on two opponents. With the three-tomo Sharingan, he quickly became a master of genjutsu. His ninjutsu was perhaps only of average caliber among jonin, yet with the weather forecast ability, there is no elemental affinity he cannot master. With the combination of his weather forecasting and ninjutsu, he could effortlessly create disastrous phenomena with a mere clap of his hands. It could be said that Lin Yi has achieved a remarkable balance of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, and with his ultimate technique of time stop. His claim of merely having a modicum of understanding is far from ostentatious. That's incredible. No wonder you are teacher Lin Yi. Had this been before today, Hinata and Guy might have harbored doubts about his assertion, but after this encounter, they felt he was merely being modest. So, because they primarily excelled in earth ninjutsu, that led you to conclude they were from the hidden stone? Might Guy gestured towards the defeated Tiga precisely. Lin Yi nodded, his expression reflecting a sense of teachability. Initially, the assailants, upon seeing three small children, presumed they were merely a routine team of young ninjas, intending to quickly resolve the matter and use lightning techniques as a cover. Earth techniques are the hardest to detect. Water leaves traces of drowning. Fire and lightning create charred remnants, and wind has a cutting sensation. In contrast, earth can be concealed through physical techniques or other secret arts, and any dirt acquired in a battle outdoors is entirely expected. Ultimately, adding some lightning-induced scars would render the truth quite difficult to ascertain. Why would they go to such lengths? Might Guy scratched his head while carrying Tiga. They likely aimed to incite conflict between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. Lin Yi explained as he walked. Currently, the Hidden Cloud's focus was predominantly on the hidden sand, yet the routes traverse near both the earth and fire countries. By provoking a war between the Hidden Cloud and Konoha, the Hidden Stone could either sit back and watch the conflict or engage alongside the Hidden Cloud, ensuring a profit without risk. One cannot underestimate the cunning of the great nations. Just as Konoha had dispatched Jiraiya for reconnaissance, the Hidden Stone was already strategizing. This was clearly not a decision made upon discovering Jiraiya's presence. It must have been a tactic conceived upon the Hidden Cloud's declaration of war against the Hidden Sand. How deplorable! Hinata exclaimed angrily, kicking Tiga. After this unexpected incident, the group abandoned their leisurely pace, hastening back to Konoha. Although this mission was classified as a C-rank task, the challenges they faced were beyond what most small Umbu teams could handle. In less than half a day, Lin Yi had returned to Konoha with the three little ones and the still unconscious Tiga. This was the precision of an A-rank mission. TGA remained blissfully unaware, no matter how he was jostled. Once they reached Konoha and handed TGA over to the authorities, Lin Yi clapped his hands. The mission has concluded. You may all disperse and return home. There will be no training or tasks today, so rest well. We will gather at the third training ground tomorrow morning at 6. Understood, Teacher Lin Yi. The three little ones chorused. Although fatigue was evident on their faces, excitement also shone through. After being taken from their homes to become Lin Yi's students, they had experienced training, teaching, missions, and ambushes, all within just a few days. The adventures they encountered were beyond what many teams might experience in a lifetime. How could they not be exhilarated? Lin Yi then turned to head towards the Hokage Tower. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice drifted through the door at the sound of a knock. Lin Yi pushed the door open, allowing the world to drop TGA to the ground, and retrieved 2 scrolls from his cloak. Inside were sealed the large stone and 2 semi-chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked bewildered. Lin Yi had set out merely to escort a merchant, So what had transpired? Lin Yi, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 67, C-Rank Mission? A-Rank Mission. Leaning slightly back, Lin Yi supported himself against the air wall created by the weather forecast. Sarutobi Hizashi's brows twitched slightly. These should be the rock shinobi disguised as cloud shinobi. Lin Yi did not linger on the matter. Sarutobi Hizashi was momentarily stunned by the weight of this revelation. What had transpired? They had encountered a standard Umbu team, all proficient in earth release techniques, led by a J Nin who seemed to possess a similar phasing technique. In the end, one body was completely burned to ashes, leaving only a surviving CH Nin, while the leading J Nin remained intact. As for the other two, Lin Yi chose not to elaborate, treating it as a mere footnote. No matter, as long as the brain save was completed, sufficient intelligence could be extracted, not to mention the survivor they had left behind. Having a captive meant they could leverage their advantage. After mentally piecing together the situation, Sarutobi Hizashi quickly deduced the motives of the rock shinobi. A rock shinobi masquerading as a cloud shinobi to attack Konoha. What were they thinking? Even Obito could see through that. Naturally, both the cloud and Konoha would not spare the rock shinobi when the time came. Was this encounter an accident during the mission? The land of water connects the lightning and fire countries, and is quite close to the land of earth. It was highly likely that Lin Yi encountered them while on a mission there. Yes, he had run into a cult during his visit, discussing it briefly with Jiraiya, and this incident occurred on the return journey. Of course, Lin Yi had also dispatched a shadow clone to inform Old Whitehair about the rock shinobi situation as they continued their journey. A cult? Sarutobi Hizashi inquired, puzzled. After Lin Yi briefly explained it to the third Hokage, Hizashi nodded, indicating his understanding. With such occurrences on both ends, one could only wonder if it was Lin Yi's team that had poor luck or if the two groups that encountered Lin Yi were simply unfortunate. What a troublesome season. Unable to resist, Sarutobi Hizashi took a puff from his pipe. Given the circumstances, deeming this mission as C-Rank seemed somewhat inappropriate. Lin Yi's team had uncovered intelligence on the cult and disrupted the rock shinobi's schemes, elevating this mission to a rank. As he spoke, Hizashi added a note to Lin Yi's mission scroll. After returning the modified scroll with the new mission rank and reward to Lin Yi, who expressed his gratitude, he turned to leave. Sarutobi Hizashi tapped the table, and soon, two Umbu appeared in the room. One carried the still unconscious Tsuchiya, while the other unfurled a scroll labeled J Nin. Daisher's corpse remained in its death pose, and if it weren't for the crimson mark on his throat, one might not even discern where the fatal injury lay. Capturing one alive while leaving such clean wounds amidst a 4-against-1 scenario could only imply one thing. Lin Yi's strength had transcended their dimension. He had grown stronger. Uchiha Lin Yi. The third Hokage felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or concern. Take these to the interrogation department. As long as that CH Nin stays alive, feel free to do as you wish with him. Understood, Lord Third. After leaving the Hokage's office, Lin Yi proceeded to the mission hall, where he received his reward amidst the incredulous and yet unsurprising expressions of the registering ninja. The surprise stemmed from the fact that the mission had indeed encountered risks, just as he had previously hinted. The incredulity arose from the risk being substantial enough to elevate the rank from C to A, and the fact that he had successfully completed it. Truly deserving of the title of J Nin from the Uchiha clan. Internally labeling Lin Yi as a formidable individual, the registering ninja respectfully handed the payment to him. Lin Yi then took out the portion of the reward meant for the three little ones. Naturally, it was calculated according to the A-rank mission. He was not one to indulge in unethical practices. On his way back, Lin Yi first stopped by Minato's house, only to find it empty. It seemed that he had taken Team Minato on a mission as well. Busy, everyone was busy. It was good to be occupied. The following morning, at the third training ground, as Lin Yi arrived just in time, the three little ones had already gathered in the training area. Here. This is the reward for your last mission. Don't forget it after training. Lin Yi presented 3 thick stacks of cash to the trio. Wow, this is so thick. Why-Hi Kurenai exclaimed, struggling to hold the bundle with both hands. 10,000 Ryo? Mike Guy exclaimed after quickly counting. Isn't this too much, Lin Yi-sensei? Shizen asked, astonished. Although he had not yet graduated, receiving 30,000 Ryo for a C-rank mission for just the 3 of them implied significant inflation in Konoha. Indeed, the third Hokage elevated our mission to A rank. Lin Yi shook his head, offering them a reassuring look. A rank. Clearly, the excitement overruled the shock of the 10,000 Ryo. as A-rank missions brought a thrill akin to winning a national competition while peers were still competing in local crafts. A feeling of superiority. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, confirming their suspicions. This was also a good opportunity for the trio. Both Jinan and Nin had examinations. While the evaluation of Nin took into account a ninja's strength, number of missions, and mission quality, among other factors. Alright, excitement aside, training must not be neglected. Let's start by climbing trees. You three have almost mastered that skill. Lin Yi gestured, summoning a water dragon to fill a depression in the ground with water. Soon, upon the size of a swimming pool formed. You have nearly grasped tree climbing. Today, we shall advance to learning how to walk on water. With that, Lin Yi lightly stepped onto the water surface created by the weather forecast, as if walking on solid ground. Walking on water posed a greater challenge than climbing trees. The difficulty of climbing lay in mastering the changes in suction during the ascent and descent. In contrast, walking on water required mastering the use of chakra to push the water aside, creating a repelling force. Water, being formless, demanded more complex chakra control than the tangible trees. The goal for today was to stand on the water's surface. The three little ones nodded, seemingly understanding. After securing their money, they removed their outer garments and approached the pond. Splash! Might Guy leaped forward with the same vigor he displayed while climbing trees. The chakra in his legs combined with his weight burst the water's surface, resulting in a performance worthy of the Philippine diving team. Meanwhile, the other two were instantly submerged up to their ankles. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. 2 earthen walls rose, dividing the pond into 3 sections. This way, they could train without interference. Otherwise, not only would Shizun and Kurenai be affected, but Guy's cannonball-like jumps would exponentially increase the difficulty for the other two. Once their chakra control improved, Lin Yi would naturally allow the water surface to become turbulent. But for now, it was not yet the time. Chapter 68. The Tool, Minato Namikaze. After a few seemingly leisurely days, Minato returned to Konoha with his team. Upon learning that Lin Yi had sought him out, the originally planned disbandment of Minato's team transformed into a desire to accompany him. Obito wished to reunite with his long-lost brother Lin Yi, while Kakashi was equally eager to see his senior. Rin, indifferent at first, ultimately decided to join in the venture. They were tasked with a C-rank mission to drive away wild beasts within the Land of Fire, an endeavor that proved neither arduous nor exhausting. However, the local villagers, anxious about potential stragglers, implored them to stay a few extra days, prolonging their stay. "Teacher, I can walk on water now," Might Guy exclaimed, droplets of water beating on his face as he finally succeeded in walking on the surface of the water. Just as Lin Yi was about to commend him, a familiar voice rang out. "Lin Yi, brother." Curiously, Might Guy turned to see, causing his chakra control to waver slightly. "Ah, Minato, Kakashi, Obito, and little Rin." Lin Yi greeted with a smile. "Lin Yi, have you also taken on the role of a leading teacher?" Minato observed the drastically altered third training ground and the trio walking on water. It was surprising, given that Lin Yi had previously declined such a role. "Yes, for now," Lin Yi replied. "For now?" Minato queried, puzzled. "Hey, Lin Yi, we just completed a C-rank mission," Obito announced proudly, hands on his hips. Most freshly graduated genin typically spend a year performing menial tasks, and only after accumulating experience through numerous D-rank missions were they permitted to undertake C-rank ones. Obito's pride was thus not unfounded. As for their earlier expedition to Lulan, although it was classified as a rank, it was assigned to Minato and Lin Yi, with Kakashi and others merely tagging along. The mission records would reflect this distinction, meaning it couldn't be entirely credited to them. In simpler terms, they had been coasting along with minimal effort, earning a score of 3.0, which would not serve as a reference for future Jonin evaluations. Who could forget that moment when a rather large snake latched onto Minato-sensei's leg? Kakashi scoffed. "You, what are you saying?" And that snake was quite sizable, at least 2 or 3 meters long. It was a snake, after all. Obito's face flushed with embarrassment. Rin, however, was well aware of Obito's bravery when he had been the first to charge at a lion. Indeed, Obito was quite courageous, she affirmed. "Rin, I knew you would say that." Obito's face fell, tears welling in his eyes. However, if Kakashi hadn't intervened, your hand would have been bitten off by that lion, Rin stated earnestly. Obito's expression stiffened. "Curse you, Kakashi." Lin Yi chuckled, shaking his head, sensing that his companion Obito exhibited a rather endearing yet pitiable demeanor. He beckoned to Shui and the others, who hurried to the shore. With a wave of his hand, a warm breeze dried them off. "Hey, Kakashi, how about a splash contest?" Might Guy exclaimed, his excitement directed at Kakashi, the white-haired shinobi. "No," Kakashi replied flatly. "We just completed a C-rank mission." "Huh, so did we. You all did a C-rank too?" "Not quite." Might Guy shook his head. "Oh, even D-rank is acceptable. We all start somewhere. It was A rank," Obito interjected, bewildered. Lin Yi observed the 6 of them playing together and refrained from suggesting any training, instead pulling Minato aside. "Minato, the sealing technique can bind chakra within one's body, correct?" Minato blinked, uncertain of Lin Yi's intentions, yet he nodded in affirmation. "That is indeed the case. Could one seal their chakra for storage, only to be accessed at critical moments?" Minato paused, realizing this was not merely a whimsical idea. "In theory, yes. I could seal a portion of chakra for you and instruct you on the unsealing technique." No, Lin Yi waved his hand. "That would be rather inconvenient. What I desire is a method to store chakra at any time and access it freely, a system that does not require resealing after each use. If it requires a technique and is a one-time use, then what's the difference from a soldier's food pill? I could simply consume a couple of those." Minato pondered deeply, recognizing Lin Yi's point. Theoretically, it could be attempted. This would involve sealing a lockless technique on the body, which would allow for immediate access, though one must account for chakra dissipation. "Let me give it a try. By the way, Minato, weren't you curious why I am now leading as a jonin?" "Yes. You mentioned it was only for now," Minato recalled. Lin Yi grinned. "No longer just for now." "Huh." Minato's azure eyes reflected his confusion. "Gather around," Lin Yi instructed, summoning Shui and the others over. Once they arrived, he pointed to the blonde-haired man beside him. "This is the village's jonin, Minato Namikaze, a formidable shinobi and a patient mentor." Minato stood awkwardly beside them, forced to smile as Lin Yi praised him, his sense of foreboding intensifying. "As for me, I will be leaving the village for a while. During this time, I entrust you all to Minato-sensei's guidance. Now, let's give a shout for Minato-sensei." The trio exchanged glances. Somewhat bewildered, yet they complied, calling out in unison, "Minato-sensei." "Minato?" "Ha, hello there," he replied politely before swiftly pulling Lin Yi behind a tree. "Lin Yi, you. Whether it's herding 3 sheep or 6, the effort remains the same," Lin Yi retorted. "But I'm not leaving for good. I will find Tsunade and return promptly. If all goes well, it will only be a few days." With war looming, the importance of Lady Tsunade, the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, cannot be overstated, right? Minato felt an unease but struggled to articulate his doubts. "Was it the 3rd Hokage who sent you?" Lin Yi hesitated but quickly maintained his composure. "Yes indeed. You see, the old white-haired one has gone to the land of soup, and my master is preoccupied. Most of the village's elite are engaged elsewhere, so it falls upon me to take this task." Minato regarded Lin Yi with skepticism. "But how can a single team consist of 6 members? Has the 3rd Hokage not assigned other jonin?" "Well, I simply cannot trust anyone else," Lin Yi replied earnestly. Faced with Lin Yi's sincere expression, Minato reluctantly accepted the designation of tool. "Very well." Lin Yi flashed an okay hand gesture, exchanged a few words with Shui and the others, and then set off toward the Hokage building. Minato's words served as a reminder to Lin Yi. While his pursuit of Tsunade was indeed self-serving, Konoha also desired her return. With the impending conflict, Sarutobi Hiruzen was likely more eager than anyone for Tsunade's homecoming. Chapter 69, Defeated Hound, Old White Hair, Going to Find Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, instinctively taking a puff from his pipe. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. Was it truly appropriate at this time? Did he not desire Tsunade's return to the village? Was he unaware of the immense value of the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, a figure on par with the Kage? As the Hokage, he, more than anyone, yearned for Tsunade's return amidst the looming storm. Yet, there was no way. Tsunade's identity rendered it impossible to forcibly bring her back. Even his attempts as her mentor had been in vain. How could she be persuaded so easily? Furthermore, Sarutobi was acutely aware of Tsunade's hemophobia. With such a condition, it was not only perilous to engage in battle, but even to treat the wounded could become highly unstable. Should she suffer an episode while treating patients? The consequences would be dire, both for the injured and for Tsunade's reputation. Perhaps it was better to allow her to find solace. After all, the enemy was oblivious to her affliction and would not provoke her unnecessarily. In the end, Lin Yi ought to reflect on his own surname. He was a Uchiha. After all. Moreover, Lin Yi had little to no connection with Tsunade. There was no benefit to be gained from his visit, only a waste of time. Under normal circumstances, he might have allowed Lin Yi to go, but with war imminent, losing Tsunade was already a significant loss. He could not afford to lose another elite Nin like Lin Yi. He was not foolish. Lin Yi felt perplexed. This was not what he had envisioned. Logically, the third Hokage should have been eager to consent to his request. It was not entirely Lin Yi's fault for miscalculating. He had never anticipated that a ninja of Tsunade's caliber would suffer from hemophobia. Although he could not comprehend why the third was not anxious to seek her out, he could sense the underlying concern, worried that they would be short a powerful ally at a critical moment. Well, third Hokage, I have this. Lin Yi produced the flying thunder god kunai from his pocket, giving it a shake. The third Hokage paused momentarily. This did indeed imply that Lin Yi could return immediately if an urgent mission arose. However, he remained hesitant, as it was still a task of little significance. And Lin Yi was currently leading a team, which posed its own set of issues. As for Lin Yi's team, he had let Minato take over as captain, so they would be accompanying Minato to teach. The third Hokage felt a wave of dread wash over him. He realized that Minato was the one who would bear the brunt of this situation. Nevertheless, he thought, why not let him try? If Lin Yi could bring Tsunade back, they would not have to worry about Sunagakure. Although the Hidden Cloud was currently waging war against Sunagakure, they had initially suspected Konoha of eliminating the Kazekage. Sarutobi recalled the advice left for him by White Fang. Without Tsunade, do not provoke Sunagakure. In this light, it seemed that Lin Yi had considered all the factors, and allowing him to attempt the mission was not out of the question. Very well, if that is the case, then I entrust this task to you. Lin Yi, this mission is deemed special. If you can indeed bring Tsunade back, the reward will be calculated as an S-rank mission. Upon receiving the mission scroll and additional intelligence from Sarutobi, Lin Yi flashed an OK gesture and departed. Most A-rank, S-rank, and special missions were directly issued by the Hokage, bypassing the need for registration at the mission hall, much like his previous expedition to Lulan. In truth, Lin Yi was not particularly driven by the desire to complete this mission by retrieving Tsunade. If he could bring her back, he would earn a reward while the village would gain an invaluable medic. It would be a win-win situation. If he failed, it was of little consequence. The key was to acquire the sealing technique that Jiraiya had mentioned Tsunade had developed. Even a few hints could enlighten Minato. Upon exiting the village, Lin Yi did not flounder aimlessly like a headless chicken. The prerequisite for finding Tsunade was first to locate her. The one who knew her best, whom Lin Yi could also seek out, was none other than Jiraiya. With a plan in mind, he set his sights on the direction of the land of hot water and leaped into the air. Without the presence of his three companions, Lin Yi could travel at speeds reaching several times the speed of sound. Departing in the morning, he arrived in the land of hot water, tens of thousands of kilometers away, before noon. Perhaps due to the threats posed by the evil god cult and Iwagakure, Jiraiya was unusually serious in the command room. You brat, what are you doing here again? Jiraiya's unease surged upon seeing Lin Yi's face. Either the materials had been interrupted or something had gone awry. In any case, it was not a good sign. The third Hokage has tasked me with finding Tsunade, Lin Yi stated earnestly as he revealed a corner of the mission scroll. Look, it was he who prompted me to seek you out. Yet, with this statement, it immediately transformed into an order from the third Hokage for him to find Tsunade. How fortuitous. Find Tsunade. Jiraiya's expression faltered. This was unexpected. Tsunade's current condition was unsuitable for war. The old man could not possibly be unaware of this. Why would he send Lin Yi to find her? Did he have some method to cure her? Jiraiya confirmed that this was indeed a legitimate directive from the Hokage. Without further hesitation, he first instructed his subordinates to withdraw and then set up a soundproof barrier. What do you wish to inquire about? He asked. About Tsunade's preferences, the places she is likely to visit, and any distinguishing features that might aid in the search, as well as her experiences since leaving the village. Lin Yi inquired in one breath. Jiraiya frowned slightly, but understood that this was not the time for hesitation. As for Tsunade's interests, he knew she was fond of gambling. Gambling? Lin Yi was taken aback. What does she gamble on? She enjoys games of chance, Jiraiya clarified. Lin Yi's expression turned peculiar. Orochimaru's demeanor was cold, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Old White Hair seemed utterly unnerved. So, this Tsunade is a gambler. What a fine trio of vices we have here. Lin Yi could only conclude that having produced such 3 disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed made his mark in history. Jiraiya, noticing Lin Yi's expression, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After clearing his throat, he continued, "If you wish to search for her, you could visit the larger casinos in various towns. As for distinguishing features, her appearance can be altered using transformation techniques, but she is accompanied by her disciple, Shizune, and a summoning beast, Katsu." Lin Yi nodded, noting that it was a trio, 2 individuals and 1 pig. As for her past experiences, Jiraiya hesitated but eventually divulged what he knew. Tsunade had a younger brother, Nawaki, who was also a disciple of Orochimaru, but he perished in the Second Great Ninja War. Furthermore, no, that's all. Tsunade grew to despise war because of this. Lin Yi observed Jiraiya's hesitant demeanor and sensed the undercurrents of deception and concealment. "Old white hair, it would be wise for you to speak the truth. If we cannot find her, the blame will rest upon you." Jiraiya's face flushed with indignation. "What I said is indeed the truth. It's just that she once had a boyfriend, who also fell in battle during the Second War. That is all." Jiraiya hastily gestured, hastening through his explanation. "What was your boyfriend's name?" Kato Dian. Chapter 70. Discovering the key to Tsunade's heart. Lin Yi stifled a laugh and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. "It's all right, old white hair. This world has no Gotham, nor does it have a Batman, so there's no need to worry about anyone coming to capture you." From the words of the old man, it was evident to Lin Yi that he harbored feelings for Tsunade. Otherwise, his years as a master of emotions in his past life would have been in vain. It was no wonder that Jiraiya ultimately hesitated to speak clearly. "Kato Dan, Kato Shizune." Lin Yi blinked. Are they truly master and apprentice? Of course. Jiraiya instantly understood Lin Yi's meaning and jumped anxiously. "Kato Shizune is the niece of Kato Dan." "Ah," Lin Yi exclaimed, feigning enlightenment, which made Jiraiya wish to punch him. Having obtained the information he needed, Lin Yi took his leave and turned to soar back towards the Land of Fire. In the capital of the Land of Fire, Lin Yi did not rush to find Tsunade. Instead, he sought out a place to study the documents he had just retrieved from the Konoha Anbu. Naturally, they pertained to Kato Dan and Senju Rope Tree. "Do you understand the significance of an Anbu deputy minister?" Lin Yi enjoyed exerting pressure on others, as employing force often proved to be the quickest method to resolve issues in this world. However, he was not like the Cloud Ninja, who relied solely on brute strength. When mere physicality could not solve a problem, it was time to engage the mind. Whether it was persuading Tsunade to return to the village or to teach him the technique for storing chakra, the initiative was not in Lin Yi's hands. Moreover, Tsunade was not someone he could coerce with force, unless he wished to sever ties with Konoha entirely. Just as he once plotted to become the disciple of White Fang and schemed against Danzo, his strategies were not particularly sophisticated. They merely relied on an understanding of human nature. As for Tsunade's nature, Lin Yi did not need to delve into it. He did not care what kind of person Tsunade was. He only needed to grasp the unique vulnerabilities inherent in her character. Tsunade, with her grandfather as the first Hokage, her granduncle as the second, and her teacher as the third, could be regarded as a quintessential Konoha elite. Generally, individuals of this caliber tend to be strong-willed, using their strength as a facade to conceal their inner fragility. Moreover, such individuals are unlikely to value material possessions or mere skills, as Tsunade lacks for nothing. She is the most significant asset herself. She does not lack for wealth. Even if she were to gamble, she could not afford to lose consistently, especially since Jiraiya mentioned that she invariably loses when she gambles. She does not lack strength either, being the most formidable medical ninja and one of the legendary 3. Thus, conventional intimidation and coercion would be utterly ineffective with Tsunade. What could genuinely move her would undoubtedly be some quality of a more spiritual nature. With this newfound direction, Lin Yi's pace in sifting through the materials accelerated considerably. Rope Tree, Tsunade's younger brother, the various jutsu he mastered, the tasks he completed, the time taken to achieve his rankings, these were of little importance to Lin Yi. He was disinterested in the minutiae. He focused solely on 2 statements. First, Rope Tree aspired to become Hokage. Second, he died in battle. Turning to Kato Dan's records, Lin Yi skipped over the details regarding various techniques and task completion rates. First, the dream of becoming Hokage. Second, dying in war. Third, supporting reforms for medical ninjas. Lin Yi's smile grew increasingly audacious. Look, he now possessed the key to enter Tsunade's heart. Of course, he had no intention of rushing to Tsunade and proclaiming his desire to become Hokage. She would not believe him, nor could he convincingly act the part. That approach resembled more of Obito and Naruto's style. Speaking of Naruto's world, Tsunade indeed became the fifth Hokage. However, he could not play that role. He could assume the role of director. As for the actor, Lin Yi set his sights on a name, Kato Shizune, the niece of his love interest and a disciple of Tsunade. A disciple, therefore, has a brother. To suggest that Shizune bore no trace of rope tree and Tsunade's sentiments would be utterly implausible. One could argue that Shizune naturally occupied a significant part of Tsunade's heart. Now, Lin Yi's task was to amplify this emotional significance, thereby utilizing Shizune to influence Tsunade. For instance, he could have Shizune boldly declare her aspiration to become Hokage before Tsunade. Whether Shizune desired to become Hokage was irrelevant. The thoughts of the actor were dictated by the screenwriter and director. She merely needed to perform her role well. Having sketched out a rough framework in his mind, Lin Yi tidied up his belongings and set off once more. He would begin his search at the casino in the capital, with the screenwriter and director already in place. It was time to locate the protagonist he had predetermined. Commencing in the capital, Lin Yi conducted his search point by point. The first clue, 2 individuals and a pig. The second clue, constant losses when gambling. Relying on these 2 points, Lin Yi soon discovered Tsunade's whereabouts. She was situated in a bustling town adjacent to the capital of the Land of Fire. Disguising himself as an ordinary gambler, Lin Yi entered the casino with the ease of a seasoned player. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a dice table where a blonde girl with a ponytail was fervently slapping the table, her face flushed, while beside her stood a dark-haired girl cradling a small pig. Found her. Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, we're nearly out of money this time. Shizune whispered anxiously in Tsunade's ear. Huh, didn't we just win 500,000 Ryo? Yes, but Lady Tsunade, you've been losing continuously. We only have 50,000 left now. Tsunade's expression faltered momentarily, then she waved her hand dismissively. No worries, I will definitely win it back on the next round. Clenching her fist, she pushed Shizune's remaining 50,000 Ryo into the pot. All in on the leopard. Betting on anything less would not allow for a full recovery. Only by betting it all could they possibly win back everything. Lin Yi, in his guise as a gambler, also placed all his chips in the leopard zone. The dealer, suppressing laughter, nodded and began shaking the dice. What a prime target, losing so much yet still daring to bet on the leopard. However, unseen by the crowd, the figure of the platinum star flitted past. Okay, the bets are in. Let's see what we've got. In the next moment, the dealer froze. 3 sixes, a leopard. 15 times the payout. Shizune jumped up in excitement. This was her and Tsunade's first win since leaving Konoha months ago. How could she not be thrilled? Yet, Tsunade's expression changed abruptly. She hastily gathered the winnings without concern for their sufficiency, grabbing Shizune and preparing to leave. According to her experience, losing was normal. But once they began to win, it signified that something bad was about to occur. Hey, where are you going, Lady Tsunade? We haven't finished collecting our money. The farther away from here, the better, Tsunade declared, dragging the money box as she exited the casino. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Why leave after winning? After grabbing some money himself, he quickly followed suit. No matter, their departure would not be a significant setback. High tolerance for errors was the way of things. Chapter 71. There is no dirtiest, only dirtier. Lin Yi's coercive card technique. Initially, Lin Yi's plan was to exploit Tsunade's unfortunate luck in gambling to garner some profit. This way, only he and Tsunade would be betting on a winning hand, creating an illusion of coincidence. Coupled with her long streak of losses followed by a win, it would naturally lead to a conversation. Subsequently, he intended to implant the notion of aspiring to become Hokage into a young girl's mind using his 3-tomo Sharingan Jinjutsu, a notion deeply rooted in the traditions of the Leaf Village, not too far-fetched. He was not suggesting she betray her village or engage in any nefarious deeds. In the interim, he would lament the current plight of Konoha, beset by formidable foes and shrouded in uncertainty. This truly is a critical juncture for survival. At that moment, even if Tsunade were not escorted back to Konoha by Shizune, Lin Yi would still be able to request that jutsu from her. After all, if you don't return, you should at least contribute something to Konoha, right? Just give me the jutsu. My strength equates to Konoha's strength. In essence, he aimed to evoke memories in Tsunade through Shizune, breaking down her emotional defenses, ultimately leading to a moral coercion. It was indeed a dirty tactic. But Lin Yi was willing to employ any means necessary to ensure his own safety and that of those he cared about during this war. However, The first step had gone awry. How could anyone be unhappy after winning? Lin Yi was genuinely perplexed. He took out the dice Tsunade had just used. Suddenly, a slender figure flashed past, golden experience. The dice twisted and transformed into a butterfly, soaring forth. Lin Yi then turned back toward the casino. Since the actress had declined this act, he would prepare for the next. Sir, you have already exited, so even if there are unresolved bets, we cannot settle them. A burly casino employee said coldly, mistaking Lin Yi's intentions as an attempt to reclaim his unfinished winnings. No, I am here to discuss a business deal with your casino's owner, Lin Yi replied with a smile. The muscular man, contemplating Lin Yi's relatively slender frame, eventually agreed. If negotiations faltered, there was always the option of blackmail. Following the burly man, Lin Yi entered an elegant room within the casino. Seated at a tea table was the bald, overcoat-clad owner, indulging in delicacies, flanked by two elegantly dressed women. What business do you wish to discuss? The casino owner's raspy voice emanated from his throat. Lin Yi cracked his knuckles and produced 2 pills from his pocket, placing them on the table. Military food pills? The owner picked one up, sniffing it with curiosity. Having some means within the land of fire and dealing with ninjas, he could certainly recognize them. No. Lin Yi gently shook his head. This is the Azure Dragon's Eternal Spring Pill, worth 10 million Ryo each. The owner's expression immediately soured as he crushed the military food pill in his hand. Are you here to jest with me? Not at all, sir. It's a transaction. If you're unwilling, you need not proceed. Lin Yi's eyes gradually glowed crimson. Unfortunately, you've already taken one, so no returns allowed. 1 minute later, the previously bustling casino had turned eerily silent. Lin Yi emerged, his trousers stained red, carrying a sack over his shoulder. After sealing the 10 million Ryo in a scroll, he soared toward the direction of the butterfly he had released earlier. Do not misunderstand. Lin Yi did not kill anyone in the casino. He merely incapacitated the owner and his subordinates. Who knew these men could bleed so profusely? As for the others, he found them too noisy and had subdued them with a mere display of his aura. He was, after all, a lawful ninja of Konoha, not one to engage in random acts of robbery or senseless murder, though this group of gamblers would undoubtedly deserve it in his past life. Ninja from the villages who resorted to thievery would be deemed rogue ninjas, especially during peacetime. After all, missions yield money far more swiftly than this. Yet, should such deeds be committed, order would collapse. The funding for ninja villages comes from the feudal lords, who collect taxes from wealthy merchants. If ninja from the villages directly engaged in robbery, the feudal lords would never permit such villages to exist, leading to the inevitable collapse of the village system. Of course, Lin Yi did not rob. He had offered the Azure Dragon's Eternal Spring Pill and stated the price. The owner had crushed it himself. Thus, he was entitled to collect the corresponding compensation. As for the other pill, since the casino owner did not want it, Lin Yi would only charge for the one he had taken. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. Certainly, when the unconscious gamblers awakened to find their injured owner and guards, whether they choose to assist them or take other actions is beyond his concern. With Lin Yi's speed, he quickly caught up with Tsunade and Shizune. However, he chose to pause momentarily. Estimating the distance, he affixed several posters at a nearby intersection. The grand opening of the Great River Casino in the Land of Rivers. He then took off again, adjusting his appearance midair. Pulling out the mission scroll given to him by Sarutobi, he rubbed his face, donning an expression of excitement. He sped towards Tsunade's direction, exclaiming, "Lady Tsunade, I finally found you." Tsunade, who was fleeing with Shizune, halted abruptly, furrowing her brow as she regarded the suddenly appearing man. He looked somewhat familiar. Perhaps he was from Konoha. "Who are you?" "I am here on the 3rd Hokage's orders, imploring Lady Tsunade to return to the village. Recently, the Cloud Village has been eyeing us covetously, while the Rock Village has even masqueraded as Cloud to attack us, attempting to incite a war. The village is in peril." As Lin Yi earnestly spoke, he presented his ninja identification and mission scroll to Tsunade. "Uchiha Lin Yi," Tsunade recalled, White Fang's disciple and also a student of that rascal Jiraiya. "A friend of Minato. Forgive me, but I am powerless to assist." A flicker of pain crossed Tsunade's eyes, quickly replaced by a cold demeanor. Lin Yi lowered his head, feigning reluctance, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward. "But the village." "Enough. I do not wish to hear about the village anymore. You may return, and tell the old man to cease troubling me. Otherwise, do not blame me for forgetting my ties to Konoha." Before Lin Yi could finish, Tsunade's brows knitted sharply. Interrupting him, She then took Shizune and turned away, heading in the opposite direction. Young Uchiha, you are not to follow me. Naturally, Lin Yi did not pursue her. The path Tsunade took to turn back was the same route he had arrived. Given a ninja's speed, she should have seen those posters by now. Indeed, Lin Yi had never intended to persuade Tsunade, nor did he expect to obtain the jutsu he desired. If he sought it now, she would likely perceive that as his true aim and would likely refuse, potentially leading to hostility. What he truly wanted was to sell her out and have Tsunade count the money for him afterward. Lin Yi's genuine objective was to psychologically compel Tsunade to make a choice, with the stage for that choice prepared for her in the next act, the Land of Rivers. In the realm of magic, this is known as a coercive card technique, forcing you to select from the cards I provide. Chapter 72, The Tiger and the Wolf. Lin Yi's latest masterpiece. As Lin Yi retraced his steps to the casino, the scheme of forced persuasion had already commenced. The primary objective was to lead Tsunade to the scene Lin Yi had meticulously orchestrated. Why did Lin Yi repeatedly emphasize the hidden cloud and hidden rock? This served as an implicit hint to Tsunade that a potential war could erupt between those two villages. At this moment, Tsunade was not merely averse to conflict. She was actively evading it. To the upper right of the Land of Fire lies the Land of Lightning, while the upper left is the Land of Earth. It is inevitable that Tsunade, in her subconscious desire to escape war, would be reluctant to approach either of these nations. My presence, underscoring her duty to save Konoha, indicated that she would be compelled to engage in warfare within the Land of Fire. Naturally, Tsunade would seek to depart from the Land of Fire, which is encircled by the Land of Earth, the Land of Lightning, and a ring of smaller nations, with the remaining expanse being ocean. Excluding the Land of Fire, Lightning, and Earth, even if Tsunade were unafraid of the ocean, she must consider the smaller nations. At that moment, upon seeing the grand opening advertisement for the Dajon Casino, where would the gambling enthusiast Tsunade venture? It was quite a conundrum. Thus, Lin Yi's next course of action was straightforward. He would swiftly travel to the Land of Rivers and establish a casino with the 1 million he had on hand. Following that, he would prepare the performance he had arranged. The weather forecast indicated turbulent air currents as Lin Yi darted across the sky like a streak of white. In the Land of Rivers, he gazed upon the casino he had painstakingly assembled and nodded in satisfaction. The security personnel, the proprietor, and even some patrons were all actors he had hired. The cost? A single immortal pill of the Azure Dragoness essence. Within 2 days, Tsunade indeed arrived at the designated location, accompanied by Shizune, following the address on the poster. Could such a small nation truly house a casino of this scale? Shizune marveled, noting that it was almost on par with some establishments in the larger cities of the Land of Fire. Consequently, advertisements were necessary to attract patrons. Tsunade, however, was indifferent. As long as there was gambling, drinking, and the means to numb herself, she was content. Small nations were inconsequential. She need not dwell on trivial matters. All right, Shizune, take all the money and convert it into chips. We are going to have a grand time today. Understood, Shizune replied weakly, retrieving the cash from her pocket. She was uncertain whether the amount would suffice for Tsunade's expenditures for the day. Dear guest, our casino is offering complimentary drinks, and your winnings are yours to keep. For losses to the casino, we only take a third, while losses to other patrons will also be mitigated by the casino covering a third. The middle-aged man posing as the proprietor cheerfully informed Tsunade. This was, of course, Lin Yi's initiative. He had to ensure that Tsunade would remain for several days. He dreaded the thought of her losing all her money in a single day and absconding without a trace, leaving him utterly despondent. Why is there no wine left? Tsunade exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she banged her empty glass on the table in dissatisfaction. Apologies, esteemed guest. While we offer complimentary drinks, they are indeed limited. However, our beverages are sourced from a renowned tavern in the eastern part of the city. With this patron voucher, you may exchange it for wine over there. But there is a daily limit of 5 kilograms. The middle-aged owner smiled, reciting his prepared lines while gesturing towards her patron voucher. Shizune, take this and fetch me some wine, 5 kilograms, if you please. Tsunade, somewhat dazed, handed the voucher to Shizune with little regard. Very well, Lady Tsunade, Shizune sighed in resignation. This was not her first time fetching drinks for Tsunade. She merely worried about her health due to such excessive drinking. In the distance, Lin Yi observed Shizune's figure gradually fading away. The operation had proceeded smoothly, and it seemed he could now embark on the next step. Why had he chosen the Land of Rivers as the location? There was indeed significance behind this decision. As had been calculated earlier, Tsunade's primary defense mechanism was the Hokage. All three Hokage were her elders, and both her brother and her lover harbored dreams of becoming Hokage. This was beyond dispute. Regrettably, the first step of their plan had faltered. The second factor was war. Those dear to her had perished in battle, instilling within Tsunade a profound fear and aversion to conflict. Lin Yi's aim was to compel Tsunade to confront the reality of war. So where was the war currently brewing? On the surface, the Hidden Cloud's warriors were rashly advancing into the desert. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having distanced herself from Konoha, was unaware that the Hidden Cloud had already declared war on the Hidden Sand this month. Although the main battlefield lay in the Land of Wind, it was entirely plausible for the Land of Rivers to be affected. In the next moment, Lin Yi ascended into the air. In a reconnaissance camp of the Hidden Sand within the Land of Wind, a team leader expressed his confusion. What is the Hidden Cloud village thinking? Crossing so many nations to engage us in the desert? Who knows what those brutes are plotting, replied the J-Nin leader, Sandaki, his face half concealed beneath his hood. A mix of anger and resignation etched upon it. He was furious that the mighty Land of Wind, having lost its Kazekage, was now facing cross-border invasions. Yet, he felt helpless due to the disparity in strength. The very environment he had once lamented had ironically become their shield. Captain, we have a situation. The Ch-Nin, Ma-Chi, stated sharply, as he was the sensory ninja of the reconnaissance team, which was why he could join despite being an ordinary Ch-Nin. Unlike his two companions who were J-Nin. Sandaki quickly awakened another J-Nin, a puppeteer from the Hidden Sand's elite reconnaissance squad. It appeared a wounded ninja from the Hidden Cloud was retreating towards the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers? Could it be that the Hidden Cloud has already established a base there? Sandaki sensed impending danger. If the Hidden Cloud could maintain a stalemate in a prolonged conflict, establishing a base in the adjacent Land of Rivers would grant them a significant advantage with short-term supplies. This was the recklessness of the Hidden Cloud. Had it been Konoha, they would have long since established a base in the Land of Rivers before preparing for war, just as Jiraiya was currently doing in the Land of Hot Water. Relay the information back to the village and leave markers along the way. We will follow, the captain instructed. Reconnaissance was essential for uncovering the truth of the situation. Meanwhile, high above, Lin Yi observed the mobilized forces of the Hidden Sand and snapped his fingers. With a gentle wave of his hand, the sun and moisture in the air above the desert shifted. A thin layer of illusion enveloped Lin Yi's shadow clone, creating the illusion of a wounded Hidden Cloud ninja, with fluctuations in chakra and the interference of mirages through the weather forecast. Lin Yi crafted a natural optical illusion for concealment. Having partnered with the Shadow Sparrow for 3 years, Lin Yi aimed to ensure the sensory ninja from the Hidden Sand did not find it too easy to discern the truth. The wounded Hidden Cloud ninja ambled towards the Land of Rivers, pursued by the Hidden Sand scouts, who sought to ascertain the existence of a base. At this moment, it was the 4th day since Tsunade had arrived at the Dajon Casino, and Shizune was on her way to fetch drinks for Tsunade as customary. Chapter 73. The Life and Death Crisis of Shizune. Is there no one at the tavern today? Shizune, carrying a barrel of wine, skillfully made her way to the storage area. Typically, this would be a time when patrons came to fetch drinks, yet today seemed unusually quiet. However, Shizune did not dwell on it. After all, in a small village, fine wine remained a rather luxurious commodity. Ah, is the little girl here again to fetch wine for her father? A kindly old man inquired with a warm smile. Yes, it's the village elder. I've come to get some wine again, Shizune replied bashfully, scratching her head. After all, the notion of a girl procuring alcohol for herself was not very respectable. Claiming it was for her father made it somewhat more palatable. The village elder was someone she often encountered during her visits to the tavern. As she retrieved the barrel, curiosity got the better of her. Elder, why is it so quiet today? I haven't seen the owner around either. Oh, that's because on this day of each month, the owner goes to restock. The locals are well aware and thus do not come by. The elder chuckled in response. Shizune was taken aback, pointing to herself. So does that mean It's quite all right, my dear. I'm here to watch the shop, the elder reassured her. The newly opened casino has drawn in some outsiders, and the owner thought there might still be some business today. Since I had nothing to do, he kindly asked me to keep an eye on things. Understanding the elder's meaning, Shizune nodded in agreement and, with a skip in her step, hurried towards the wine cellar with her little piglet, Tun-Tun. Once the elder exited the tavern, his form twisted momentarily, and as the white mist dissipated, it revealed Lin Yi's figure. Today marked the final day of the plan. The ninjas from the sand-hidden village would be lured here, and Lin Yi had no intention of allowing those actors to perish in vain. They are nearly here. Even though the elite scouting team could not match his speed, the short distance worked in their favor. Had it not been for Lin Yi using the clone of the cloud-hidden injured to lead them, they would have already arrived. Lin Yi leaped into the air, the mist swirling gently as he vanished from sight, leaving behind a village elder leisurely sipping his drink. In the distance, the sand team fixated their gaze on the injured cloud-hidden ninja. His speed is slowing, Ma Chi whispered, and it was at that moment the outline of the tavern came into view at the edge of the sand team's sight. Lin Yi's shadow clone suddenly halted, scanning the surroundings as if to ensure no one was present. Then, in an instant, he accelerated and darted into the tavern. Indeed, something was amiss. A gleeful smile crept onto Shaji's face as he quickened his pace. That tavern was likely a facade for the cloud-hidden base. Who would have thought that the seemingly simple-minded cloud-hidden would exhibit such cunning at times? Ah, I'm done, Shizun sighed in relief while clutching the barrel. By the way, after Lady Tsunade loses today, she should be leaving, right? Pui. Tun responded from the ground. Indeed, only Lady Tsunade could manage to lose everything at such a promotional event, Shizun mused. Pui. Tun bobbed its head in agreement. Are you outsiders here for wine? Shizun heard the elder's aged voice as she exited the wine cellar. Huh, using ordinary folks as a disguise. Where did that cloud-hidden go? What cloud-hidden? I don't understand. The elder's voice faltered, suddenly replaced by a pained whimper. If you don't know, then you may as well die. Ma Chi's face twisted with malice as he gazed upon the elder's terrified expression, licking his cracked lips. Enough, Ma Chi. Stop playing around and scan this tavern. Shaji commanded, slightly raising an eyebrow. Ma Chi nodded hastily, discarding the elder's body to the side of the brush. In midair, Lin Yi sipped the soda before snapping his fingers. Soon, the mist cleared, leaving no trace of the elder hidden among the bushes. Shizun's expression shifted as she took a step back, hastily placing the barrel aside and covering Tun's mouth, slowly retreating back into the wine cellar. No, I must go again. Shizun, change your chips once more. Lady Tsunade pouted, slamming her fist on the table in frustration, instinctively reaching for the wine. She found only emptiness. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Shizun, scanning her surroundings, the bustling casino was alive with noise and revelry. What on earth is going on with that girl? Tsunade stood, gazing towards the entrance, yet she saw no sign of her hurriedly carrying a wine jar. The dealer, noticing her concern, quickly spoke up. Customer, here's your compensation for the losses. Tsunade took it absent-mindedly, slapping it onto the gambling table, placing a bet on a number that no one was wagering on. Bet placed. Let us begin. The dealer indicated towards Tsunade. Congratulations, customer. It seems fortune is smiling upon you today. Customer? Observing Tsunade, who appeared dazed after winning, the dealer waved his hand. I need to step out for a moment. What about your winnings? That's of no consequence. Also, where is the tavern that supplies your establishment with wine? Tsunade summoned her chakra, instantly suppressing her previous intoxication. That direction, here is the map. The dealer, sensing an unexplainable pressure, trembled as he handed over the map, pointing in a certain direction. Tsunade snatched it away and vanished from sight, leaving only 2 deep footprints on the ground. Is there truly no one? Shaji pondered aloud. Not entirely. I still faintly sense chakra fluctuations inside. Most of the brutes from the land of lightning practice ninja body techniques. If this is indeed a cloud-hidden base, the chakra fluctuations would be as apparent as lights in the night. Let us go take a look. Shaji squinted, signaling his team. Since we're here, we must at least bring back that persistent cloud-hidden ninja. In the dim wine cellar, Shizun tightly embraced Tun. Had they killed the village elder? Had he mentioned something about the cloud-hidden? Were they now adversaries of Konoha, or perhaps ninjas from another great nation? What were they doing here? Questions swirled in Shizun's mind as time seemed to crawl, the rich aroma of wine making her head spin. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously, pressing upon her heart. If discovered, would she perish? Her small face grew pale. The footsteps suddenly ceased. I found you. Shizun's heart raced as she looked up in terror. Lady Tsunade. It seems there is no hope for my rescue now. Chapter 74. The vulnerable Tsunade. Shizun lifted her head, colliding with a pale face battered by the wind and sand. Chakra gathered in her palm, and instinctively, she launched a punch. A soft thud echoed as the sand ninja effortlessly blocked her attack with 2 fingers. This individual possessed chakra. They were no mere civilian. With a slight parting of her lips, Shizun swiftly unleashed a sunbon aimed at the sand ninja's eyes. Was she to toy with hidden weapons before a shinobi of Sunagakure? The ninja easily pinched the sunbon between his fingers, casting it aside with a metallic clang. Machi, check for any secret passageways. That Kyumo ninja must have made their escape through one. Machi nodded, preparing to move, only to return and point at Shizun. Teacher, no. Captain, what about her? The sand ninja glanced at Machi, who was licking his lips, well aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. No, it's wartime. An unidentified ninja must be taken back to the village for interrogation. I am a Konoha ninja. Upon hearing that she would be taken back to Sunagakure for questioning, Shizun, having attended the ninja academy, understood the gravity of the situation and hastily invoked the name of her village. Konoha? The sand ninja squinted. Shizun quickly produced her forehead protector, confirming its authenticity. The puppet master, A.J. Nin, took hold of the protector, his voice raspy. For he had experienced the Second Shinobi World War and recognized Konoha's headband well. Then let's just kill her. I was thinking the same. The puppet master and the sand ninja exchanged glances, the latter's hands crackling with lightning as he summoned a puppet, which sparked ominously. Indeed, we are of one mind. After confirming there were no secret passages, Machi returned, observing the 2 charged with electricity, puzzled. Captain, aren't we taking her back for interrogation? No need. She is a Konoha ninja, likely an orphan trained by the village, of such age and skill that she wouldn't possess valuable intelligence. The sand ninja gestured towards Shizun while responding. But since we are already at war with Kyumo, isn't it unwise to engage Konoha now? Machi questioned, bewildered. Kyumo had already proven to be a formidable opponent. Adding Konoha, their neighboring village, to the mix would only complicate matters. Are we not merely a part of Kyumo? The sand ninja retorted with a smile. Machi quickly grasped the implication. Such orphan ninja spies typically gathered little intelligence about their own village, and if captured and discovered by Konoha, they could very well face dire consequences. However, the brutish Kyumo might mistakenly think that they had slain a mere child. Konoha, you dare to kill my ninja? Kyumo, so what? Oh dear, it seems you overheard that. You cannot perish too comfortably. The sand ninja's expression twisted further. With a mentor like Machi, one could hardly expect normalcy. In the next moment, his palm, charged with electricity, lunged towards Shizun's head. Shizun tightly shut her eyes. Boom! The building collapsed, a figure crashing through the outer wall. Such a brutish act, was it Kyumo? The sand ninja's thoughts raced, yet his actions remained unimpeded. Time stop. The electric arc bizarrely twisted and froze in the sand ninja's palm. In the once dark wine cellar, a shadow of Lin Yi emerged, accompanied by a dazzling figure. What style? In the blink of an eye, he reached the sand ninja's side, unfazed by the electric arc, and lightly adjusted the angle of the palm that was meant to strike Shizun's head, redirecting it toward her chest. According to Lin Yi's calculations, it should pierce through Shizun's lungs. A typical ninja would undoubtedly perish. However, with Tsunade, the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, present, a mere lung injury should pose no significant threat. At that moment, Tsunade would realize that war chased her wherever she went, and Lin Yi would leap forth to assist her in overcoming their foes. He would also sprinkle in some motivational platitudes about the futility of avoidance and the necessity of courage. Once concluded, even if he returned to the village without retribution, acquiring a technique would be a breeze. Time resumed its relentless flow. Lin Yi's shadow clone dissipated as it exhausted its chakra. Splat! Blood sprayed onto the sand ninja's face. Huh. I clearly aimed for her head. The sand ninja retracted his bloodied hand, gazing in confusion at the collapsed Shizun on the ground. Puyu! Puyu! The pig, in a flurry, bounced around anxiously. Get lost. He kicked the pig aside and turned with a serious demeanor. Such potent chakra fluctuations. Boom! The walls of the wine cellar crumbled, sunlight piercing through the darkness, shattering several wine jars, mixing the spilled wine with blood as it trickled towards Tsunade's feet. Blood! Tsunade! Both Tsunade and the puppet master slumped to the ground. The legendary Sannin, Tsunade? The sand ninja squinted, sensing something was amiss. Shizun, hearing the commotion, laboriously turned her neck to look at Tsunade. Having lost her lungs, she could utter no words, blood gushing from her mouth and nose. But her lips formed a silent plea. Run, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade trembled as she tried to stand, but her limbs felt weak, and she struggled to channel chakra. Shizun's form began to merge with that of the rope tree in the severed body. Why? Why do this to me? The sensation of suffocation enveloped Tsunade. I must save Shizun. Her injuries, I can heal. Move, dead legs move. Wait, is she truly one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade? The previously paralyzed puppet master regained his composure, coughing as he observed Tsunade's trembling form inching forward, feeling something was off. This appearance, the earlier display. The chakra fluctuations, it was undoubtedly her. The sand ninja glanced at the mingled blood and wine on the ground, as if a thought struck him. Slowly, he dipped his hand into the mixture and flung it toward Tsunade. He watched as the woman instinctively recoiled, screaming. The sand ninja grinned, his lips cracked and dry, extending his tongue to savor the blood wine on his hand. It seems today we shall achieve notoriety in the shinobi world. Wind release, wind cutter. His chest expanded abruptly as a whirlwind compressed into a horizontal line, slicing toward Tsunade. Bang! Tsunade opened her eyes, realizing she had not been harmed. She lifted her head to see a figure she had encountered merely days prior hovering before her. Lin Yi extended his palm. The sharp wind blade shattered before it could reach him. Captain, there is something in front of him. Ma Chi, sensing the anomaly, observed a strange chakra form before Lin Yi. The platinum star released its grip on the shattered wind blade, drifting slowly to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi had never anticipated that Tsunade was unable to see blood. However, it mattered little. His eyes were engulfed in crimson. Notoriety in the shinobi world? Regrettably, you shan't achieve that. Chapter 75. You know medical ninjutsu? Lin Yi. Sort of. It's just a tad painful. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. Saki's countenance turned grave. Without responding to Lin Yi's taunt, he rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of whirlwinds toward Lin Yi. Puppet tenfold crowd. The Sand Village puppeteer similarly unfurled a scroll, revealing 10 uniquely grotesque puppets, some crouching, others standing, on the field. This was a puppetry technique he had emulated from Lady Chiyo, a member of the Uchiha clan. Are we? My puppets are impervious to Jinjutsu. A cruel smirk played on his lips. With a flick of his finger, blue chakra threads connected to the puppets, setting them in motion. Whirlwinds carrying poison mist and flames surged toward Lin Yi. Weather forecast. His form shimmering like a cloud, Lin Yi vanished. A high-pressure zone, accompanied by a rising water spout, effortlessly consumed all incoming projectiles and ninjutsu. What? Saki's face was etched with disbelief. Such a ninjutsu, released without hand seals. Had he not been channeling chakra, he would have sworn it was a jinjutsu. Casting a glance at Tsunade, who was slumped to the side, and at Shizun, whose vitality was visibly waning, Lin Yi thought, seems I overdid it a bit. He casually cleaved through a puppet attempting a stealthy attack. Gotta wrap this up quickly. With this weather forecast, I fear I might inadvertently finish off Shizun with the aftershock. Lin Yi slowly raised a single finger. Is he going to cast some sort of jutsu? Saki scrutinized Lin Yi's body, simultaneously avoiding eye contact with the Uchiha and closely monitoring his movements. With arms outstretched, weather forecast generated an instantaneous pressure differential, teleporting Lin Yi before them. 1 second, and you're done. Spice barrage from the cafeteria. Platinum star materialized, arms outstretched, and bellowed. Za Warudo. In the frozen moment, Lin Yi's crimson eyes darted swiftly. All within 2 meters, right? Sing, the sound of a blade being drawn. In the next instant, amidst the dance of blades, surging sword ki permeated their surroundings, threatening to tear the very fabric of space. Thud, the twin blades returned to their sheaths, and Platinum Star stood with folded arms. Time resumed its flow. What, Saki felt a chill run through his body. He slowly raised his hand. As he did, his fingers, palm, wrist, and arm sequentially crumbled into neat fragments, sliding off his body. He rotated his eyes slightly. The puppeteer had already been reduced to a pile of ninja shrapnel. So this is death. How truly. Before he could utter his final sentiment, Saki's consciousness faded into darkness. Phew, my apologies. Because there was a puppeteer, I couldn't resist adding an extra second, Lin Yi muttered, swallowing a green dragon pill and offering a perfunctory apology to the 2 heaps of fragments. He then rapidly formed hand seals. The ground gradually split open, and before the blood could spread, the ninja fragments were interred beneath the earth. And no, stay away, monster. Monster. Mashi trembled, collapsing to the ground. His mentor, soon to be a jonin, and a sand village Jonin puppeteer had been instantly reduced to a pile of minced meat. That man, from start to finish, hadn't moved an inch. It was godlike. The sheer impact of the scene had shattered his sanity and control. His legs were too weak to support him. He could only paw at the ground with his hands. Monster, monster. Let the earth bind Mashi, Lin Yi commanded before turning to Tsunade, who had grown even more feeble after witnessing the ninja fragments. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? I'm fine. Fighting off the dizziness, Tsunade slowly steadied herself. Too stunned by the Uchiha brat's power to fully process it, Tsunade knew that if she didn't save Shizune wouldn't last 2 minutes. Her hands haltingly manifested green chakra, which she gently placed on Shizune's chest, who had lost consciousness from suffocation. No, I can't control it. Medical ninjutsu required the use of chakra to regulate the patient's meridians and tissues, demanding the utmost chakra control. Every ninja proficient in medical ninjutsu, while not necessarily possessing vast chakra reserves, used it with exceptional precision and frugality. Lady Tsunade, what are you doing? Lin Yi interjected with feigned curiosity. Tsunade remained silent, continuously channeling chakra into her hands, yet hesitant to proceed. A single misstep would not only fail to save Shizune, but would hasten her demise. The gruesome, gaping wound revealed a pulsating heart. Her strength waned with each passing moment. Tears streamed down Tsunade's face. The strongest medical ninja in the world? I can't save anyone I care about. If she could save Shizune now, even at the cost of her own life, Tsunade would agree. Lady Tsunade, may I try? Lin Yi crouched beside Tsunade and spoke softly. You? Tsunade, not even bothering to wipe away the tears, looked at Lin Yi with a haggard expression. Right, he's an Uchiha. With the 3-tomo Sharingan, if he's copied some medical ninjutsu, he might be able to provide some emergency aid. But soon, the light in Tsunade's eyes dimmed. It's not enough to simply copy some medical ninjutsu. A ruptured lung like this, even some of Konoha Hospital's best ninjas can't guarantee a successful outcome. Trust me. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Gold experience. The domineering world vanished, replaced by the slender, radiant gold experience. As it hovered beside Lin Yi, he gently picked up a stone. Muda 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 muda. His fists rained down on the stone. In Tsunade's bewildered gaze, the stone transformed into a lung, a fresh, vibrant lung. In the next moment, Lin Yi thrust the lung into Shizune's cavity. It fit perfectly. Then, he transformed stones into bones and skin, crudely stuffing them into Shizune's body. Filling, assembling, wriggling, healing. It was less like treatment and more like assembly. Cough, cough. Shizune's eyes snapped open, and she coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood. Tsunade quickly embraced her. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Tsunade hadn't dodged the blood. Shizune, how are you? However, she was met not with the feeble voice of a typical patient, but with a resounding scream. Eh, boy, what have you done to Shizune? Tsunade flinched slightly from the scream and glared at Lin Yi. I am fine, Lady Tsunade, Shizune stammered, enduring the pain to pull Tsunade back. Having studied medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, she knew that her body was now in perfect health. It was just that the sensation of healing was unbearable. My medical ninjutsu. Lin Yi scratched his head sheepishly. It might be a little painful. Chapter 76. The greatest background king of Konoha. Once Tsunade had calmed down, Lin Yi and the others settled down, casually picking up an unopened jar of sake. Tsunade had already moved to the side to rest. She was still young and could not partake in alcohol. After all, a ninja must adhere to certain prohibitions. You might argue that Lin Yi was not yet of age either, but he had spent his own money. As for the casino, the water vortex he had just unleashed was not particularly large, but it was sufficiently high. It was not unusual for security personnel at the casino to be familiar with ninjutsu. In the end, one could simply say that the casino staff fled in fear of a potential ninja robbery. Was it because of her hemophobia that Lady Tsunade refused to return to the village? Perhaps. Tsunade took a swig from the jar. Indeed, I have grown weary of the village and this ninja world. Her former dream had been to travel the world. After developing hemophobia, she had wandered around with Shizune, gambling, which allowed her to momentarily forget her sorrows amidst the revelry. Do not call me lady anymore. Just refer to me as Tsunade. Do not mention the useless version of me that I am now. Even without hemophobia, I doubt I would be your match. Hemophobia is utterly devastating for a ninja engaged in the art of killing. Tsunade. Lin Yi caught himself and quickly rephrased. Sister Tsunade, you flatter me. Compared to the legendary Sannin, I still have a long way to go. No doubt, any retreat also requires a journey. So, if we were to withdraw? it would still entail some distance. Sister Tsunade. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback before reverting to her nonchalant demeanor, waving her hand dismissively. Yet, she did not refute or evade Lin Yi's address. I have always spoken plainly. I cannot withstand your methods against those two sand shinobi. It makes no difference. Even in that moment when I was dazed and out of control, my basic perception remained intact. I could not even perceive your movements. Those two jonin fell quite evenly. However, judging by the fluctuations in your chakra, the technique you employed must have consumed an extraordinary amount of chakra. Furthermore, with your sudden use of body flicker technique to close the distance to the enemy, Tsunade could only surmise that it was a ninjutsu requiring proximity and was highly chakra-consuming. Of course, this was merely conjecture. Probing further would be impolite. Lin Yi could only silently acquiesce, and then hastily continued, Sister Tsunade, as you have seen, the current ninja world is indeed unstable. If it weren't for the fact that I am following closely behind you, this time you were following us? Tsunade's brows furrowed. Lin Yi immediately blinked, displaying a countenance that suggested he had misspoken. This was indeed intentional on Lin Yi's part. To claim that he had saved them purely by chance would be unbelievable to both Tsunade and Shizune. However, saying it himself and saying it to them would yield two different outcomes. After all, this was a mission assigned by the third Hokage, and returning home in disgrace would be quite embarrassing. Yet, I cannot be of any help in this war. I do not wish to participate in the war any longer. Tsunade's gaze dimmed slightly as she looked down at her hands. Even as a medical ninja, Sister Tsunade. Is it because of your hemophobia? But there is blood from Shizune on your clothes. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly as she looked down at her chest, where the blood had dripped when she had embraced Shizune. At that moment, although she felt somewhat unwell, she did not experience the sensation of faintness. Lin Yi drew the moon blade and made a cut on his hand. Blood began to flow forth. Sister Tsunade, would you like to give it a try? Tsunade instinctively recoiled, covering her eyes with her hands. It's all right, sister. If you cannot help me, it will hurt a lot if I treat myself. The warm sunlight filtered through the broken eaves, casting a glow upon Lin Yi. His dark hair was tinged with a golden hue. The blend of colors created a rich brown texture. No need for thanks. Tsunade slowly lowered her arms, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi's smiling face. Beneath the brown hair, their faces seemed to merge into one. In the past, after training, Ropeshu would run clumsily towards her with a silly grin. Sister, can you use your medical ninjutsu to heal me? Otherwise, it will hurt a lot. It was merely a fear of being scolded by her grandmother. Strangely compelled, Tsunade gently enveloped her hands in green light and slowly placed them on Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi felt a cool sensation as the wound began to heal. There was no pain at all, and it was even somewhat pleasant. Now this is true healing. Golden experience, take a lesson from this. Sister Tsunade, does this mean it's done? Tsunade stared blankly at her hands. Then she looked at the blood remaining on Lin Yi's hand. While she still felt a little unwell, it was certainly not enough to hinder her combat abilities or her use of ninjutsu. It seems it really is healed, Tsunade murmured. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Shizune, just awakening, witnessed Tsunade performing medical ninjutsu on Lin Yi. If that is the case, can we return to Konoha now? Tsunade gazed at the smile on Lin Yi's face, and a smile crept onto her lips as well. Konoha Hospital has owed the director his salary for so long. I haven't gone to collect it yet. While waiting for Tsunade and Shizune to pack their belongings at the inn, Lin Yi exhaled softly. In fact, hemophobia in Lin Yi's previous life was considered a mental illness. Knowing Tsunade's background, Lin Yi could easily deduce that the source of her mental affliction stemmed from the loss of loved ones, a helplessness that weighed heavily upon her. Thus, in this instance, rescuing Shizune in front of Tsunade was akin to alleviating Tsunade's regret for not saving her brother, Kato-dan. By drawing upon Tsunade's inner sentiments, he aimed to allow her to envision him as Ropeshu, thus compensating for her loss. A heart's ailment requires a heart's remedy, and with the right treatment, the ailment fades away. Although this outcome had not been anticipated by Lin Yi, it appeared to be even more delightful. Tsunade, the greatest background king of Konoha, had been rescued by Lin Yi in her moment of peril and had successfully become his support. In this exchange, Lin Yi had transformed into Konoha's most significant background king. As for how Tsunade found herself in danger, that was no concern of yours. All right, Lin Yi, sorry to keep you waiting. No trouble at all, Sister Tsunade. Lin Yi shook his head. I need to recover my chakra anyway. It's no bother. Upon hearing this, Tsunade instinctively remarked, With the opened eyes of the Uchiha. Your chakra reserves should be considerable, right? Lin Yi's heart leaped with joy. He had not forgotten his purpose. However, the cunning Lin Yi understood that it was always better to let the other party bring it up. While he was elated internally, his expression bore a rueful smile. It is not insignificant, but my ninjutsu consumes too much chakra, so I usually carry a fair amount of soldier pills. As he spoke, he revealed his pocket brimming with Qinglong pills. However, consuming too many of these is not advisable. They can become tiresome. Since there is no immediate danger, I will refine them slowly. Tsunade frowned slightly. How could her brother eat such junk food every day? No worries. I cannot let you call me sister for nothing. I happen to have a technique that can indirectly expand your chakra reserves. Chapter 77. Returning to the village. Elation swelled within Lin Yi. Well, she offered it herself. Yet, a faint hesitation played on his face. Is this convenient? What's inconvenient about it? This is a technique I developed myself, Tsunade declared boisterously, inadvertently causing a seismic undulation of her ample bosom. Here, take this. She tossed a scroll, and as Lin Yi caught it, Tsunade's expression turned grave. The rhomboid marking on her forehead intensified, its intricate patterns spreading outward. Such potent chakra. Lin Yi had only sensed such formidable chakra fluctuations when facing tailed beasts and the dragon vein. Though perhaps not quite as potent, it was still a remarkable feat, considering it was a technique Tsunade had conceived herself. This technique is called the Yin Seal. Release, she explained, an S-rank medical sealing ninjutsu. It stores chakra over time, providing a subtle enhancement to taijutsu. When actively released, it enters the 100 healing state, unleashing a torrent of chakra and granting exceptional regenerative abilities. After demonstrating the Yin Seal's capabilities, Tsunade deactivated the seal. Well, what do you think, kid? It's incredible, Tsunade-san, Lin Yi exclaimed sincerely. This technique wasn't just good. It was phenomenal. It not only fulfilled his requirements, but also provided a passive boost and healing effect. According to Tsunade, with enough chakra, it could even regenerate severed limbs and ensure eternal youth. Frankly, Lin Yi suspected that the latter might have been Tsunade's true motivation for inventing the technique. I'll be at the Konoha hospital afterward. Feel free to come by if you have any questions, Tsunade said with barely suppressed delight, waving her hand dismissively. Praise meant more when it came from certain individuals. Tsunade wouldn't have cared if it had come from an ordinary ninja. But Lin Yi had not only saved her and Shizune, but also possessed a power that Tsunade considered to be at the Kage level. To be recognized by such a powerhouse naturally made Tsunade feel pleased with herself. Shizune, have you packed everything? Yes, Tsunade-sama, Shizune replied, nodding her head as she carried a large scroll on her back. From the day she had started following Tsunade, she had hoped that Tsunade would find her way back to Konoha, but she had never expected that day to come so soon. Then let's depart. There's no need to tire yourselves out, Tsunade-san. Lin Yi raised his hand, interrupting the two. To their astonishment, a cloud materialized. Lin Yi bowed slightly, extending his hands. Care for a jaunt through the sky? With that, the cloud gently lifted the three of them into the air and sped off toward Konoha. Wow, Lin Yi-sama, you can fly with people, Shizune exclaimed, too afraid to stand. She was lying on the cloud, occasionally craning her neck to observe the rapidly receding landscape below. She wanted to look, but she was also afraid of falling. She was like those who watch horror movies late at night. Only at times like this did she truly seem like a 10-year-old girl. Tsunade was initially taken aback, but as someone who had witnessed extraordinary events, she quickly regained her composure. An impressive technique. How many people can it carry? Now that they were returning to the village, she intended to focus primarily on healing. But the war had already begun. Tsunade instinctively considered what was best for Konoha. Logistics were paramount in warfare. Lin Yi's ability would be absolutely indispensable on the battlefield, whether for resupply or support. Well, a dozen or so, perhaps, Lin Yi said conservatively. He was afraid that if he said dozens or hundreds, he would become a delivery service, spending his days ferrying people through the sky. Tsunade nodded slightly. A dozen people would only be suitable for elite support. She didn't want to draw too much attention to this ability or mention it to the third Hokage. Speed was crucial for elite squads, and they would inevitably be assigned the most dangerous missions. Tsunade had her own selfish reasons for not wanting Lin Yi to undertake such perilous tasks. Since she didn't want it, she wouldn't ask about the details. As they approached the border between the land of rivers and the land of fire, the silhouette of the Hokage rock in Konoha became visible, even without Lin Yi fully activating the technique. Tsunade-san, would you like to accompany me to meet the third Hokage? Or would you prefer to drop off your luggage first? Although their belongings were stored in scrolls and didn't weigh much, they would undoubtedly have much to prepare upon their return, and their home would need tidying up. More importantly, this implied that Lin Yi prioritized Tsunade's convenience over completing the mission. Details determined success. Tsunade's gaze softened. Now that we're back, Shizune and I can take care of our home. Lin Yi, you should report to the old man first. Upon entering Konoha village, the gate guard lazily inquired, "Ninja identification?" Then, he looked up and his eyes widened. Before Lin Yi could produce his ninja identification, the guard stood at attention, his face filled with disbelief. "Tsunade-sama." "Yes." Tsunade nodded before handing 2 cards to Lin Yi. "These are my and Shizune's ninja identifications." No. Is such a formality necessary for someone of your stature?" The gate guard frantically waved his hand. "Protocol is protocol," Tsunade insisted. "Yes, ma'am," the gate guard replied, trembling as he carefully inspected the identifications before respectfully returning them to Lin Yi and promptly opening the gate. He accompanied Tsunade to the crossroads before Lin Yi bid them farewell and headed toward the Hokage Tower. "Knock, knock." "Enter," a slightly aged voice responded. Lin Yi pushed open the door. Since the war had begun, the third Hokage had visibly aged. It was hard to believe that his son was the same age as his 3 disciples. He was old enough to be Asuma's grandfather. "Third Hokage." Lin Yi greeted as he approached and handed over the mission scroll. "Ah, Lin Yi. Tsunade hasn't returned, I presume?" "That's to be expected. I was just about to inform you that something significant has occurred," Hiruzen Sarutobi said, glancing up at Lin Yi before returning to his paperwork, speaking as if to himself. "Third Hokage, I've brought Tsunade-san back," Lin Yi responded. Yes, I know you didn't bring her back. What's important now is..." Hiruzen abruptly stopped, slowly raising his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his wrinkled face. "Am I growing deaf with age? Did Lin Yi just say he brought back Tsunade?" "Lin Yi, what did you just say?" "I said that I've brought Tsunade-san back. She and Shizune have gone home to tidy up, but she'll be here soon. She asked me to convey a message to you, Third Hokage." Lin Yi cleared his throat, imitating Tsunade's tone. "Old man, don't ask too many questions. I'll be there soon." "That's certainly Tsunade's style," Hiruzen chuckled, stroking his beard. He now genuinely believed that Lin Yi wouldn't lie about such a matter. Suddenly, Hiruzen looked up. "Wait, what did you call Tsunade just now?" Chapter 78. The onset of war and mission rewards. How is it that Lin Yi is now my brother? Are you dissatisfied, old man? Before Lin Yi could respond, a bold and spirited female voice interjected. Bang! The office door swung open with a kick. "As expected of you, Tsunade." Sarutobi Hiruzen blinked, glancing between Tsunade and Lin Yi. The direct descendant of the Senju clan acknowledges a member of the Uchiha clan as a brother? Moreover, Lin Yi merely appeared mature. His age was sufficient to be your son. Asuma. "Father, do you wish to reconsider what you are saying?" "Of course, that is Tsunade's prerogative." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood, taking a drag from his cigarette. "With your return, Tsunade, a weight has been lifted from my heart." He then addressed Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, this mission will be classified as an S-rank task. Shortly, take my token to claim your reward. Additionally, you may select any forbidden technique from the Book of Seals." Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen had doubted Lin Yi's ability to bring back Tsunade. Yet, regardless of his thoughts, Lin Yi had accomplished it. If this was a matter of pride, he would rather endure the embarrassment. Frankly speaking, with Tsunade's presence, the losses in the war for Konoha could be reduced by at least 30%. Those on the brink of death could be ensured lifelong disability, while those with lifelong disabilities could recover with just a few months of rest. For those merely injured, after a few days of recuperation, they would emerge as good as new. Indeed, the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world is of immeasurable significance. The study of medicine can truly save Konoha. However, Tsunade, I must ask. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, hesitating to voice his concern. It was true that Tsunade was the strongest medical ninja, but this depended on her being able to utilize her full strength. He was aware that she was suffering from blood phobia. Otherwise, Lin Yi would not have taken the lead. "I am nearly recovered," Tsunade interjected, instantly understanding the old man's thoughts. Lin Yi was aware of her blood phobia, as it was he who had treated her. Tsunade patted Lin Yi's shoulder. "Thus, he is not only my brother, but also my benefactor. Old man, please do not assign him any perilous tasks." Sarutobi Hiruzen could only chuckle, though internally he was elated. And the wrinkles on his face seemed to lighten. "Lin Yi, please recount the details of this mission." He had previously thought Lin Yi was unable to bring back Tsunade. Hence he had not bothered to inquire. Now that he had succeeded, curiosity compelled him to listen. I initially traveled to the Land of Fire in search of Tsunade. I eventually located her near a casino, where He recounted the entire ordeal, omitting any sensitive details, presenting himself as a figure of unwavering perseverance and valor. Even Lin Yi felt moved by his own narrative. I truly possess a golden spirit. No wonder my initial stand-ins were Platinum Star and Golden Experience. As for the survivor, Ma Chi, due to the overwhelming shock, he had been rendered a fool, merely capable of uttering the word monster. Lin Yi swiftly dealt with him, and the body was sealed in a scroll to be presented to the third Hokage. After all, fools and corpses are nearly indistinguishable. Extracting memories directly from the brain would yield no substantial information. By the way, third Hokage, what was the significant matter you mentioned earlier? Lin Yi suddenly recalled Sarutobi Hiruzen's initial intentions to discuss something important. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly suppressed his excitement, adopting a serious demeanor as he spoke gravely. The Wagakure and Kumogakure have simultaneously declared war on us. What? Lin Yi and Tsunade exclaimed in unison. However, there was also a piece of good news. Kumogakure had concurrently declared war on a Wagakure as well. Lin Yi found himself puzzled. It seemed Kumogakure was the most audacious among the three nations. Are these madmen truly declaring war on the three great nations? Tsunade furrowed her brow. She was already aware of the conflict between Kumogakure and Sunagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and then picked up a scroll. This is a confidential message from Jiraiya. Lin Yi and Tsunade exchanged glances before simultaneously reviewing the contents. Kumogakure has formally declared war on us. Today, they attacked our outpost in the Land of Hot Water. The assault was relatively moderate, primarily probing our defenses, and has been successfully repelled. This was the first letter. Upon learning that Kumogakure has initiated an offensive, Iwagakure has also launched an attack, disrupting our supply routes. Their main forces may attempt a covert assault through the Land of Grass, so be vigilant, old man. This was the second letter. The mention of disrupted supply routes likely referred to the reinforcements Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched after Jiraiya's initial communication. Upon receiving this intelligence, I had immediately instructed Orochimaru to lead a team to establish a presence in the Land of Grass, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated solemnly. Lastly, a report from our scouts indicated that Kumogakure had also attacked a Wagakure. This point left Lin Yi most perplexed. Shouldn't the enemy of my enemy be my friend? Oh, Kumogakure seems to play by their own rules. Even as you assist me, I shall retaliate against you. However, considering their previous engagement with Sunagakure before turning their sights on Konoha, it began to make sense. The chaos of battle had now been set into motion, and the only difference from what Naruto had informed him was that the distant Land of Water had yet to make any significant moves. Currently, Kumogakure appeared to be concentrating their military efforts on the battlefield against a Wagakure, yet we too must prepare our response. It is not solely you, Lin Yi. I am planning to convene an emergency meeting of the elite J-Nin to discuss specific battle strategies. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated seriously to both of them. Once Jiraiya and Orochimaru's shadow clones arrive, we shall convene immediately. War has officially begun. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Lin Yi received his reward and proceeded with a member of the Umbu to the secret chamber housing the Book of Seals. Tsunade, meanwhile, headed to Konoha Hospital to assess and prepare medical supplies for the impending conflict. For symbol seal, Minato understands it, Flying Thunder God Technique. Minato understands it. Lin Yi scratched his head, examining the exterior of the seal techniques. Indeed, it was the Book of Seals, not a secretary. Continuing to read. Corpse Demon Seal? Must sacrifice one's life? Only a fool would learn this. Lin Yi scoffed dismissively, continuing to peruse. 8 gates. Requires a life sacrifice. Only a fool. Wait. Habitually skimming only the titles and consequences, Lin Yi suddenly paused, refocusing his gaze. The 8 gates technique significantly increases the user's chakra, but it inflicts excruciating pain. The more gates opened, the greater the bodily harm. Though the text contained many words, in Lin Yi's mind, the description of the technique automatically translated to 8 gates, blah blah blah, greatly increases chakra, blah blah blah. Fully opening will lead to death. Understood. Firstly, it can augment chakra levels. Secondly, if not fully opened, one will not die. Chapter 79, The War Begins. After making a choice, Lin Yi glanced over the other techniques, which were either extraordinarily difficult to learn or carried significant costs for their power. None of them were necessary. As long as he possessed sufficient chakra, Lin Yi was never lacking in strength. Techniques such as Sealing Jutsu and the Flying Thunder God, although devoid of cost, were notoriously challenging to master, and thus he respectfully declined them. Notably, many forbidden jutsu were attributed to the second Hokage, indicating that Senju Tobarama was indeed a remarkable figure. With no other appealing options available, Lin Yi settled on the Eight Gates technique. After committing the secret to memory, he exited the Hokage building accompanied by the Umbu. Seizing the opportunity while the third Hokage awaited the arrival of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Lin Yi decided to pay a visit to Minato Namikaze. It would be impolite to arrive empty-handed, especially since Minato had taken him on as a disciple for over a week. "Boss, 2 skewers of 5-colored dumplings, please." Lin Yi detoured to the streets of Konoha to procure 2 skewers of dumplings. After savoring one, he made his way to the Namikaze residence. Intending to leave 1 skewer for Minato, a small gift carries great sentiment. After all, one must not indulge excessively lest they suffer from tooth decay. Just a moment. A familiar voice emanated from within the house. "Lin Yi?" Minato exclaimed in surprise, astonished that Lin Yi had returned so soon after just over a week. "Here, I brought you some dumplings." Lin Yi casually handed the remaining skewer to Minato. "Did your mission go smoothly?" Minato inquired, munching on a dumpling. However, he sensed that Lin Yi's swift return likely meant he had not managed to bring back Tsunade. He had already prepared himself for the possibility of leading 2 teams simultaneously from the start of the month. "Have I ever failed a mission?" Lin Yi retorted, taken aback. "You actually succeeded?" Minato marveled. "You truly live up to your reputation, Lin Yi. How are the 3 of them?" Lin Yi swallowed his last dumpling and asked. "Well, their talents are exceptionally high. Guy possesses remarkable perseverance and strong physical abilities. As for Hong, she excels in Jinjutsu and Sure. I believe he is even more outstanding than Kakashi," Minato stated earnestly, although he had only led them on 1 mission thus far. An assault on bandits not far from their location. Minato had taken the time to understand their strengths and weaknesses, diligently instructing them. Lin Yi nodded, then suddenly recalled something. "Minato, do you also understand Jinjutsu?" Most ninjas only focus on countering Jinjutsu rather than learning it. Those who comprehend Jinjutsu tend to be better at dispelling it, but not knowing it does not mean one is entirely defenseless against it. "Well, I have a slight understanding," Minato admitted, scratching his head and gesturing with his fingers. "All right, you have a bit of knowledge, I see. Oh, by the way, Sure passed the early graduation test at the Ninja Academy yesterday." Minato suddenly looked up and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. "As a teacher, you should acknowledge this achievement." Lin Yi was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. He knew Sure wished to graduate early, but he had not anticipated it happening so swiftly. Unfortunately, he was not present. Otherwise, allowing Sure to remain at the academy for a few more years could have provided him with a respite from the war. However, Sure was not him and might not have been inclined to do so. "By the way, Minato, this is a technique taught to me by Lady Tsunade. It belongs to the Sealing Jutsu category and can achieve the effect I previously envisioned. Let me demonstrate it for you to see if it sparks any inspiration." With Tsunade's sealing technique, it would not hinder Minato from developing another. What if they could be utilized simultaneously? This could be considered a backup plan for a backup plan, a concealed resource for hidden energy. Minato contemplated this, recalling the chakra storage technique Lin Yi had mentioned. He could seal it, but as Lin Yi described, maintaining the ability to seal and unseal that will pose a challenge. It would either allow chakra to dissipate or fail to permit unsealing at any time. Anticipation gleamed in Minato's eyes as he awaited to see how Tsunade resolved this issue. After a prolonged wait, Lin Yi cleared his throat. "Ahem, I haven't quite mastered it yet. Perhaps, in a few days?" Before they could engage in further conversation, an Umbu member arrived to inform them of an urgent Jonin meeting. It was similar to what Sarutobi Hiruzen had relayed to him and Tsunade before. 2 major nations had simultaneously declared war on the Land of Fire. Currently, there were 2 frontline battlefields, the Country of Water, opposing the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Country of Grass, facing the Hidden Stone Village. In the Country of Water, Jiraiya continued to lead 2 elite squads, each consisting of 17 members, with a designated squad leader, an elite Jonin, overseeing 4 teams comprising 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin each, forming a standard elite Umbu unit. A medical team was also allocated, with 10 Jonin, 30 Chunin, and 90 genin on standby to be deployed as the situation evolved. Narashikaku served as the strategist. In the country of grass, the overall command was entrusted to White Fang, with the same configuration as in the country of water, and Orochimaru acting as the deputy commander and strategist. Lin Yi's and Minato's teams were both assigned to the battlefield in the country of grass. Additionally, Lin Yi would serve as one of the squad leaders there. There was no avoiding it. His connections were too formidable. Furthermore, Lin Yi's recent missions had indeed caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, making it impossible for him to overlook his presence. With arrangements in place, the war machine of Konoha began to operate at full speed, with countless ninjas preparing for deployment. After bidding farewell to Minato, Lin Yi did not rush to gather his team, but instead sought out the forge where he had previously crafted weapons for Kakashi. Selecting 2 pieces of steel and a piece of chakra metal, he borrowed the forging room from the proprietor. Under the gaze of the bewildered owner, Lin Yi, wielding the platinum star, swung a massive hammer, continuously striking, folding, and forging the steel. To the owner, it appeared as though the hammer moved of its own accord. Is this the technique of a ninja? After completing the forging of the 3 steel pieces, their hardness and sharpness were impeccable. He assembled the hilt, and a short blade approximately 40 centimeters long and 2 fingers wide took form. Infusing it with chakra, a flowing brilliance akin to a blazing flame glimmered along the blade. Perfect. With the newly crafted short blade in hand, Lin Yi swiftly returned home. Upon arriving, he was taken aback by the long line of people outside his door, almost leading him to believe he had mistaken the location. It was his father, Uchiha Lin, who ushered him inside. After outfitting him with 3 sets of ninja tool bags, Lin Yi realized that since he had mentioned stockpiling supplies to his father, Uchiha Lin had not paused in his efforts. Now, the entire area was bustling with customers, drawn by the quality and availability of goods. Despite feeling a twinge of reluctance for his son to go to war, Uchiha Lin, being a member of the Uchiha clan who owned a ninja tool shop, concealed his emotions and merely stood on tiptoe, giving Lin Yi a firm pat on the shoulder. After securing his belongings and supplies, Lin Yi made his way to Shirsui's home. As an orphan, Shirsui lived alone, and with the war commencing, there were even fewer people nearby. Before long, Lin Yi paused at Shirsui's doorstep. Chapter 80. Arrival at the battlefield. In the courtyard, Jishui, who was still training, immediately recognized the familiar figure at the entrance. He promptly halted and opened the gate. Graduation gift. Lin Yi extended a short blade he held in his hand. Jishui was momentarily taken aback before reaching out to accept the dagger. He slightly drew the blade, and a chilling aura emanated from it. As he gently waved it, the sharpness instantly captivated him. Thank you, teacher. Let me try infusing it with chakra. Lin Yi nodded with a smile and continued. I wouldn't gift you an ordinary knife. Jishui instinctively channeled his chakra, and a crimson hue began to spread from the hilt, extending along the blade to its tip. Chakra can conduct through metal? This is too precious, teacher. Jishui hurriedly withdrew his chakra and sheathed the knife, intending to return it to Lin Yi. I've already said it's a gift for you. Lin Yi insisted, gently pushing Jishui's hand back. Just take good care of it. This blade is quite special. Quite special? Jishui awkwardly repeated, not fully grasping the meaning. To be precise, it's a treasure. Lin Yi, amused by the inside joke from his past life, then adopted a serious demeanor. Hand me the ninja tool pouch you got from your father. We need to prepare. We're heading to the battlefield. After Jishui, Lin Yi quickly went to fetch Hong and Might Guy. Just as they were about to embark towards the land of grass, a member of the Umbu appeared unexpectedly. Captain Lin Yi, your mission has been reassigned. Your team is now tasked with supporting the battlefield in the land of soup. The Umbu briefly conveyed Lin Yi's new orders, handing him the assignment scroll and a sealed letter before vanishing. Upon opening it, the scroll contained instructions from the 3rd Hokage regarding his reassignment. Lin Yi was now appointed as one of the squad leaders in the land of soup, while the letter was from Shuo-mo. The gist indicated that he understood the 3rd's intent to extend goodwill, yet such arrangements might breed suspicion among the ranks. For instance, why send me instead of Lin Yi for the same mission? This reassignment would alleviate the pressure on the land of soup's military strength, silence any gossip, and simultaneously aid Lin Yi in rapidly gaining experience. After all, White Fang was aware that Lin Yi's strength was not merely that of an elite J-nin, but truly that of a Kage-level ninja. Lin Yi, however, was indifferent to the rumors. Since his teacher had considered these matters for him, he would proceed accordingly. Adjusting his stance, he turned to the trio with a smile. We are about to revisit familiar territory. Hey, Teacher Lin Yi, I've never been to the land of grass. Mike Guy scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. It's not the land of grass. Lin Yi chuckled. We've been reassigned to support the land of soup, the same country we recently visited for a transport mission. Oh, I've been there. It's Uncle Ishikawa's country. Mike Guy recalled the name of their client. All right, then let us set forth. A strong wind surged, and clouds began to gather. A cumulus cloud rose beneath them, swiftly lifting the group as they soared towards the land of soup. Wow, no matter how many times I see it. I'm still amazed by the way you do this, teacher. As Yuhi Kurenai gazed at the passing scenery below, her mouth slightly agape in wonder. Speaking of which, the last time we encountered an elite squad from IWA, do you think we might run into even stronger opponents this time, like the Raikage? Mike Guy recalled their previous experience in the land of soup. The combination of Oishi's Earth Dragon Egg and Lin Yi's ninjutsu had opened his eyes to the true power of ninjas. Probably not. Tasks of this level wouldn't require us, so we shouldn't be that unfortunate. Ji Shui pondered before speaking. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Based on the intelligence I have, the Raikage should not be present in the battlefield of the land of soup. Our mission will likely focus on disrupting their supply lines. After all, the three of them were mere genin. Being assigned to the front line would be akin to sending them to their demise. Ji Shui might manage to hold his own a bit longer, but the rest would struggle. However, Lin Yi's team was somewhat special, as he led it. Most genin squads had a Nin as their captain. The sheer number of genin on the battlefield usually exceeded the combined total of all other ninja, effectively rendering them as cannon fodder. Potential genin were typically either those who graduated early or had just completed their training, often led by Nin or elite Nin, such as Lin Yi's and Minato's teams. This arrangement aimed to protect these youngsters while hastening their maturation through the rigors of war. In contrast, those who remained as genin into their 20s often lacked promise, serving rather brutally as human bombs or scouts for enemy intelligence. It was a cruel reality. Under Lin Yi's swift guidance, they reached the Konoha outpost before nightfall. After verifying their identities, the trio sought out their designated tents and sleeping bags, while Lin Yi proceeded to the main tent to report to Jiraiya. As he opened the tent flap, Lin Yi was about to speak when he was interrupted by Jiraiya's enthusiastic greeting. Lin Yi, you finally made it. Come, sit down. As he spoke, Jiraiya pulled a stool for him. Lin Yi squinted at Jiraiya. This isn't a transformation technique, is it? Did he possess any incriminating evidence against Jiraiya? Perhaps he enjoyed watching women in the bathhouse. While this might be a scandal for others, Jiraiya wore it as a badge of pride. That was for research purposes. Old white-haired man, have you fallen under a genjutsu? What genjutsu? Of course not. Jiraiya, visibly annoyed, felt a few sweat beads forming. This brat-ass remarks still irked him. By the way, I just received a message from a shadow clone. You brought Tsunade back? Didn't you already know? Lin Yi felt a dreadful premonition rising. Ahem. She still acknowledges you as her little brother? So what? Jiraiya threw an arm around Lin Yi's shoulders. Be honest, how do you feel about me? Lin Yi lowered his head in contemplation. Under Jiraiya's eager gaze, he slowly replied, average. What? Jiraiya jumped in shock, but quickly composed himself with a grin. Well then, I believe this is a task your team excels at. Choose anyone you like. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Jiraiya continued. As long as you occasionally speak kindly of me to your sister, I'll have your back in this camp. Lin Yi gave him a silent glance of disbelief. Let me first review the tasks. Ignoring Jiraiya's eager expression, Lin Yi began to examine the assignments one by one. To his surprise, they indeed seemed to have been meticulously curated. There were tasks involving the delivery of intelligence, setting traps, essentially, none that required direct confrontation. However, Lin Yi was somewhat displeased with such an approach, letting out a slight sigh. He pointed to one task that involved gathering enemy intelligence. I'll take this one. Jiraiya paused, taken aback. This was the task he had hesitated to include due to its unpredictable nature. After all, gathering enemy intelligence was akin to opening a mystery box. If one were to encounter a tailed beast or Jinchuriki, it would be a real jackpot. Are you sure? Lin Yi nodded, accepting the scroll and patting Jiraiya on the shoulder. Focus on the war for now. I'll teach you how to pursue girls later. Chapter 81. AI and Bi. In this world of conflict, one must only undertake tasks commensurate with their abilities. Although Lin Yi would not foolishly rush into the role of a scapegoat, he also held no disdain for selecting tasks that were overtly perilous. This is war. Choosing the simpler path inevitably places the burden of the more complex tasks upon others. I truly possess the spirit of gold, he mused inwardly. As for Jiraiya, Lin Yi felt little hope. Jiraiya could undoubtedly be a good friend. In times of trouble, he was loyal and could crack a joke. However, as a partner, setting aside other matters, his penchant for reading risque literature, even to the point of wanting to write his own, was something few women could tolerate. Among his peers, many aspired to the title of Hokage, while Jiraiya seemed to covet the local hot springs instead. Was that truly feasible? Though Tsunade might be considered Lin Yi's elder sister of sorts, based on his observations and understanding, her preferences leaned towards those with a sound moral compass, youths brimming with ambition and ideals. What does it mean to possess a sound moral compass? At the very least, it means one should not indulge in the voyeurism of women's bathhouses. As for ambition and ideals, under the educational philosophy of Konoha, it essentially translates to aspiring to become Hokage. Jiraiya, with his peculiar interests, was unlikely to fit this mold. With a shake of his head, Lin Yi returned to his position with the mission scroll for enemy reconnaissance, under Jiraiya's bemused gaze. Apart from being the leader of his class, Lin Yi also held the title of one of the two captains of the Special Operations Team, which afforded him a tint of his own. However, the title of captain was largely nominal. Unless they were on a collective mission, captains did not typically undertake tasks alongside their squads. The configuration of their team was already sufficient to handle most situations. The tent was modest, merely housing a sleeping bag and some basic necessities. While it was rather plain, Lin Yi felt content to have his own space away from others. The following morning, he gathered his 3 young companions. Their mission was to venture to Chitamachi in the northeastern region of the Land of Hot Water. Lin Yi unfolded a map before them, pointing out their destination. The Konoha base in the Land of Hot Water lay to the southwest. As one moved eastward and northward, the likelihood of encountering enemies from the hidden cloud village increased. Chitamachi, located in the northeastern central area of the Land of Hot Water, had remained unscouted thus far due to its proximity to the capital. After all, the Land of Hot Water boasted its own hot spring village, which could tarnish the reputation of Konoha as a village that cherishes peace. However, now that hostilities had officially commenced, a thorough reconnaissance was imperative. Although the chances of encountering trouble were slim, one could never be too careful. After all, even the slightest miscalculation could lead to significant consequences. The 3 young ones nodded in understanding as Lin Yi summoned a weather forecast, subtly distorting the light around them to cloak their forms in camouflage. He could have easily flown them over to assess the situation, but that would render their participation in the mission unnecessary, depriving them of valuable experience. All right, Lin Yi's team, let us depart. Yes, teacher, they chorused enthusiastically. With a powerful push from the ground, the 3 surged forward, while Lin Yi followed closely behind. Their speed, though not comparable to his own, was still impressive, maintaining a pace of nearly 100 meters per second, primarily accommodating Hong. Should they accelerate further, she would require additional chakra for speed, which would be detrimental in a confrontation. The majority of the regions in the Land of Hot Water were named after the prominent hot springs or rivers nearby, and Chitamachi was no exception, deriving its name from the large hot spring in the vicinity. Due to its proximity to the capital, the group merely glanced at the town and chose not to linger. It was an unwritten rule among the major ninja villages to refrain from engaging in large-scale actions within civilian towns. Should a battle erupt there, it would result in widespread devastation. Their primary objective was to scout the surrounding wilderness. Upon reaching their destination, the 3 promptly began their meticulous reconnaissance. If all was clear, they would leave behind a sign indicating that the area had been surveyed and deemed safe, along with a timestamp. Given the volatile nature of warfare, conditions could shift dramatically. A region that was peaceful one day might erupt into chaos the next. Therefore, it was crucial to include a timestamp alongside the safety signal to prevent future Konoha ninjas from lowering their guard. Suddenly, Lin Yi noticed a slight disturbance in the mist rising from the distant hot springs. Was it the wind? He activated his Byakugan, his vision sharpening as the world came into clearer focus. This technique, devised through his own ingenuity, allowed him to perceive details over great distances, albeit not as effectively as the Byakugan's chakra-sensing capabilities. Yet, the combination of his enhanced vision and the dynamic sight provided by his Sharingan enabled him to discern the faintest details, even miles away. As the mist swirled, He caught glimpses of several figures flickering in the distance. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, 3 versions of Lin Yi appeared before his young companions. Ji Shui and the others immediately recognized their teacher had detected something unusual and ceased their actions, following Lin Yi's clones back. "Teacher, have you discovered something?" they inquired. Unable to see the towering Byakugan, but aware of the swirling crimson of Lin Yi's Sharingan. Uncertain of their identities, but judging by their marching speed. They appear to be ninjas. "Prepare yourselves. Kai, you take a concealed position for an ambush. Hong and Ji Shui set up traps." The trio wasted no time and swiftly got to work. In less than a minute, Hong and Ji Shui had established 2 explosive tag traps and 2 rain of shurikens traps. Kai transformed into a stone near the hot springs, blending seamlessly into the environment. This was one of the few techniques he had mastered, but in an ambush scenario. Even an E-rank transformation technique proved effective as long as the enemy lacked a Byakugan-like ability. Lin Yi ascended into the air, the mist and steam from the hot springs enveloping him, concealing his form. "Brother, why did we take on this reconnaissance mission?" asked the youngest among their group. The sunglasses-clad Killer Bee, addressing his elder brother AI. "Chitamachi is close to the capital of the land of hot water. Konoha may not have scouted it yet. Even if they did, it would likely be a standard team. Once we confirm there are no threats, we can seize control early, leveling the playing field against Konoha," replied Hyukasu, the strategist of their group. AI paused for a moment before resolutely nodding. "Did you hear that, Bai? That is precisely my intention. Yay, brother, you are both courageous and wise. We, the Hidden Cloud, shall seize the first opportunity," Killer Bee exclaimed, laughter echoing as AI playfully patted his shoulder. "Bai, you need to practice your lightning release technique further. Otherwise, we won't be able to coordinate effectively." Chapter 82. Playing with numbers, aren't we? Who isn't a numerical anomaly? "Captain, we have a problem," Latham suddenly interjected. Their squad's apparent configuration was 1 against 3, yet in reality, they were the CR Mi de la CR. At the forefront was AI, the son of the 3rd Reikage, already possessing strength at the level of a Kage. Though Killer Bee was merely a Chunin, he was the perfect Jinchuriki that Kumogakure had sought for ages. Hugo was a special Jonin, adept at strategizing. Lastly, Trum was one of the few sensory ninjas from Kumogakure. A true luxury. "There is a fluctuation of chakra," Trum announced as they halted abruptly, scanning the surroundings before slightly shifting a rock. "It appears to be a Konoha's coded signal." He gazed at the sub-package on the ground, murmuring, "Have they departed?" AI raised an eyebrow. Trum nodded, moving closer to AI. "They must have left." "Then we shall." AI began to turn away when, in an instant, a flash of lightning struck. AI transformed into a bolt of electricity, charging towards the stone figure of Might Guy. The furious lightning crackled around Reikage, leaving behind only the command, "Stay here." AI's voice echoed as his palm sliced through Guy's chest. The stone had not even reverted to its original form before it was stained with blood. Voluto, the resplendent figure of the world, suddenly raised an arm, appearing between the 2 combatants. AI's light yellow hair floated mid-air, mingling with the stillness of the lightning. In a swift motion, he seized Might Guy and hurled him toward Lin Yi, then turned back. Mud, 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 mud. After a flurry of punches, a second elapsed. Time resumed its flow. Lin Yi caught the thrown Might Guy, while simultaneously repositioning the 3 small ones into a mist and placing them behind him. They were not foes they could handle. How peculiar. Why do we always encounter insurmountable obstacles on missions? AI winced at a sudden pain coursing through his body. Looking down at the blood on his fingertips, he was astonished that his fastest speed had been evaded. He tilted his head slightly. Ugh! A mouthful of blood was spat aside. What just transpired? Had it not been for Reikage, in his normal state, he might have collapsed. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi, suspended in midair, gazed incredulously at AI, who appeared unfazed despite the spittle of blood. Even if the world was not as formidable as the Platinum Star, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Presently, Lin Yi was capable of unleashing his full potential. Each strike was akin to a B-rank jutsu from an ordinary jonin. A typical ninja would have become a mere puddle of flesh by now. Is this guy's skin crafted by a tailed beast? Lin Yi pondered, having faced innumerable foes, realizing that only Jinchuriki had previously withstood his onslaught. However, that was 5 or 6 years ago when he could not fully harness the strength of the Platinum Star. Even then, Han had barely endured a full barrage from the Platinum Star and was left nearly incapacitated. How could he merely cough up blood? Bro, are you alright? Captain. AI waved his hand, retorting, did you catch that? The trio exchanged solemn glances and shook their heads gravely. It seemed they were up against a formidable adversary. Hyuga, Trum, you two retreat and prepare for transformation into Jinchuriki mode. AI swiftly orchestrated their strategy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi urged the three small ones to hasten their retreat. Heading back to the camp to report. Simultaneously, he swallowed a military ration pill to ensure his peak condition. When did Konoha produce such a powerhouse? AI's mouth opened, blood staining his teeth. Lin Yi offered no response, instead narrowing his eyes at the young boy nearby. He disregarded the two retreating ninjas. Deeming them not worth the expenditure of chakra, should they dare approach, he would dispatch them effortlessly. However, this young lad appeared to be of a similar age to him. How dare he? This was not a boast. After all, Lin Yi was merely 13 this year, albeit a bit precocious. A genius-level ninja, perhaps? Lin Yi squinted slightly. Scaredy cat. Why the silence? Come down and spar with us. Killer Bee twirled his body, while AI finished his breathing exercises, his entire being radiating with blue lightning. In the next moment, AI leaped high into the air, thrusting his fist towards Lin Yi with tremendous force. Come down. Lin Yi's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, and the clouds beneath him dissipated instantly. Zing! The silhouette of the platinum star emerged, with both the day blade and one slash drawn. Boiler! The blade surged toward AI's fist. Boom! The electric energy surged, and the impact sent Lin Yi hurtling through the air. Thud, thud, thud. He executed a backflip, landing and taking several steps back to absorb the residual force. Turning around, he noticed the platinum star now wielding two shattered blades, blood trickling from the severed edges. Retreat. What? Killer Bee could hardly keep up with the rhythm of his rap, his pupils constricting. AI's right hand bore deep gashes, firmly lodged within which were two fragments of broken blades. There's no escape. Lin Yi silently sheathed the day blade and one slash, feeling a pang of regret for the blades that had accompanied him for years. The platinum star swiftly formed hand signs. In an instant, the weather forecast appeared in a blue-white figure. Fire release, great fire destruction. The weather forecast waved slightly, and a tempestuous wind swept across the land, causing the surface of the hot spring to churn violently. The next moment, flames merged with the tornado. Combination ninjutsu, burning wind dragon. A colossal dragon, engulfed in flames, opened its gaping maw, surging towards AI and Killer Bee, who shielded their arms. The last time this ninjutsu was conceived was in the land of hot water. Quite the coincidence. Retreat. Bull demon. Chakra surged, and an all-too-familiar sensation enveloped Lin Yi. In the next moment, several gigantic octopus tentacles ensnared the two. Another Jinchuriki. Lin Yi's expression darkened. He sensed that this creature was stronger than the 4 and 5 tails Jinchuriki he had previously encountered. He had an aversion to Jinchuriki. Lin Yi was a ninja rooted in mechanistic combat. If he could withstand the explosive force, time stop would lead to an instant kill. Yet, Jinchuriki were synonymous with numerical power. The moment they transformed, it was not that Lin Yi could not break through, but rather he could not eliminate them within the 2 seconds of time stop. After all, if he could dismantle a Jinchuriki's tailed beast defense and slay them within 2 seconds, there would be no need to employ time stop. Time stop was intended to eliminate high attack, low defense ninjas. Yet today, he faced 2 exceptional beings, a Jinchuriki and, for the first time in his life, a ninja capable of withstanding his brief explosive force without being a Jinchuriki. In other words, yet another numerical anomaly. Lin Yi cracked his knuckles. 8 gates, open door. Rest gate, open. He had not yet mastered the subsequent doors, but 2 were sufficient. Weather forecast, blizzard. The temperature plummeted, the lingering flames extinguished in an instant. Who isn't a numerical anomaly?